In the shrouded mist, a dilapidated bus slowly cruised along the seemingly endless highway. Inside the bus sat 7 individuals, 3 women and 4 men. They gazed out the fogged windows. Their expressions varied: confusion, bewilderment, and fear. But beyond that, their faces bore a pallor that spoke of unspeakable horrors endured on the journey. The bus continued its journey until it finally came to a halt before an ancient, decrepit villa. The villa, cloaked in mist, stood utterly black, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness. As the doors creaked open, it seemed to beckon the passengers within. The 7 passengers disembarked slowly, glancing back with eyes filled with indescribable dread. For there, in the driver's seat, where a driver should have been, sat nothing but emptiness. Yes, this bus had no driver. As the last passenger stepped down, the doors shut automatically, and the bus resumed its journey, vanishing into the depths of the fog. Standing before the ominous villa, the 7 exchanged fearful glances, noting the expressions of dread etched on each other's faces. "Let's go. I suppose we have no other choice." At this critical moment, a slender man among them spoke up. He sported deep brown-framed wooden glasses, his delicate features marked by an unusual composure. "Are we really going in?" The beautiful woman adorned with golden earrings trembled, her voice quaking. Frostily clad, she hugged her arms tightly, rubbing them for warmth. "What if it's unsafe inside?" The others fell silent. Initially, they had assumed this was some cruel joke or that someone had invited them to partake in a bizarre program. However, upon discovering there was no driver in the bus, terror took hold of their hearts. Though they had once been firm materialists, the extraordinary events that had unfolded were simply too unfathomable. "So, do you intend to walk in the mist?" Ning Qiushui inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, though his heart raced furiously. From the moment he received the mysterious letter to his arrival at this location, scarcely an hour had passed. Yet that hour had shaken the very foundations of his worldview. Have you forgotten about that fat man who jumped off the bus at the intersection? At the mention of the fat man, a wave of terror washed over the beautiful woman's lovely eyes. Her legs weakened as she nearly stumbled. Earlier, there had been 8 passengers on the bus. All had suddenly found themselves aboard after falling asleep. One of them, the fat man, had continuously berated the situation, insisting it was the work of some unscrupulous program creator attempting to set them up for a reality show. In frustration, he argued their phones had likely been swapped, the driver was hidden beneath them, and that the fog was artificially created with dry ice. Ultimately, when the bus halted at an intersection, the fat man flung open a window, leaped out, and disappeared into the mist. Up to that point, everything had seemed relatively normal. However, when they reached the next intersection, what they found in the fog was something far more sinister. As the bus slowly approached, they could finally discern what hung above the traffic lights, engulfed in mist. There, floating gruesomely, was the flayed skin of the fat man who had departed moments before. The skin was stripped intact, allowing them to witness the expression of sheer terror twisted upon his face, as if he had encountered something horrifically shocking just before his demise. From the pole of the traffic light, a cascade of crimson blood flowed freely. This horrific scene rendered the passengers speechless with terror. Some dared to test their disbelief, opening the windows, allowing the stench of the putrid blood to waft into the vehicle. At the thought of the fat man, their faces turned ashen, and one even began to gag. "Since no one dares approach the fog, it seems we have no choice but to enter that black villa." Ning Qiushui inhaled sharply. He was fearful as well. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, his reactions to the bloodied skin and the overwhelming stench were far less pronounced than those of the others. Moreover, he remained intrigued by the cryptic letter he had received. What, he wondered, did the sender wish to convey to him? Leading the way, Ning Qiushui and the others pushed open the wrought iron gates of the black villa, entering its garden. Silence enveloped them, an eerie quiet that gnawed at the edges of their minds. They huddled closely together, the beautiful woman with the golden earrings perceiving an unwelcome touch against her side. She merely frowned, choosing not to address it. Better to endure an unwanted advance than to face the horrific fate of being flayed alive. Thus, they arrived before the villa's door, and Ning Qiushui knocked with a firm hand. Knock, 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 his rapping echoed, soon met by the sound of approaching footsteps from within, prompting the others to instinctively retreat a few steps, eyes fixed anxiously on the entrance. Creak, the door swung open. However, the terrifying scene they had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, a delicate and strikingly beautiful youth appeared, seeming no older than 15 or 16. "Have you arrived? Come in," the youth beckoned. Only then did they realize that he was, in fact, a boy, remarkably handsome, yet his voice was devoid of warmth or emotion. As the group hesitated, watching Ning Qiushui follow the boy inside, they exchanged uncertain glances, unsure if they should follow. "You'd best hurry inside." Just as they deliberated, that same boy's voice echoed from within. "The mist is quite perilous." The mention of the mist reignited their memories of the unfortunate fat man, sending shivers down their spines as they hastily filed into the room. The villa's hall was expansive, adorned in a classical style. To the left stood neatly arranged bookshelves, while a wooden staircase spiraled upward on the right in the center. 3 large sofas surrounded a blazing hearth. 4 individuals were gathered around the fire, staring blankly into the flames, lost in thought, and silence reigned, an icy pall hanging over the atmosphere. "Excuse me, where is this place? Why have we come here? What's the situation with the mist and the bus?" Finally, after a moment of reflection, Ning Qiushui voiced these questions. Yet, no one responded. The 4, warmed by the fire, did not even glance his way. At that moment, a burly man with a beard, Lu Chengfeng, who stood behind Ning Qiushui, could no longer restrain himself. "I'm asking you a question. Are you all mute?" His loud voice reverberated throughout the room, almost painfully loud to the ears. At last, the man in a suit, seated directly across from Ning Qiushui, finally spoke. "I understand you have many questions. If you can survive the first blood door, I will provide you with answers." A sense of foreboding swept over the group at these words. "Blood door? What is that?" Ning Qiushui's mind flickered, recalling the mysterious woman's earlier call, and he dared to inquire. The suited man remained unfazed, simply gesturing towards the 3rd floor of the villa. "You don't have much time. The blood door will open in less than 5 minutes. At that point, you will enter a horrifying world behind the blood door and must complete the tasks assigned there. Once the tasks are fulfilled, the bus will return for you," he concluded, prompting the diminutive girl with twin ponytails, Yin Yuping, to timidly ask, "What if we don't complete the tasks?" The suited man slowly raised his gaze, locking eyes with Yin Yuping. The calm, yet indifferent gaze struck fear into her heart. "You will die, and it will be a most tragic demise." Upon hearing this, the group felt weak all over. Though they yearned to dismiss it as a jest, the seriousness etched on the suited man's face extinguished any lingering hopes. "Is it possible that we don't go?" A young man with dyed golden hair swallowed hard, questioning. The suited man shot him a sidelong glance. "It's possible. However, you might want to avoid sleeping thereafter." Stunned, the golden-haired man pressed on. "WWHY?" The suited man's smile was devoid of warmth. "Because if you choose not to complete the task within the blood door, something will come looking for you. No matter where you flee, it will find you." And then the suited man left the thought hanging, but the implication was clear. Ning Qiushui glanced towards the 3rd floor, then turned back to the suited man. "Before we enter, do you have any further advice?" The suited man paused, then turned his attention to Ning Qiushui. Noticing his unusual calmness, a flicker of quiet admiration crossed his eyes. "Advice, yes, I have some. Though the story behind the blood door is fraught with peril, multiple paths to survival exist. As long as you discover the path to life, successfully completing the task and emerging alive will not be overly arduous." Ning Qiushui nodded in understanding. "Thank you." With that, he was the first to step forward, ascending the stairs. Seeing his decisive action, the burly Lu Chengfeng hesitated before grit his teeth and followed suit. "Damn, kid, you're truly bold." As he stepped behind Ning Qiushui, Lu Chengfeng quietly commented. He had noticed Ning Qiushui from the outset. It was impossible to miss him. Whether upon discovering the fat man's skin or smelling the pervasive stench of blood, Ning Qiushui's reactions have been remarkably subdued. "Bold?" Ning Qiushui chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Do you think we have any choice?" Lu Chengfeng, being tall and imposing, loomed just slightly shorter than Ning Qiushui, even as they descended one level. "When you saw the fat man's skin, your eyelids didn't flutter. Were you in that line of work before?" "What line of work?" "An assassin." "You've read too many novels. Where do you find so many assassins in reality?" Then, "I'm a doctor." "Oh, now it makes sense. A forensic doctor?" "Something like that. I'm a veterinarian." Lu Chengfeng was left speechless. As the two bantered, they reached the 3rd floor of the villa. Upon arrival, they ceased their conversation. A thick stench of blood mingling with the scent of decomposing would engulf them. On the villa's 3rd floor, there was nothing but a single wooden door, crimson with blood. Upon the door, bloodied words were scrawled. Care for the bedridden elder for 5 days. To care for the elder, this is our task. Ning Qiushui's gaze flickered. The others gradually ascended, astonished as they beheld the bloodied letters on the door. Is it really this simple? The woman with the golden earrings, Wang Yuning, voiced her disbelief. As they whispered among themselves, an instinctive awareness drew their attention collectively toward the ominous wooden door. Click, click within, something appeared to be pushing against it. The door creaked open, revealing a pair of pallid hands. As the blood-stained door slowly swung wide, darkness enveloped them, and they lost consciousness. Chapter 2. The abandoned villa district. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves gathered behind a blood-red wooden door. The group was dispersed throughout a stunning suburban villa complex. Strangely, despite the exquisite construction, the place exuded an air of lifelessness. After traversing several villas, Ning Qiushui confirmed that the area was devoid of inhabitants. The silence was unnaturally eerie. Were there no residents, or had they all simply gone to work? As Ning Qiushui meticulously observed the villa cluster, he seemed to uncover something amiss. No, something was wrong. The gardens bore recent signs of pruning. The pond still housed goldfish, and various commonly used tools lay scattered in the yard. Surely, there must be someone living here. Yet, where had all these people vanished? A flicker of confusion crossed Ning Qiushui's mind as he continued onward. Before long, he spotted the villa designated in the mission requirements. It was not difficult to identify, for it was the only house in the entire complex where a person stood outside. A woman, elegantly dressed and adorned with a luxurious style, held a suitcase in her hand, wearing a sunnet embellished with a small red flower. She was accompanied by a tender little girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old. Together, they stood in the yard under the mild sun, smiling at the newcomers. The woman's smile was enchanting, the kind that grew more beautiful the longer one gazed upon it. Yet for reasons unknown, Ning Qiushui felt an unsettling chill at the sight of her smile. It seemed less a gesture of welcome and more akin to, while Ning Qiushui was lost in thought. A large hand clapped down on his shoulder, startling him. He turned to see Lu Chenfeng, sporting a scruffy beard. Hey, you made it too. Ning Qiushui nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, it appears that villa is indeed our destination. Lu Chenfeng cast a distant glance at the villa, his expression growing gravely serious. He then began to calculate with his fingers, murmuring, "This is bad." Noticing his demeanor, Ning Qiushui's eyes brightened. "You can tell fortunes?" Lu Chenfeng shook his head. "Out there. I do indeed assist others with fortune-telling. But I just remembered, I actually cannot tell fortunes. I'm merely a charlatan." Ning Qiushui's breath hitched momentarily. How absurd. This fellow truly exemplified the epitome of irony. Has he spun his fabrications so often that he believes them himself? Moreover, how could he speak of such matters with such audacity? Never mind. Ning Qiushui resignedly shook his head and stepped forward towards the villa where the young woman awaited. Others had already arrived. The lady of the villa did not engage them in conversation, merely offering a polite smile. This smile was neither warm nor cold. Whenever they spoke to her, she would respond with a simple, "Please wait a moment. A few caregivers have yet to arrive." Approximately 10 minutes later, the final 7 members finally gathered. At this moment, as if some condition had been triggered, the woman, who had hitherto only smiled, suddenly addressed the group, saying, "I see everyone is here now. I sincerely apologize for summoning all of you to care for my mother. My husband is away for work, and I must take my daughter to the seaside to celebrate her birthday. There is simply no one else at home. My mother, due to her advanced age, is not only bedridden but also suffers from severe cognitive decline. I worry that 2 or 3 caregivers may not provide adequate attention, which is why I have decided to employ all of you from the company. As for financial matters, there is no need for concern. I am quite well off. Upon my return, if my mother has been well cared for, I will compensate each of you individually." As she spoke, she led everyone closer to the villa, ascending to the 2nd floor and entering a spacious room. The lighting in the room was rather dim, and a somewhat unpleasant odor lingered in the air. On the large bed by the window lay an elderly woman with a kind expression, gazing peacefully at Ning Qiushui and the others. A barely perceptible, eerie smile graced her lips, sending a chill down everyone's spines. "This is my mother." After introducing her to the group, the woman knelt beside the elderly lady, gazing at her fondly, and said, "Mother, I am taking Tuan to the seaside for her birthday. I have specifically arranged for 7 caregivers to look after you during these 5 days." After speaking, she leaned closer to the elderly woman's ear and whispered something. Then, rising to her feet, she turned to the others and smiled. "Although my mother is bedridden and suffers from a bit of dementia, she can still comprehend some simple words. Overall, her health is quite good. She has no other ailments and her appetite remains robust. Oh, by the way, I haven't yet shown you the kitchen. As she spoke, she guided everyone downstairs to the villa's kitchen. The kitchen was also quite spacious, equipped with all necessary utensils, all impeccably clean. To the left of the kitchen entrance stood two enormous refrigerators. With summer upon us and the rainy season approaching, the torrential downpours here can be quite fearsome. In the next 3 to 5 days, we may experience strong winds and heavy rain, rendering it very inconvenient to procure groceries. As she spoke, she pulled open one of the large refrigerators, revealing it stuffed to the brim with meats and vegetables. She smiled at the group, saying, "But there is no need for concern. I have prepared ample food and water for you. Additionally, my mother does not enjoy eating vegetables, so when you cook for her, please make sure to prepare more meat." After saying this, she did not immediately take her daughter away but instead inquired of the group, "Do you have any questions?" Ning Qiushui was the first to speak, asking, "May I inquire if there are any other residents in this villa area?" The woman paused for a moment, then calmly replied with a smile, "Yes, in fact, this villa area has been constructed for some time. However, due to its remote location, there are no other residents besides us. In truth, if it were not for my mother's condition, we would not reside here either." After a brief pause, she added, "During these 5 days, you may consider yourselves the masters of the villa. I have arranged accommodations for all of you on the 2nd floor. You may choose whichever room you desire. However, it is imperative to note, dear guests, that you absolutely, unequivocally must not venture into the 3rd floor of the villa. Do you understand?" As she uttered these words, the woman's expression suddenly shifted to one of grave seriousness. The crowd nodded in agreement. Observing their compliance, the hostess allowed a smile to grace her lips once more. "Since you all comprehend this, then I entrust my mother to your care. The car is on the verge of departing. I must take my leave with my daughter, lest we miss the high-speed train." With that, she hurriedly made her way to the door, her high heels clicking against the floor as she grasped her daughter's hand, pulling her suitcase along as they headed outside. Ning Qiushui felt an inkling of something amiss, prompting her to approach the window and gaze in the direction of the departing woman. Just as they were about to board the vehicle, the little girl, held by the woman, turned her head and exchanged a brief glance with Ning Qiushui. In that fleeting moment, Ning Qiushui was rendered speechless. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern a flicker of fear in the girl's eyes. What was she afraid of? Afraid of going to the seaside? Afraid of her mother? Or perhaps afraid of this very villa they were in? As Ning Qiushui pondered these thoughts, Lu Chifeng, a robust man with a scruffy beard, sauntered over, clicking his tongue. "What are you staring at?" They've already walked quite a distance. "Young man, I never expected someone as youthful as you to have a taste for married women." "Not bad, not bad. The future is promising." Chapter 3, Scream. After the villa's mistress departed, the guests reconvened in the hall, engaging in brief self-introductions before deliberating on matters concerning the care of the elderly. Among them, a petite girl with twin ponytails, Yin Yuping, timidly raised her hand. "May I ask how you all boarded the coach?" I was originally on the high-speed train, engrossed in my phone and grew drowsy. So I dozed off for a bit, and when I awoke, I found myself on the coach. I too was working overtime at the company, only to suddenly feel overwhelmingly sleepy as the group shared their experiences. They discovered, to their astonishment, that everyone had boarded the coach in precisely the same manner. This eerie coincidence heightened the already palpable tension among them. "Damn it, we must be cursed," Lu Chifeng muttered under his breath. Yin Yuping fell silent for a moment before weakly suggesting, "Do you think this could be a reality show crew inviting us through such a means? After all, I've seen something similar on television." Before she could finish her thought, Lu Chifeng interrupted with a scoff. "Have you so quickly forgotten about that, fatty? Do you think a television program would go so far as to kill someone and skin them?" A chill ran through Yin Yuping, and she retorted with wide eyes. What if that was merely a prop? Is the blood also a prop? Who knows, it could be chicken blood, or... Yin Yuping attempted to console herself, but Ning Qiushui's abrupt remark shattered her last vestige of denial. "It is not animal blood." The crowd turned to Ning Qiushui. He appeared to have accepted the unsettling reality, exhibiting an unusual calmness. "I was once a veterinarian, particularly sensitive to scents. The blood of cats, dogs, pigs, sheep, cattle, chickens, ducks, fish, geese, and pigeons distinctly differs from that of humans. For instance, sheep's blood has a strong gamey odor, while human blood possesses a pronounced scent reminiscent of rust. I can unequivocally assert that the blood at that traffic light was undeniably human blood, and the freshest of its kind." Upon hearing this, Ning Qiushui noticed Yin Yuping shudder in fear, clutching her knees and softly sobbing. "Please, stop talking. I beg you." Seeing her in such a state, Ning Qiushui's tone softened slightly. It was no wonder this girl was frightened. Any ordinary person witnessing that previous scene would likely bear an enduring psychological scar. Only those accustomed to dealing with corpses could endure it with relative ease. After all, the scene was exceedingly gruesome. We should first consider how to navigate these next 5 days. A man of unremarkable appearance, standing approximately 170 centimeters tall with a shadowy gaze, spoke up. His name was Qiushui. There are 7 of us in total, and our task is to care for the elderly individual in bed for 5 days. How shall we allocate our responsibilities? The group exchanged glances, and seeing that no one spoke, Ning Qiushui suggested, how about this? The 3 girls can handle cooking and laundry, while the 4 of us men take care of the elderly person. No sooner had he finished speaking than the beautiful and adorned Wang Yuning chimed in sarcastically. Oh, so women are merely to serve you filthy men by cooking and cleaning? How convenient for you to shirk your duties. Hearing the lady say that old man lies in bed unable to move, you all eagerly volunteer to care for him. Do you think we're fools? What was claimed to be caring for the old man might just be an excuse to lounge about. After all, Lu Chunfeng, unable to contain himself upon hearing Wang Yuning's remarks, raised his chin and remarked languidly, how foul, such a lovely girl, yet her words are so vile. Wang Yuning's expression darkened. Who the hell are you insulting? Lu Chunfeng was about to retort further when Ning Qiushui interjected. If you don't wish to cook or clean, I can swap with you. You can take care of the elderly from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. After 10 p.m., it will likely be dark, and we can all attend to our hygiene and rest. Wang Yuning shot Ning Qiushui a glance, scoffing coldly. Well then, thanks. Though she uttered the words, her tone held no gratitude, only mockery. By the way, it's past 5 now, and I'm hungry. Aren't you supposed to be cooking? Get to it. Ning Qiushui cast a deep glance at Wang Yuning but said nothing further. Instead, she turned to the 2 girls and asked, do you wish to switch? The previously silent girl, Yame, raised her hand. I apologize, but I genuinely cannot cook. Compared to Wang Yuning's insufferable demeanor, Yame appeared much more sincere. In this society, it is not surprising to find many pampered individuals, both male and female, who lack culinary skills. Are there any capable men in the kitchen? The remaining 3 men fell into a brief silence. And Lu Chunfeng, growing impatient, exclaimed, oh, never mind. I'll accompany you to cook and do the laundry. What a bunch of useless fools, unable to even prepare a meal or wash clothes. Wang Yuning retorted coldly, rough man. Clean up your language. With a glare, Lu Chunfeng pointed at Wang Yuning and declared, if it weren't for my principle of not hitting women, you'd see whether you'd survive today. Wang Yuning let out a cold laugh and ascended the stairs in her high heels. The sound echoing with each step. The kitchen was located on the 1st floor, while the elderly person resided on the 2nd. The villa was vast, and the group dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Lu Chunfeng continued to grumble as he followed Ning Qiushui into the kitchen, accompanied by the sobbing young girl, Yan Yubing. All right, let's hear fewer curses. Ning Qiushui interrupted Lu Chunfeng, clearly annoyed by the noise. Aren't you able to endure this anger? Lu Chunfeng glared in response. Ning Qiushui opened the refrigerator and began to retrieve ingredients. Do you really think looking after that elderly person is a favorable task? Upon hearing this, Lu Chunfeng's breath hitched. What do you mean by that? Ning Qiushui slowly turned his head to face Lu Chunfeng and the nearby Yan Yoping. Do you recall what the suited man in the black villa told us? They will only answer our questions once we return alive from the Bloodgate. This implied that the world beyond the Bloodgate harbored unimaginable dangers. After he finished speaking, Yan Yoping's frail body trembled once more. She stammered, what kind of danger? Ning Qiushui shook his head. It remains unclear for now. But since the task at the Bloodgate involves taking care of the elderly, it is likely that the danger is related to him. In any case, be cautious. After hearing Ning Qiushui's admonition, Lu Chunfeng's eyes darted around, and he discreetly calculated with his fingers, the shadow that had previously clouded his face lifting as he grinned and said, Bro, I think your reasoning makes sense. I'm sticking with you. Ning Qiushui glanced at Lu Chunfeng in surprise, shook his head, and chose not to elaborate further. He first retrieved vegetables from the refrigerator and then looked towards the freezer. Just as the villa's mistress had mentioned, it contained a plethora of meat. The mistress had cut them into pieces and packed them into different bags. Ning Qiushui took out a bag labeled beef tenderloin. Tossing it into the pot to defrost over low heat. As he closed the refrigerator, something caught his eye. He pulled out a piece of meat, frozen solid, from the depths of the fridge. The bag contained numerous black, unidentified substances. However, the shards of ice obscured much, and as the bags were vacuum sealed, it was impossible to discern what those black substances were. There was no label on this bag, suggesting the mistress had forgotten to mark it. Ning Qiushui stared at the meat for a moment, when unexpectedly, Lu Chunfeng, the burly man with a scruffy beard, approached. Why is this meat black? He inquired curiously. Ning Qiushui shook his head and returned the meat to the refrigerator. I don't know. Perhaps it has been frozen for too long and gone bad. The three of them busied themselves in the kitchen, and to Ning Qiushui's surprise, Lu Chifeng, who appeared to be a rough and seasoned thug, turned out to be quite adept at cooking. His actions of washing vegetables, chopping them, and stir-frying were unmistakably those of a seasoned hand. "Dinner is ready," Lu Chifeng announced as he brought the freshly cooked meat and vegetables to the table. Bellowing up to the floor above, without waiting to see if anyone from upstairs would join him, he eagerly scooped up steaming rice and began to eat voraciously. Yan Yuping, observing Lu Chifeng devouring his meal like a famished ghost, could not help but inquire, "Aren't you waiting for them?" Lu Chifeng retorted irritably, "Waiting for what? Eat." With that, he resumed his ravenous feast. Thud, 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 for sets of footsteps echoed from upstairs. As Wang Yuning descended the stairs, she caught sight of Lu Chifeng lost in his meal and could not resist mocking him. "Look at you, eating like a starving specter." Under normal circumstances, Lu Chifeng would have retaliated sharply, yet during mealtime, he appeared particularly focused, dismissing Wang Yuning's jibe as mere background noise. Wang Yuning took his silence as a sign of submission and continued eating. At the dining table, a heavy silence enveloped the group. None knowing what to say, the room grew dimmer, and soon even the beef in their bowls became indistinct. It was only when Ning Qiushui stood up to switch on the lights that they finally realized. It had grown dark. "Damn it. Why is it getting dark so quickly? It's not even 7 o'clock yet," the man named Beida exclaimed, his startled demeanor unsettling the others. "What did you just say, Shuegu eyes?" Already with a sullen expression, furrowed his brows deeply. Hadn't the villa's owner mentioned that the rainy season was approaching? It was perfectly normal for it to get dark. No need for such theatrics. He scolded Beida, his tone overly agitated, yet everyone understood the underlying reasons and chose not to speak up. The atmosphere in the villa was stiflingly oppressive. Hey, is this how you care for the elderly?" Lu Chifeng, having finished his meal, set down his chopsticks and, while picking his teeth, addressed Wang Yuning across from him with a sardonic tone. The latter clenched her fists, her gaze turning decidedly colder. Do you think everyone is as uncouth as you? A glutton for rough fare, truly repulsive, like a maggot-infested man." She disdainfully kicked off her high heels, fetched a bowl of rice, carelessly piled some leftover vegetables onto her plate, and stomped upstairs. As the others watched her figure vanish into the darkened hallway, an inexplicable quickening of their hearts ensued. "Were you all on the second floor just now?" Ning Qiushui, having set down her own utensils, inquired of the three responsible for caring for the paralyzed elder. Shuegui's replied with a brief They had scoured the second floor, and aside from the incapacitated elder, there was no one else. "Our rooms are directly across from the elders, sharing the same corridor," he added. Ning Qiushui pressed, "Did you notice anything unusual?" Shuegui shook his head, hesitating for a moment before replying. "There is a rather peculiar odor in our room. I cannot quite articulate what it is, but it is certainly unpleasant. All 7 rooms have it." "Yes, indeed." At this moment, the girl beside him, known as Yame, softly interjected, "There is something else quite strange. The hostess has provided us with rooms, each equipped with an ensuite bathroom." Beiyao scoffed. "What's so strange about that? They are wealthy and don't wish to roam about when nature calls." Ning Qiushui furrowed her brow. No. It is indeed quite odd. This villa is clearly occupied solely by the hostess's family. Even if the master were present, that would only amount to 4 individuals. Why prepare so many bedrooms and bathrooms? What is strange about that? Perhaps they are very hospitable. They might frequently invite friends over for parties. Don't affluent people enjoy that? Beido's tone exhibited a hint of panic. No one took up his line of thought. The group once again fell into an eerie silence until a piercing scream from the second floor shattered the dreadful stillness. Chapter 4. The meat lacks flavor. This sudden and gruesome scream disrupted the villa's profound silence. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the second floor. "What happened?" I don't know. Let's go check." The group swiftly ascended to the second floor. Arriving at the source of the sound, which was the room where the paralyzed elder resided, Wang Yuning, who had previously been carrying the meal, now sat collapsed on the floor, leaning against the wall. Clutching her knees and trembling, the steaming food lay scattered all around. "What transpired?" Ning Qiushui inquired. In front of everyone, Wang Yuning slowly extended a trembling finger, pointing at the elder lying motionless on the bed. Stammering, she just spoke. Following her, the crowd gazed at the elder who lay still, staring vacantly out the window. Lu Chifeng snorted derisively. "What a fuss. Did you not hear the hostess? Her mother is merely paralyzed. Just because one is paralyzed does not render them mute. I thought you were tougher than this. Are you truly frightened by an elderly person confined to bed?" Lu Chifeng seized the opportunity, his words firing off like a machine gun. Yet, in the corner, Wang Yuning appeared utterly terrified, shaking and speechless. Ning Qiushui glanced at the elder on the bed before signaling Lu Chifeng to assist in tidying up, then reached down to help Wang Yuning to her feet. She made the mess herself, yet expects me to clean it up. What a situation, Lu Chifeng muttered, yet surprisingly complied, quickly fetching a towel from the bathroom to begin wiping the floor. This scene felt somewhat dissonant. Lu Chifeng, who seemed intimidating, was so obedient to Ning Qiushui. However, no one questioned it. Once the room was tidied, Ning Qiushui approached the elder's bedside, observing the kind expression on her face, then covered her with a blanket before turning and leaving the room with the others. Upon returning to the first floor, the outside world had succumbed to complete darkness. The pallid glow of the lights illuminated the hall, yet for some inexplicable reason, everyone felt ensconced in shadows. The oppressive silence fostered an unsettling atmosphere. Well then, Wang Yuning, you may speak now. What did the elder convey to you earlier? Ning Qiushui settled onto the sofa opposite Wang Yuning, pouring herself a cup of hot tea. The mere mention of the earlier events. Wang Yuning's previously fair complexion turned ashen once more. Her fingertips clutched her clothing tightly. Just now, wasn't I feeding her? She took a bite of the beef tenderloin and then she simply vomited it out. Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened. Damn it, she vomited. Is my cooking truly that dreadful? Ning Qiushui furrowed her brow. Lu Chifeng, let her finish speaking. Lu Chifeng smacked his lips, muttering a few words under his breath before ceasing his interruptions. Fear flickered in Wang Yuning's eyes, her expression resistant, as if she were reluctant to revisit the earlier incident. I initially thought it was too hot, so I tasted it myself. However, the food was not hot at all. And when I fed her a second bite, she still vomited it out. Moreover, after this episode, she turned her head and stared at me, saying. She struggled for a moment, unable to articulate a complete thought. Shui Gui's brows knitted tightly, exasperated. What did she say? Speak up. Urged by Shui Gui's, Wang Yuning finally mustered her courage and gritted her teeth. Her voice was very soft. I couldn't hear clearly. But it seemed she said. The meat had no flavor. Yes. She must have meant the meat lacked taste. As these words escaped her lips, a terrifying flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The group jumped at the sound. Damn, that thunder. Ning Qiushui gazed at the pitch-black sky outside, suddenly moving to the window and flinging it open. A cold wind accompanied by misty rain brushed against their faces. It's raining. Torrential downpour. Fierce winds. He promptly shut the window, his expression considerably grave. All of it had begun to manifest. That letter. It truly was not a prank, was it? Unlike the others, Ning Qiushui had received a mysterious letter before boarding the bus. This matter was something he had kept to himself. While the others whispered and debated the flavorless meat, Ning Qiushui abruptly closed the window tightly, ensuring not a single gust penetrated within. Enough of this. If she won't eat, so be it. It's getting late. Let us retire early. We shall rise at dawn to prepare some meat porridge for the elder. Have you all chosen your rooms? A sudden silence enveloped the previously animated discussion. Do we truly need to sleep in separate rooms? At this moment, the usually reticent Yimo spoke up, her expression timid, seemingly unsettled by the recent events. Shui Gui's replied. We previously glanced at the rooms. They are quite spacious, with double beds, and very clean. 2 people sharing a room would be just right. Yin Yoping's eyes were still slightly puffy, and upon hearing that 2 people would share a room, she anxiously exclaimed, But there are 3 of us girls. Shui Gui's sighed. That room is quite spacious, and since you girls are relatively petite, you can manage to squeeze in and sleep. The 3 girls exchanged glances, remaining silent. No one relishes the idea of sharing a bed with strangers. However, they were acutely aware that this villa was far from safe. An unsettling sensation lingered, as if something in the shadows was watching them intently. Once the lights were extinguished, they collectively ascended to the second floor. After a brief discussion, Ning Qiushui and Lu Chifeng were the first to enter the same room. The 3 girls proceeded to the farthest end of the right corridor on the second floor, the furthest from the elderly person they were meant to look after. The remaining 2 boys opted for rooms adjacent to Ning Qiushui's. For reasons unknown, there seemed to be an enchanting aura about Ning Qiushui. Proximity to him instilled a sense of security in everyone. The last girl to head toward her room was Wang Yuning. Lost in thought over the events of the day, she hardly noticed that the others had already entered their rooms. In no time, she found herself alone in the corridor. The light switch was located at the top of the stairs, and it was a single toggle. However, the chosen rooms were situated at the very end of the hall, at least 20 meters away. If she were to turn off the lights, it meant traversing that 20-meter stretch in complete darkness. Her gaze fell upon the open blinds at the corridor's end. The trees outside loomed like demons, twisted and menacing, swaying in the cold breeze as if they were poised to invade and consume Wang Yuning. She couldn't suppress a shiver and, filled with trepidation, hurried into the innermost room, forcefully locking the door behind her. Bang! Inside the room, Ning Qiushui removed his shirt, revealing a physique defined by sharp angles and explosive power. Lu Chifeng, brushing his teeth, cast a surprised glance his way. Who would have thought that beneath that exterior lay such a formidable man? Ning, I never expected you to be so well hidden, he exclaimed, eyeing the pronounced V-line and the chiseled abs. If you were to hit the nightclub, you'd surely be the center of attention among wealthy women. Lu Chifeng chuckled, winking at Ning Qiushui. Ning Qiushui rolled his eyes. So why do you insist on following me? At this, Lu Chifeng spat out the toothpaste foam, his playful demeanor vanishing as he replied earnestly, You're quite perceptive, but I can't divulge much at this moment. Once we manage to escape this ordeal alive, I promise to share everything with you. Taken aback by Lu Chifeng's response, Ning Qiushui paused before breaking into a smile. You really are quite mysterious. Lu Chifeng shook his head, steering the conversation elsewhere. By the way, do you find it's something off about that elderly man? Ning Qiushui remained silent for a moment. It wasn't just the old man. The entire family, and even the villa complex, seemed suspect. Lu Chifeng was taken aback. What's wrong with the villa complex? Ning Qiushui replied. The lady of the villa claimed that her family is the only one residing in this area. Yet I have noticed signs of habitation in several other villas I passed by, all indicating recent occupancy within the last month or so. Just from the 8 houses I observed, this was evident, not to mention the many I did not see. This suggests that this entire area was inhabited not long ago. Listening to Ning Qiushui's words, Lu Chifeng gradually felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. If Ning Qiushui's observations were accurate, then where had these people vanished to? Ning Qiushui paced to the window, his expression grave, hands tucked into his pockets, and continued, Moreover, an individual living alone would generally not purchase such a large garden villa. Thus, those who have moved in must have family or friends, even if they have gone out to work. The house would not be entirely empty. Yet, in reality, this villa district seemed to have been left with just us. He pointed a finger. Following the direction of his gesture, Lu Chifeng was startled to see that the several houses directly in front of their window were all shrouded in darkness. Not a single light was visible. How could this be? His complexion turned exceedingly grim. Ning Qiushui spoke slowly. Something must have transpired here, something that profoundly terrifying. He meticulously examined the window, confirming it was securely locked, with not a hint of wind seeping through. Before drawing the curtains and returning to the bed, with the absence of wind, the two lying in bed became aware of a peculiar odor. What scent is that? Lu Chifeng inquired. The smell was faint yet persistent, lingering in the air as if something was rotting and decaying. The two recalled what Shui Gui's had previously mentioned, and after a thorough search, they finally pinpointed the origin of the odor above them. The wooden ceiling was coated in a viscous substance, seemingly some liquid seeping through. This liquid was a yellow-brown hue, with an extremely unpleasant smell. What on earth? Lu Chifeng felt a wave of nausea and hurriedly shifted the bed aside. What is that? Ning Qiushui stood below, squinting at the damp patch on the ceiling, and after a long moment, finally spoke. Big beard, do you trust me? Lu Chifeng did not comprehend the meaning behind Ning Qiushui's words, but nodded nonetheless. I do. Ning Qiushui continued slowly. Tonight, do not fall asleep. Do not turn on the lights. And no matter what you hear, do not pay any attention. Lu Chifeng's body stiffened. Little brother, are you implying that something is going to happen tonight? After a prolonged silence, Ning Qiushui finally gave a barely perceptible nod. He turned off the light, and the room was immediately engulfed in a chilling, eerie darkness. Lu Chifeng lay in bed, his mind in disarray. Although he tried his utmost to stay awake, as time passed, the drowsiness inevitably spread throughout his body. After an indeterminate period, he was awakened by a strange sound. The source of the noise was outside the door. It was akin to the sound of two sharp metallic objects scraping against each other. Sizzle, sizzle. Upon hearing this hair-raising sound, the first thing that came to Lu Chifeng's mind was cutlery. He often cooked and was all too familiar with the sounds made by kitchenware and tableware. Lu Chifeng suddenly sat up, eager to turn on the light, but the admonition from Ning Qiushui echoed in his ears, and his raised hand fell back down. Ning, little brother, are you there? Lu Chifeng whispered, only to hear Isha sound beside him. Do not make a sound. Ning Qiushui's voice was equally low, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Clearly, he was also quite anxious. The door to their room was not entirely sealed, leaving a gap through which the light from the corridor seeped in. As that terrifying sound swept past their door, a sinister shadow flickered by. The dreadful scraping noise nearly caused Lu Qingfeng's heart to leap into his throat. That thing outside the door had inexplicably halted at their threshold. Lu Qingfeng clenched his fists, his breath suspended. What on earth was that entity outside? If it were to enter, what calamity would ensue? In that instant, his mind went blank, as if it had lost the ability to think. Time seemed to stretch, lingering for minutes. Or perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment, before the horrifying shadow outside finally stirred again. Retreating deeper into the corridor, the piercing sound of scraping erupted once more. Scrape, scrape. It felt as though an executioner was searching for a victim to torment. It ventured further in, pausing momentarily at the second door, then proceeding to the innermost door of the corridor, where it lingered again before falling utterly silent at that moment. Ning Qiushui suddenly sat up in bed, stealthily approaching the door, pressing his ear against the crack. He listened intently for a long while no further sounds emerged from outside. That it was as if that shadow had abruptly vanished. After listening quietly for over 10 minutes and confirming that all was silent, he returned to the bed. "Brother, what is that thing outside?" Lu Qingfeng whispered. Ning Qiushui shook his head. "I do not know, but it is certainly not human." It moved without a sound. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Lu Qingfeng's forehead. Surely not. Could there truly be something unclean in this villa? Chapter 5. The following day, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Coupled with the foul odor lingering between their nostrils, both felt an overwhelming chill enveloping them. Drip, a droplet of liquid fell from beside them, striking the floor. The sound, though soft, was amplified in the profound stillness of the room. Ning Qiushui could even sense that, as this unknown liquid fell, Lu Qingfeng trembled violently beside him. "Be brother." Lu Qingfeng's voice quivered as he slowly raised his hand, seemingly attempting to touch something. Ning Qiushui took a deep breath and said, "Do not turn on the light if you wish to avoid death." Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. Why? Ning Qiushui shook his head. "That I cannot explain just yet. Just know that in places where the wind blows, it is best not to illuminate the surroundings. That if the light is on, then one must keep their distance." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng suddenly recalled how Ning Qiushui would always ensure to close the windows tightly whenever he passed by them. An inexplicable chill coursed through him. Subsequently, Lu Qingfeng's gaze fell upon the crack of the door, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had no idea which inconsiderate fool had been the last to enter the room, leaving the corridor light on. Such an event transpired that neither of the two could find solace in sleep, disregarding the discomfort of their conflicting natures as they huddled together on a single bed. Seeking warmth from one another, time slipped away in a haze, and before they knew it, the dawn gradually brightened the world outside. With the rain's intensity having lessened, Lu Qingfeng glanced at the clock. It was already 8 in the morning. The light filtering through the window was not particularly bright, though the outside world remained shrouded in a gray haze. It was sufficient to discern shapes. His gaze fell upon the floor beside his left hand. The incessant sound of dripping water from the previous day had originated from this very spot. Lu Qingfeng rose from the bed and scrutinized the stains on the floor. Bending down to take a whiff, a nauseating stench assailed his senses, nearly provoking a retch. Ning Qiushui, noticing his reaction, approached to investigate. She too knelt down to smell, her expression shifting subtly. "What is it?" Lu Qingfeng inquired. Leaning closer, after a moment of silence, Ning Qiushui replied slowly, "It is cadaveric fluid, or perhaps corpse oil. This typically occurs when an animal is in advanced decomposition, the fat oozing out in an oily form." Lu Qingfeng could no longer endure it and swiftly interrupted. All right, stop. I understand." His complexion was ghastly as he looked up at the stain above. What had started as a mark the size of a fist was now expanding ominously to the size of a human head. God knows what lay above them. While Lu Qingfeng pondered this unsettling thought, a sudden, piercing scream erupted from outside the door, belonging to 2 women. They exchanged a glance. Something terrible had happened. "Let us go check." Ning Qiushui was the first to open the door, ushering Lu Qingfeng out of the room. As they stepped outside, Ning Qiushui's brow furrowed. The stench of blood was overwhelming. In the corridor, a vivid trail of blood extended from the door at the end of the hallway all the way to the staircase. The screams emanated from beyond the louvered windows at the corridor's end, where a crowd had gathered. Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng pushed through the throng, only to find Yamei and Yin Yuping slumped at the threshold. Trembling uncontrollably, their faces ashen, Surrounding them were pools of fresh blood and vomit. What happened? Ning Qiushui asked with gravity. The two women looked at her, their eyes brimming with intense fear, as if they had just endured something profoundly horrifying. They quivered, unable to articulate a complete sentence, pointing towards their room, tears streaming down their cheeks. Ning Qiushui turned her gaze towards their room and was about to open the door when Shui Guai stopped her. His face pale with dread. It's not a pretty sight in there. Ning Qiushui cast him a sidelong glance, brushed his hand aside, and first closed the adjacent louvered window to stem the flow of air. Before opening the door, the scene unfolded before them. The breath of those outside caught in their throats. They beheld, lying on the bed closest to the door, a corpse drenched in blood. This body was unmistakably that of Wang Yuning, adorned with golden earrings. A dead person. Ning Qiushui suppressed the urge to retch from the overwhelming stench of blood as she stepped into the room. Yes, she ventured further inside. The grisly sight of the mangled corpse nearly caused her to vomit. Lying on the bed was a lifeless body, the head remarkably preserved, with a long and fair neck. However, below that neck, the skin had been ruthlessly torn apart, revealing gory crimson muscles and a multitude of grotesque scars. The internal organs had vanished without a trace, and a significant amount of flesh had been shredded and scattered. Even more terrifying was the expression on Wang Yuning's face. Her eyes were closed, devoid of any semblance of pain. Instead, an eerie smile lingered. My goodness. Lu Qingfeng, who had entered behind me, stared wide-eyed, his legs trembling. Had he not clenched them tightly, he surely would have lost control right then and there. That moment, he finally grasped why the two girls outside had ended up in such a state. It was hard to imagine that even if he were in their place, he would fare any better. Ning Qiushui, suppressing the discomfort gnawing at her insides, approached the corpse. The others remained outside, unwilling to step into the room. The scene within was simply too horrifying. After conducting a thorough examination beside the corpse, Ning Qiushui suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting dramatically as she turned and dashed towards the door. Brother, what's wrong? Upon seeing Ning Qiushui run out, Lu Qingfeng dared not linger in the room any longer. The rest followed suit, descending to the first floor and arriving in the kitchen. Ning Qiushui stared at the utensils hanging on the wall for a long moment before murmuring, "We are missing a pair." The already terrified Bei Dao hastily inquired, "What pair is missing?" Ning Qiushui slowly articulated a few words. "The knife and fork for eating steak." This revelation, Lu Qingfeng was the first to be struck by shock. He had sensed something amiss when he heard the metallic scraping in the corridor outside their room last night, believing it to be the sound of cutlery clashing. Could it be? Lu Qingfeng trembled as a chilling thought crossed his mind. What connection could the missing knife and fork have to the corpse upstairs? Bei Dao continued to press for answers, while most of the others remained perplexed. Ning Qiushui slowly turned her gaze towards them, delivering the chilling revelation. The wounds on Wang Yuning's body were inflicted by a knife and fork. As her words hung in the air, several faces turned ashen. Ning Qiushui, what did you just say? Are you certain? Ning Qiushui did not respond to Bei Dao, but instead directed her query at the two girls. Did you hear Wang Yuning's cries for help last night? Both girls shook their heads, their eyes wide with fear. No, we were too tired last night, and fell asleep quickly. That moment, Shui Guai suddenly wore a peculiar expression, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I heard something last night. Heard what? It was the sound of metal scraping, and now that I think about it, it resembled the sound of a knife and fork. Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng exchanged glances before addressing him. You should go cook some porridge. Add plenty of meat. I will check on the elderly person upstairs. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Brother, please be careful. And what about us? You all follow me. Yin Yuping and Lu Qingfeng remained in the kitchen to prepare porridge, while Ning Qiushui hurriedly led the others upstairs to the room where the paralyzed elder was located. Upon entering the room, everyone was momentarily stunned, for there, on the table beside the paralyzed elder, lay a gleaming set of knives and forks, the very pair that had gone missing from the kitchen. As if sensing the arrival of the group, the elderly figure slowly turned his head and greeted them with a benevolent smile. Ah! Yamei let out a terrified shriek and tumbled down the stairs in a frantic rush. Beside her, Bei Dao and Shui Guai fared little better, their faces ashen, had it not been for Ning Qiushui, whose demeanor remained as steady as iron. They likely would have followed Yamei's lead in fleeing. After having just endured such a horrifying experience, Ning Qiushui displayed no signs of fear in the presence of the elder. Instead, he ventured closer. Good heavens! Ning Qiushui, Have you lost your mind? Shui Gui's expression was grim but a discerning. I could easily identify that the frail figure on the bed was the very perpetrator who had slain Wang Yuning. Moreover, it was quite possible that the entity before them was not even human. Ning Qiushui disregarded Shui Gui's protests and approached the elder, picking up the knife and fork to examine them closely. They were impeccably cleaned as he held them to his nose, an discernible odor. Ning Qiushui furrowed his brow, contemplating the elder on the bed. Leaning in close to the elder's ear, he whispered, "Kind sire, do you usually reside here alone?" The elder's lips trembled. Meet not. She appeared to be somewhat unhinged, repeating herself incessantly. Ning Qiushui narrowed his eyes. Not meat? What do you mean? Not meat, as in lacking flavor. He listened intently for a considerable time, but could not discern the third word the elder was trying to articulate. At that moment, Lu Chengfeng entered, carrying a bowl of congee that had been cooled with water, rendering it safe to drink. One could not deny the delightful aroma wafting from the bowl. Beef, accented with scallions. Ning Qiushui personally brought the bowl to the elder's lips, scooping a bit of the meat congee to offer her. The onlookers held their breath, their tension palpable, fearful that the elder might suddenly open her cavernous maw and consume Ning Qiushui whole. However, the anticipated horrific scene did not materialize. The elder quietly accepted the congee into her mouth. Yet, upon encountering something within, she suddenly wrinkled her brow in distaste and spat it out, a piece of beef. Subsequently, the elder continued to expel the contents of her mouth until every morsel of meat congee was ejected, leaving her silent once more. Meat. She resumed her repetitive mantra. Ning Qiushui leaned in closer to the elder's lips. This action, in the eyes of the onlookers, was exceedingly perilous, for if the elder truly was the murderer of Wang Yuning, then Ning Qiushui's current behavior was tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, the elder did not bite off Ning Qiushui's ear. It was this audacious maneuver that yielded a vital piece of information. Meat. Cooked. The third word was not flavor, but cooked. Yet. Why was she saying the meat was not cooked? Ning Qiushui sampled a spoonful of the beef congee himself. It was thoroughly cooked, absolutely. After standing in contemplation for a while, an epiphany struck him, and he called out to Lu Chengfeng, "Bearded man, quickly, prepare a bowl of congee without any meat." Standing outside, Lu Chengfeng felt a peculiar sensation upon hearing the words. Yet he complied with Ning Qiushui's request. Soon, he entered the room bearing a bowl of pure rice porridge. This time the elderly man consumed it. He did not regurgitate it. Chapter 6. Lost and found. The onlookers were momentarily struck dumb by the scene. What could this possibly mean? Vomiting after consuming beef porridge, but not after white porridge. After ensuring the elderly man finished the contents of the bowl, Ning Qiushui passed it to Lu Chengfeng and subsequently exited the room. "Brother, what is happening?" Lu Chengfeng inquired in a hushed tone, his curiosity piqued. Ning Qiushui shook his head. "It's complicated. We shall discuss it later. By the way, where is Yame?" As he posed this question, the group suddenly realized that Yame, who had fled downstairs in fright moments ago, had inexplicably vanished. "Yame," Lu Chengfeng shouted loudly. Yet, the villa remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. An unsettling sense of foreboding began to permeate their hearts. They made their way downstairs, searching for Yame in every corner. Ultimately, Ning Qiushui stood before the ajar door, gazing into the curtain of rain outside, and addressed the group. "No need to search further. She has escaped." Escaped? Lu Chengfeng, the closest, cast a glance at the hazy storm outside, unable to suppress a shiver. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this news, everyone's thoughts immediately turned to the overweight man who had leapt from the bus window, only to be skinned by an unknown entity. Their task required them to care for the bedridden elderly man in the villa for 5 days. What might transpire if they were to leave the villa during this period? As Ning Qiushui prepared to return to the hall on the first floor, his gaze fell upon the shoe cabinet at the entrance. A thought struck him, and he knelt down to rummage through it. "Brother, what are you looking for?" Lu Chengfeng scampered over. Ning Qiushui squinted his eyes. "There are no men's shoes." "Huh?" Lu Chengfeng responded, taken aback. Ning Qiushui's mind raced quickly. Unbeknownst to him, he marveled at how astutely his brain was functioning. The villa's mistress had previously mentioned that her husband was away for work. Yet, this household that contained not a single pair of men's shoes. Lu Chengfeng's body stiffened. "Brother, are you implying that?" Ning Qiushui's eyes gleamed with piercing clarity. "There are 2 possibilities. First, her husband has moved away for some reason. Second, she does not have a husband at all." Lu Chengfeng furrowed his brow. "She has no husband? That can't be right." But if that is the case, what about her daughter? Before he could finish his thought, Ning Qiushui met his gaze, slowly articulating a chilling question that sent shivers down Lu Chengfeng's spine. On what grounds do you presume? That little girl is her daughter? Just because that she held her hand. After a few seconds of eye contact with Ning Qiushui, cold sweat began to bead on Lu Chengfeng's forehead. He swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, there was no evidence to substantiate that the small child the woman had been holding was, in fact, her daughter. Let us head back. Ning Qiushui fell silent for a moment, gazing at the hazy curtain of rain outside. Feeling an inexplicable chill, as if something terrifying were lurking in the depths of the downpour, fixating its gaze upon him, he promptly shut the door and, after thorough inspection, returned to the hall with Lu Chengfeng. The expressions of the others were far from pleasant. This villa was quite spacious. Originally, there were 7 of them, which lent a semblance of vitality to the atmosphere. Now, with Wang Yuning tragically deceased and Yame fleeing into the rain, only 5 remained in the room. Ning Qiushui pondered what had that old man said earlier. Shui Gui's complexion was pale. Up to this point, he had managed to maintain a semblance of composure, largely due to his previous experience as an embalmer, having witnessed countless gruesome corpses, thus possessing a stronger mental fortitude than the average person. With everyone's gaze fixed upon him, Ning Qiushui bluntly stated, "She said the meat was undercooked." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Undercooked meat? She was spouting nonsense. Lu Chengfeng, displeased, glared and cursed. How could I not know whether the meat was cooked? Upon seeing Lu Chengfeng's frantic demeanor, the expressions of the others softened slightly. His boisterous outburst, full of vitality, effectively dispelled some of the ominous atmosphere enveloping the villa. In stark contrast to the fear etched on the others' faces, Ning Qiushui remained unnaturally calm, as though he had encountered such a scene countless times before. Thus, those 3 words did not simply refer to undercooked meat. The murmurs among the group suddenly ceased. What does that mean? Shui Gui's furrowed his brow. Ning Qiushui raised an eyebrow and said, "The elderly person upstairs is quite advanced in age. Her health is poor, and her mental state unstable. Her speech was unclear. Moreover, we were misled by the earlier death of Wang Yuning. Instinctively, we assumed the old woman meant the meat is undercooked. However, I believe that the elderly woman upstairs did not intend to convey those 3 words." Beidao scoffed derisively. "Who cares what that murderer has to say? Did you not notice the knife and fork on the table beside her this morning? Clearly, she was the one who killed Wang Yuning last night." Pausing for a moment, he nervously glanced towards the 2nd floor, ensuring no one was there, before lowering his voice. Perhaps the flesh that was missing from Wang Yuning was consumed by her. His tone was chilling, and upon hearing this, Yan Yuping hugged Lu Chengfeng in fright. Lu Chengfeng, startled by Yan Yuping, cursed, "Beidao, are you telling ghost stories over here? Look at how you've scared the poor girl." Beidao's expression was equally grim. He anxiously fidgeted with his fingers, muttering, "I don't want to die, especially not like Wang Yuning. Did you see she was clearly devoured? It's too terrifying, truly too terrifying." Shui Gui's, feeling increasingly irritable, snapped, "Enough, stop rambling. Who wants to die? Huh? Who wants to die? At present, is everyone not striving to find a solution?" Lu Chengfeng's gaze shifted once more to the contemplative Ning Qiushui. It must be said that his calm and composed demeanor instilled a sense of tranquility among the crowd, subtly becoming the fulcrum in their hearts. My friend, have you conceived of something? Ning Qiushui lifted his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at him. "I have a hypothesis. Tonight, we require a person of audacity to accompany me in verification." Upon hearing that this endeavor was to take place in the evening, and recalling the events of the previous night, the crowd fell into an immediate silence. After a prolonged pause, Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and inquired, "My friend, why must it be at night? Can't it be done during the day?" Ning Qiushui shook his head in response. "It cannot." Lu Chengfeng was taken aback. Initially, he intended to remain silent and act as a mute, yet upon observing the calmness in Ning Qiushui's gaze, he inexplicably found himself uttering, "Very well, I shall accompany you." The moment the words left his lips, he felt an impulse to slap himself. Damn it, why could he not restrain his tongue? "All right, tonight you shall follow me." At that moment, a chilling scream suddenly reverberated from the 2nd floor. "No, please don't. I beg you. I know. The piercing cry sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. They exchanged glances, seeing the terror reflected in one another's eyes. This voice was all too familiar. It belonged to Yamo, who had just escaped from the villa not long ago. Chapter 7. The disappearing corpse, the harrowing scream, lasted only a brief moment before it was swallowed by silence. Ning Qiushui was the first to rush upstairs, followed closely by Lu Chengfeng and the others. However, as they ascended to the second floor, they suddenly halted in their tracks, shock and disbelief etched across their faces. No, it can't be. Beidao's voice trembled, his legs quaking. Before them, the blood that had once stained the floor had completely vanished. Not a single drop remained. It was as if everything that had transpired that morning had merely been a figment of their imagination. Look quickly. At that moment, Yin Yuping let out an urgent cry, pointing toward a room at the end of the corridor. As the group turned to look, they were astounded to see large pools of bright red blood seeping slowly from the doorway. Extending all the way into the corridor outside, a gust of wind blew in through the open louved window at the end, carrying with it the nauseating stench of blood. What the hell? Lu Chengfeng managed to utter, his body bristling with goosebumps. The others were not faring much better in terms of color. Ning Qiushui fixated on the louved window. Furrowing his brow, he distinctly recalled that when he had gone to examine Wang Yuning's corpse that morning, he had closed that very window and locked it, and no matter how fierce the wind outside, it could not possibly have forced that window open. Furthermore, the lock could only be operated from the inside. After descending from the second floor, Ning Qiushui had been vigilantly watching the door to the old lady's room. She had not emerged at all, thus it was impossible for her to have opened the window. Moreover, they had all been on the first floor searching for Yamo, so none among them could have opened that window. Given these circumstances, who then had opened the window? Could it be that the deceased Wang Yuning? A thought flitted through his mind, and Ning Qiushui felt the hair on his body stand on end. Yet, unlike the others who hesitated in fear, he took a step forward amidst the terror. Moving toward the door that oozed blood, observing Ning Qiushui's actions, those behind him opened their mouths in disbelief, at a loss for words. What the hell? Why is this guy named Ning Qiushui so audacious? Does he not fear what lurks behind that door? Ning Qiushui, have you lost your mind? Beidao called out, but Ning Qiushui paid him no heed, striding toward the Venetian blinds at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, another figure emerged from the crowd. It was Lu Chengfeng, who jogged to catch up with Ning Qiushui. Hey, wait for me. With Lu Chengfeng joining him, the other three finally managed to suppress their inner fears, gritting their teeth and following suit. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Ning Qiushui immediately pulled up the Venetian blinds and secured them once more. Having completed this task, he slowly opened the door to the room. Under the watchful and terrified gazes of the others, the door creaked open. Yin Yuping immediately retched. Ugh! The others recoiled in fright. Inside the room, the lifeless body of Yame, drenched in blood, hung suspended in the air. Her abdomen hollowed out, with internal organs mysteriously vanished, leaving only a blood-soaked spine. That Yame's neck appeared to have been broken, twisted at a grotesque angle of 90 degrees, her face adorned with a sinister smile. Staring blankly at the crowd, no one dared to meet her gaze, except for Ning Qiushui. He approached Yame's body, scrutinizing it carefully, his eyes growing increasingly sharp. The manner of death mirrored that of Wang Yuning, indicating the same perpetrator. Could it be the old woman on the second floor? Ning Qiushui turned to glance at the old woman's room, recalling the three words she had uttered earlier, and suddenly his pupils constricted. Could it be? Wait, have you all noticed? Wang Yuning's body is missing. Beidao suddenly pointed at the bed behind Yame's corpse, exclaiming in terror. The group turned to look. Indeed, the body of Wang Yuning, which had previously lain on the bed, had vanished without a trace. The bloodstains on the bed were completely gone, so where has her body gone? Bang! Ning Qiushui abruptly slammed the door shut, casting a glance at the blood on the floor, and spoke slowly. We must head downstairs. Beside him, Shui Gui's widened his eyes. Downstairs? But what about Yame's body in there? Ning Qiushui shook his head, responding calmly. There's no need to worry. It will take care of itself. Upon hearing this, chills ran down the spines of the others. As they followed Ning Qiushui down the stairs, they inquired, Ning, who is the it you mentioned? Ning Qiushui did not turn back. The thing that commits murder. Is it that old woman on the second floor? Ning Qiushui did not reply. Upon returning to the villa's hall, an eerie silence enveloped the group. Fear had engulfed them like a tidal wave. Thus, as evening approached, Lu Chengfeng could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere, rising to say in a deep voice, I will go prepare dinner. Ning Qiushui also rose to his feet. That I shall go as well. During this period, it is advisable for everyone to refrain from acting alone, regardless of what they may be engaged in. Having spoken, he did not pay any further attention to the others and directly followed Lu Qingfeng into the kitchen. As for Yin Yuping, upon learning that the sinister entity in that villa had used the kitchen's knives and forks for its heinous deeds, he seemed utterly terrified to step into the kitchen even once. In the kitchen, Lu Qingfeng, noticing the absence of others, lowered his voice and inquired, "Brother, do you wish to venture to the third floor tonight?" Ning Qiushui, who was rummaging through the refrigerator for meat, paused momentarily and then, without turning around, chuckled, "It appears you are not as foolish as you seem. Such a rough exterior, yet delicate interior." Flattered by Ning Qiushui's compliment, Lu Qingfeng scratched his head bashfully. "Brother, I find myself a bit perplexed. Why must we wait until night to explore the third floor? That place at IT should be quite perilous, no?" Both the warning from the villa's mistress before her departure and the instinctual trepidation felt by everyone indicated that the third floor is exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, the great iron door leading to the third floor is secured with a heavy iron lock. We possess no key. As Ning Qiushui continued to search within the refrigerator. He remarked, "Indeed, it is quite perilous, especially during the day." Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. With that subtle hint from Ning Qiushui, realization struck him like a thunderbolt. "Brother, do you imply that the murderous entity is not the elderly woman on the second floor, but rather resides on the third floor? During the day, it rests on the third floor, and at night, it emerges to hunt." Ning Qiushui nodded slightly. "Precisely. The elderly woman is likely a normal person, serving as bait for that sinister entity within the villa. And I harbor a rather unsettling conjecture, but this theory can only be validated tonight." Chapter 8. The flesh with hair. As Ning Qiushui spoke, he suddenly discovered something and began to rummage through the refrigerator, emerging with several pieces of meat. These cuts were vacuum sealed, devoid of any labels. Inside, without exception, they contained some dark, unidentifiable substance. Yet, due to the excessive ice, they could not discern what it was. Thus, Ning Qiushui handed the meat to Lu Qingfeng. "Cut it open and take a look." Lu Qingfeng retrieved a knife and sliced through the outer vacuum-sealed plastic, only to freeze suddenly. "What the hell?" He stared in disbelief at the meat within the vacuum-sealed bag, unable to restrain an expletive. Inside the bag lay a piece of flesh, thickly covered in hair. Judging by the location of the hair, it appeared to be from a leg and belonged to a human. "Is this that human flesh?" Lu Qingfeng, horrified, immediately discarded the piece of meat he was holding. The frozen, stiff cut fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. He suddenly recalled the meat they had consumed earlier, and couldn't help but retch. Although Lu Qingfeng was aware that he had indeed eaten beef, he still felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ning Qiushui picked up the fallen piece of meat, examined it carefully, and ultimately placed it back into the bag. "I believe I understand why the elderly woman on the second floor has ceased to consume meat." Beside her, Lu Qingfeng struggled to suppress the urge to retch, his face ashen as he inquired, "Why?" Ning Qiushui replied slowly, "It is because, before us, someone had fed the elderly woman this very meat, resulting in a severe psychological trauma associated with it. Moreover, do you not find it peculiar?" Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. "What is peculiar?" After wrapping the meat carefully, Ning Qiushui returned it to the refrigerator. "The elderly woman is clearly paralyzed, yet many steel bars have been nailed to the windows of her room, as if there is a fear of her escaping." Lu Qingfeng pondered this and realized it was indeed the case. However, almost immediately, he felt an icy chill engulf him, as if he had stumbled upon something terrifying. "Are you implying that the woman's paralysis?" Ning Qiushui's gaze sharpened, and he nodded that it is highly probable. "However, this is not what is truly frightening. The real horror lies ahead." As he spoke, he selected a piece of lean lamb from the refrigerator and tossed it to Lu Qingfeng. "Is there something even more terrifying?" Lu Qingfeng caught the lamb, his expression ghastly. Ning Qiushui's brow furrowed into a small knot. "Have you not noticed that this family possesses not a single photograph?" Lu Qingfeng, who had been slicing the meat, momentarily halted his actions. Indeed, the little girl held by the mistress of the villa appeared to be at least 8 or 9 years old. After all these years, even if the husband and wife had divorced, there should still be some photographs of the woman with her daughter. Yet, in fact, there are absolutely no images of women, little girls, or the elderly woman on the second floor. Why might that be? Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, those women's shoes in the shoe cabinet at the door. Ning Qiushui began, then abruptly paused, ultimately shaking his head. "Never mind, let us prepare dinner. Many of our questions should find their answers tonight." Noticing Ning Qiushui's reluctance to elaborate, Lu Qingfeng wisely refrained from pressing further. Yet, he could not help but scrutinize Ning Qiushui. This M&Is exceedingly strange. Whether it was the sight of the fat man's human skin or the series of bizarre occurrences they encountered in the world behind the blood door. He had exhibited an unsettling calmness. In fact, his composure was almost eerie. This remarkable psychological resilience was something Lu Qingfeng had never witnessed in his 30-plus years. Was he truly a veterinarian in the outside world? Lu Qingfeng's curiosity regarding Ning Qiushui deepened at tea dinner. The group sat around the table in silence. Lu Qingfeng, why are you not eating your vegetables? Shui Gui's observed attentively that the cook, Lu Qingfeng, had served himself only a small portion of plain rice porridge, entirely neglecting the vegetables. The lamb tonight is quite fragrant. Yet, Lu Qingfeng had not touched it even once, even pushing the lamb to the furthest corner from himself. Vegetables? Oh right, the vegetables. I do not feel very well. Lu Qingfeng mumbled evasively. His complexion grim. He and Ning Qiushui had refrained from informing the others about the human flesh in the refrigerator. After all, 2 among them had already perished. Everyone appeared as if they were startled birds. And if these unsettling tidings were to be divulged further, it would only serve to amplify the prevailing dread. Moreover, even if these revelations became common knowledge, they would render no assistance in ensuring their survival. The task mandated that they care for the elderly in the villa for 5 days. Thus, they were compelled to remain in this place for the entire duration. After finishing dinner, a new dilemma confronted them: how to accommodate Yin Yuping. With the demise of the 2 young women, only Yin Yuping remained among the female members of the group. Could it be that she was to sleep alone in a room? I don't want to sleep alone, Yin Yuping exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency, on the verge of tears. What a cruel jest, to expect her to slumber in such a terrifying place all by herself. Was there truly no difference between that and a death sentence? Compared to the specter of life and death, the propriety of gender relations held little weight for Yin Yuping. Very well then. Tonight you shall sleep with us. We will take the sofa, and you shall have the bed, proposed Beidao. Shui Gui's voiced no objections, recognizing that the numbers in their party were dwindling. The more who perished, the greater the peril for those who remained. Yin Yuping nodded, casting a grateful glance toward the 2. This scene was observed by Ning Qiushui, who shook his head slightly. He understood that if the malevolent spirit lurking in the shadows of the villa wished to claim a life, it would matter not if 100 individuals gathered together. Noticing that the expressions of the others had softened somewhat, he remarked, "It is getting late. Let us retire for the night. Furthermore, do remember to check the doors and windows, ensuring they are securely locked." Having survived today, we have but 3 more days until we can depart. The group nodded in agreement. After extinguishing the lights in the first-floor hall, Ning Qiushui ascended to the second floor with them. And once he confirmed that everyone had entered their respective rooms, he turned off the corridor lights. The switch for these lights was located at the stairwell. Typically, such locations feature dual or even multiple switches for convenience, allowing one to turn the lights on or off from various points. However, for reasons unknown, the corridor lights on the second floor of the villa were designed with a single switch that as the corridor plunged into darkness. The entire villa was enveloped in an impenetrable blackness. Ning Qiushui felt a chill creep over him. Just as he was about to make his way to his room, he suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from not far behind him. Though the sound was soft, in the oppressive silence of the darkness, it resonated with alarming clarity. It was the sound of the iron gate leading to the 3rd floor being unlocked. Ning Qiushui's body froze. Something from above seemed to be descending, and it was right behind him. Chapter 9. Ascending the stairs in that instant, Ning Qiushui felt as if every cell in his body had been encased in ice. The chilling sound of metal scraping against metal echoed from behind, sending a shockwave through his very being. That was the sound of a knife and fork clashing, and it was drawing ever nearer. Simultaneously, the louvered blinds at the end of the corridor were suddenly thrust open. A frigid wind, laden with the acrid scent of blood, assaulted Ning Qiushui's nostrils and lungs. Terror enveloped him entirely. Was he destined to perish? In that fleeting moment, an indescribable terror surged forth like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf Ning Qiushui. He instinctively raised his hand, yearning to illuminate the darkness. Light, but he craved light. Only light could dispel this dreadful abyss of shadows. Yet, just as Ning Qiushui's hand was poised to press the switch, he abruptly halted. The haunting words from a mysterious letter he'd received earlier flashed vividly in his mind. The wind does not light the lamp. The rain does not kindle the candle. The sun does not ascend the tower. The night does not close its eyes. The wind does not light the lamp. Gritting his teeth, Ning Qiushui resolutely battled the inexpressible fear within. Refusing to turn on the light, he withdrew his hand and, step by step, braved the icy, blood-stained wind, advancing toward the corridor ahead. The terrifying sound of metal scraping seemed to echo in his ears, relentlessly jarring his nerves. That it felt as though something behind him could plunge sharp blades into his flesh at any moment, reducing him to mere fragments. Taking a deep breath, Ning Qiushui steeled himself, clenching his fists and ignoring the horrific metallic sounds behind him. Moving forward step by step, he was gambling, betting that he had not triggered the conditions for death, that whatever lurked behind him could not strike. 1 step, 2 steps at that moment. Ning Qiushui felt his adrenaline surge to its peak. Each step was a severe test of his psyche. Yet, he dared not run, nor could he. The chilling wind that met him seemed to penetrate his skin, delving deep into his muscles and marrow. His body felt rigid. Fortunately, Ning Qiushui's gamble paid off. The terrifying entity behind him appeared to be thwarted by some unseen force. Unable to harm him, he painfully reached the door to his room and grasped the doorknob. The sharp metallic scraping sound abruptly ceased. The foul wind in the corridor gradually subsided, and by the dim light of the moon, Ning Qiushui noticed that the blinds at the corridor's end had inexplicably closed tight again. Was it merely an illusion? Ning Qiushui gasped for breath, his gaze sharpening. The bone-chilling cold that had pursued him seemed to dissipate, as if the entity that had trailed him had departed. Ning Qiushui felt his mind go blank. Upon entering, he discovered that his clothes were drenched in sweat. In the darkness, Lu Qingfeng's rugged voice resonated, tinged with fear. "Bro, are you okay?" Clearly, he too had heard the terrifying metallic sounds in the corridor. Ning Qiushui shook his head. "I'm fine." Lu Qingfeng approached, groping for Ning Qiushui's hand in the dark, confirming that he still had the warmth of a living being, and then exhaled deeply, filled with admiration. "Bro, you are truly incredible. I thought you wouldn't make it back. Was there something out there in the corridor?" Ning Qiushui nodded. "It had appeared." Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "It didn't kill you?" Ning Qiushui fell silent for a moment before replying. "It cannot recklessly take our lives. Only when we trigger the conditions for death can it act against us." Lu Qingfeng recalled the earlier events, a tumult of emotions surging within him. "Therefore, do you know what the conditions of death are?" Ning Qiushui murmured softly. "I am aware of certain aspects," he continued, "as I have previously informed you. However, those do not encompass all the conditions of death. The specifics are known only to it. Our current task is to swiftly uncover the truth of the matter." Lu Qingfeng's breathing grew somewhat erratic. "Yet, even if we discern the truth, it may not significantly aid our survival. Will it?" Ning Qiushui fell silent for a moment. "The truth should also accompany methods to confront it. You recall what the man in the suit told us earlier. The world behind the blood door has more than one path to survival. It may appear perilous beyond measure, yet it is not entirely devoid of resistance. Moreover, the woman in the red dress warned us against entering the 3rd floor of the villa, indicating its utmost importance." Lu Qingfeng's gaze flickered, and finally, with resolve, he grit his teeth and declared, "All right, you decide when we go, and I shall accompany you. If death is our fate, at least we'll have each other for company." Ning Qiushui replied, "Let us wait a little longer." The two of them lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, until the latter half of the night. An unnerving metallic scraping sound suddenly echoed once more in the corridor outside. They both recognized it as the sound of knives and forks clashing. The entity from the 3rd floor had descended once again in search of sustenance. Even with prior mental preparation, Lu Qingfeng could distinctly feel the hairs on his body standing on end, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. This time, who would it be? Scrape, scrape, scrape. As the sound drew nearer, Lu Qingfeng's heart raced ever faster. He glanced at Ning Qiushui beside him and was taken aback to find him leisurely sipping tea. Lu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. Subsequently, he once again genuinely admired his companion's psychological fortitude. "You, in such a situation, can still sip tea with such tranquility that you must be the first person I've encountered." Lu Qingfeng lowered his voice to a whisper. Ning Qiushui set down his teacup. "I am quite anxious as well. However, individuals exhibit their nervousness in different ways. When I feel tense, I tend to eat or drink something." Despite his words, his tone remained steady, betraying no trace of tremor. Outside, The terrifying sound lingered momentarily at their door. The clinking of cutlery echoed repeatedly, as if a ravenous ghoul stood at their threshold, drooling at the prospect of them. Lu Chengfeng felt utterly pathetic, yet his palms were slick with perspiration. He was genuinely frightened, afraid that the dreadful entity outside would suddenly burst in. Fortunately, the horrors he had envisioned did not materialize. After pausing for a moment at their door, the ghastly being seemed to recognize its inability to strike at them, thus shifting its focus to another room. This time, it mirrored the events of the previous night. The sounds faded away outside the neighboring door. After approximately 5 minutes, Ning Qiushui, pressed against the door, still heard no more sounds, prompting him to slowly push the door open a crack. After observing for a moment, Ning Qiushui pushed the door crack wider, peering out with half of her head into the eerily silent corridor. Apart from the open shutters at the far end and the chill of the wind that swept through, there was nothing else in sight. Now, let's go. Ning Qiushui beckoned to Lu Chengfeng, and the two stealthily exited, cautiously navigating through the darkness toward the stairwell. Chapter 10. The terrifying third floor. The pair arrived at the stairway, where they noticed that the iron door leading to the third floor had been flung open. A foul odor wafted down, reminiscent of the stench of decaying flesh that had dripped from above their room. It was the unmistakable scent of rotting animals. Lu Chengfeng, unable to tolerate the noxious aroma, covered his mouth and nose, his brow furrowing in distaste. Struggling against the urge to retch, he followed Ning Qiushui up to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, the stench of decaying flesh intensified to such an extent that Lu Chengfeng could no longer contain himself. His stomach convulsed violently, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. Heaving, gagging, Lu Chengfeng's face turned an ashen shade. Ning Qiushui gently patted his back. Once he had expelled his dinner, he felt somewhat better. The two continued down the pitch-black corridor, the floor beneath them exceedingly sticky. Lu Chengfeng's complexion was ghostly pale. Despite the absence of light, he could surmise what the floor was coated with. It was the putrid remains of corpses. This substance covered the entire floor of the third level. Both were struck with horror. Just how many bodies would have to decompose to saturate a whole floor with such a gruesome liquid? Indeed, Ning Qiushui squinted, although he too found the air repugnant. He was not overwhelmed by nausea. He had already deduced the dire situation on the third floor before entering. Treading through the viscous, revolting remains, they finally approached the first room emanating the rancid odor. Slowly, he turned the doorknob, and the sight that greeted them sent a chill down their spines. This horrific scene would be etched in their memories forever. In the moonlit room lay an overwhelming number of decaying corpses, haphazardly strewn about. Among them were those still relatively fresh, with flesh and blood clinging to their forms, alongside others that had long since deteriorated into mere heaps of bones, with only skeletons and hair remaining. Yet, without exception, each preserved head was intact, the faces of the not yet fully decayed corpses adorned with a ghastly smile, as if inviting the two at the door. Thud, Lu Chengfeng covered his mouth, stumbling backward in terror. His body trembling uncontrollably, he glanced toward the other rooms, seemingly grasping the grim reality, and with trembling hands, he pushed open the other doors. My goodness. Lu Chengfeng nearly cried out as expected. Every room was filled to the brim with decaying bodies. The innards of these corpses were missing, and their flesh bore numerous knife and fork wounds, indicating that something had once feasted upon them with great delight. Among them lay the bodies of Wang Yuning and Yo Mo. Lu Chengfeng's legs turned to jelly. He leaned against the wall, slowly sinking down, his face paler than the moonlight. It turns out that the blood on the ceiling of our room had originated from this. But with so many corpses, from where did they all come? Could it be? Ning Qiushui's gaze pierced through the window, fixating on the distant, pitch-black cluster of villas. I feared all the original inhabitants of this villa complex are confined within these few rooms. Lu Chengfeng swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The entity concealed on the third floor of the villa devoured the entire populace of the villa district. It seems we are not the first caregivers to arrive here. The numerous rooms on the lower floor, complete with independent bathrooms, must have been prepared specifically for those caretakers who come to tend to the elderly in the villas. With every word Ning Qiushui uttered, Lu Chengfeng felt his heart race uncontrollably. Brother, perhaps we should hastily retreat. If it returns, we would be in grave danger. Lu Chengfeng hesitated, but Ning Qiushui showed no inclination to leave. We are so close to the truth now. Big Beard, are you not at all curious about the entity that consumed all the original inhabitants of the villa district, what it truly is? Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, Lu Chengfeng momentarily froze. Then his lips twitched. No, brother, I realize you genuinely fear nothing. Is the truth more important than life itself? Ning Qiushui countered. If you can leave this floor, can you truly escape the villa, the entire villa complex? Who knows what other rules of slaughter it might abide by? Perhaps from the moment we set foot in the villa, we triggered its rules of carnage, and we've merely been fortunate that it hasn't targeted us yet. Moreover, it has now descended to the lower floor in search of prey, likely indulging next door. As the number of deceased increases, those of us remaining will only grow more perilous. Lu Qingfeng's expression fluctuated between dread and resolve, finally gritting his teeth and saying, "All right, I will trust you this once, brother." They traversed past these rooms, arriving at the innermost chamber. It was a study. The doorway bore no stains of blood, pristine as if it did not belong to this floor. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brightening. This must be the place. Cautiously, they pushed open the door, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped them. The furnishings suggested it was indeed a study, not overly large. It contained skeletal remains that had long since decayed. Judging by the size and details of the skeleton, it appeared to be that of a girl around 14 or 15 years old. In the skeletal hands lay a small teddy bear, its black eyes seemingly scrutinizing the two intruders. Ning Qiushui carefully approached the remains, examining them closely before speaking. This individual was not consumed. There are no marks of knives or forks on her ribcage, sternum, or throat. He had previously inspected the bodies of Wang Yuning and Yamo, though their innards and some muscle tissue were devoured. Their bones bore numerous marks of cutting instruments, yet this skeleton displayed none. Not consumed? Then how did she meet her demise? Lu Qingfeng's confusion deepened. Ning Qiushui scrutinized the remains for a considerable time. It is highly probable that she succumbed to starvation or dehydration. The ghastly entity outside should not be able to breach this room, yet she is equally trapped, confined within these walls, without sustenance or hydration. Most individuals would perish within 3 to 5 days. Behold, the window is secured with iron bars, which are heavily rusted, unlike those in the room of the elderly lady on the second floor, indicating that these bars were affixed long ago, likely during her childhood, when her family feared she might tumble out while attempting to escape through the window, especially considering this is the 3rd floor. However, at that time, her family probably did not foresee that these very iron bars would sever her last hope of escape. Lu Qingfeng listened intently to Ning Qiushui's words, a chill of desolation creeping into his heart. He could envision the despair that this skeletal remains must have experienced in life. Outside lay terrifying man-eating fiends, and within the confines of the room, there was no other means of exit. Ultimately, she could do naught but perish in this state of hopeless entrapment. Alas, brother, look, behind the corpse there seems to be something. Chapter 11. The eerie diary. Ning Qiushui also took notice. He reached out and grasped the object. In the darkness, he stumbled upon a book. He picked it up, the dust still bearing the fingerprints of despair. As he opened it, illuminated by the dim moonlight filtering through the window, the two beheld the recorded entries within. 2037. 6.1. Overcast. Grandfather called, saying grandmother was not long for this world, urging mother to return home. Yet for reasons unknown, mother, who had always been concerned about grandmother, resolutely refused. 2037.6.9. Overcast. Mother did not go to work. She appeared to be in a state of profound fear. What could mother be afraid of? 2037.6.12. Overcast. In recent days, I have seen mother secretly weeping. When I inquired about her tears, she remained silent, merely holding me tightly. Her embrace was so strong that I struggled to breathe. 2037. 6.21. Light rain. Grandmother passed away. Grandfather called mother, and after hanging up, her face turned ashen. She suddenly left the house, returning only late at night, presenting me with a blood-red jade stone, instructing me to hang it by the window and to never remove it, no matter what transpired. 2037.6.22. Torrential rain. Mother packed her belongings and departed with father, leaving me with Grandma Wang, who had cared for our home for many years. Before leaving, they cautioned us that if we saw them return, we must not open the door. 2037.7.12. Torrential rain. Mother has returned. I recalled their admonitions, yet I still opened the door. I truly missed them so much. 2037.8.1. Torrential rain. Something is amiss. Is not mother. August 15, 2037. Torrential rain. I am not a good child. I did not heed my mother and father's warnings and brought that terrifying thing inside. It is outside now. I am both thirsty and hungry, yet I dare not venture out. Will I not die? What should I do? The entries in the diary conclude here. The content is harrowing. The two individuals stared at the words on the pages. Rendered speechless for a prolonged moment, it turns out the elderly woman on the second floor was not the mother of the villa's mistress, but rather the villa's caretaker. Lu Qingfeng's throat constricted. That creature. Ning Qiushui closed the notebook and addressed Lu Qingfeng behind her. The shoe cabinet at the entrance of the villa is neatly filled with newly purchased women's shoes. I pondered, for a woman so enamored with shoes, if she were truly to travel, she would surely take a few pairs with her, wouldn't she? Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. They had all passed by that shoe cabinet several times. Yet no one had noticed it. Ning Qiushui's powers of observation that are rather terrifying, aren't they? Moreover, do you not wish to know what the elderly woman on the second floor repeatedly uttered? Lu Qingfeng, slightly regaining his focus, looked toward Ning Qiushui. Yes, what is it? Beneath the pale moonlight, Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng locked eyes, and she articulated the chilling truth that sent shivers down Lu Qingfeng's spine. The elderly woman on the second floor was not lamenting the undercooked meat. She intended to convey to us that the person had not left. Lu Qingfeng's breathing quickened as he widened his eyes. Brother, are you saying that the mistress in the red dress we saw on the first day has not departed? Ning Qiushui slowly nodded. No, she has not left at all. She must have found a secluded spot nearby. To devour that little girl. Thud. Lu Qingfeng's legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall. In a way, he felt numb all over. Ning Qiushui stood by the window, reaching out to touch the blood gem hanging there. Regardless of its origin or composition, it no longer mattered. What was crucial was that this blood gem could ward off that terrifying woman in the villa, whose true nature remained unknown. Suddenly, he had a thought, and said to Lu Qingfeng, Big Beard, quickly, we will split up. You head down to the kitchen on the first floor to gather ingredients. Prioritizing cooked food to stave off hunger, Lu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. But what about you, brother? Ning Qiushui replied, I will go up to the second floor to bring the elderly woman down. Lu Qingfeng instantly comprehended Ning Qiushui's intentions. Are we not risking encountering that ghostly entity? Ning Qiushui's gaze was sharp, his tone resolute and unwavering. We must take this chance. Our numbers are dwindling, and we can only enter the third floor while it hunts during the night. After tonight, it will likely be far more challenging to bring the elderly woman and food back inside. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. All right, the bow has been drawn, and there is no turning back. At this moment, he harbors a complete trust in Ning Qiushui. Were it not for the latter, he might have perished on the very first night. Now, it is imperative to take a leap of faith. The two cautiously exited the room, and upon confirming that the ominous entity had not returned, they swiftly descended the stairs. Lu Qingfeng headed directly to the kitchen on the first floor, refraining from turning on the lights, and began to fill bags with food from the pantry. Though the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, Lu Qingfeng recalled Ning Qiushui's admonitions and did not switch on the lights. Fortunately, he had spent the day working in the kitchen and had a rough idea of where the ingredients were located. Yet, his hands trembled violently. In the shadows, it felt as though countless eyes were observing him. In those pitch-black corners and behind the doors, it seemed anything could leap out at any moment, ready to consume him. Hurried, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down his forehead. Before long, Lu Qingfeng had packed 3 bags brimming with food. He dragged the bags and raced upstairs, spotting Ning Qiushui carrying the elderly woman towards the staircase. The old lady was stout, weighing approximately 150 to 160 pounds. Had it not been for Ning Qiushui's extraordinary physical prowess, he would have struggled to bear her weight. Go ahead, Ning Qiushui commanded as he noticed Lu Qingfeng pausing in the corridor. Lu Qingfeng nodded and sprinted towards the third floor with the food. Ning Qiushui followed suit, but the floor on the third level was sticky and slick, preventing him from moving too quickly lest he stumble. The frail old lady could not afford to fall. It could result in dire consequences. Faster, faster. Upon reaching the third floor, Ning Qiushui hurried towards the study at the end of the hall, where Lu Qingfeng was already peering out from within, his expression one of vigilance. Suddenly, Lu Qingfeng's countenance shifted as he appeared to have seen something, his eyes wide with palpable terror. He waved frantically at Ning Qiushui, exclaiming in panic, Quick, little brother. It is gaining on us. Ning Qiushui, burdened with the elderly woman, felt an icy chill envelop him at these words. The horrifying sound of knives and forks scraping against each other echoed ominously behind them once more. Gritting his teeth, Ning Qiushui propelled himself forward with reckless abandon. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to contemplate the risk of falling. He understood that if he continued to dawdle, his demise was inevitable. The frigid intent to kill spread like a shadow alongside the pale moonlight, enveloping Ning Qiushui entirely. He dared not glance back, nor could he. Faster, just a bit faster, Ning Qiushui roared internally, clenching his teeth tightly as he sprinted ahead with all his might. Yet, even with all his effort, he could still hear the dreadful sound of the cutlery drawing nearer. This is futile. Carrying another person, he could not outrun the ghastly entity behind them. Just 5 steps remained until the doorway when a cold, pale hand suddenly reached out from behind, grasping Ning Qiushui's neck. "Where do you think that you are going?" A woman's voice, filled with venom and chill, pierced his ears. Ning Qiushui felt a wave of icy dread wash over him, his strength dissipating at an alarming rate. He was still too slow. As Ning Qiushui awaited the inevitable arrival of death, a figure suddenly burst forth from behind the study door, pressing down on her pale arm with urgency. "Ah!" The woman let out a piercing scream, and as a wisp of white smoke enveloped the room, she relinquished her grip. In that moment, another warm hand clasped Ning Qiushui's, pulling her into the study. Upon entering, Lu Chifeng hurriedly stumbled to the window, rehanging the blood jade with trembling hands. After completing this task, he collapsed onto the floor, panting, his legs quaking as if they were sifting through grains. "Ah!" Outside, the woman in the red dress screamed in madness, her fury palpable, as she twisted her body and approached the study door, glaring at the two with venomous eyes. It was only then that they could finally discern her features in the moonlight. What a horrifying visage it was. A gaping mouth stretched to her ears, filled with a dense array of sharp teeth, and within, tufts of hair and shredded flesh were faintly visible. The skin around her eyes was fissured, resembling decay. Her limbs were unnaturally elongated, making her appear like a spider clinging to the wall. In one hand, she clutched a sharp knife and fork, long since encrusted with blood and mud, with a grip that seemed unyielding. What on earth? What the hell is this creature? Lu Chifeng felt his breath constricting, unable to suppress an expletive. The woman in red outside was in a state of agitation, pacing incessantly, seemingly yearning to enter the room, yet also wary of something, ultimately retreating to unleash a few furious roars at the two within before turning away. Chapter 12. The photograph so close, merely a hair's breadth away. Ning Qiushui was on the verge of succumbing to the hands of that terrifying woman. Had it not been for Lu Qingfeng's life-risking intervention with the blood jade at the critical moment, Ning Qiushui would have undoubtedly perished. "Thank you." Ning Qiushui sat cross-legged on the floor, one hand resting on her knee, gasping for breath. That was undeniably perilous. Lu Chifeng, while patting his trembling legs, shook his head, saying, "I should be the one thanking you, dear brother. If you hadn't brought me to this place, I would surely have met the same grim fate at the hands of that fearsome woman." With that, he broke into laughter, an exuberant expression of relief at having escaped death. Lu Chifeng resembled a man driven mad, sprawled on the ground, laughing heartily. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. "By the way, dear brother, what about the others?" Lu Chifeng propped the elderly woman upright, confirming she was unharmed, before turning to Ning Qiushui with concern. The latter's gaze flickered momentarily. "We absolutely cannot venture outside. It is far too perilous out there. Let us see if we can contact them from the 3rd floor tomorrow. If that proves futile, then we shall have done all we could." Ning Qiushui appeared rather indifferent to the fate of the strangers. He certainly did not mind extending a helping hand to those individuals, particularly since they bore him no ill will. However, the condition was clear. He must not endanger himself, after all. When he had inquired whether any among them wished to accompany him in the perilous quest for truth, not a single one had stepped forward. Having ventured into perilous endeavors alone while others reaped the rewards, it is only natural that anyone would feel discontented by such a scenario. He is by no means a benevolent sage, dedicated to the salvation of all. By the way, my friend, I have another query. After Lu Chifeng made a substantial recovery, it seemed he recalled something. He inquired, "How did you come to know the rules of slaughter associated with that malevolent entity in the villa?" Upon the mention of this topic, Ning Qiushui fell into a prolonged silence amidst the darkness, because, prior to boarding the bus, I received an anonymous letter. A letter. Yes, it contained a photograph and a few phrases. After saying this, Ning Qiushui slowly recited the lines. "The wind does not light the lamp, the rain does not ignite the candle, the sun does not ascend the tower, the night does not close its eyes." Upon hearing these 4 lines, Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "I can't believe it matches up. My friend, this is remarkable. You must have a powerful ally behind you. What about the photograph?" Ning Qiushui cast him a glance, his gaze shifting subtly. "Do you wish to know?" Lu Chifeng's expression stiffened. Is it inconvenient? If it's inconvenient, before he could finish his sentence, he observed Ning Qiushui reach into his black checkered shirt, retrieving a somewhat yellowed photograph, holding it directly towards him. As Lu Chifeng gazed at the photograph, his pupils suddenly constricted. No way bathed in moonlight, Lu Chifeng beheld the image of a person, and the individual in the photograph was none other than himself. The two locked eyes, separated only by a thin sheet of paper, and remained silent for an extended moment. Lu Chifeng saw his own likeness but failed to notice the inscription on the back. Indeed, on the reverse of this aged photograph, there was a line of black handwriting. A friend worth making, but 100,000 questions. Lu Chifeng extended his hand, eager to hold it for a closer examination. Yet Ning Qiushui withdrew the photograph, smiling at him. Surprised? Aren't you? I was equally astonished. Initially, I thought it was merely a prank or perhaps a misaddressed letter, but upon awakening on that bus and discovering you, I realized that matters were far more complex than I had presumed. The driverless bus, the mysterious thick fog, the eerie blood door, and us aboard that bus. There must be an unseen hand orchestrating all of this. Lu Chifeng, upon hearing this, let out a bitter chuckle. My friend, with all due respect, in the real world, it is unlikely that anyone possesses the capability to achieve such feats. You have witnessed the circumstances outside. It is beyond the realm of human endeavor. Ning Qiushui fell silent, choosing not to continue the debate on this matter. Yet, thus far, every detail contained within that mysterious letter had come to fruition. The eerie blood door, the strange rules of slaughter alongside a friend he hardly recognized, who risked life and limb to save him. This was a profoundly unsettling reality. It felt as though someone had been watching him from an unseen vantage point. A night passed in silence. The two had scarcely slept during their first night together, and now, having endured such tension, fatigue washed over them like a tide. Once they began to relax, it was not until the arrival of the following morning that a piercing scream from the second floor shattered the villa's stillness. Clearly, there had been another death. What was even more horrifying for the survivors on the second floor was not merely waking up to the news of yet another life lost, but the fact that 3 individuals had gone missing. Among them, aside from the steadfast anchor of their group, Ning Qiushui, were others of significant importance to their mission. After all, the Bloodgate had tasked them with caring for the elderly man in bed for 5 days. Now that the old man had vanished, what were they to care for? Ning Qiushui and Lu Chifeng, upon hearing the voices from the second floor, learned that the man named Beidao had perished last night. He had been devoured. Where have they all gone? Have they been? I'm so scared. I don't want to die here. Yin Yoping's intermittent sobs drifted up from below. Lu Chifeng shouted out the window, attempting to relay their message to those below. But it seemed their voices were trapped on the 3rd floor. No matter how loudly Lu Chifeng yelled, no one came to their rescue. In fact, no one even heard them. Enough with the wailing, Ning Qiushui said, shaking his head slightly at Lu Chifeng's relentless demeanor. Lu Chifeng felt a twinge of discomfort at Ning Qiushui's indifference. Brother, aren't you a doctor? There are 2 living people down there. Shouldn't we at least try to save them? Isn't it a bit too? Ning Qiushui closed his eyes and replied, though I am a veterinarian, there are 3 types I do not save. Lu Chifeng was taken aback. 3 types? What are those? Ning Qiushui answered with a calm demeanor. I do not save beasts that are doomed to die. It expends my energy. I do not save beasts on the brink of death. It shortens my lifespan. I do not save sickly beasts. It may infect me with ailments. Lu Chifeng nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Brother, are you joking? If you won't save this and you won't save that, how will you survive as a vet? Ning Qiushui replied with a half-smile. I am a veterinarian, but I am not solely a veterinarian. Who told you I make my living solely by treating pets? Lu Chifeng raised his hands in surrender. All right, then what kind of beasts will you save? Ning Qiushui responded rather casually. I save those I find worthy, even if I know they cannot be saved. I will do my utmost, regardless of the cost. Lu Chifeng looked at Ning Qiushui in surprise and chuckled. This guy had quite the interesting personality. After sharing a laugh, Lu Chifeng suddenly had a thought. He began scribbling in the study, then tied the written pages with a curtain and repeatedly struck the window below. If his voice couldn't reach the 2nd floor, perhaps the noise from the 2nd floor would catch their attention. However, after only a few strikes, the once sturdy curtain broke. Lu Chifeng tugged at the remaining half of the curtain, pulling it back with meticulous force, muttering to himself, something's amiss. It's so sturdy. How could it possibly tear so easily? He attempted several more times, each effort yielding the same result. This bizarre phenomenon sent a chill down Lu Chifeng's spine, as he felt an ominous sensation of being watched. Consequently, he abandoned the idea of relaying further messages downstairs. "What's wrong?" Ning Qiushui inquired casually, noticing his sudden stillness. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Qingfeng's forehead as he replied, "I have the unsettling impression that something is observing me. If I continue with this endeavor." He hesitated, leaving his thought unfinished, yet Ning Qiushui grasped the implication. Clearly, within the rules governing the villa, the third floor was isolated from the other levels. Should they attempt to transmit messages from the third floor to the second or first floors, they would be violating the rules of the world concealed behind the blood gate and would face dire repercussions. Alas, it seemed they were left to fate's whims. With a sigh, he slumped against the window, taking the diary from the skeletal remains beside him. After perusing its contents for a while, he posed a question. "Brother, what do you think that creature outside truly is?" Ning Qiushui pondered briefly. Judging by the diary's accounts, the terrifying woman outside appeared to have a connection to the little girl's grandmother, and it was certain that the girl's parents must have known something. Yet, the precise nature of the situation remained a mystery. Perhaps once this ordeal is over, they could inquire with that man in the suit. Lu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. For the subsequent 3 days, they remained confined within that room, attending to their basic needs. Fortunately, food and water were sufficiently available, ensuring their survival was not an issue. As for the 2 survivors downstairs, they ultimately succumbed after the final 3 days. On the night of the 3rd day, when Shui Gui's was slain and consumed by the female ghost within the villa, the last remaining survivor, Yin Yuping, shattered under the weight of her terror. She fled the villa, disappearing into the downpour. With an inevitable fate awaiting her, Lu Qingfeng felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, they had shared time together, and none of them were inherently wicked. Yet, this discomfort quickly dissipated with the passing of time. On the 5th day, in the dead of night, the 2 slumbering individuals were abruptly awakened by the blaring horn of a vehicle outside. They sprang to their feet and rushed to the window. Gazing into the curtain of rain. To their astonishment, a bus had come to a halt outside the villa, honking incessantly. The bus was familiar to them. It was the very one that had transported them into the mist that day. "Ah, the bus has arrived. The bus has arrived." Yet, Lu Qingfeng's exhilaration was swiftly extinguished as he turned around, his heart sinking with a chilling realization. He saw the terrifying, gaunt woman in red standing menacingly at their door, her eyes glistening with hunger as she fixated on them. It seemed the woman in red was acutely aware of their desire to escape. They needed to devise a plan swiftly. That bus would not linger for long. Ning Qiushui's eyes sparkled as he scanned the surroundings for tools. As he contemplated dismantling the iron bars on the window, the elderly woman lying beside him unexpectedly spoke, though her voice was exceedingly faint. The proximity allowed the 2 to discern her words. "Young men. Please push me outside." They slowly leaned down to gaze at her. The expression on the woman's face was surprisingly serene, her eyes momentarily regaining a fleeting clarity. It seemed that after enduring prolonged torment, she yearned to bring an end to it all. "When is consuming. It cannot attend to anything else. Push me outside. While it is devouring me. You must flee swiftly and never return." Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, "How could we do that? Good heavens, are you really going to push the old lady out?" Ning Qiushui replied, "Push her? 1 dies. If we don't push, 3 will perish." The elderly woman chuckled softly. "He speaks the truth. I will not blame you. Living has become unbearably painful for me. Consider this a good deed. And help me find release." Upon hearing her words, Lu Qingfeng's compassion waned, and gritting his teeth, he joined Ning Qiushui in pushing the woman towards the red-clad female specter outside. Initially, the ghost had no intention of consuming the elderly woman, as she needed her to continue fishing. However, after 2 days without sustenance, it could no longer resist the fresh meat delivered right to its lips. With a swift motion, it plunged the knife and fork in its hands brutally into the woman's chest and abdomen, resulting in an exceedingly gruesome scene that left Lu Qingfeng feeling nauseous. "Run!" Ning Qiushui yanked the blood jade from the windowsill, and together with Lu Qingfeng, they dashed past the indulging specter. The bone-chilling cold emanated from the ghost's vengeful gaze, causing their legs to weaken. Fortunately, the elderly woman had not deceived them. The ghost could not engage in any other actions while feeding. Quickly, Ning Qiushui called back, his voice ringing loud. It eats rapidly. Lu Qingfeng, leading the way, felt cold sweat trickling down his back as he gritted his teeth and sprinted downstairs. Bang! He nearly burst through the villa's grand door. Ahead, the yellow lights of the bus shone like a divine beacon from the heavens, beckoning them. As Ning Qiushui also exited the villa, a terrifying roar erupted from the 3rd floor. Followed by a series of thundering sounds from within the villa, the red-clad ghost was in pursuit. "Brother, hurry, quick!" Lu Qingfeng did not immediately board the bus but stood at the doorway, shouting at Ning Qiushui. As Ning Qiushui reached the bus door, Lu Chifeng grasped his hand, pulling him into the vehicle. Behind them, the horrifying specter, twisting and crawling on the ground like a spider, was merely 3 to 5 steps away from Ning Qiushui. Yet, as Ning Qiushui boarded the bus, the ghost abruptly halted its chase, howling furiously at the two inside the bus. It could only let out a few anguished cries, too fearful to approach the vehicle. It seemed that the ferocious red-clad specter held a profound dread of the very bus in which they had taken refuge. At last, it could only slowly turn around and vanish into the villa beyond the curtain of rain. Chapter 14. Fragments of the puzzle. As Ning Qiushui and Lu Chifeng reboard the driverless bus, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. We survived, didn't we? Lu Chifeng, with his rugged beard, gasped for breath, staring through the glass of the window at the terrifyingly slender female specter entering the villa, only to realize that his legs had turned to jelly. Indeed, Ning Qiushui replied succinctly. After that, both fell into a contemplative silence. 5 days had passed, and of the 7 who had originally boarded the bus, only 2 remained. Lu Chifeng felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. He had little emotional connection with the others. Yet witnessing their tragic demise before his eyes inevitably stirred a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. For he, too, had once stood perilously close to death. Had it not been for Ning Qiushui, his fate would likely have mirrored that of the others. Shortly after the 2 boarded, the bus doors closed, and it began to move slowly. Before long, they found themselves once again traversing through the mist after passing through the rain. The pair, in a daze, succumbed to slumber on the bus. When they awoke once more, it was already the dawn of the following day. Ning Qiushui shifted her stiff body and glanced outside the vehicle. To their astonishment, they had arrived at the exterior of the black villa. Hey, Big Beard, wake up! Ning Qiushui nudged Lu Chifeng, who jolted awake, exclaiming, a ghost! The ghost is here, run! Ning Qiushui gazed at Lu Chifeng, who was flailing about, speechless, thinking how unfortunate he truly was. Being pursued by ghosts during the Bloodgate mission was one thing, but now he had to work overtime in his dreams. Only after confirming that the person beside him was indeed Ning Qiushui did Lu Chifeng wipe the sweat from his brow and gasp. You nearly scared me to death. Ning Qiushui pointed at the black courtyard outside, saying, let's get off. We've arrived. The 2 descended the bus, entering the black villa. Upon re-entering the hall, they found only one person remaining, an exceptionally handsome youth. He resembled a porcelain doll, with skin glowing like freshly bloomed petals, and a petite, fragile frame. If he did not speak, one would scarcely believe he was a boy. Why are you the only one here? Lu Chifeng frowned. Upon seeing the 2 return alive from behind the Bloodgate, the youth's demeanor had notably softened. Uncle Yin had some matters to attend to and returned to the previous world. Sister Xiao went to guide the newcomers through the Bloodgate, and one person is in the kitchen preparing a meal. Ning Qiushui's eyes sparkled. Can we really return to the previous world? The youth fiddled with the coals in the fireplace. Why not? If we can take the bus here, we can certainly take it back. Sighing as he spoke, he ran his hand through his long hair. I absolutely loathe this part. Every time newcomers arrive, I have to explain a myriad of things, leaving me parched from talking so much. What's worse is that sometimes I only explain the rules today, and by next week, they're dead. However, since you've at least emerged alive from the Bloodgate, if you have any questions, you should ask them now. The 2 individuals exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Ning Qiushui inquired, what is the significance of the Bloodgate and the mist? The youth replied, it is a curse. We are all cursed souls. The mist represents a separate realm, isolated from the outside world, accessible only via the buses that traverse this misty domain. The villa in which we reside is known as Guishi, and there are many such places within this misty world, just as there are numerous Bloodgates. Periodically, we are compelled to venture into the terrifying realm beyond the Bloodgate to fulfill the tasks inscribed upon it, striving to survive while simultaneously gathering puzzle pieces. Once we have assembled 12 pieces, we can present the completed puzzle and board the bus to the terminus of the mist. As the youth spoke, he gestured towards a painting hanging above in the hall. The 2 looked up to see that the frame already bore half of the completed image. The depiction appeared to be a decaying human head, with a gaping, bloodied orifice resembling an eye on the forehead, presenting a grotesque sight. What lies at the end of the mist? Ning Qiushui asked. To which the youth shrugged. I cannot say. After all, none of us have ventured to that place. Furthermore, do not hold our previous demeanor against us. As you are aware, death is a commonplace occurrence in this world. If you were to forge a true friendship only to have it severed by the demise of your companion in the realm beyond the Bloodgate, you would undoubtedly feel profound sorrow. The youth's expression grew somber as he spoke. Was the Guishi prior to this? Ning Qiushui seemed to grasp an understanding but had not yet fully articulated his question when the youth nodded. Approximately half a month before your arrival, Uncle Yan's closest friend, Uncle Meng, perished beyond the Bloodgate. Moreover, Sister Zhao's dearest friend, Zhi followed suit in a tragic fate. Thus, it is only natural that our spirits are somewhat diminished. Reflecting on their initial entry into Guishi, the oppressive atmosphere of the hall became clear to the two. Well then, dinner will be served shortly. After the meal, if you wish to leave this place, you may wait at the bus stop outside the villa. When the time comes for you to embark on your second task through the Bloodgate in a week's time, the bus will arrive to collect you. At the dining table, the four sat in silence, engrossed in their meal. To be frank, your culinary skills leave much to be desired. Lu Chifeng could not help but interject after a few bites. The cook, Meng Jun, looked up, casting a cold glare at Lu Chifeng. If you do not appreciate the food, feel free to discard it or prepare your own. Lu Chifeng, typically a boisterous individual with a short temper, initially intended to retort. However, upon locking eyes with Meng Jun, he instinctively recoiled. The intensity of Meng Jun's gaze was formidable. In that moment, Lu Chifeng felt as though a knife were poised at his throat. He was almost certain that this man named Meng Jun had taken a life. Nevertheless, Lu Chifeng was not one to suffer in silence. He defiantly asserted, if you wish to cook, then by all means, do so. I declare here and now that I, Lu Chifeng, shall be the head chef from this day forth. Henceforth, as long as I am present, none of you are permitted to enter the kitchen. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you. His words, delivered in a forceful tone, ironically conveyed his timidity. Ning Qiushui could not help but chuckle softly. During the meal, he learned that 4 elderly individuals remained in this enigmatic abode. Liang Yin, the caretaker, was also among the first to enter this strange dwelling. The youth, Tian Sun, was an orphan who depended solely on his sister. Meng Jun, a close friend of Liang Yin from the outside world, was a former soldier who had seen battle on the borders. The only enigmatic beauty, by Xiao, remained shrouded in mystery. The others were unaware of her true identity, only knowing that she was formidable in the outside world. During their conversation, Ning Qiushui broached the subject of the blood door and the female ghost in her ED. To his surprise, both Meng Jun and Tian Sun fell silent upon hearing this. What's the matter with you two? Why are you not speaking? Lu Chifeng exclaimed. Unable to contain himself, no sooner had he spoken than Meng Jun picked up his plate and headed towards the kitchen. I'm full, he stated flatly. Yet both could sense a palpable shift in Meng Jun's demeanor, a sudden and jarring change akin to spring's warmth giving way to the chill of winter. Chapter 15. The second letter. What's wrong with you? Did we say something taboo? Lu Chifeng found their changed attitudes perplexing, as if he had unwittingly uttered something inappropriate. Tian Sun's expression fluctuated, and after a lengthy pause, he exhaled a heavy sigh. You two are truly unfortunate. The two exchanged glances, and Ning Qiushui furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do you mean? Tian Sun proceeded to elucidate the terrifying mechanisms behind the blood door. The ghosts within the blood door fall into 2 categories. One type is native. These are earthbound spirits, regardless of their strength or the depth of their resentment. Once we complete our tasks and exit the blood door, our entanglement with such spirits comes to a conclusion. The other type, however, is rather unique. Although they are also bound by the rules of the blood door, they are not confined to a single area. After eliminating all local NPCs, they will venture elsewhere to wreak havoc. These ghosts possess an overwhelming level of resentment. Typically, after encountering one such ghost in a preceding blood door, the subsequent one will be intrinsically linked to its narrative. The stories associated with these ghosts tend to be far more harrowing, with a significantly higher mortality rate. Pausing for a moment, a hint of unspoken sympathy tinged Tian Sun's tone. That I cannot fathom the misdeeds you have committed. To encounter such a ghost at the very first blood door. It is no wonder that only 2 of you survived. However, I fear you may only make it this far. I do not wish to curse you, but perhaps you should write your wills and settle your affairs. Take the time to bid farewell to your family and friends. With a heavy heart, Tian Sun collected their dishes and carried them to the kitchen. At that moment, the two finally understood the reason behind their abrupt change in attitude. In their eyes, the 2 individuals before them were already as good as dead. How ridiculous, to look down upon us so. If one can survive the clutches of that malevolent entity once, then surely they can do so a second and third time. They believe we shall not emerge from the next Bloodgate alive. Let us prove them wrong. Lu Chifeng, though uttering curses, attempted to feign indifference, yet Ning Qiushui could detect the subtle tremor in his voice. After washing the dishes, Tian Sun led the two to their designated room within the eerie abode. To their surprise, this group did not reside in the ominous villa, but rather in a quaint bungalow nestled behind the garden. The surroundings were picturesque, serene in its solitude, undeniably far more appealing than the dark, foreboding mansion. Tian Sun handed over the keys to the two, imparted some instructions, and retreated to the villa to watch television. Although their room also boasted a television, the one in the villa was considerably larger. With both Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng preoccupied by their own thoughts, they opted not to take the bus back to their original world, preferring instead to await the return of the eerie house's master for guidance regarding the next red door. However, as night fell, no one from the villa returned. Reluctantly, they decided to wait another day. In the dead of night, unable to sleep, Ning Qiushui ventured into the yard for some fresh air, only to hear hushed whispers emanating from the villa. Raising an eyebrow, he approached the back door to eavesdrop. Inside, he discerned the voices of a woman and a composed man. The man's voice was familiar to Ning Qiushui. It belonged to Ming Jun. As for the woman, he had never heard her before. Likely belonging to Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao. Are you certain you are not mistaken? What? Do you not trust me? You are aware of Yan's relationship with Mang, correct? If he discovers that Mang's death was not accidental, Yan will undoubtedly seek retribution. Just as Bai Xiaoxiao was about to respond, she suddenly turned her head, her cold gaze piercing through the darkness. Who is there? Come out. Ning Qiushui stepped forth from the shadows. Upon realizing that this individual was a newcomer in the eerie house, Bai Xiaoxiao's frosty demeanor softened slightly. Her lips, painted a vivid crimson, resembled a phoenix engulfed in flames, a stark contrast to her name. It is rather late. Why are you not asleep? Ning Qiushui, unfazed by her hostility, retorted. Are you not awake either? He boldly seated himself upon the sofa, gazing into the central fire pit. With his arrival, their conversation abruptly ceased. What is your name? Ultimately, it was Bai Xiaoxiao who broke the silence first. Ning Qiushui. How does it feel to face the first blood gate? Ning Qiushui opened a bottle of unopened chilled beer from the table and took a sip. To be honest, it was rather unpleasant. I nearly perished. Bai Xiaoxiao, seemingly distracted, offered a perfunctory consolation, such as the nature of the world behind the blood gates. One must remain vigilant, lest they lose their life. However, once you surpass the first gate, the subsequent ones will be considerably easier. Before she could finish, Meng Jun interjected coldly. There are no subsequent gates. Bai Xiaoxiao, taken aback, inquired, Meng Jun, what do you mean? Meng Jun rose. Ask him yourself. I am going to sleep. Upon finishing his words, he departed without a backward glance. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to Ning Qiushui, who proceeded to recount in detail the tale of the first blood gate. Naturally, Ning Qiushui omitted certain truths, particularly regarding the enigmatic anonymous letter, merely stating that they had stumbled upon the rules of death. After absorbing Ning Qiushui's account, Bai Xiaoxiao's expression shifted through various complexities, an amalgamation of admiration, sympathy, and even a tinge of regret. Meng Jun and Tian Sun were indeed correct. The woman in red behind your first blood gate was not an ordinary earthbound spirit, but rather an exceptionally formidable and terrifying vengeful ghost. Fortunately, this was merely your initial instance, and the ghost's abilities and lethal principles were significantly constrained by the blood gate. Coupled with your audacious yet meticulous approach, you managed to uncover a path to survival. Otherwise, returning alive would have been an impossibility. Furthermore, the narrative behind your next blood gate should be intertwined with this female specter. If you can handle it adeptly, perhaps you might retrieve a ghostly artifact from beyond that gate. Ning Qiushui was momentarily taken aback. A ghostly artifact. With a swift motion, Bai Xiaoxiao revealed a blood-stained wooden comb nestled in her delicate, pale palm. Such an item is typically irretrievable from within the blood gate. However, in certain high-difficulty instances, potent artifacts may be found, each possessing unique functions. For instance, this comb allows one to comb their hair, rendering the ghost incapable of locking onto the individual for a minute. These ghostly artifacts can substantially enhance our survival chances behind the blood gate. Ning Qiushui recalled the blood jade he had brought back from behind the first blood gate, contemplating its significance. Indeed, the items within the blood gate are generally not allowed to be taken beyond its threshold, except for ghostly artifacts. It appears that blood jade is also a ghostly artifact. Observing Ning Qiushui's contemplative demeanor, Bai Xiaoxiao assumed he was daunted by the prospect of the next blood gate. After a brief hesitation, she remarked, well, our eerie abode has seen a decline in patrons of late. The recent influx of newcomers has proven rather disappointing, with several batches meeting their demise in the first 3 gates. Next week, when you venture into the second blood gate, I shall guide you through it free of charge. Moreover, there is indeed potential in you worth nurturing. As Bai Xiaoxiao's words settled, Ning Qiushui suddenly recalled that Tian Sun had previously mentioned Bai Xiaoxiao's involvement in escorting newcomers through the blood gates. This is permissible. Ning Qiushui was somewhat astonished. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. Newcomers are allowed to be accompanied by veterans through their first 6 blood gates. There are even dedicated studios for this purpose. However, this mentorship typically incurs substantial fees, as everyone is human. Even the most seasoned individuals face risks when entering lower difficulty blood gates. Ning Qiushui nodded in understanding, recognizing that when lives are at stake, it is reasonable to demand higher remuneration. After grasping these insights, Ning Qiushui spent a restful night in the eerie abode before boarding a bus back to the world beyond the mist. Upon arriving home, he immediately turned on his computer, where a message awaited him from a friend named Mole. The message was brief. Unable to find it, there are no records of that anonymous letter at the post office. The postal worker informed me that the anonymous letter I sought is not a non-existent missive. However, do not worry, I shall continue to keep an eye out for you. Ning Qiushui squinted. The mole was his friend, a person remarkably adept at locating things. Could even he not find it? Ning Qiushui murmured to himself. Ding dong. Just as he was lost in thought, the doorbell suddenly rang, startled by the sound. Ning Qiushui rose and approached the door. It was his neighbor, a plump lady in her 50s named Mu Chui. Dressed in a floral blouse, she appeared as though she had just returned from shopping. Beads of sweat adorning her forehead, as she cheerfully handed Ning Qiushui a letter. Qiushui, here is your letter. Ning Qiushui took the letter, his expression shifting dramatically. Aunt Mu, where did you obtain this letter? Mu Chui nonchalantly unlocked her door, replying, from the mailbox downstairs, of course. You young ones are always so careless. You ought to check the mailbox whenever you return home. With that, she opened her door and stepped inside. Ning Qiushui held the letter and closed his own door. He then settled onto the sofa in the living room, his breath quickening as he gazed at the letters on the coffee table. The second letter, he tore it open. Indeed, it was once again anonymous. Yet this time, there were no clues, only a photograph. And that photograph left Ning Qiushui utterly stunned. It was not a picture of Bai Xiao, similarly aged and yellowed, as if it had been taken years ago. However, the Bai Xiao in the photograph appeared the same age as the one he had seen. Her smile was vivid, her lips untouched by the ravages of time. So brilliantly red. What the hell? This time, even the usually composed Ning Qiushui couldn't help but curse. This was exceedingly bizarre. He slowly flipped over the photograph, his fingers trembling slightly. The back bore a message. She cannot die at your second door. Indeed, a chill coursed down Ning Qiushui's spine. The sender of this letter was monitoring him from some hidden location. But why did he possess these photographs? And why offer him hints? What on earth did he intend to do? P.S. 3100. I was outlining the second side story yesterday, missing a chapter. I will supplement 3 chapters this afternoon and post chapter 16 of the second blood door, Praying Rain Village, between 7 to 8 p.m. As he set down the yellowed photograph, Ning Qiushui felt his heart racing wildly. Who was it that had been surveilling him? Even the mists of the world could not impede their prying gaze. Sitting on the sofa, it took Ning Qiushui a long while to regain his composure. After a moment's hesitation, he sent this information to his friend, the mole. The mole quickly responded, well, this is just great. The previous letter remains unresolved, and now another has arrived. Don't worry. I'm not too busy at the moment, and will find a way to assist you. That if all else fails, I will contact that woman. At the mention of that woman, Ning Qiushui noticeably paused, and after a moment, simply replied, thank you. Upon hanging up the phone, he seemed to have had all the strength drained from his body. Collapsing onto the sofa. A few mornings later, as Ning Qiushui was brushing his teeth, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He rinsed his mouth briefly and made his way to the window. Peering downwards. As expected, a thick fog enveloped the community. The dilapidated bus was parked beneath their building, and within a 10-meter radius of the bus, the fog dissipated as if it had been partitioned away. Ning Qiushui opened his front door. The entire building was enveloped in silence, as if he were the only soul remaining in that place. With a sigh, he returned home to fetch the blood jade he had taken from behind the first blood door, then descended the stairs. As soon as he boarded the bus, he heard a familiar voice exclaim in delight, little brother. Ning Qiushui looked up, momentarily stunned, before realizing it was Lu Qingfeng. However, Lu Qingfeng seemed to have groomed himself since his last return, having shaved off his scruffy beard. Without the beard, Lu Qingfeng appeared significantly more polished, yet he still exuded a rugged charm. Is it just us? Ning Qiushui inquired as he sat beside Lu Qingfeng. I suppose, Lu Qingfeng sighed. Despite his usual boisterous demeanor, Ning Qiushui noticed the dark circles under Lu Qingfeng's eyes, indicating he had not been sleeping well in recent days. Have you been plagued by nightmares again? Ning Qiushui asked. Lu Qingfeng nodded, twisting open a bottle of mineral water, cursing, "Damn it, that female ghost. She appears in my dreams every night, scaring the life out of me." Ning Qiushui teased, "She must have a profound affection for you. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile romance is tied by a single thread. You should cherish such an opportunity." Just then, Lu Qingfeng, who was drinking water, couldn't hold back and spluttered it out. "Little brother, that's too much. Since you understand the value of such sentiments, why not take the chance to cherish her properly?" Ning Qiushui shrugged, lamenting, "I wish I could, but she hasn't shown any interest in me. She has never visited my dreams even once." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng's complexion paled further, muttering under his breath about how handsome people often face more troubles. Suddenly, Ning Qiushui recalled something and asked, "By the way, you still haven't told me why the first blood door is fixated on me." After several days, revisiting this question caused Lu Qingfeng's eyes to dart around, his expression turning mysterious as he said, "Little brother, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in fate?" Caught off guard by Lu Qingfeng's inquiry, Ning Qiushui paused for a moment to ponder before shaking his head. "No, I don't." Lu Qingfeng chuckled. "I do." With a flick of his hand, he revealed 3 square-eyed copper coins, each threaded with red, yellow, and blue strings. "Within that blood door, I cast 3 divinations in total. Ultimately, I discovered that the other 2 were death omens, while yours was different. Little brother, you are the only life omen in our group." Ning Qiushui's eyes sparkled as he smiled. "Lu Qingfeng, you truly have a knack for fortune-telling." Lu Qingfeng sighed. "What can I say? In these times, earning a living is not easy. Traversing the world, one must be equipped with various skills. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's inquiry, Lu Qingfeng exhibited a look of apprehension. "Young man, for those of us in this profession, there are certain protocols. First, one must never divine for oneself. To predict one's own fate is invariably a path to doom. Second, one must refrain from divining for peers under known circumstances. Third, it is strictly forbidden to divine for the deceased. Beyond these 3 prohibitions, there are also 2 additional caveats. First, when divining for another, one must not divulge too much. The more one reveals, the greater the risk to one's own lifespan. Second, matters of significant consequence must not be spoken of, if it is merely to save a single soul or to mitigate a disaster. The impact on the diviner is relatively limited. However, should that individual's life or death intertwine with numerous affairs, then the diviner must not interfere lightly, lest they invoke divine retribution." Ning Qiushui grasped the implications. "So, once the events have transpired, speaking of them will bear no repercussions, correct?" Lu Qingfeng nodded. "Indeed. Once something has occurred, it matters not how one discusses it." The bus ventured into the mist, with no other passengers boarding, and the 2 arrived at the familiar eerie abode. Upon entering, they beheld 4 individuals seated in the hall, seemingly engaged in a significant discourse. However, their conversation ceased abruptly upon the entrance of the 2. It appeared that their timing was rather inopportune. Ning Qiushui remarked half-jokingly, "It seems our arrival is not particularly well-timed." Liang Yin retorted nonchalantly, "The eerie abode is our home, as well as yours. You may return whenever you wish." Without regard for timing, by the way, your second door is about to open. Are you prepared? Ning Qiushui sighed. "If I am not prepared, does that mean I can avoid entering?" A moment of inexplicable silence enveloped the hall. Bai Xiaoxiao rose. "Let us proceed to the 3rd floor." She donned a form-fitting athletic ensemble, exuding a youthful vigor, markedly different from her previous appearance in a nightgown. The 2 followed her to the 3rd floor of the eerie abode. In the center stood the wooden door, still emanating an aura that sent chills through one's bones. Outside, several lines of blood-red characters had appeared. Task: survive the temple sacrifice on the 7th day in the village. Clue: the kind have bled dry. Transformed into sweet rain, the compassionate have offered their heads, granting stability. The innocent have closed their eyes, beseeching the arrival of rain and tranquility, waiting and waiting. Chapter 17. Rain Prayer Village, the Headless One. Does the blood door still provide hints? Ning Qiushui inquired in astonishment. Bai Xiaoxiao explained, "Only the first blood door lacks such guidance. This is because 99.999 of individuals find the initial blood door relatively easy. It is rather challenging for spirits to claim lives. Most often, they merely seek to instill fear without actually taking action." Pausing for effect, she gazed at the 2 with a teasing glint, as if playfully chiding them. "Thus, it is said that you both possess unfortunate luck. You encountered such a spirit at the first blood door and nearly faced annihilation. After surpassing the first door, the difficulty of the second door escalates. Yet the blood door will provide corresponding, crucial hints. Then comes the sixth door. But these matters can be discussed later. At present, the utmost priority is to find a way to survive beyond the second door. Your second door is rather formidable. After Bai Xiaoxiao patiently elucidated, Ning Qiushui promptly committed to memory the cryptic message inscribed upon the bloodgate. The benevolent bleed dry, transforming into sweet rain. The compassionate sever their heads, bestowing tranquility. The innocent close their eyes, beseeching both sweet rain and tranquility. This message was peculiar, exuding an unsettling aura. Soon, the moment arrived for them to enter. The blood-stained wooden door was once again gently pushed open by a pallid hand, and the three of them felt their consciousness rapidly blur. Upon regaining awareness, Ning Qiushui found himself before an imposing edifice. The structure bore signs of considerable wear, its entrance flanked by two white walls riddled with cracks, overrun by damp, foul-smelling moss. The ground was strewn with shattered stones and wild grass. On the white wall to the right, red paint proclaimed, Rain Prayer Village Tourist Group Reception. A tourist group. Are we appearing here as mere visitors this time? Ning Qiushui surveyed his surroundings. The expansive courtyard housed a total of 14 individuals, huddled together in small clusters. Presumably, these individuals, like him, belonged to the strange inhabitants beyond the Bloodgate. Before long, Ning Qiushui spotted Lu Qingfeng and Bai Xiaoxiao. However, their expressions were far from pleasant. Approaching them, Ning Qiushui quietly inquired, "What troubles you?" Bai Xiaoxiao gestured lazily towards Lu Qingfeng, murmuring, "Ask him." Ning Qiushui turned his gaze to Lu Qingfeng, whose forehead glistened with sweat. I was reflecting sheer terror. I was born at the foot of the mountain behind the jungle. I intended to navigate through the thicket following the signposts, but deep within the jungle, I encountered a headless figure. Ning Qiushui's gaze sharpened. "Are you certain?" Lu Qingfeng gasped, fear permeating his eyes. "Yes, I am certain." It walked straight ahead and then. Lu Qingfeng's voice quivered as he spoke. "Hurry, what happened next?" Ning Qiushui urged. The next words from Lu Qingfeng sent a chill down Ning Qiushui's spine. Then it blended into the crowd and vanished. Ning Qiushui echoed, and Lu Qingfeng nodded emphatically. "Yes, that headless figure is concealed among the people around us." With that, he cast a fearful glance at the surrounding crowd. Taking a deep breath, Ning Qiushui then turned his attention to Bai Xiaoxiao. "Sister Bai, what do you think?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "There's no need to panic just yet. You have merely crossed the threshold of the second door. The specter has not yet descended to the point of killing indiscriminately upon emergence. However, it is wise to remain vigilant." No sooner had she spoken than a middle-aged man's voice suddenly resonated from outside. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for keeping you waiting." The assembled crowd turned their gaze to see a plainly dressed, sun-kissed middle-aged man approaching them. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ho Kong, and I serve as the lead guide for the Qiyu Village Travel Agency. For the next few days, I will be on duty. Typically, I can be found seated in the lobby on the first floor. Should anyone have any inquiries, please feel free to approach me. If you find this travel experience to your liking, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in spreading the word. Thank you." With a smile adorning his face, he distributed a room key to each individual present. Adjacent to the village's guest house, there is a complimentary dining hall. After satisfying your hunger and thirst, you are welcome to explore the area, as our Qiyu village boasts a plethora of unique local attractions. In 7 days, the village will host its annual temple festival, a time when all villagers participate, and you are invited to join as well. Although you outsiders may not hold these beliefs, seeking a blessing never brings harm. He briefly outlined a few matters to the attendees before leading them to the guest house. Throughout this process, the individual known as Ho Kong maintained a subtle smile, one that, while faint, appeared rather peculiar. Ning Qiushui felt a shiver run down his spine after merely glancing at him. "This will be your room. Electricity and hot water are available 24 hours a day. The village does have certain regulations, and I hope you will adhere to them as much as possible. First, there is a curfew in the village. It is advisable not to venture outside from midnight to 6 in the morning. Second, the back mountain of the village is home to the temple, and due to preparations for the rituals, outsiders are currently prohibited from approaching. Third, if you encounter any unusual occurrences during your stay in the village, you may seek out Granny Ruan." After delivering these instructions, Ho Kong did not wait for questions but hurriedly descended the stairs. Through the lobby window, Ning Qiushui watched as Ho Kong entered the dense, dark foliage, never to emerge again. Coming back to his senses, he began to inspect his accommodations, although the guest house appeared dilapidated, with cracks adorning the wooden floor and doors. The room was relatively tidy. Ning, Lu, and Bai found themselves in adjacent rooms due to standing together when receiving their keys. Inside the room, Ning Qiushui glanced up at the ticking clock overhead. It was 3 in the afternoon. Leaving some time before dinner that he wandered around his room, noting that both the bed and floor were clean, the walls new and white, yet the air was permeated with an unsettling scent of something burnt. It seemed as though something was aflame. That moment, Ning Qiushui felt a warmth emanating from his pocket. Instinctively, he reached in and withdrew the blood jade. He observed that the blood jade resting in his palm was emitting a faint crimson glow. This sight was not unfamiliar to him. In the villa behind the first blood door, whenever the ghostly figure in red on the 3rd floor approached their room, the hanging blood jade would radiate a similar red light. In an instant, Ning Qiushui's body tensed. Could it be that his room harbored something unclean? Chapter As Ning Qiushui Village. The smell of burnt. The mere thought of an invisible malevolent presence lurking in his room, scrutinizing him, sent chills down Ning Qiushui's spine. He discreetly exited his room and made his way into the corridor. A scene emerged that could send shivers down one's spine. The blood jade in the palm of his hand emanated a crimson glow that not only failed to extinguish, but grew even more radiant. Goodness! Ning Qiushui couldn't help but mutter an expletive under his breath. He waved the blood jade around, and his unease intensified, for he soon realized that as long as he was within the guest house, this red jade would emit light. Could it be that the entire guest house was tainted? He pondered for a moment before swiftly seeking out Bai Xiaoxiao and Lu Chifeng, calling them into the room and shutting the door behind them. Then, Ning Qiushui produced the blood jade, placing it before the two. Isn't this the very piece from our last dungeon? Goodness, why is it glowing? Lu Qingfeng's expression shifted from astonishment to sheer terror. He recalled the female ghost from the previous blood door, scanning the room's corners for anything sinister. Yet, he found nothing terrifying. Stop searching. Ning Qiushui shook his head, his demeanor turning markedly serious. As long as they were in the guest house, this blood jade would radiate light. With that, he earnestly explained the origins and effects of the blood jade to Bai Xiaoxiao. After listening, Bai Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. Her red lips parted. This guest house indeed harbors secrets. Upon finishing her statement, she surveyed Ning Qiushui's room, her gaze landing on the wooden bed. The bed had been meticulously cleaned, appearing quite tidy, with not even a speck of dust in the small corners. But Bai Xiaoxiao extended her slender finger, gently tracing the floor beneath the bed, only to find her finger coated in a thick layer of dust, along with a FEW hairs DOUC. The two nodded, Ning Qiushui deep in thought, while Lu Qingfeng remained perplexed. Isn't it just that they neglected to clean underneath? Quite normal, isn't it? Ning Qiushui replied. That's not the issue. It's the accumulation of dust. Far too thick. It's as if a house long abandoned has been suddenly prepared for our use. Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. Indeed, a flicker of admiration sparkled in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes as she regarded Ning Qiushui. She had mentored many newcomers, yet few possessed the keen sensitivity and meticulousness of Ning Qiushui. In fact, most newcomers were even less perceptive than Lu Qingfeng, merely screaming for help when confronted with adversity. But wait, this is the village's tourism agency guest house. Earlier, that NPC named Ho Kong mentioned the village was quite invested in tourism. So how could it have been used for so long? Lu Qingfeng felt an inexplicable chill. Ning Qiushui continued. You were right, unless as he spoke, his expression shifted, and he met Bai Xiaoxiao's gaze, which mirrored his gravitas as she subtly nodded, as if she understood his thoughts. Unless what? Lu Qingfeng, frantic, leaned closer, pressing his face into the conversation. Ning Qiushui shook his head. That it cannot be fully determined yet. I will discuss it with you later. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at the time. There was little left of the day, and since they were unaware of when darkness would fall upon the village, it would be prudent to have dinner and rest early. Tomorrow morning, I shall wander through the village once more. Lu Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, with so much time this evening, why do we not venture out? He recalled the previous Bloodgate, where the female ghost had warned them against ascending to the 3rd floor, only for the path to salvation to lie hidden there. This time, the NPC named Ho Kong had similarly cautioned them against venturing out at night. Perhaps, Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at him and remarked coolly. The world behind the Bloodgate is typically fraught with peril after dark. Consider your last encounter with a Bloodgate. Were not the ghosts active in their murderous pursuits during the night, unless explicit warnings are issued or definitive clues are uncovered necessitating a risk? I would advise against nocturnal ventures. Of course, if you believe yourself to be the chosen one, feel free to disregard my counsel. Lu Chifeng instantly deflated. After their dinner, the three retreated to their respective chambers to rest. It soon became evident that Bai Xiaoxiao's experience was indeed invaluable. For around 7 o'clock, the skies over Qiyu village darkened at a visibly alarming rate. From bright sunlight to utter darkness, it took less than 10 minutes. Even at the nearest scenic spot to the guest house, it was impossible to return in such a brief interval. This implied that those who were still outside searching for paths to survival would have to navigate their way back in complete darkness. It was not yet midnight. Surely, there would be no issue, thought Ning Qiushui. The moonlight shone brightly, and although night had fallen, the mud-paved path remained discernible. The blood jade emitted a faint glow, resting upon the bed. He lay down, closed his eyes, and quietly rested. Around the latter half of the night, Ning Qiushui awoke abruptly. He had been startled awake. Within the confines of his room, there seemed to be some sound. In an instant, Ning Qiushui was fully alert. He held his breath, straining to listen, sensing that something was crawling across the floor of his room. Creak, creak. The creature, likely possessing claws, produced a spine-chilling scraping sound as it moved across the ground. Ning Qiushui's body stiffened. He was almost certain that this entity could not possibly be human. The blood jade in his palm grew increasingly warm. What lay beneath a rich, burnt scent, reminiscent of that encountered during the day. Wafted between his nostrils, Ning Qiushui yearned to turn his head and discover what lay beneath the bed. Yet his reason implored him not to move at such a perilous moment. A mere twitch could spell the difference between life and death. Gurgle. The terrifying creature emitted an exceedingly unpleasant sound from its throat, and as it crawled, it seemed to have detected Ning Qiushui, suddenly scuttling toward the end of the bed. The scraping of its claws against the floor was particularly horrifying. Ning Qiushui felt an icy chill enveloping him, and the acrid smell of charred matter permeated every corner of the room. Were it not for his utmost effort to suppress it, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to a violent coughing fit. Yet he understood that at this moment, coughing was absolutely forbidden. Although he could not see the ghastly creature beneath the bed, Ning Qiushui surmised that it likely could not see him, nor was it aware of his presence atop the bed. Bearing immense psychological pressure, Ning Qiushui remained utterly silent. Indeed, the specter that slithered about the room was constrained by some unseen force, preventing it from ascending the bed. It merely crawled beneath for a brief spell before ultimately confirming the absence of the object it sought, and slinking out the door, it departed. It even took the courtesy to close the door behind it. This ghost was surprisingly polite, Ning Qiushui mused wryly to himself. Yet, only he was aware of the perilous nature of the preceding encounter. He speculated that had he made any significant noise or met the ghost's gaze, he might have been dragged away or even slain. After the apparition, reeking of charred flesh, vacated the premises, the acrid scent dissipated considerably. The warmth of the blood jade in Ning Qiushui's palm gradually subsided, no longer searing to the touch. Just as he prepared to resume his slumber, a man's piercing, anguished scream echoed from outside. The chilling cry pierced the very soul, instantly dispelling all traces of drowsiness from Ning Qiushui. Chapter 19. Rain Prayer Village. Headless corpse help me. Ugh. The man cried out for salvation towards the inn. But the only response was an oppressive silence. Ning Qiushui cautiously descended from his bed, approached the wooden door, locked it securely, and then made his way, step by step, to the window, peering down into the cold, silvery moonlight. He beheld a shadowy figure stumbling out from the woods, frantically clawing at its neck. It was the very man who had called for help. As he shrieked in desperation towards the inn, he madly scratched at his throat. As if something were affixed there, he attempted to reach out towards the inn, but his hand seemed to retract uncontrollably, continuing to claw at his neck. The man spun in circles within the courtyard, seemingly unable to approach the inn. His cries grew increasingly harrowing, sending chills down the spine. Yet, within the inn, not a single soul emerged to assist him. Perhaps no one heard his pleas, but even if they had, none would dare to venture forth. Everyone understood the terrifying nature of the world beyond the blood door. To recklessly rush out to render aid could not only fail to save a life but also lead to one's own demise. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the man's screams ceased. Just when Ning Qiushui thought the ordeal had concluded, the subsequent scene caused his eyes to widen in horror, nearly eliciting a cry from his lips. He observed, under the pallid moonlight, the man kneeling in the courtyard, his hands straining as he gruesomely tore his own head from his body. A torrent of blood gushed forth, spraying even to the height of the second floor. More terrifying still, after severing his own head, the man remained alive, his mouth still emitting chilling cries for help. It hurts to save me. I beg you. Please. Help me. It hurts so much. Why.is no one coming to save me. Why.as he spoke. He astonishingly hoisted his bloodied head, slowly turning towards the inn, as if scrutinizing each dwelling. Ning Qiushui, with keen instinct, swiftly averted his gaze and retraced his steps back to his bed. He felt his heart racing at an alarming pace. It was not until much later that the outside fell into silence once more, and Ning Qiushui, in a haze, finally drifted off to sleep. On the following morning, Ning Qiushui was roused from his slumber by the sound of knocking at the door. He arose and opened it to reveal Bai Xiao, who was already dressed as usual. Her face bore little makeup, save for a striking hue of crimson upon her lips. After dressing and finishing breakfast, we decided to explore the nearest attraction, hoping to unearth some valuable clues regarding our predicament. Ning Qiushui nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. He swiftly donned his attire, and upon descending the stairs, he noticed Lu and Bai were already waiting at the entrance. A sizable crowd had gathered around the area. Ning Qiushui counted and suddenly frowned. 3 individuals were missing. Had they left early, or were they still in slumber, or perhaps what had transpired? Approaching Lu and Bai, Ning Qiushui inquired. Both remained silent, and Bai Xiao gestured with her delicately chiseled chin. Directing his gaze toward a vacant space in the distance of the courtyard, there lay a lifeless body, mangled and unrecognizable. Devoid of a head. It was the same man Ning Qiushui had seen the previous night. He parted the murmuring crowd and advanced toward the corpse. The man's head was absent, leaving behind a headless body, its neck marred with crimson claw marks, and the remnants of flesh clinging to the tips of his fingers. Does anyone recognize him? Ning Qiushui suddenly turned and addressed the crowd. At that moment, a young girl stepped forward, her complexion ashen, responding in a feeble voice. He seems to be my friend, but I cannot be certain, for he is without a head. Ning Qiushui beckoned her closer. Then come and take a closer look. Upon hearing this, the girl panicked, hastily shaking her head, her tone laced with a quavering sob. No, I cannot. Ning Qiushui was at a loss for words. However, upon reflection, he felt a sense of understanding. This was his second Bloodgate, hence most of those who matched were likely newcomers, encountering such a gruesome sight for the first time. Their reactions were hardly surprising. At that moment, it seemed someone in the crowd nudged the girl, causing her to stumble forward and collapse before the headless corpse. The girl quickly covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight before her. Fortunately, after a night of exposure to the elements, the stench of blood was less overwhelming. Otherwise, Ning Qiushui feared she might lose her composure entirely. He rose and positioned himself at an angle, addressing the girl who shielded her eyes. All right, I shall shield you from the gruesome sight. Now, observe his clothing and other details. Can you confirm his identity? The girl, upon hearing his words, cautiously opened a small gap between her fingers, peering for a few seconds before nodding tremulously. It is him. Ning Qiushui furrowed his brow. Indeed, it was one of their own who had perished. Do you know what he was doing yesterday? The girl took a deep breath, taking a considerable time to stabilize her frayed emotions. Last night, he wanted me to accompany him to the temple on the mountain behind the village. He said that the NPC named Ho Kong forbade us from going there, for that was surely where the path to survival lay. But I was afraid, so I did not go. He went alone, and after that he never returned. A temple. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qingfeng's complexion paled. Evidently, he had harbored such thoughts previously. However, due to the obstruction posed by Bai Xiao, he refrained from putting his ideas into action. Otherwise, the headless corpse lying in the open space might have been joined by another. Do you see? This is the consequence of acting recklessly at night. Bai Xiao's voice was soft, yet it sent a shiver down Lu Qingfeng's spine. All right, let us proceed to the cafeteria for a meal. With her cherry lips parting slightly, she yawned, and after speaking, she led the way out of the guest house, carefully circumventing the body, heading towards the cafeteria in the village. Behind them, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "But the corpse is right here. Are we just going to ignore it?" Without turning back, Bai Xiao replied, "If you truly care, you could bury him, but it would be a futile endeavor within the Bloodgate. The dead. Their bodies will soon vanish." After examining the corpse earnestly, Ning Qiushui seemed to have discovered something. He stealthily retrieved an object from the deceased's clothing, concealing it in his palm, before rising to follow Bai Xiao and Lu Qifeng to the cafeteria. Chapter 20, Qiyu Village. Ancestral tablet. The cafeteria was situated not far from their guest house. Unlike the guest house, this cafeteria appeared rather peculiar. Typically, a cafeteria consists of a large hall where everyone dines together. However, Qiyu Village's cafeteria was divided into 3 tiers, with several small rooms designated for diners As Ning Qiushui was being served, he inquired of the lady in charge of the kitchen, "Annie, are all the dining areas here like these small rooms?" The serving lady seemed taken aback by Ning Qiushui's question. She hesitated for a moment, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, before she stammered, "Why, yes, it used to be a large cafeteria. But some tourists found it unappealing. And since tourism is a vital source for our village, we transitioned to these smaller rooms." Ning Qiushui's gaze sharpened at her words. "That source? Which source?" The serving lady, appearing flustered under Ning Qiushui's keen scrutiny, diverted her gaze and said, "It's the economy. I believe it's called the economy. Oh dear, I'm just someone who cooks. I don't understand these matters. For inquiries regarding this, you should consult the relevant authorities." Ning Qiushui nodded slightly, smiling. "Thank you." He carried his meal to a small compartment on the left side of the first floor. Bai Xiao and Lu Chengfeng were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Ning Qiushui enter, Lu Chengfeng hastily asked, "Young man, did you hear any cries for help outside last night?" Ning Qiushui set down his plate. "I did. It was the man who died outside calling for help. He first emerged from the woods, then frantically clawed at his neck, and finally tore off his own head. As Ning Qiushui recounted the events in a calm manner, Lu Chengfeng felt a chill run down his back. He tore off his own head. How could that be possible? Bai Xiao, casually picking her food, remarked, "Nothing is impossible in the world behind the blood gate." Last night, those who witnessed this scene were certainly not limited to just myself and Ning Qiushui. That man, after tearing off his own head, wailed in agony for an extended period before succumbing to death. No one ventured out to save him. And perhaps it was fortunate that no one did. For who knows what might have transpired. As Bai Xiao's words fell, Lu Chengfeng shuddered violently. He could only imagine how bizarre and terrifying that scene must have been. Yet, these two individuals before him, astonishingly remained so composed. Bai Xiao could be excused. After all, she was an elder accustomed to the bloodgate. But Ning Qiushui's mental fortitude, was it not a bit abnormal? So, why did he tear off his own head? Lu Chengfeng cautiously posed this question. The dining table fell into silence for a moment, before Ning Qiushui suddenly produced a small wooden tablet from his pocket and placed it on the table. "I do not know why he tore off his own head, but I am certain that he encountered something unclean in the temple behind the Rain Prayer Village." The two gazed intently at the wooden tablet in Ning Qiushui's hand, their expressions sharpening. It was, astonishingly, a memorial tablet for the deceased. "Brother, this is something found from his possession." "What the hell? This is an ominous object, and you dare to touch it." Ning Qiushui shook his head. He then retrieved a piece of blood jade and placed it beside the memorial tablet. The blood jade did not emit any light. "I have examined it, and the tablet itself poses no issue. The problem lies within the temple." Bai Xiao took the tablet, extending her finger to gently trace the name inscribed upon it. Her beautiful eyes shimmering. "Guangchuan." She softly murmured the name, as if recalling something. Subsequently, Bai Xiao brought the tablet closer to her nose and inhaled, her brows arching slightly. There was the scent of incense. It indeed appeared to be an offering for the dead. Lu Chengfeng interjected, "May I have a whiff?" Bai Xiao handed the tablet to him. As Lu Chengfeng leaned in to smell it, his expression shifted dramatically. Noticing his unusual demeanor, the two hastily inquired, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Lu Chengfeng's countenance grew grave, his voice slightly hoarse. "My master uncle used to specialize in incense. Typically, offerings for the deceased consist of sandalwood or agarwood, or perhaps dragon saliva or patchouli. The 7 incenses, aside from signifying the living's respect for the dead, primarily serve to dispel toxins and ward off evil. However, the fragrance emanating from this tablet is the malevolent incense of locust wood. Such an item is not available on the market. It is crafted by incense masters through unique methods." After speaking, he took another sniff, confirming his assessment. Thus, the trio fell silent once more. They all comprehended the abnormality present within this village. The offerings in the temple behind the Rain Prayer Village seemed not to be for any deity, but rather the deceased. Even more bizarre was the fact that someone had utilized the malevolent incense of locust wood to pay homage to these memorial tablets of the dead. "I had warned you that this bloodgate would be exceptionally troublesome." Bai Xiao bore an uncommon look of gravity upon her brow. The actual difficulty might very well surpass that of the 4th or even 5th gates typically faced by ordinary individuals. However, one could indeed contemplate that without the realm of shadows and the myriad of twists and turns, the terrifying specters that one encounters at the first blood gate could never have come into existence. Ning Qiushui recalled something and shared with the two about the incident last night involving the burnt object that had been crawling in her room. Both shook their heads, indicating that they had not encountered such a thing. Nevertheless, Lu Qingfeng's expression darkened considerably. The village behind this bloodgate is exceedingly sinister. It seems we must hasten our pace. The village will hold the temple festival in 6 days, which serves as the deadline given to us by the bloodgate to seek our escape. If we fail to find a way out within these 6 days, when the temple festival occurs, an exceedingly horrific event is bound to transpire. Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, a chilling smile gracing her lips, which sent shivers down the spines of the two beside her. All right, Sister Bai, this world behind the blood gate is already terrifying enough. Please refrain from casting further spells here. Where shall we head after our meal? Lu Qingfeng surrendered with a raised hand. Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and set down her chopsticks, stating, let us first go to the nearest location. About 2 miles from here lies the binding evil shrine. We can visit there and, in the meantime, inquire with the villagers about who exactly this Guangchuan is. I have a strong premonition that this deceased individual named Guangchuan is a crucial clue to unraveling all of this. The two readily agreed. After their meal, they returned to the guest house. Just as Bai Xiaoxiao had mentioned, the headless corpse had vanished without a trace. Even the blood on the floor had completely disappeared, as if nothing had ever transpired here. Inside the guest house, Ho Kong remained ensconced in his room, appearing like a puppet seated at his desk, only repeating 2 actions, drinking water and answering the phone. Ah, good. I will arrange it. Glug. Ah, good. I will arrange it. Glug. Ah. After observing for a while, all three felt a chilling sense of dread. Ning Qiushui attempted to converse with Ho Kong, but no matter what she said, he merely smiled and responded affirmatively. Convinced that they could not extract any useful information, the three ultimately exited the guest house. The sun shone down upon them, yet they felt not a trace of warmth. Damn it, this place is far too eerie, Lu Qingfeng exclaimed as he rubbed his arms. Bai Xiaoxiao, shouldering her backpack, replied, this is merely the beginning. The truly bizarre occurrences lie ahead. Just wait. This door you speak of has only just begun. I hope that when we finally leave through this door, you will not be left with any psychological scars. Chapter 21, Rain Invocation Village, Binding Evil Shrine. This shrine is rather unique. Situated approximately 2 kilometers away from the village within a dense forest, this expansive jungle itself serves as a picturesque feature of Rain Invocation Village, with the villagers having dedicated years of effort to construct an intricate network of paths and detailed signage, ensuring that visitors can experience the thrill of jungle exploration without losing their way or encountering peril. Following the winding paths through the forest, they ventured eastward. The 2-kilometer stretch was not particularly long, taking roughly 20 minutes to traverse. Along the way, seemingly apprehensive about the reappearance of the headless shadow, Lu Qingfeng frequently glanced about, resembling a startled bird. Fortunately, fortune favored them. The journey was smooth, and upon reaching the Fuo temple, the sun shone ever brighter, slightly dispelling the gloom that lingered in the hearts of the group. The temple was exquisitely constructed, exuding a palpable sense of gravity and solemnity from a distance. Nearby, a shallow ditch lay, its waters low, littered with jagged stones, and interspersed with numerous wooden stakes, remnants of the rainy season. Half submerged in the mudds, the trio entered the temple. They found only a stooped old man sweeping the courtyard. Adjacent to it was a small dwelling, presumably the old man's abode. The temple was notably tranquil. Apart from the elder, the three did not encounter anyone else. Old man, Lu Qingfeng called out loudly, yet the elder paid him no heed. A sense of peculiarity washed over them, and as they approached, they discovered that the old man had poor hearing, only able to catch faint sounds with one ear, requiring proximity to discern their words. No wonder he had been relegated to such a place, Lu Qingfeng mused. After expressing their intent to visit the temple, the elder was pleased and remarked that they were welcome to explore, provided they did not disturb the items inside at that moment. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired whether anyone had visited the temple the previous day. The elder pondered for a moment before recalling that 2 individuals had come in the evening, around 8 or 9 o'clock, but they did not linger for long. As their conversation progressed, Bai Xiaoxiao abruptly shifted the topic, asking, old man, do you know Guangchuan? The elder furrowed his brow, pressing his ear closer to her. What boat? Bai Xiaoxiao raised her voice. Guangchuan, the vast Guang, and Chuan as in mountains and rivers. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression drastically changed. He hastily shook his head, exclaiming, no, I don't know him. Never heard of him. His words tumbled out in disarray, as he desperately sought to convince them of his ignorance regarding Guangchuan. At that moment, Ning Qiushui reached into her clothing and produced Guangchuan's spirit tablet, presenting it before the elder. Old man, take a good look. Do you truly not recognize him? The moment the elder beheld the tablet, an indescribable terror flooded his murky eyes. He cried out, seemingly triggered by some unseen horror, and abruptly discarded his broom, turning to flee. Stumbling away while muttering, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I know nothing. Don't come looking for me." In a frantic dash, the elder careened towards the ditch, where he tripped over the wild grass and fell into the depths. Vanishing from sight instantly, a heavy sense of foreboding settled over the trio, prompting them to rush over to the ditch to investigate. However, it was of little consequence that they did not look closely. Upon arrival, the scene within the ditch left them utterly stunned. There lay the elderly man, sprawled against a wooden post, his chest and the back of his head pierced by the enormous splinters jutting from the timber. Crimson blood flowing freely and meandering downstream. The vacant gaze of the old man remained fixed in terror, staring blankly at the three figures on the bank of the ditch. Lu Qingfeng, startled by the lifeless eyes, took a half-step back, exclaiming, "Goodness, is he dead?" The expressions of the other two were decidedly grim. He evidently possessed some knowledge, yet for reasons unknown, hesitated to speak. Bai Xiao, turning her head towards Ning Qiushui, inquired, "Little brother Qiushui, do you have any thoughts?" Noticing Ning Qiushui lost in contemplation, fixated on the corpse, she asked, but he merely shook his head. "I'm still pondering the matter of the cafeteria." Bai Xiao frowned slightly. "The cafeteria? What's wrong with it?" Ning Qiushui replied softly, "Don't you find the arrangement of the cafeteria rather peculiar?" The two nodded in agreement. Lu Qingfeng scratched his head and remarked, "It is indeed odd. But perhaps that's simply the style of their village cafeteria." Ning Qiushui locked eyes with him and posed a chilling question. "Do you think it's possible that the current cafeteria was originally designed to accommodate outside visitors?" As his words hung in the air, Lu Qingfeng momentarily froze, then sharply inhaled. "Goodness, brother, the way you put it, it does seem rather plausible." Bai Xiao's eyes glimmered. "Not just plausible, it must be so. The cafeteria is divided into 3 levels, and aside from the central area for serving food, the rest are all small compartments, just the right size for a room. Previously, she had sensed something amiss, but had not contemplated this angle. However, now it appeared that the threads of evidence were beginning to connect. Having said that, she reached out and patted Ning Qiushui on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow in commendation. "Well done, brother Qiushui. It has been quite some time since I've encountered such an astute gentleman." Ning Qiushui was momentarily taken aback by Bai Xiao's teasing tone. "Goodness, are you complimenting me or criticizing me?" Thus, the current situation revealed that the establishment originally intended for hosting outside visitors had been repurposed into a cafeteria. While the villagers had converted a long-abandoned mansion into an inn, Lu Qingfeng seemed to grasp the implications. Ning Qiushui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, but why would they do such a thing? I don't know, but that mansion is certainly unclean." Which suggests they do not wish us well. As they conversed, the trio passed through several doors and entered the interior of the ancestral hall, where they beheld a painting in the main hall. Accompanied by a statue and an inscription, the statue, crafted from pure gold and no larger than a palm, was undoubtedly of considerable value. For a remote village like Qiyu, such an expenditure was certainly not trifling. Bai Xiao toyed with the golden statue before returning it to its place. Subsequently, their attention shifted to the painting, which depicted a scene that should also represent Qiyu village. It merely appears to possess a sense of antiquity, reminiscent of events that transpired decades, if not centuries, ago. The artwork depicts a figure wielding a scythe, standing upon the back of another individual. 3 individuals, bound and kneeling on the ground, include a middle-aged man, a woman, and a child. Behind the scythe-bearing man looms a throng of dark-clad figures, seemingly villagers, their faces etched with fury, raising their arms in fervent cries, as if in response to some unseen call. No, what is transpiring here? A rebellion, perhaps? Lu Qingfeng found himself perplexed by the painting. Bai Xiao, however, leaned closer, her delicate fingertips gently caressing the surface, a flicker of doubt shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Something felt amiss. Look closely at the background of this painting. Upon her remark, both men discerned that the backdrop of the artwork appeared rather desolate. The blazing sun hung high, the vegetation lay parched, and the stream had run dry. "This is a severe drought," Lu Qingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Qiushui seemed to recall something, murmuring, "The blood of the benevolent has drained away, transformed into sweet rain." Chapter 22, Rain Prayer Village. In that fleeting moment, Ning Qiushui felt a chill creeping down his spine. He vaguely sensed that a horrifying event might have transpired in the village during that great drought, just as Ning and Bai were meticulously scrutinizing the image. Lu Qingfeng wandered aside to examine the accompanying notes. Indeed, It spoke of a drought. "Hey, come quickly." Lu Chifeng appeared to have uncovered something, his expression shifting, as he called out to the others. They promptly approached. And upon seeing the direction of Lu Qingfeng's finger, they were taken aback. There, a new name had emerged, Guangxiu. Another individual with the surname Guang. Could there be a connection to Guangchuan? Ning Qiushui's eyes brightened as he swiftly perused the annotations. The notes conveyed that approximately 120 years prior, Rain Prayer Village endured a drought lasting 3 years, causing the streams to run dry, resulting in not only the complete failure of crops, but also the desiccation of all flora and fauna upon the mountains. At that time, the villagers relied solely on an ancient well dug by their ancestors for water. However, following the drought came famine, and as the death toll among the villagers rose, some ventured to the home of the sole landowner, Guangxiu, in hopes of borrowing a meager supply of grain. Yet, those who went never returned. Other villagers sensed something amiss and quietly gathered outside Guangxiu's residence, peering over the wall to discover that Guangxiu had brutally slain those who had come to borrow food, dismembering their bodies to feed to his dogs. Once this atrocity became public knowledge, the villagers were incensed. Under the leadership of a middle-aged man named Wan Kai Wang, they stormed Guangxiu's home, executing him on the spot. While his wife and child were imprisoned in the Rain Mist Temple, this temple, constructed with the wealth amassed from the villagers by Guangxiu, was a place where offerings were made annually to beseech the land for favorable weather. However, in truth, it served merely as a means for Guangxiu to amass riches. Curiously, on the very night Guangxiu was slain, rain fell from the heavens, and a bolt of lightning struck the Rain Mist Temple, igniting it in flames. Witnesses reported that the flames, far from being extinguished by the torrential rain, blazed even more fiercely, leading to the tragic demise of Guangxiu's wife and children within the confines of the Smoke Rain Temple. The villagers proclaimed this as divine retribution, a manifestation of heaven's judgment upon the wicked. Ultimately, under the leadership of Wan Kai Wang, the villagers gradually restored their peaceful existence, in commemoration of Wan Kai Wang's contributions to Qiu village. A diminutive golden effigy was crafted in his honor, accompanied by the construction of a shrine. Thus, the entirety of the annotations has been revealed. It appears that the figure wielding a sickle in that painting is indeed Wan Kai Wang, while Guangxiu and his family are bound upon the ground. In light of this revelation, Ning Qiushui promptly produced the tablet in his hand, gazing at the characters Guangchuan inscribed upon it, his voice tinged with excitement. Could Guangchuan possibly be the son of Guangxiu who perished in the flames? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. It is highly probable. As she spoke, she seemed to discern something, letting out a soft aha. She stepped closer to the annotations, scrutinizing them closely, retrieving a small flashlight from her pocket. Her tone shifted to one of seriousness. There is something behind this annotation. Ning and Lu immediately leaned in. What is it? Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. I cannot say for certain, but there is a substantial space behind the wall of the annotation. You two. Step aside. Understanding her intent, the two hesitated. Lu Chifeng, his eyes wide with alarm, interjected. Sister Bai, please do not act recklessly. Did not the elderly sweeper warn us against disturbing anything here? Bai Xiaoxiao replied calmly. Do not worry. I am well aware of what I am doing. Seeing her determination, both men withdrew a few steps. Bai Xiaoxiao, unabashed, retrieved several coins from her pocket, selecting one to manipulate upon the annotation's frame. To her astonishment, the screws loosened with ease. Incredible. One can actually unscrew like this. Lu Changfeng stood in disbelief. Bai Xiaoxiao carefully removed the annotation. The wall indeed revealed a large inward recess. What lay within that recess left all three of them in stunned silence. Two bodies, grotesquely contorted, were crammed into the confined space. The recess measured approximately 50 by 50 by 50 centimeters, making it difficult to fathom how it could accommodate the remains of two adults. Their expressions were marked by sheer terror, as if they had witnessed something horrifying before their demise. Their ghastly faces, one above the other, stared out into the recess. Is at them. Ning Qiushui gasped inwardly. The others turned to him. Brother, do you recognize them? Ning Qiushui nodded, replying, Do you recall what the elderly sweeper mentioned earlier? Between 8 and 9 last night, 2 tourists visited this place, just yesterday, upon entering the Bloodgate and gathering in the open space. Although I could not clearly see everyone's faces, I distinctly remembered their attire. These two were outsiders, just like us, from beyond the Bloodgate. This morning, I was still curious as to why, despite the fact that there was only one corpse in the open space outside. 3 of us were missing. It appears now that the other 2 missing individuals are right here. Upon finishing her statement, Ning Qiushui noticed Lu Chifeng swallowing hard. What do you think could have transformed them into such a state? Both fell into silence. Theoretically, it is impossible for a human to accomplish this. At the very least, it cannot be done without shedding blood. To have two corpses kneaded like dough and stuffed into such a narrow space. So what exactly could it be? Just as the three remained silent, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air behind them, sending shivers down their spines. Did I not already warn you not to touch anything in the ancestral hall? Do you not listen? Chapter 23, Qiushui Village. Meeting. As the horrifying voice emerged, the three felt as though their very souls had been frozen. They slowly turned their heads to see the old man, who had clearly been deceased, reappearing before them. However, this time, he wielded not a broom, but a pair of sharp scissors. He advanced step by step towards the trio, his smile twisting into an increasingly grotesque expression. The wrinkles on his face seemed poised to consume his features entirely, and the chilling aura surrounding him grew ever more pronounced. The three understood that the elder before them was likely no longer human. Realizing the imminent danger, they instinctively sought to flee, only to discover that they could not move their legs no matter how hard they tried. Their limbs felt as though they were laden with lead. Impossibly heavy. Is this the power of a ghost? A chill enveloped Ning Qiushui's heart. They were far too feeble, virtually incapable of resistance before such a specter, as the old man with the scissors drew nearer. Bai Xiao calmly spoke up from behind. Elder, we did not intend to disturb the items in the ancestral hall, but the things here, Guangchuan is quite displeased with, and it is what brought us here. Upon hearing the name Guangchuan, the old man's malevolent expression froze. Immediately, an overwhelming terror flickered in his lifeless, fish-like eyes. He turned his gaze, fixating intently on Bai Xiao. What are you saying? Bai Xiao felt sweat bead in her palms. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she continued. If you do not believe us, we can show you something. No sooner had she spoken than Ning Qiushui sensed a shift in the old man's demeanor and swiftly retrieved Guangchuan's tablet from her possession. Upon seeing the tablet, the old man appeared as though he had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. He suddenly cried out in fear, dropped the scissors, and fled into the depths of the forest. Once he departed, the bodies of the three finally returned to normal. Cold sweat drenched their backs as they gasped for breath. Lu Feng, somewhat in awe, turned to Bai Xiao and remarked, Sister Bai, you truly have a way with things. With just a few words, you sent that old ghost packing. Bai Xiao exhaled softly and remarked, I merely attempted a casual experiment. If it proves futile, I possess alternative methods. Now it seems that the annotations of this illustration may not align with the events that transpired back then. Otherwise, that old fellow would not have been so terrified of the tablet in Qiushui's hand. The fear exhibited by even the spirits attests to the magnitude of the resentment harbored by the tablet's master after death. Ning Qiushui cast a fleeting glance at the tablet, feeling a chill creep down his spine, yet he still stowed it away, stating, Let us depart for the time being. That old ghost might return at any moment. And it appears there are no other useful clues to be found here. After some delays, they had already reached noon. They returned to the resting area provided for tourists in the village and made their way to the cafeteria for a meal. Just as they finished serving their food, a graceful woman clad in jeans approached them, inquiring, Excuse me, may I have a moment of your time? Ning Qiushui and Lu Feng remained silent. Bai Xiao offered a gentle smile. Certainly, what is it you wish to discuss? The elegantly dressed woman extended her hand towards her, introducing herself. I am Tang Jiao. Would you care to join us for a meeting? Most of the other participants from the Bloodgate are present as well. Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding, of course. She followed Tang Jiao to a larger room on the second floor, where 4 other participants from the Bloodgate were seated. Ning Qiushui surveyed the room and frowned. Why are 3 individuals absent again? Upon his inquiry, the countenance of 2 attendees grew notably grim. Judging by their expressions, it seemed those 3 individuals would likely not return. What transpired, if you don't mind sharing? Perhaps due to Bai Xiao's striking beauty, as she softly inquired. One of them slowly began to speak. It's nothing much. They simply ventured into the jungle as a trio, heading towards the mountain temple in search of an escape route. We advised them against it, but they insisted on proceeding and promised that regardless of whether they found any clues at the temple, they would return within an hour. The mountain is not steep, and there are well-constructed stairs that make ascending and descending quite convenient, taking less than 10 minutes. However, we waited below for nearly 3 hours without their return. Thus, we speculated that they might have encountered some misfortune on the mountain. Just as we were deliberating whether to ascend and rescue them. At this juncture, the terror in the speaker's eyes was palpable, as if recalling a horrifying scene, and he suddenly covered his mouth. Beginning to gag, the companion beside him, though appearing somewhat steadier, bore a remarkably pale visage. Observing their distress, the others chose not to press for further information, instead opting to wait in silence. Once the man who had been retching, finally managed to calm the spasms in his stomach. He spoke in a voice that was nearly hoarse, just as we were deliberating whether to ascend the mountain to rescue them or to retreat. Something suddenly tumbled down from above, nearly striking us. It was only when this object came to a complete halt in the open space that we discerned what had rolled down from the mountain. It was the lifeless bodies of the three of them. Upon hearing this, the breath of everyone in the room came to a standstill. A profound silence enveloped them. The man, with vacant eyes, muttered to himself. It was identical to the corpse outside the lodge this morning. Exactly the same. Their heads were wrenched off. It must be ghosts. Without a doubt, it's ghosts. There are spirits in the temple atop that mountain. Observing his growing hysteria, one of his companions firmly slapped his face and brought a bottle of cold water to his lips. After gulping down several mouthfuls of the refreshing liquid, the man's emotions finally stabilized. Fixating on the table before him, rendered speechless, after a lengthy pause, Tang Jiao let out a sigh. The current situation was evident to all. This blood door, its circumstances were unclear. It should have been the second blood door. Yet its difficulty was exceedingly daunting. To be candid, I am actually an adept who has passed through 5 blood doors. This time, I was contracted to guide newcomers, but the challenge posed by this particular blood door is astoundingly high, rivaling that of the 5th blood door I once traversed. If we do not unite and collaborate, it is highly probable that we will face utter annihilation. Upon hearing the term annihilation, everyone present, save for Ning, Bai, and Lu, turned pale with alarm. Chapter 24, Rain Prayer Village Division of Labor Collaboration, of course, is not an issue, but how do you propose we cooperate? Bai Xiao propped up her chin with one hand. Her long legs elegantly crossed, as she playfully blinked at Tang Jiao. Tang Jiao seemed less than pleased with Bai Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, her brow slightly furrowing. Her instincts told her that this Bai Xiao was not a newcomer, and those who are not new to the game are typically difficult to deceive. Cooperation is quite straightforward. Our immediate priority is to uncover a way to navigate this blood door within 6 days. Before entering, I believe everyone received the hints regarding the blood door, but relying solely on such clues, it is impossible to escape this place alive. We must gather more intelligence, and the clues can be found at various points of interest in the village. At this juncture, Tang Jiao surveyed the silent crowd, her tone imbued with a sense of determination that brooked no dissent. I propose that we form groups of 2 or 3 to visit different points of interest. If all goes well, we should be able to gather all the clues within a day or 2. This is currently the safest and swiftest method to find a way to survive. The quicker we find a path to safety, the fewer lives we will lose. As her words settled in, another young woman timidly inquired, "Will at those points of interest have ghosts?" The crowd turned to see that the speaker was Zhongfang, the girl who had been pushed in front of Ning Qiushui earlier that morning. She is exceedingly timid, having spent the entire day confined to her room, venturing out only for meals and refraining from leaving the guest house. Tang Jiao remarked nonchalantly, "This is the world behind the bloodgate. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhongfang's delicate face suddenly paled. "Then may I choose not to go?" Her voice quivered, tinged with the faintest hint of tears. However, Tang Jiao displayed no semblance of sympathy, coldly retorting, "Of course you may. Yet, should you choose not to accompany us, we shall not share the leads to survival that we risked our lives to uncover." Instantly, Zhongfang became flustered. "No, I will go. I will go." Although she was a newcomer, having passed through the first bloodgate, she comprehended the significance of the leads to survival and the dire consequences of lacking them. Within the bloodgate, all are destined to perish. Only by discovering a path to survival can one hope to endure. Seeing no dissent, Tang Jiao nodded in satisfaction. "Since everyone is in agreement, let us form teams and embark on our quest for clues. It is approximately 7 p.m. here, but fret not. As long as we return to the guest house before midnight, the likelihood of encountering danger should be minimal. In truth, by now, those who were meant to form teams had already done so, and the remaining 2 or 3 individuals naturally formed a group. We are now left with 8 individuals, divided into 3 groups. Previously, we visited Fangtuan Pond, and the clues from that location have already been obtained. So there is no need for you all to revisit it. 4 locations remain. You may deliberate amongst yourselves. Today, one group shall visit one site, and for those returning late, we shall convene again in the cafeteria tomorrow to exchange clues." As soon as Tang Jiao's words fell, Bai Xiao languidly interjected, "We also visited a site and secured vital clues. Which place did you go to?" The Fui Temple. No sooner had Bai Xiao finished speaking than a peculiar gleam flickered in Tang Jiao's eyes as she made an audacious demand. "In that case, you should also visit another significant site this afternoon to seek further clues." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng could no longer remain seated. glaring indignantly. On what grounds? Why don't you go? Tang Jiao crossed her arms, icily responding, would you like to know the basis? Very well. Let me enlighten you. First, the clues I obtained were from Fangsuan Pond, the farthest location from the guest house, requiring nearly 2 hours for a round trip, which signifies the greatest potential for unexpected occurrences and perilous journeys. Second, we had initially planned to explore the Fui Temple this afternoon. I have already taken the lead in the most hazardous venture, and now I must ensure you have not overlooked anything. Is it too much to ask for you to seek clues at another site? Lu Chifeng wished to retort but was restrained by Ning Qiushui, who gestured for him to remain silent. Bai Xiao, however, smiled gently. It is not excessive. Not in the slightest. Then it is settled. After a brief discussion, Bai Xiao resolved that they would visit the dry well in the afternoon. This well was the very source of water that sustained the entire village during the Great Drought of Year. Apart from Fangsuan Pond, this is the farthest attraction from the guest house, located less than half a kilometer away. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lu Changfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. What's the deal? That woman claims it's a collaboration, yet she treats everyone with disdain. It's infuriating to behold, Bai Xiao replied. Do you wish to live or die? Lu Chifeng retorted, naturally, I wish to live. Bai Xiao urged, then stop wasting words and follow me. With wide eyes, Lu Chifeng exclaimed, wait, I've just realized, are you two merely punching bags for frustration? Fearing ghosts is one thing, but humans too. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ning Qiushui. That woman named Tang Jiao is lying. Lu Chifeng was momentarily taken aback, stammering, lying. How did you discern that, my friend? Ning Qiushui, with piercing eyes, instructed, note the time. After we visit Buxawell, it will all become clear. Lu Chifeng stared at his watch, suddenly grasping the implication. You mean that woman named Tang Jiao has never even been to Fangsuan Pond? Bai Xiao chimed in. Have you considered where she might have found the time? The round trip takes nearly 2 hours, assuming no unexpected delays that we spend an entire morning merely visiting the Fuyue Shrine. Do you think Tang Jiao ventured to Fangsuan Pond in the dead of night? If not, she had no time at all, because we spotted her outside the guest house just after 8 this morning when we left for breakfast. Lu Chifeng now comprehended fully. This woman named Tang Jiao had deceived everyone, intending to use them as pawns. Damn, she's treating us like tools. Lu Qingfeng's temper flared, and he swore vehemently. It was unlikely to be so straightforward. Her deception and concealment of the truth undoubtedly extended beyond this single instance. This woman harbored significant issues. Bai Xiao's chilling words sent a shiver through the two others present. Lu Chifeng swallowed hard. Sister Bai, have you discovered anything else? Bai Xiao shook her head and smiled brightly. What if I told you that the 3 individuals who perished at the Fuyue Shrine and the back mountain were likely all under her direction? Lu Qingfeng's pupils constricted, shock flooding his eyes. Damn, this venomous woman. Why would she do such a thing? Chapter 25 Qiyu Village, Buxawell. The motive behind her actions remains uncertain. Bai Xiao cast an indifferent glance at Ning Qiushui. He hung his head, silent, seemingly lost in thought. In any case, the collection of clues must rely on our own efforts. As time is still relatively ample, we should first explore the farthest location, thus alleviating some of the pressure for the coming days. The trio followed the signposts through the dense forest, arriving at Buxawell. This well, nestled among vibrant green bamboo, was covered in moss, surrounded by overgrown weeds, and apart from a wooden sign beside it, there was nothing else in sight. It appeared that no one had visited this place in a considerable time. The inscription on the wooden plaque recounts the ancient history of this well, and it does not neglect to briefly mention the events that transpired during the Great Drought of yesteryears, particularly regarding Ruan Kaiwang and Guangxiu. These villagers, however, are mindful of their gratitude, Lu Chifeng remarked as he approached the edge of the well. Peering into its depths, Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiao stood before the wooden plaque, one to the left and the other to the right, scrutinizing it for a considerable time. Eddie, you have any thoughts? Bai Xiao inquired, her curiosity piqued by the newcomer, Ning Qiushui. His psychological resilience. Even among those seasoned individuals who have traversed the Bloodgate 4 or 5 times, he stands out as one of the most exceptional. I have a rather unsettling suspicion. Ning Qiushui's tone grew grave. Do you recall when we first encountered Ho Kong? He mentioned that if we were to encounter anything peculiar, we could seek out the village's Ruan Shensi? Bai Xiao pondered. Are you suggesting Ruan? Ning Qiushui nodded. Indeed, sharing the same surname, this Ruan Shensi is likely a descendant of Ruan Kaiwang. The events that unfolded in the village back then were undoubtedly more complex than the records suggest. These villagers must be concealing some crucial truths. Do you remember the hint the Bloodgate gave us? The blood of the virtuous flowed dry, transforming into sweet rain. What if, and I emphasize what if, the dismembered Guangxia was, in fact, a good person? He wished to elaborate further, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lu Chifeng, whose expression had suddenly changed. He immediately rushed towards the well's mouth, yanking Lu Chifeng back just as he was about to leap into the abyss. Lu Chifeng, have you lost your mind? Ning Qiushui shouted. Yet Lu Chifeng appeared oblivious, his gaze vacant, as he clutched the well's edge, pushing himself forward while muttering, I am so thirsty. I am so thirsty. Just let me have a sip. Just one sip. Ning Qiushui, possessing considerable strength born from years of rigorous training, found himself barely able to restrain Lu Qingfeng's frantic movements, unable to halt his advance, as Lu Qingfeng's upper body neared the well's depths. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice rang out from behind. Qiushui, hold on a little longer. All right. Ning Qiushui gritted his teeth, nearly using his body as a tether to restrain the wildly desperate Lu Chifeng. Yet even this effort proved futile. Ning Qiushui sensed that if this continued, he too would be drawn into the well's depths. Had it been anyone else, Ning Qiushui would have released his grip long ago. However, in the previous encounter at the Bloodgate, Lu Chifeng had risked his life to save him when he was ensnared by the ghost in red on the third-floor corridor. Thus, Ning Qiushui held firm, his teeth nearly ground to dust. His once delicate features flushed crimson, the strength of his muscles pushed to their limits, as Lu Chifeng teetered on the brink of plunging into the well. Bai Xiaoxiao finally unearthed a tattered, blood-stained bronze mirror. In a swift motion, she aimed the mirror into the ancient well. A horrific, piercing wail erupted from the dark depths of the well, and simultaneously, Lu Chifeng cried out in terror, What the hell? Brother, please pull me up. Freed from the constraints of mysterious powers, Ning Qiushui's terrifying strength came into play, and Lu Chifeng, who weighed 160 pounds, was nearly flung out by Ning Qiushui's grasp around his waist. He rolled across the ground several times, gasping for breath amidst a bed of fallen leaves, his complexion ashen. Upon witnessing Lu Chifeng break free from his bindings, Bai Xiaoxiao retracted the bronze mirror. As she did so, Ning Qiushui perceptively noticed that several cracks had appeared on the already dilapidated mirror. I'm sorry. He uttered. Yet, Bai Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, remarking, This is how it is within the Bloodgate. One misstep, and one could easily fall prey. Thus, as one delves deeper into the Bloodgate, companions tend to band together in twos or threes. In the event of any trouble, there is someone to lend a helping hand. As she spoke, her gaze dimmed slightly, a fleeting moment of sorrow that Ning Qiushui caught sight of. He understood that Bai Xiaoxiao must have been reminded of her tragic friend who had perished in a similar fate. In this fog-laden world, to have a close confidant or brother was akin to a bond forged in life and death. The abrupt departure of such a companion undoubtedly inflicted a profound blow. However, Ning Qiushui chose not to elaborate further, instead directing his attention to Lu Chifeng, who lay on the ground, seemingly returned to normal, albeit pale and wide-eyed with fear. Big Beard, what exactly happened just now? Lu Chifeng slowly turned his head, his face drenched in cold sweat. I merely glanced inside. It was originally a stagnant pool, devoid of anything, but then faces of the deceased emerged from the water. I wanted to flee, but my body refused to move. Then, they crawled out from the bottom of the well, seized my hands, and pulled me in. A chilling breeze swept through the bamboo grove, sending shivers down the spines of the three. However, Lu Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly. It seemed like they were being burned by something. As they retreated, I glimpsed a dead person's hand clutching something that was glowing, so I instinctively pulled it out. The two others' eyes brightened at his words. What was it? Lu Chifeng opened his palm, revealing a damaged wooden plaque tied with red string. He casually wiped away the repugnant stains from the plaque and saw a large character inscribed upon it. Ruan. Ruan? What on earth is that? I thought it was something significant. Lu Qingfeng's face reflected disdain. However, Bai Xiaoxiao chuckled. It is indeed quite important. Acquiring this item validates one of our earlier speculations. Lu Changfeng appeared bewildered. What speculation? Neither of the two responded. It seemed that this Ruan Shensi truly posed a grave issue, Ning Qiushui remarked, suddenly glancing deeper into the bamboo grove, his expression shifting as he whispered, Hurry. Chapter 26. Rain-calling village, Fangzuan Pond. The three bolted towards the other side, where numerous large stones provided ample hiding spots. As the shadow in the distance gradually approached, they finally discerned what it was. The entity that had arrived before the dried-up well. Was none other than a headless figure. What the? Lu Changfeng silently cursed under his breath, his heart gradually calming before it suddenly tightened once more. What other vile entities lurked in this village? Although the first blood gate they encountered led to the underworld, it harbored merely a single ghost, which predominantly emerged at night to claim lives. Yet, Qiu village was an entirely different realm. teeming with spirits that brazenly attacked them even in broad daylight. The trio dared not breathe audibly as they observed the headless figure steadily approach the well. Retrieving a wooden bucket from beside it, with a swift motion, the bucket was cast into the depths of the well. Subsequently, it began to draw water. However, as the bucket was slowly lifted by the headless corpse, it revealed not water, but a decaying head. The corpse cradled the head in its hands and affixed it to its own neck. The rotting eyes, reminiscent of dead fish, began to move. Yet soon after, the headless entity removed the head once more, placing it aside, and continued its previous actions. This bizarre spectacle persisted for a full half-hour until the headless corpse seemed to sense something, halting its water-gathering motions and retracing its steps. Leaving behind 14 putrid heads by the ancient well, behind the boulder, Luciphone cautiously peered out, bewildered. What on earth is it planning? Searching for its head. No one responded. Ning Qiushui leaned against the stone, lost in thought, murmuring. The merciful one severed the head, granting tranquility. He seemed to grasp something significant. Just then, Luciphone, who had been peering anxiously, suddenly exclaimed in terror, "Look, you guys, those heads." Noticing Lu Qingfeng's distress, the other two turned to glance toward the ancient well. That single glance sent chills down their spines. They beheld the rotting heads, which had inexplicably turned to face their hiding spot, their lifeless eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Twisted smiles etched upon their faces, as if they were poised to swoop down and devour them alive. "It's so cold down here. Come down and join us. Come down and be with us. Together. Forever. Never depart." The heads uttered in unison, their emotionless voices resonating like a death knell in the ears of the trio. "Should we?" Just as Lu Qingfeng hesitantly posed the question of whether they should flee, he was struck with the realization that he was alone. Turning around, he saw Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiao had already dashed 10 meters away. What the hell? Lu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. He too sprinted after them. "Hey, wait for me. You too. You couldn't at least say something before running off? How excessive." The trio ran several hundred meters until they finally halted at a raised platform ahead. Lu Qingfeng leaned against a nearby tree, gasping for breath. "You two are truly outrageous. At least give a warning before fleeing." Ning Qiushui cast a glance at him and shook her head. "Big beard, next time, be a bit more astute. Why linger in such a situation? Waiting to meet your demise." Lu Qingfeng recalled the earlier incident, unable to suppress a shiver. However, what was the situation with that headless corpse? Was it searching for its own head? Ning Qiushui responded. It was clad in what resembled a monk's robe, albeit stained with considerable blood, yet it bore none of the malevolent aura typical of other spirits. It seems it was merely seeking its own head. The mention of the monk's robe prompted both Bai and Lu to recall the compassionate one referenced in the Bloodgates warning. Could it be that it is that very compassionate one? Ning Qiushui stroked her chin thoughtfully. It must be so, though it remains unclear whether it severed its own head voluntarily. Or if another did so. Moreover, do you still possess the wooden plaque you retrieved from the well spirit? Lu Qingfeng nodded, pulling out the plaque and handing it to Ning Qiushui. Sister Bai mentioned that this item is rather valuable, so I decided to keep it. Holding the wooden plaque inscribed with the character Wan, Ning Qiushui scrutinized the engraving and suddenly inquired, "What do you think? Are the Wan family members inherently benevolent? Or are they compassionate?" The two exchanged glances, unable to provide an answer to Ning Qiushui's query. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Qiushui stowed the plaque away. "This object carries an ominous aura. Big beard, I shall keep it safe for you." Lu Qingfeng shrugged nonchalantly. It matters not. Take it if you wish. Once the plaque was secured, the trio surveyed their surroundings and confirmed their current location via another plaque. "Have we truly arrived at Fangsuan Pond?" Lu Qingfeng murmured, his gaze fixed on the distant platform. Although referred to as a platform, it was hardly elevated, vines entwined around the greenstones, coexisting with the black algae that spread from the pond's center. Resembling human hair, the stone steps descended 9 tiers, surrounded by numerous thick, rusted chains. At the center of the uppermost platform, there lay a square pond, approximately 4 square meters in area. This was indeed Fangsuan Pond. "Hey, brother, Sister Bai, what do you suppose lies within that peculiar pond atop the platform?" Lu Qingfeng seemed to have regained his composure from the earlier fright. Exhibiting less trepidation than before, the two shook their heads in response. "Be cautious. This place feels profoundly unsettling." Bai Xiao's tone turned notably serious, her face etched with an uncommon gravity. A chill ran down the fine hairs on her back, although nothing unusual had manifested around them. Bai Xiao sensed a disquieting presence in the vicinity. In truth, the moment she entered this place, she felt a wave of cold wash over her, an unusual sensation for her. "Damn it. Ning Qiushui, and Bai Xiaoxiao scoured the area for clues. Yet after a lengthy search, they found nothing. It was then that Lu Qifeng suddenly let out a strange cry. They turned towards the sound, only to find Lu Qingfeng's expression pale, fixated on the black algae beneath them. His gaze rife with uncertainty. "Big Beard, what troubles you?" Lu Qifeng hesitated. "Just now, I perceived that the black algae on the ground seemed to twitch slightly. It is also possible that I misread." Before he could finish his sentence, the trio heard the sound of splashing water emanating from the Fangsuan pond atop the platform, as if it were boiling over. Chapter 27, Rain Prayer Village. Bone, stripping the attention of the three, was almost instantaneously captivated by the Fangsuan pond. The tumultuous, boiling sounds of water continued to resonate from within, suggesting that something was about to emerge. Their gazes were fixed tightly upon the Fangsuan pond on the platform, their hearts taut with tension. "Retreat," Bai Xiaoxiao whispered urgently. The three began to slowly back away, yet soon they discovered that the black moss beneath their feet was indeed writhing, quickly climbing up their legs and anchoring them in place. "This is bad." Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened in alarm. He reached out to pry at the black moss, but to his astonishment, it exhibited incredible strength. No matter how he struggled, the moss remained utterly immobile, as if it had become a part of him. Nearby, Bai Xiaoxiao rummaged through her backpack, seemingly in search of a tool, but at that very moment, a terrifying crimson figure gradually rose directly from the Fangsuan pond. The trio looked up at the red figure, feeling as though their very blood had congealed. It was unmistakably a blood-soaked piece of human skin, that of a woman. The surface of this skin was marred with countless gashes, resembling the aftermath of a brutal execution, and the moss on the ground. It turned out to be her hair. Good heavens, that moment. Lu Qingfeng could only utter those two words. Beyond that, he was rendered speechless, every pore on his body seemingly exuding a chill. After the woman's skin appeared, the eyeballs that dangled outside their sockets rotated a few times before suddenly locking onto the three below the platform. Thud, thud, thud. The skin's feet struck the ground, each step echoing as it descended the stone steps. Blood trickling down and staining the entire staircase. It slowly approached Ning Qiushui, its eyes filled with terrifying resentment and sorrow. Although this process was brief, it felt as though time had stretched infinitely, each second akin to an eternity of torment. At last, the skin halted before Ning Qiushui. By this moment, the three were entirely immobilized. Bai Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, felt her back drenched in cold sweat. While she possessed life-saving items, this female specter posed no threat to her. However, she was now bound by the black moss, unable to retrieve anything to aid Ning Qiushui. Forced to watch helplessly as the finger of the woman's skin pressed against Ning Qiushui's forehead. Ning Qiushui sensed the encroaching threat of death, the icy sensation gradually spreading throughout his body, prompting him to struggle frantically. Following the chill came excruciating pain. Ning Qiushui felt as though his entire being were on the verge of splitting apart, as if an invisible knife were methodically slicing through his flesh, excising his bones, and extracting his innards. Initially, he managed to grit his teeth and endure, but as the horrific pain radiated throughout his body, he could no longer hold back and let out a piercing scream. It was precisely this moment that allowed him to partially break free from the entanglement of the woman's skin, his body tilting to the side. Something fell from the pocket onto the ground. Thud. Though the sound was not particularly loud, in the stillness of the forest, it resonated with remarkable clarity. They heard it. The woman's spirit also heard it. It was the plaque belonging to Guangchuan. As her gaze fell upon this plaque, the female ghost paused momentarily, retracting the finger that had been pointed at Ning Qiushui's forehead. With a mere flick of her hair, she ensnared the Guangchuan plaque into her grasp. She stared at the plaque for an extended period, as if ensnared by distant memories, remaining motionless thereafter. This moment, Ning Qiushui finally managed to catch his breath. He beheld the sorrowful hue in the ghost's eyes, seemingly grasping some understanding, ignoring the excruciating pain that threatened to overwhelm him. He shouted at the ghost, "I am not from this village. I have come to investigate the truth. What transpired in the village during the famine? What ultimately befell the Guangxiu family? Surely, you must know something. Please, tell me." Under Ning Qiushui's pressing inquiries, the ghost actually lifted her head, yet her eyes still bore the chilling coldness of death. She fixed her gaze upon Ning Qiushui for a long while. The ghost then parted her lips, revealing a terrifying smile, her mouth erupting with a wailing laughter. "Bring her to me. Bring her to me." After repeating this several times, her body suddenly began to sway like a kite caught in the wind, ultimately drifting up to the high platform, vanishing into the small pond on the ground. All the dark algae receded, restoring the area to its original appearance, as if nothing had ever transpired. Thud. Ning Qiushui knelt on one knee, teetering on the brink of collapse, but fortunately, Bai Xiaoxiao, quick of reflex, managed to support him. "Qiushui, are you all right?" Bai Xiaoxiao inquired anxiously. Both newcomers were members of their enigmatic abode and possessed considerable potential. She genuinely hoped for their survival. Ning Qiushui, gasping for air, waved his hand dismissively. He felt as though every bone in his body were on the verge of shattering. Despite several attempts to stand, he failed each time. "I'll carry you." Lu Chifeng said no more, stepping forward to hoist Ning Qiushui onto his back. "Don't worry, little brother, I will not abandon you. From this moment on, I am your legs. If you tell me to go east, I will not venture west." Ning Qiushui nodded slightly, catching his breath, and pointed toward the high platform. "Take me to see the small pond." Lu Chifeng glanced at the small pond atop the platform. Recalling the events that had just unfolded, he fell silent for a few seconds before gently lowering Ning Qiushui, then clutching his calf, exclaiming in pain, "No way, little brother, my leg hurts terribly, it must be cramping." The two, witnessing his plight, could not help but roll their eyes in exasperation. "Rest assured, if that female ghost intended to harm us, we would have already perished. At the very least, both of us would be doomed. Her willingness to entrust us with her task signifies that she will not kill us for the time being. This is a fortuitous opportunity." Lu Qingfeng sighed, casting a complex glance at Ning Qiushui. "I cannot fathom what sins I, Lu, have committed to encounter a teammate as reckless as you." He grumbled, yet still hoisted Ning Qiushui onto his back, carefully treading step by step up the stone steps to the high platform. Bai Xiaoxiao followed closely behind them. Upon reaching the platform, the trio gazed into the depths of Fangsuan Pond, suddenly struck dumb. I can't believe it." The horrifying sight within caused Lu Qingfeng's legs to weaken, nearly sending him tumbling down. Only after catching sight of the scene at the bottom of the pond did they comprehend the purpose of the iron chains surrounding the stone platform. There, in the pond, a woman's human skin was gruesomely pierced at each limb by 4 iron chains fixed in the water, facing the sky. The skin bore countless knife wounds on its arms, legs, torso, and cheeks. Beneath the skin, the pond's bottom was strewn with numerous intact bones. This woman had been cruelly bound in Fangsuan Pond, her entire skeleton methodically stripped away while she was still alive. Chapter 28, Qiyu Village. Footprints, my heavens. What could she have done to deserve such a brutal demise? Lu Qingfeng's lips quivered uncontrollably, seemingly unable to fathom the unimaginable torment this female specter must have endured in life, immersed in the frigid water prison. Her limbs pierced, slowly having her bones excised. Merely contemplating it sent chills coursing through him. "Let us retreat." Ning Qiushui appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, urging Lu Qingfeng to leave the high platform. Once down, he patted Lu Qingfeng's shoulder, signaling him to set him down, as he seemed to have regained some composure and was able to walk again after a brief moment. "Are you all right, brother?" Lu Qingfeng still harbored concerns, questioning with a hint of skepticism. Ning Qiushui waved his hand, speaking weakly. "I should be fine. Just feel immense pain all over, as if knives are slicing my flesh and excavating my bones." Lu and Bai exchanged glances, instantly understanding. The female specter had just attempted to replicate the method by which the villagers had previously slain her. To murder Ning Qiushui, had it not been for the fortuitous fall of Guangchuan's tablet, which diverted the ghost's attention, Ning Qiushui's fate might have been sealed. Observing the ghost's reaction, it seemed she'd recognized Guangchuan. Even Lu Qingfeng, with his somewhat thick-skinned demeanor, could discern that the ghost exhibited an unusual sorrow in her eyes when she held Guangchuan's tablet. Bai Xiaoxiao shot Lu Qingfeng a surprised glance, teasing, "I never imagined you could be so observant at times." Lu Qingfeng huffed, "It's not that I'm merely observant." Ning Qiushui interjected, "This connection goes beyond mere recognition. She must be related to Guangchuan. Either his wife or his mother. Personally, I lean towards the latter." Lu Qingfeng gasped. "If that is the case, then during the great drought in the village years ago." Indeed, some untold events transpired, which were not recorded by the villagers. However, the specter in Fangsuan Pond is urging us to bring her to her. Who might that her be? Ning Qiushui exchanged looks with Bai Xiaoxiao. The latter nodded, then subtly shook her head. "The hour is late. We should return now, that if we delay any longer, darkness will soon envelop us. This village harbors an unsettling aura, and the night can be perilous." The two agreed with Bai Xiaoxiao's suggestion. In truth, the hour was still relatively early, yet they would require at least an hour to return to the guest house from this location, with a multitude of questions swirling in their minds. The trio commenced their journey back. Fortunately, their path was uneventful, and no further peculiar occurrences transpired in the woods. Upon arriving at the guest house, they found that dinner time was fast approaching. Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng returned to their room to tidy up briefly before knocking on Bai Xiaoxiao's door to invite her to dine with them. However, Bai Xiaoxiao stood in her room with a grave expression, hesitating to join them in the dining hall. "What troubles you, Sister Bai?" Ning Qiushui inquired, sensing the unusual demeanor of Bai Xiaoxiao, with a cold smirk. Bai Xiaoxiao replied, "After we departed this afternoon, someone entered my room." As she spoke, she produced the black flashlight from earlier and shone it upon the floor. To their astonishment, a series of footprints emerged on the previously barren ground. Though the imprints were chaotic, it was evident that they belonged to two distinct individuals. The two exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with intensity. "Earlier this morning, Qiushui mentioned a charred ghost searching for something in the room last night. I took heed of that, for this guest house undoubtedly harbors secrets. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility of the human involvement. Thus, after our lunch, I scattered a special powder across my floor, and your rooms also received the same treatment." As she spoke, she illuminated the footprints with her flashlight, tracing them along the corridor, ultimately discovering that all three of their rooms had been stealthily entered. Furthermore, the evidence suggested that it was the same intruder. "A size 35 shoe, most likely belonging to a woman," Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Qiushui. "It seems this unfortunate soul was targeted by that charred ghost on the very first night." Ning Qiushui remained silent, lost in contemplation, while Lu Qingfeng could no longer contain himself, clenching his fists tightly, rage igniting within him. "Damn it, which scoundrel, without reason or grievance, dares to meddle with us? If I catch them, I shall." Bai Xiaoxiao regarded the agitated Lu Qingfeng with a cool demeanor. "And what will you do? Kill her?" Lu Qingfeng was abruptly silenced by Bai Xiaoxiao's words. "I must warn you, behind the bloodgate, one should never commit murder personally." "Why not?" "Because those who die behind the bloodgate invariably rise as ghosts." At her words, Lu Qingfeng's breath hitched. Bai Xiaoxiao continued with gravitas. "Those who die by suicide or at the hands of a ghost become neutral entities, having little impact on the scenario. However, if a person is murdered and subsequently becomes a ghost, that changes everything. They are typically consumed by intense resentment and will seek vengeance at the first opportunity, potentially endangering others tied to the bloodgate." Lu Qingfeng observed Bai Xiaoxiao's serious expression and could not help but swallow hard, the flicker of malice born from his anger dissipating entirely. However, he quickly found himself unable to contain his frustration any longer and exclaimed, "Well, we certainly cannot just sit idly by and do nothing. To be manipulated without a word of protest, what kind of situation is that?" Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and sighed. "You really are quite impulsive. One must take their time with a meal. After all." Lu Qingfeng seemed to realize that his display of impotent rage appeared rather foolish. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yes, I was too hasty. My apologies. At that moment, Ning Qiushui, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "It appears that the concern I've harbored has indeed come to fruition." Both turned to look at Ning Qiushui, Lu Qingfeng raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "What is it that worries you, my friend?" Ning Qiushui did not respond immediately. Instead, he pointed to the footprints on the ground and said to Bai Xiaoxiao, "Though it seems nearly certain, I still wish to confirm. Sister Bai, could you please check if these footprints belong to Tang Jiao?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and departed, returning shortly with a cold expression, affirming with a nod, "It is her." Upon hearing that the footprints belonged to Tang Jiao, Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Good grief. It's actually her." Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "Come on, big guy, is that truly so surprising?" Everyone else was out visiting the scenic spots this afternoon in search of clues, and she was the only one who went to the nearby Fui shrine. Though she might not have gone at all, considering she hardly speaks a word of truth. Lu Qingfeng fumed. "I knew that woman was no good. She called it a meeting in the room, but it was merely her ordering everyone around, using us as pawns. Now she even intends to harm us." Ning Qiushui, fixated on the ground, suddenly said, "Sister Bai, hand me the flashlight." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and passed him the special flashlight that illuminated the footprints. Ning Qiushui switched on the flashlight and followed the trail around the room, ultimately stopping in front of a massive wardrobe. He scrutinized the wardrobe carefully, then began to search it, eventually uncovering a wooden plaque from a hidden, damaged corner within its wooden crevice. This plaque was tied with a red string and bore a character that all three were quite familiar with: Yuan. Upon seeing the plaque, Bai Xiaoxiao's gaze flickered. Lu Qingfeng seemed to grasp something as well, exclaiming, "Last night, were you searching for this plaque in your room, my friend?" Ning Qiushui nodded. It seems so. This plaque must be an item possessed only by members of the Ruan clan. At least, we outsiders could not easily obtain such things. For Tang Jiao to possess multiple plaques belonging to the Ruan family, she must have already met with the village S. Ruan Shinpa. Bai Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Is it possible that the Ruan Shinpa is the one orchestrating all of this through Tang Jiao? Ning Qiushui sighed. Yes, that is indeed the most unfortunate scenario. As mere outsiders, our understanding of the wandering spirits in the village pales in comparison to that of Granny Ruan. Should she choose to harness these ghosts to bring about our demise, we would be utterly defenseless. Lu Qingfeng expressed his confusion. Yet we bear no grudge against Granny Ruan. Why would she act in such a manner? Ning Qiushui fell silent for a moment. I suspect it may be connected to the temple festival that is to take place in 6 days. Big Beard, do you recall the diary from our first quest? Lu Qingfeng nodded. Of course. I remember. The little girl's mother received a phone call. Her grandfather informed her that her grandmother's health was rapidly deteriorating and she needed to return home. Yet, the little girl's mother resolutely refused. Upon learning of her grandmother's death later, she was overwhelmed with fear, as if something were lurking, and even went so far as to procure a piece of blood jade from an unknown source to protect the little girl. As Lu Qingfeng recounted this, he suddenly froze, murmuring, "Brother, are you suggesting that the little girl's grandmother is none other than Granny Ruan of the village?" Ning Qiushui affirmed. Precisely, the little girl's mother is Granny Ruan's daughter. And having grown up in the village, she must know something. Furthermore, Granny Ruan's sudden decline in health is likely not due to illness, but rather connected to the spirits in the village. I conjecture that within the timeline behind the first blood door, this Rain Prayer village has spiraled out of control. Those spirits, fueled by intense resentment, are seeking vengeance against the Ruan family. The mere thought of such a scene made Lu Qingfeng gasp in shock. Good heavens! What atrocities has the Ruan clan committed to invoke such terrifying spirits? Then, it dawned on him. The female ghost we encountered at Fangsuan Pond wanted us to bring someone. Could it possibly be Granny Ruan? Bai Xiaoxiao, feeling quite pleased, patted Lu Qingfeng on the shoulder. Big Beard, you're quite astute. Your intellect is growing. Lu Qingfeng was at a loss for words. So, what shall we do next? Should we confront Granny Ruan and drag her to Fangsuan Pond? Ning Qiushui shook his head. Given the multitude of vengeful spirits in this village seeking to kill the Ruan family and their continued existence, it stands to reason that they possess formidable abilities, making them not so easily dealt with. We should first consider how to handle the individual who placed this talisman in our room. Both knew he was referring to Tang Jiao. What other course of action is there? We'll retaliate in kind. Whatever she does to us, we shall do to her. We can hide all the talismans in her room, allowing her to experience the terror of being targeted by ghosts at night. Lu Qingfeng, filled with righteous indignation, was incensed at the mention of Tang Jiao. However, there remains one point I do not grasp. What benefit does she gain by aiding an NPC in tormenting us? The more we perish, the fewer people there are to assist her in uncovering clues for survival. Does that not place her in even greater peril? In response to Lu Qingfeng's inquiry, Bai Xiaoxiao elucidated. There exist 2 peculiar hidden rules concerning the blood gate. The first is that if the number of deaths within a blood gate surpasses 90 of those who entered, the difficulty of the blood gate task will significantly diminish, and the restrictions on the spirit's actions will increase. For instance, in the earlier scenario at Fangsuan Pond, had only Qiushui remained alive, the skin-faced female ghost would not easily have attacked her. A precondition for triggering an attack must be met, and that condition is not easily satisfied. The second hidden rule stipulates that blood must be shed within the blood gate. If a formidable individual manages to find an escape route before anyone else has perished, the number of individuals granted refuge will randomly decrease, and the spirits within the instance will select up to 1/10 of the remaining individuals to eliminate. Lastly, there exists a compensation mechanism. If only one person emerges alive from a blood gate, they are guaranteed to receive a ghostly artifact bestowed by the blood gate. Upon hearing this, Ning and Lu's expressions instantly shifted. The allure of immense profit can drive individuals to undertake even the most reckless of actions. Bai Xiaoxiao appeared unfazed by this revelation. This is precisely why individuals within the instance often form teams with others from the same sinister abode. It is rare to witness alliances formed among disparate factions. As for placing these wooden plaques in Tang Jiao's room, that is indeed feasible. However, her door is locked, and we must devise a means to unlock it. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng chuckled mischievously. There is no need for such complexity. A piece of iron wire will suffice. I shall handle the rest. The two regarded him with mild astonishment. "You can do this?" Lu Chengfeng seemed to sense their scrutinizing gazes. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Just to clarify, this skill was taught to me by my master, and I have never employed it for nefarious purposes. Besides, we live in a society governed by law. With my abilities, I can earn a living comfortably without resorting to such risks." The two nodded in agreement, and they soon procured a piece of iron wire, handing it to Lu Chengfeng that he deftly bent and twisted the wire into an intricate shape, and then the trio approached the door of Tang Jiao's room. Ensuring that no one was around, Lu Chengfeng skillfully manipulated the wire, and they heard a faint sound emanating from the lock, the door that was unlocked. Chapter 30, Qiu Village. Communication. The room before them was nearly identical to those of others. Ning Qiushui searched the room briefly before ultimately deciding to place the small wooden plaque inscribed with the character 1 beneath Tang Jiao's pillow. Is just one sufficient? One is adequate, in response to Lu Chengfeng's skepticism. Ning Qiushui replied, "The other party is not entirely unprepared. Placing too many would risk exposure." Lu Chengfeng remained unconvinced. "Will she perish? The presence of this item in the room does not guarantee death." Ning Qiushui survived the first night. According to her account, as long as one lies still in bed and refrains from making any noise when the ghost appears at night, one will be unharmed. There is no need for excessive concern. Should she survive tonight, I have further contingencies. Bai Xiaoxiao's languid voice carried a hint of coldness. With her hands tucked into her pockets, an unmistakable air of menace glimmered in her gaze. She had always harbored no fondness for Tang Jiao and would undoubtedly show no mercy. After the trio completed their task and ensured no trace remained, they cautiously exited the room. They then proceeded to the cafeteria for dinner. Armed with insights from the day's analysis, Lu Chengfeng's demeanor towards the cafeteria transformed. Imbued with a scrutinizing gaze, he swiftly recognized that Ning Qiushui's assessment was entirely accurate. The architectural style was far from that of a cafeteria. It was distinctly reminiscent of a hotel. The villagers had converted the original guest house into a cafeteria and transformed an otherwise unoccupied building into a guest house. Such subtle machinations were bound to provoke speculation. They entered the designated room with their trays, where the atmosphere remained notably subdued. Fortunately, this time, the number of attendees had not diminished. Upon seeing Ning Qiushui and the others enter the room, Tang Jiao's hand, poised to serve herself, hesitated visibly. She slightly lifted her eyelids, casting a momentarily astonished glance at the trio before quickly resuming her composure. You finally made it. I was beginning to worry that something had happened to you." Tang Jiao feigned nonchalance, exhaling dramatically with a smile plastered across her face. Yet, the three, now aware of Tang Jiao's true nature, found her insincere smile utterly repugnant. While ostensibly uniting the group in their quest for survival, she had secretly betrayed them all. It's nothing much. Just a brief detour to Fangsuan Pond after visiting Buing, which delayed us a bit. Bai Xiaoxiao explained. As soon as she finished speaking, the young woman seated to their left interjected eagerly. "Now that everyone is here, let us exchange our findings." The group nodded in agreement. "We'll go first. This afternoon, we visited Maple Leaf Bridge." The bespectacled man began to recount their encounter at Maple Leaf Bridge, his voice trembling with trepidation. In truth, the so-called clues they offered were little more than superficial details of no real utility. Nevertheless, Tang Jiao and her companion listened intently. After the bespectacled man concluded, Tang Jiao feigned praise, asserting that his insights were exceptionally valuable and that, with some integration of clues from other locations, they might uncover a path to safety. That a flicker of joy passed through the eyes of the bespectacled man's team, and they all turned their gaze toward Ning Qiushui. "By the way, Ning Qiushui, did you uncover anything this afternoon? What about Buing and Fangsuan Pond?" In response to the bespectacled man's inquiry, Ning Qiushui calmly recounted their afternoon's experiences, deliberately omitting the details regarding the human skin ghost. Merely stating that they were fortunate Bai Xiaoxiao possessed a formidable protective artifact. Otherwise, all three of them might have perished there. His storytelling prowess was remarkable, akin to that of a bard, and even from his narration, the group could sense the peril they had faced. Upon finishing, they realized their bodies had become drenched in cold sweat. Seated at the farthest distance from Ning Qiushui, a flicker of discontent crossed Tang Jiao's eyes, quickly replaced by a sinister smile and a cold sneer. "Fortune has smiled upon you, albeit momentarily. Alas, such luck may rescue you for a fleeting moment, but it cannot safeguard you for a lifetime." The mere thought of the items within the three-person room caused a smile to involuntarily grace Tang Jiao's lips. These 7 fools before her, it seemed, remained blissfully unaware of the intricate web she had spun to ensnare them. By the time they awakened to their predicament, it would be far too late. With the promise and assistance of the shaman, she was destined to emerge as the last survivor, successfully completing the task at the Blood Gate and departing from this place, all while acquiring a ghostly artifact bestowed by the Blood Gate itself. As this realization washed over her, Tang Jiao felt an exhilarating tremor in her fingers, gripping the chopsticks tightly. Yet, she quickly composed herself, inhaling deeply before addressing the group. We have unearthed a considerable number of clues thus far. However, I require some time to contemplate certain matters. Tomorrow morning, let us reconvene here for breakfast, at which point I shall consolidate all the information we have gathered, including details regarding Fengsuan Pond and the binding of Night Temple. I appreciate your efforts today. Please enjoy your meal and return to rest early, as this village is not particularly safe at night. Another team sensed something amiss. Although they had all shared their insights this evening, Tang Jiao, the instigator of the events, had remained silent. Though they were newcomers, they were not devoid of wit. Just as doubts about Tang Jiao's intentions began to creep into their minds, Bai Xiaoxiao spoke up softly. Tang Jiao, we have all shared our clues, yet you remain tight-lipped. Is that not rather inappropriate? What you could divulge by morning, why not share tonight? As her words hung in the air, the bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and timidly chimed in. Indeed, we ought to share everything. Tonight, we can collectively ponder where our paths may lead us. 3 heads are better than 1. After all, if Bai Xiaoxiao's words served as the spark, the bespectacled man's agreement ignited the flame. Upon feeling the collective gaze of the group upon her, Tang Jiao's expression stiffened noticeably. Beneath the table, she clenched her fists, cursed that Bai Xiaoxiao. From the moment she had caught the glimmer in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes earlier that day, Tang Jiao had sensed this woman would not be easily deceived. She was likely a seasoned veteran who had traversed several doors. Typically, newcomers in the Blood Gate, though not lacking in intelligence, exhibited a diminished wariness of humans under the oppressive force of the supernatural. The terrifying nature of their environment rendered them more susceptible to trusting strangers. This was a truth Tang Jiao had exploited time and time again. She possessed 3 ghostly artifacts, all acquired by mentoring newcomers within the first 2 challenging doors of the Blood Gate. Yet this time, she seemed to have encountered a conundrum. Chapter 31. Rain Prayer Village. The bitter fruit. Though she was under scrutiny, Tang Jiao was no naive fool that a cunning scheme stirred within her mind. And with arms crossed, she leaned back in her chair, donning a provocative expression as she surveyed the group. Are you all certain you wish to uncover this clue? The bespectacled man, sensing her unusual demeanor, inquired. Is this clue particularly special? Tang Jiao, emboldened, remained unfazed. Certainly. Otherwise I would have informed you long ago that I have come to understand that the concealed clues regarding the Fu Eci and Feng Siyuan Tang carry a certain degree of peril. Those who are aware of these hints may encounter some unsavory entities tonight. Are you certain you wish to continue listening? As she spoke, her voice unwittingly took on a more sinister tone, a slightly eerie smile gracing her lips, causing the 3 newcomers to hesitate immediately. If that is indeed the case, it is entirely understandable for Tang Jiao to withhold this clue from them. In a sense, she is protecting them. Bai Xiaoxiao, observing Tang Jiao's provocative demeanor, could hardly be oblivious to her intentions. This cunning woman merely sought to provoke her in Tang Jiao's imagination. The ensuing narrative would unfold as follows. Bai Xiaoxiao, defiant against fate, would insist on hearing the clue, only to meet a bizarre demise that very night, thereby validating Tang Jiao's claims. The remaining 3 newcomers would not only express their gratitude towards her, but would also elevate their trust to unprecedented heights, rendering them more malleable, even transforming them into her puppets. Of course, all of this had been discerned by Bai Xiaoxiao. She was, after all, a seasoned individual who had traversed the Blood Gates numerous times. Having witnessed a plethora of deceit and treachery, she had encountered countless individuals like Tang Jiao. Nonetheless, she resolved to play along with the charade that I am unafraid. Do share this clue with me. It just so happens that I can assist everyone in discerning whether this self-proclaimed elder, who has passed through 5 blood gates, is genuine or not. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man's team exchanged pleased glances. This girl is quite impressive. We are grateful to Miss Bai. Bai Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. As the 3 departed the room, Tang Jiao called the young girl accompanying her outside, leaving only 4 individuals within the chamber. At this moment, Tang Jiao boldly produced a wooden token from her pocket and placed it upon the table. The 3 leaned in to see that it was indeed the identity token inscribed with the name Ruan. "This is the clue I have discovered," by Xiao Xiao feigned surprise. "Just this?" Tang Jiao nodded. "Just this." She had no intention of elaborating to the 3 and promptly retrieved the wooden token from the table before turning to exit the room. In Tang Jiao's eyes, Ning, Lu, and Bai were already as good as dead. Speaking another word to them would be a waste of breath. Once Tang Jiao had fully departed, Lu Chifeng exploded in a fit of expletives. "Damn it. Just seeing that woman's face makes me want to slap her twice." Bai Xiao Xiao's fair fingers lightly tapped the table as she chuckled softly. "I feel the same. However, there is no need for us to lose our temper with a dead woman. She likely won't survive the night anyway." Soon, night fell. Everyone remained in their respective rooms, pondering the life and death clues that in truth, most were unable to deduce anything substantial, as they had not received any useful information from the outset. The moonlight outside remained bright and cool, yet as it filtered through the glass into the room, it bore an inexplicable chill that at some unknown moment, Ning Qiushui, who had fallen asleep, was startled awake by a peculiar sound that he listened intently and soon comprehended that the sound he heard was none other than the terrifying noise of the charred specter crawling on the ground from the night before. The sharp noise produced by its nails scraping against the floor pierced through Ning Qiushui's heart like a cruel iron needle. However, this time, the burnt specter did not enter Ning Qiushui's room, but instead crawled past his door, continuing its advance as the sound faded into the distance. Ning Qiushui stealthily descended from his bed, cautiously opening a crack in the door to observe the creature creeping along the floor. Although the corridor was shrouded in darkness, the moonlight from the balcony illuminated the scene, allowing Ning Qiushui to discern the shadowy figure writhing on the ground. It was, astonishingly, a charred corpse, possessing only its upper half. The upper body was diminutive, likely belonging to a child. Its abdomen displayed remnants of a dragged spine and internal organs, all charred black, emanating a foul stench of burnt flesh as it crawled with its 2 arms. In that moment of horror, Ning Qiushui was suddenly reminded of the annotations he had seen at the Fuyi shrine during the day. It described how Guangxiu's wife and child had been locked within the misty rain tower, which was subsequently struck by lightning during a torrential downpour, igniting a fierce blaze that the rain could not extinguish. The realization struck him with force as he retrieved the tablet from his possession. Guangchuan. Yes, this entity must be Guangchuan, the son of Guangxiu. Thus, this so-called guest house we find ourselves in is none other than the Misty Rain Tower, which Guangxiu's family once built for the village. With this revelation, Ning Qiushui's heart tightened painfully. These villagers of Qiu village had transformed a haunted abode into a guest house for outsiders like themselves. What were they truly scheming? Why did they so fervently desire the demise of these visiting tourists? As Ning Qiushui pondered these unsettling questions, a sound of a door opening echoed from a room ahead. Click. Before long, a woman's terrified scream erupted from within that room. "No, not me, that you have the wrong person." Wrong da. This voice was all too familiar to Ning Qiushui. It was Tang Jiao. She too was unaware of the horrors she faced in that room, her cries filled with anguish. Before long, her wails diminished, replaced by the sound of something gnawing within the room. Ning Qiushui felt a chill run down his spine at the sound, silently closing his own door and climbing back into bed. Tang Jiao's earlier screams had been deafening. That night, none on this floor managed to sleep, huddled beneath their blankets, trembling and feared. It was not until dawn that a voice of desperate sorrow echoed from the end of the corridor. Tang Jia. Tang Jia, Chapter 32, Qiu Village. Exposed last night. Tang Jiao's screams reverberated for an extended period. Yet, throughout it all, no one dared to investigate, and no one knew what horrors she had encountered in that room. Until the sun rose the following day, dispelling the ominous atmosphere that shrouded the inn, the newcomer, who had been escorted through the blood gate by Tang Jiao, cautiously pushed open her door to check on her condition. However, a mere glimpse inside sent the young girl into a state of terror, causing her to lose control of her bladder on the spot. Generally speaking, adults possess a certain threshold for psychological endurance. While encountering bizarre and frightening occurrences may leave lasting psychological scars, instances of being so frightened as to lose control are rare, with a few exceptions, particularly when one is desperately holding their bladder in the morning. The girl's piercing cries drew the attention of others to the door of Tang Jiao's room. They peered cautiously inside, only to discover Tang Jiao sprawled on the floor, her form grotesquely contorted, with remnants of flesh and blood scattered about. She had long since lost her human semblance. "Did you all hear her screams last night?" inquired the bespectacled man, his voice trembling. Bai Xiaoxiao gazed at the corpse of Tang Jiao on the ground, her eyes devoid of any sympathy. Of course, she had heard the anguished cries. Then why did no one go to her aid? If you heard her, why didn't you help? I was too afraid that we are all newcomers, without any protective tools for our survival. Bai Xiaoxiao scoffed. Survival tools are indeed precious. Any ghostly artifact retrieved from the Bloodgate, regardless of its potency, has a limited number of uses, and certainly no more than 3. Why should I squander valuable tools to save someone who is not connected to me? The bespectacled man fell silent, as did the others. Only the girl on the ground continued to weep inconsolably. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingled with a faint odor of urine. This girl, named Luo Yan, had recently joined the eerie abode of Tang Jiao and seemed to have shared a close bond with her. Now, she knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Lu Chifeng felt a pang of pity for her and considered offering comfort, but before he could act, Luo Yin suddenly lifted her head and chastised them. "You selfish people. You possess survival tools yet refuse to rescue Sister Tang. Now look, Sister Tang is dead, and the clues are lost. None of you will escape alive." Bai Xiaoxiao, arms crossed languidly over her chest, remarked, "Indeed, she is dead, but this has no bearing on our quest for survival. After all, your senior, Tang Jiao, has been deceiving everyone from the very beginning, and she certainly possessed more than one survival tool. However, I suspect she grew too complacent last night, failing to keep these tools close at hand. Knowing full well the dangers of the Bloodgate, she still acted so recklessly. Her demise is well-deserved." Just as Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the bespectacled man suddenly realized something and inquired, "Bai Xiaoxiao, did you just say Tang Jiao has been lying from the start? What do you mean?" Bai Xiaoxiao responded, "Some of my thoughts are mere speculation, which I shall not disclose. However, I can definitively prove that she has lied about one thing. Tang Jiao has never been to Fangsuan Pond. Do not be deceived by her aggressive demeanor. In truth, she is merely attempting to intimidate us." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Yan, kneeling on the ground and sobbing, resembled a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. "You are talking nonsense. Sister Tang has indeed been there. I went with her." She desperately sought to clarify the matter, not out of a desire to vindicate the late Tang Jiao, but because Luo Yin understood that if everyone discovered Tang Jiao had never visited Fangsuan Tang, then as Tang Jiao's attendant, she too would be implicated. Consequently, she would likely face 2 possible scenarios. First, either being abandoned by the group and excluded from the trail of clues, or second, visiting the remaining attractions alone to gather information to share with the others. Initially, the latter option did not seem particularly unacceptable. However, ever since Ning Qiushui recounted their harrowing experiences the previous evening, Luo Yin was utterly thrown into a state of panic. Moreover, prior to that, Tang Jiao had subtly warned her that those sites were perilous, potentially infested with malevolent entities. "Oh, you went with her? Are you certain?" One cannot deny that while Bai Xiaoxiao is generally amiable and exudes a charming warmth, her demeanor shifts dramatically, emanating a formidable pressure when provoked. A mere simple inquiry was enough to leave Luo Yin momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, her flushed face stubbornly declared, "I am certain. Sister Tang did indeed go there." Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "You cannot even lie convincingly. I did not lie." "Very well. If you can answer one question of mine, you shall prove your honesty. What question?" Bai Xiaoxiao flashed a captivating smile. "Since no one has visited Fangsuan Tang, I will not ask you to describe its appearance, as none can ascertain the truth of your words. Instead, I shall pose but one question. It is said that you and Tang Jiao went to Fangsuan Tang. So tell everyone, when did you go?" Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's question, Luo Yin felt a sudden tightness in her chest. At first glance, it seemed a question one could easily brush off. Yet, in reality, no, that would not do. This was their 3rd day in the village. The previous afternoon, Tang Jiao had emphatically declared to everyone that they had visited Fangsuan Tang. This meant Tang Jiao could only have gone before noon yesterday. With this thought, Luo Yin initially intended to respond that they had visited Fangsuan Tang in the morning, but then she recalled that Fangsuan Tang appeared to be the most distant of the attractions. Thus, she instinctively blurted out, "We went on the first day's afternoon. It was around 3 when we entered through that Bloodgate. Seeing that it was still early, we thought we might check out the site, perhaps discover something." The moment those words escaped Luo Yan's lips, The group could largely surmise that she was fabricating her story. And when did you return? Bai Xiaoxiao asked with a cold smirk. Luo Yin swallowed hard, and I forgot that it was quite late when we returned. I did not check the time. Bai Xiaoxiao continued to press, her voice now trembling slightly. Did you not check the time? Does an electronic watch with a luminous function go unnoticed when worn? Luo Yin shuddered. Perhaps her emotions had finally reached a breaking point. She abruptly stood up, fixing the crowd with an indignant glare, nearly shouting, I told you, we visited Fangsuan Pond on the afternoon of the first day. If you don't believe me, so be it. What skill is it to bully a newcomer in a group? After her outburst, she pushed through the throng and fled back to her room without a backward glance. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding force. Bai Xiaoxiao seemed unfazed by the drama. Sister Bai, have we gone too far? Lu Qingfeng murmured softly in her ear, though he harbored a deep-seated hatred for wickedness. He exhibited a surprising tolerance for the innocent. Bai Xiaoxiao replied coldly, no snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. The crucial matters that Tang Jiao would never disclose to her, yet she would certainly not be entirely oblivious. However, she chose to remain silent, passively observing the unfolding events. Do you think she is a good person? Lu Qifeng fell silent. This woman named Luo Yin, though timid, possessed a semblance of cunning. If she were endowed with capability and courage, she might outdo even Tang Jiao in ruthlessness. After this, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly yawned. I'm tired. I shall return to catch up on some beauty sleep. Last night was utterly vexing. Those ghostly wails kept me up all night. Chapter 33, Qiyu Village. The hidden malefactor ghostly artifacts are gifts bestowed upon the trial takers by the Bloodgate. It is precisely for this reason that they possess absolute privacy. One may lend their ghostly artifact to another within the same Bloodgate, but it cannot be gifted. Furthermore, upon the death of the artifact's owner, all their ghostly artifacts will be sealed, transforming into the most mundane of objects. The newcomer named Luo Yin, after the others had departed, cautiously opened her door, gritting her teeth and suppressing her inner terror as she entered Tang Zhao's room. She dared not gaze upon the grotesque corpse sprawled on the floor, trembling as she searched the room. Ultimately, she discovered 3 ghostly artifacts within Tang Zhao's backpack. Although she was aware of the rules, she nonetheless stowed the artifacts away, for who could know their potential utility? In moments of despair, one clings to even the faintest glimmer of hope. Luo Yin was no exception. Yet, as she placed the 3 artifacts into her backpack and prepared to turn away, she suddenly froze in her tracks. A look of profound terror flickered in her eyes as she stared at the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, the corpses that had once littered the floor had vanished in an instant. Not only were the bodies gone, but so too were the bloodstains on the ground. It was as if this room had never housed a person named Tang Jiao. Luo Yin was utterly terrified. She felt an eerie chill creeping up her spine, as if the deceased Tang Jiao were somewhere nearby, watching her intently. Without a second glance, she bolted out of Tang Jiao's room and hurried back to her own quarters, where she promptly locked the door behind her as the clock approached 10 in the morning. The bespectacled trio ventured out once more in search of new leads. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoxiao, who had been diligently seeking clues, had only just risen and completed her morning rituals. Ning Qiushui had moved a chair to the open space and was basking in the sunlight, appearing quite unhurried. Neither of them seemed pressed for time, yet Lu Qingfeng was growing anxious. Bro, what's going on with you? Aren't we supposed to be searching for clues this morning? Ning Qiushui, without turning his head, swayed gently in his chair, his brow furrowed as if lost in contemplation. Clues? What more is there to seek? Lu Qingfeng strode directly in front of him. Don't we still have a scenic spot we haven't explored? That location might hold crucial information. Ning Qiushui shook his head dismissively. It's futile. Lu Qingfeng, puzzled by Ning Qiushui's thoughts, let out a perplexed sound. Just as he was about to press further, Bai Xiaoxiao's voice chimed in from behind. We have already acquired the clues we sought. To risk venturing out again would only expose us to the villagers' fabrications. Lu Qingfeng was confused, prompting Bai Xiaoxiao to elaborate. These attractions were constructed by the villagers. They are designed to present a fade for our eyes. Thus, seeking the truth within them is utterly impossible. Lu Qingfeng, feeling increasingly anxious, exclaimed, What should we do then? We can't simply sit idly by. The temple festival begins in less than 5 days. Observing Lu Qingfeng's distress, Bai Xiaoxiao sighed softly. I understand your urgency, but do not let it overwhelm you. Being anxious serves no purpose. At that moment, Ning Qiushui, who had been lounging in the sun, posed the initial question once again. What role do you think the members of the Yuan clan play in the hints provided at the Bloodgate? Are they the benevolent ones who have bled dry, or the merciful ones who sever heads? Or perhaps they are the innocent souls yearning for rain and stability. Both individuals detected a deeper meaning in Ning Qiushui's words. Bai Xiaoxiao subtly grasped something and glanced at Ning Qiushui. Qiushui, what is your perspective? Now fully turning to face them, Ning Qiushui's gaze was sharper and clearer than ever before. The answer is none of the above. Both were taken aback. None of the above? Ning Qiushui continued. Initially, I struggled to comprehend the significance of the hints provided by this blood gate, but now, I believe I have an inkling. Pay attention to the sequence of these hints. The benevolent have bled dry, transforming into rain. The merciful have severed heads, bestowing stability if that is the case. Why then should the innocent await rain and stability? At this, the two were struck silent. Ning Qiushui pressed on. Because they have received neither the rain bestowed by the benevolent nor the stability granted by the merciful, amidst this gathering of individuals, there exists a malevolent entity. This being has drained the lifeblood from the virtuous, severed the heads of the compassionate, and left the innocent with nothing. As they listened to the words of Ning Qiushui, both felt their breaths quicken. Brother, are you suggesting that Ruan Xinpa is that wicked individual? But why would she act this way? It makes no sense. We all belong to the same village, and there is no enmity among us. Just as Lu Qingfeng grappled with his confusion, Bai Xiaoxiao, with a sardonic smile, uttered a chilling remark. How can one truly showcase the status of a shaman within a village? Surely by not invoking a haunting upon the village. Boom! It was as if struck by lightning. Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him motionless. This. Observing his incredulous demeanor, Bai Xiaoxiao scoffed. Sometimes, a human can be far more terrifying than a ghost. After a moment of silence, Ning Qiushui spoke. Yesterday at noon, there was an aunt in the cafeteria serving me food. When I inquired about the architectural style of the cafeteria, her gaze was evasive. She must know something. Yet when I sought her this morning, she was absent. The cafeteria staff mentioned she wouldn't arrive until noon. We have time. Let us wait, for I wish to speak with her privately at midday. Bringing Guangchuan's tablet, the two nodded in agreement. If they could extract the truth directly from an informed individual, it would undoubtedly be the most advantageous approach. As the lunch hour approached, the three entered the cafeteria. However, upon seeing the serving aunt, Ning Qiushui furrowed his brow. This person was not the same as yesterday. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Good afternoon, sir. May I inquire about the aunt who served me yesterday? Why has she not come? The elderly server, his eyes clouded with confusion, took a moment to comprehend Ning Qiushui's question. She seems to be feeling unwell. Chapter 34, Qiyu Village. Inquiry unwell? Is she ill? The elderly server shook his head. I cannot say for certain. I didn't inquire deeply. Probably just some minor ailment. The village lacks proper medical facilities and harbors a certain malevolence. Occasional headaches and such are quite normal. Hearing this, Ning Qiushui pressed the old man for the aunt's address. Once he obtained the desired information, he proceeded to the room of Bai and Lu, holding a tray of food. Brother, what is the situation? Lu Qingfeng asked, shoveling rice into his mouth. She hasn't come. They said she is unwell, but I suspect it's not that simple. After we finish eating, let us visit her home and assess the situation. The two nodded in agreement. After their meal, they followed the directions provided by the old man, venturing into the residential area of the villagers. Truth be told, it was their first time visiting this place. The sites of the village, along with its lodgings, were entirely distinct from the village itself. The architecture of the two structures ahead is exquisitely detailed, while within the village, the living conditions of the villagers appear rather rudimentary, evoking a sense of desolation akin to that of a remote backwater. From the perspective of the scenic surroundings, the trio initially presumed that the villagers enjoyed a relatively prosperous economic status, living lives of affluence. However, the current environment starkly contrasts with their expectations. The ground is paved with mud and gravel, and the majority of the villagers' abodes are mere mud brick houses, lacking even the semblance of brick walls. The scene before them is one of utter bleakness. Goodness! How can it be so dilapidated? Lu Qingfeng murmured softly. Even he, with his thick skin, sensed the abnormality of the village. As the three continued along the earthen path, the occasional villagers passing by, as well as those busily engaged in their yards, cast peculiar glances in their direction. It was a strange scrutiny, imbued with an unspoken guilt and an indefinable chill. Yet, without exception, these villagers observed them furtively, avoiding direct eye contact, none daring to meet their gaze. Indeed, these individuals harbored secrets. Ning Qiushui let out a cold laugh. Before long, They arrived at the residence of the woman who had served them lunch in the canteen the previous day. Upon pushing open the dilapidated fence gate and stepping into the yard, they unexpectedly encountered a middle-aged man emerging from the house. He was holding a basin of water, with a towel draped over his arm. Upon seeing the trio, his expression shifted abruptly, revealing a moment of panic that was quickly stifled. "Who are you? And what business do you have in my home?" The man's tone was flat, tinged with hostility. Ning Qiushui replied, "We are here to find Milan. Milan was the name of the woman who had served them lunch the day before." The middle-aged man's demeanor turned icy. "You have the wrong place. There is no one named Milan here." With that, he attempted to usher them out. Just as Ning Qiushui contemplated whether to force their way in, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected, "You would do well not to obstruct us. To be frank, it is not us who wish to see Milan, but rather someone far beyond your capacity to confront." The middle-aged man hesitated momentarily at her words. Bai Xiaoxiao sauntered toward him unhurriedly and whispered a name in his ear. Upon hearing that name, the man's complexion drained of color. He took a couple of steps back, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Do you not believe me? Bai Xiaoxiao replied with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. "Shall we present that item? It's right here in my possession." Her voice, soft yet chilling, resonated like a winter breeze, causing the middle-aged man to shudder involuntarily. Hastily shaking his head, "Know that won't be necessary. Milan is my wife. She is unwell today, and I would prefer she not meet outsiders." Bai Xiaoxiao offered a gentle smile. "Rest assured, grievances have their origins. And we are not here to seek revenge. We merely wish to confirm a few matters with her, and we shall leave once our inquiries are complete." The middle-aged man promptly emptied the basin of water, set it on a stone platform, and then led them into the house. The room appeared even more dilapidated than the outside, as if it had not been attended to for an extended period. Many pieces of furniture bore the heavy marks of time, giving the impression that this house had been constructed several decades ago and had undergone no updates since the short, stout middle-aged woman lay on the bed, completely enveloped in blankets, her lips pale, her eyes were tightly shut, resembling someone in slumber. Bai Xiaoxiao approached, extending her hand to touch the woman's forehead. She had a fever, and a high one at that, likely exceeding 39 degrees. It seemed that the commotion caused by the trio had roused Milan from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she let out a startled exclamation. "When did you come to my home?" Ning Qiushui gestured to Lu Qingfeng, urging him to close the door. As the door creaked shut, the room was instantly plunged into darkness. With a snap, he pulled the chandelier's chain. The dim yellow light cast eerie shadows upon the figures present. "I have a question to ask you, and once I have my answer, we shall depart." It appeared that Milan recognized Ning Qiushui's face, as her expression softened slightly, her panic diminishing. However, as Ning Qiushui posed her next inquiry, Milan's body, concealed beneath the blankets, tensed abruptly. "Why have you prepared a haunted house for us outsiders to inhabit?" Milan stammered, her face ashen. What haunted house? I don't know what you are talking about." Ning Qiushui gazed into Milan's eyes, suddenly breaking into a smile. "The building you hastily cleaned must be the site of the Misty Rain Temple. Is it not?" At these words, Milan trembled violently. The middle-aged man beside her sensed something was amiss and was about to intervene when he suddenly saw Ning Qiushui produce an object from her bosom and present it before him. Upon recognizing the item, the man let out a scream, covering his head and collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He appeared as though possessed, muttering incessantly, "It has nothing to do with us. We didn't do it. Do not come after you asked." That moment, what Ning Qiushui held in her hand was none other than the memorial tablet of Guangchuan. Chapter 35, Qiyu Village. "The shaman, I have but a single question. Why have you prepared a haunted house for us?" "The unwelcome visitors?" Ning Qiushui's gaze remained fixed upon the woman on the bed. Milan bit her lip fiercely, initially resolved to remain silent, but upon seeing the tablet in Ning Qiushui's possession, she could not help but tremble uncontrollably. "That was not our intention. We did not wish for it to be this way." Milan's voice was laced with profound guilt and helplessness. "However, the temple's ritual is fast approaching. If we are not sufficiently prepared," just as she was about to continue, the middle-aged man in the room bellowed, "Milan, be quiet. Do you wish to invite disaster upon yourself? Is this something that can be spoken of?" The three were taken aback by the sudden outburst from the man. They turned to face him, noticing the bloodshot eyes that hinted at his unstable mental state. Such matters cannot be spoken of. They must remain unvoiced. If the shaman were to find out, that we would be doomed. Upon the mention of the shaman, the middle-aged man reacted as if he had invoked some forbidden taboo, his face contorting in sheer terror. Just as Milan was about to convey everything to Ning Qiushui and the others, she too seemed awakened by the middle-aged man's frantic outburst, biting her lip tightly and falling silent. As the atmosphere in the room descended once more into a stalemate, Bai Xiao, who had remained composed beside Ning Qiushui, suddenly produced a sharp knife from her pocket. The blade bore the inscription of a name, Jizi. I have already taken enough lives outside. Thus, the world that lies beyond the blood gate typically harbors a disdain for killing. Bai Xiao's voice turned chillingly cold, starkly contrasting with her usual languid demeanor. An aura of dread enveloped her, the air thick with an ominous bloodlust that even Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng found daunting. If we fail to uncover the truth, we shall perish, since death is inevitable. Why not take a few more down with us scapegoats? She declared, advancing step by step toward the middle-aged man with a knife in hand. The latter hastily grabbed a wooden stool nearby, attempting to retaliate, yet he severely underestimated Bai Xiao's agility. With a mere sidestep, the next moment, the sharp blade was plunged into the man's neck, rendering him helpless on the ground. The nearness of death finally instilled a sense of calm in the middle-aged man. He dared not move. Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng stood frozen in disbelief. Goodness, is this even possible? To subdue an NPC in the blood gate through sheer force? I must inform you, this strike has evaded your artery. But should you dare to act recklessly, a slight twist of the blade will seal your fate. Do you comprehend? At that moment, Bai Xiao's enchanting yet frigid demeanor was fully unveiled. She resembled a siren, straddling the middle-aged man, a scene that should have been alluring, yet the cold, sharp blade in her grasp extinguished any thoughts of desire. Under the threat of death, the middle-aged man nodded slightly, cautious not to make any sudden movements. For the knife remained embedded in his neck. Now, answer our previous question. The middle-aged man painfully shut his eyes, hesitating for a considerable time before rasping, I can reveal the truth you seek, but you must not speak of it to anyone else. Bai Xiao flashed a charming smile. Her previously icy demeanor suddenly transformed into one of warmth. Rest assured, we shall not disclose it to anyone else. However, we are well aware of many things, should I discover you have lied. You know the consequences. Having said that, she withdrew the knife with grace, meticulously wiping the blood from its surface. The wound on the middle-aged man's neck was not deep, evidently sparing any vital vessels. Merely oozing a bit of blood before it ceased. He exhaled a long sigh, clearly understanding that if these three did not receive the answers they sought today, both he and his wife would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. This matter is quite ancient, and our understanding of it is far from comprehensive. To put it succinctly, the village requires an annual temple festival, and the offering for this festival is a human sacrifice. Upon hearing that the sacrifice would be a person, though the three of them had mentally prepared themselves, they could not help but shudder slightly. What are you to sacrifice? Asked the middle-aged man. His expression grimmed. We are to sacrifice some individuals who perished a century ago. Why must you perform such a sacrifice? I cannot say that it has always been the shamaness who manages all of this. We merely provide the offerings as instructed by her, and nothing more. Upon hearing this, Ning Qiushui suddenly posed a rather peculiar question. Why is the village so impoverished? When this topic was broached, the middle-aged man fell into apparent silence, and after a considerable pause, he replied, every year, each household must sell a substantial amount of grain and meat to fund the construction of the mountain god temple and the earth god temple, so that we may have favorable weather in the coming year. Ning Qiushui, upon hearing this, suddenly began to laugh. Isn't this all orchestrated by the shamaness as well? The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed, it is because of the shamaness that our village can lead a stable life. We have no reason to refuse matters that benefit the collective. Even though we are somewhat impoverished, at least we can live in peace. After pondering for a moment, Ning Qiushui raised a finger. I will ask you one final question, and then we shall take our leave. The middle-aged man responded. All right, go ahead. Ning Qiushui inquired. What exactly happened to the Guangxiu family back then? How did they meet their demise? No sooner had he spoken than a strange, icy voice, belonging to an elderly woman, echoed from outside. A century ago, during a famine in the village, the Guangxiu family not only hoarded a vast amount of grain, but also murdered villagers who came to borrow food, even turning them into sustenance. This family had always lorded over others, amassing wealth and grain under the guise of the smoke and rain temple, and at such a critical juncture of survival, they committed such heinous acts that enraged the heavens. Their actions led to widespread starvation, with countless villagers perishing. Fortunately, my ancestor, Wan Kai Wang, stood up and led the villagers to storm the Guangzhou household, thereby putting an end to their reign of terror. At the utterance of this voice, the 5 individuals within the room tensed instantaneously. In particular, the middle-aged man and Milan, lying on the bed, trembled violently, their faces ashen, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Chapter 36, Rain-Praying Village. Speculation. The emergence of this ancient voice took everyone by surprise. Even though it was merely their first hearing, Ning Qiushui and the others could almost ascertain that the source of this voice was none other than the village's shamaness. Even before she entered the room, the terrifying sense of oppression had already seeped through the dilapidated wooden door, striking them head-on. Soon, the door was pushed open, revealing an aged visage before the crowd. Upon catching sight of this face, the middle-aged man within the room collapsed onto the floor, as if all strength had abandoned him, and even the spark in his eyes had vanished. He realized that his fate was sealed. The shaman's arrival outside the house was shrouded in mystery, as he could not discern when she had taken her place there or how long she had been eavesdropping on their conversation. If the shaman had indeed overheard their recent exchange, a torrent of fear and despair flooded the middle-aged man's heart. He was acutely aware of the shaman's methods and could hardly fathom the dreadful events that might soon unfold. Surely, the village must possess an inn prepared for visiting guests. Yet the 3 of them had suddenly dashed into the village for reasons unknown. The shaman, with her ample figure, leaned upon a dragon-headed cane, and at her waist hung a peculiar wooden plaque of considerable size. The trio had encountered this plaque numerous times before. It was the identity token of the Ruan family. There was nothing amiss, except for the sudden realization that the cafeteria staff had changed. Upon casually inquiring, he learned that the lady had fallen ill, and since I am a medical student, I came to offer my assistance. Ning Qiushui replied to the shaman's inquiry with a calm demeanor, his heart steady and his face devoid of any telltale blush. He spoke no falsehood. Each word of his statement rang true. The shaman cast a piercing glance at Ning Qiushui, her eyes exuding a chilling intensity, akin to a ravenous wolf surveying its prey in the wilderness. Moreover, Ning Qiushui keenly observed a patch of red blemishes near the shaman's shoulder. Though her attire was layered, the grotesque marks, resembling festering sores, were discernible, encircling her neck and giving the unsettling impression of bloodstains. The village lacked a physician, yet we possessed our own methods of healing. So your assistance is unnecessary, the shaman declared, slowly approaching the woman lying upon the bed. Her gaze towards the woman was one of stark indifference, as though she were examining a lifeless corpse. The shaman extended her aged hand towards the woman, and at that moment, the man in the room suddenly erupted in madness, lunging towards the shaman and clasping her legs in desperation, wailing, "Great shaman, please, I beseech you, grant her mercy. Lanzi merely has a fever. Her mind has been affected, but she has uttered not a word. I alone am to blame. I am the one who spoke. I implore you, spare her life." As he pleaded, he repeatedly bowed his head to the ground. In stark contrast, the shaman exhibited a chilling apathy towards his fervent pleas. "That I have heard from the other villagers that outsiders have entered the village, and thus I came to investigate. Your wife appears to be suffering from a fever, perhaps afflicted by malevolent spirits. Allow me to examine her. Do you not wish for her to recover swiftly?" The shaman's voice, though ancient, carried a hint of faint concern. The man hesitated, casting a glance at the trembling woman on the bed, and after a prolonged silence, he ultimately chose to release his grip. The shaman extended her gnarled fingers, grasping at the air as she muttered incantations, before casting her hands over the woman's face. The spectacle resembled that of an ancient charlatan. Yet those present could clearly witness that after the shaman completed her incantations, the woman, who had been shivering uncontrollably, suddenly fell silent. The terror that had once marred her countenance was replaced by an eerie smile, her eyes now devoid of clarity. "There you are. Your wife has been healed." After the shaman concluded her tasks, she appeared somewhat fatigued, her tone laced with a subtle provocation as her gaze turned towards Ning Qiushui, seemingly questioning whether his medical skills could yield such swift results. Ning Qiushui offered a faint smile, acknowledging the shaman's remarkable prowess. "Today had indeed opened the eyes of us mere frogs at the bottom of the well. Since Aunt Milan has recovered, we shall no longer impose upon her." The shaman uttered no further words, watching as the 3 departed the room, making their way step by step towards the outskirts of the village, under the shaman's piercing gaze. An unsettling chill ran down their spines, leaving them with a deeply uncomfortable sensation. Once they had distanced themselves, the wooden door before the shaman slowly closed. In the corner of the room, the middle-aged man's terrified and despairing gaze was irrevocably severed by that dilapidated door. "Damn it, that old woman is truly terrifying." On the road, Lu Chifeng cursed, shaking off the coldness that clung to him. Just moments ago, when the shaman's eyes had swept over him in the room, he had felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Sister Bai, with your remarkable skills, why didn't you take action back then and bind her, so we could simply escort her to Fangsuan Pond and settle this matter? The female ghost must have been seeking this shaman. If we enabled her to exact her vengeance, she might reveal the truth to us, perhaps even a path to survival. Bai Xiaoxiao sheathed her knife. Reverting to her earlier languid demeanor, as the saying goes, those who practice martial arts should not engage with cultivators. That I possess some minor tricks, but they are limited to combat. Encountering someone with such sinister abilities is beyond my capability. Ning Qiushui remarked, this shaman is indeed quite sinister, yet she seems to be in a peculiar state herself, bearing crimson rashes and emanating a putrid stench. Bai Xiaoxiao frowned. You noticed it too? I thought it was merely my imagination. Ning Qiushui affirmed with a nod. I certainly did. It seems the villagers in this hamlet harbor a profound fear of Guangchuan, who has long since passed. However, with the shaman present, there should be no hauntings. At least, not frequently. Reflecting on this, only one possibility remains. The two turned their heads towards Ning Qiushui, inquiring, what possibility? Ning Qiushui replied slowly, the villagers of Qiyu village must have committed numerous transgressions against the Guangchuan family. Their conscience is burdened, hence their trepidation. Yet, the Guangchuan family perished over a century ago, and those who led the massacre under Wan Kaihuang's command were undoubtedly not involved. Most likely, these individuals are privy to the truth of that bygone era but have chosen to conceal it. Even distorting the facts. You recall the attractions we visited previously? Almost every annotated site mentioned the famine of that time, extolling Wan Kaihuang's merits while condemning the Guang family for their heinous acts. Yet, the reality may very well contradict the narratives recorded in those annotations. As Ning Qiushui's words echoed in the air, the three fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Lu Chifeng, who was walking on the far left, suddenly posed a question that caught everyone off guard. But if the Guang family had not committed any wrongdoing, why did the villagers storm into their home and slay them? Upon hearing this question, the three halted their steps. After a brief pause, they abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes reflecting a hint of indescribable terror. Could it be? Food. Chapter 37, Praying Rain Village. Speculations on survival. Once a horrifying thought takes root in the mind, it becomes exceedingly difficult to eradicate. The mere mention of the word food loomed before the three, an inescapable specter. Surely not. Even if it were for food, it would not warrant murder. Lu Chifeng gasped in disbelief. His fear did not stem from the act of killing itself, but from the reason the villagers had for slaughtering the entire Guang family, merely over a morsel of sustenance. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. In ancient times, during times of severe drought and famine, people resorted to cannibalism. Many considered this to be an exaggerated portrayal, yet it was far from hyperbole. Ning Qiushui spoke with a heavy tone. Of course, that was not the most terrifying aspect. Ultimately, those who found themselves in such dire circumstances were compelled to adhere to the law of the jungle in order to survive. What was truly frightening was that those who had committed atrocities, after weathering the storm, concealed their sins with lies, casting the blame upon the victims. In the past, the Guang family had lost not only their food but also their lives and their reputations. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed with sympathy. This is the most dreadful part. Everyone knows you are innocent, yet not a single soul stands up to speak for you. They even conspire together to fabricate your absurd crimes, pointing fingers at you and passing judgment. That I believe I can begin to understand why such a terrifying specter emerged from this village. This was no longer merely a matter of life and death grievances. The three felt a heavy weight in their hearts, and the conversation dwindled into silence as they returned to their lodgings. Why now? They had managed to piece together the general events that had transpired in the village years ago. Yet the path to survival remained elusive. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for dinner. Due to everyone's caution, aside from Tang Jiao, no one else had departed. Only 7 remained. As they gathered around the dining table, silence enveloped them. Only Luo Yin sat with a peculiar smile fixed upon her plate, her expression eerie and her demeanor dazed, as if she had experienced something unsettling alone in the inn that afternoon. Ning Qiushui studied Luo Yin, feeling that this smile seemed familiar, yet could not place it. The others, noticing this peculiar behavior, subtly distanced themselves from Luo Yin. Thus, an odd scene unfolded at the round dining table. Luo Yin occupied one position alone, flanked by emptiness, while the remaining 6 huddled together on one side. Luo Yin, what are you laughing about? At last, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. It was Zhong Fong. the timid girl. She was thoroughly unnerved by Luo Yan's appearance. Yet, Luo Yan paid her no heed, grasping her chopsticks without even attempting to pick up any food, fixated instead on the plate before her, occasionally emitting soft chuckles as if someone nearby were regaling her with amusing anecdotes. The scene was undeniably bizarre, and Zhongfang felt that had there not been so many people present in the room, she would have fled without a backward glance. What on earth was happening to her? The bespectacled man was equally flustered. However, no one answered his inquiry, for they were all in the dark. Ning Qiushui remained engrossed in his meal, yet he occasionally lifted his gaze to observe Luo Yan, as if scrutinizing something. Suddenly, at one moment, he ceased his movements that a realization dawned upon him. He finally recalled why Luo Yan's smile appeared so familiar. It was because he had recently seen that very smile on Milan's face. At that time, the shaman had approached the ailing Milan, murmuring incantations and sprinkling something upon her, after which Milan had displayed such a smile. Could it be the shaman's doing? What was her intention? Just as Ning Qiushui pondered this, Luo Yan abruptly stood up in a daze and began to walk toward the door. Her gait resembled that of a soulless automaton, devoid of vitality, yet none in the room dared to halt her. Only after she had distanced herself did Zhongfang weakly voice her concern. Are we going to die? Her tone was tinged with panic and a sobbing undertone. With only 4 days remaining, they had nearly exhausted all the attractions they could visit and had scoured for clues, yet they had yet to uncover a path to survival. Was there truly no escape behind this door? Under immense pressure, one's emotions could easily shatter. Once emotions crumbled, intellect would soon follow suit. In such a state, individuals would incessantly doubt themselves and everything around them. The expressions of the group were somber. Hey, Bai Xiao, have you found any useful clues? Share them with us. Perhaps we can devise a plan together, rather than struggling alone. After all, we are all in this together now. Although the bespectacled man was a newcomer, and his performance in many aspects left much to be desired, his proactive search for a path to survival instilled considerable confidence in his teammates. All right, indeed, we have uncovered some valuable clues. Currently, we are down to 7. Oh no, to be precise, only 6 of us remain. Allow me to share what we have discovered. Bai Xiao began to narrate. She first recounted the tale of the village's famine a century prior, then mentioned the clues provided by the Bloodgate. The hints from the Bloodgate were often incomplete. In fact, aside from the good, compassionate, and innocent, this village also harbored a malefactor, and that malefactor was none other than the village shaman. Regarding the conjecture of a path to survival, we must assist the good in exacting vengeance, eliminate the malefactor, and aid the compassionate in recovering their lost head, thereby restoring peace to the village. We have less than 4 days left to accomplish all of this. If we fail to complete our tasks before the temple festival, what awaits us is likely the ultimate reckoning from the benefactor and the compassionate one. Chapter 38. The Terrifying Reality of Rain Prayer Village. Alas, if you say such things, we have indeed missed a splendid opportunity. The bespectacled man ground his teeth and clapped his hands fiercely. Earlier that afternoon, the sorceress Ruan had visited the guest house. Had we known this, we should have bound her. Ning Qiushui said slowly. You should not feel regret. Rather, you ought to feel fortunate. Had you known of this matter at the time and acted against the sorceress Ruan, the one in peril would most likely have been you. That he recounted the events that transpired in the village that afternoon, and the others immediately understood why Luo Yan had become the way she was. It must have been the sorceress Ruan's doing. Why did she transform Luo Yan in such a manner? Upon hearing of the sorceress Ruan's enigmatic powers, the bespectacled man, who had initially felt regret for not taking action against her, now found himself drenched in cold sweat. Had they returned earlier, they too might have fallen victim to the sorceress Ruan's treachery, reduced to mere shells like Luo Yan. I believe it may be related to Tang Jiao's death. Bai Xiao remarked. Originally, Tang Jiao was but a pawn manipulated by the sorceress Ruan to compel or entice us into taking certain actions. Now that this pawn is gone, she would surely take matters into her own hands. As she spoke, Ning Qiushui suddenly grasped something, a hint of excitement in his tone. I finally understand. This is the crux of the matter. The crowd immediately turned to him, their faces etched with confusion and curiosity. Little brother, what have you realized? Observing their puzzled expressions, Ning Qiushui slowly uttered a revelation that sent shivers down their spines. From the moment we entered the Bloodgate, we have been misled by the prompts. The temple festival does not begin in 4 days. In fact, it has already commenced since the day we arrived. With his words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Do you recall the task assigned to us at the Bloodgate? The objective was to survive the 7th day of the temple rites, which does not imply that the rites commence on the 7th day. Returning to the events we are currently experiencing, Ning Qiushui's pace quickened, his thoughts crystallizing. The sorceress initially approached Tang Jiao, promising her survival, and conspired with her to lead us to our doom. Those who secretly ascended the mountain under Tang Jiao's guidance, those who ventured to various sites, were all part of the sorceress's long-laid scheme. In our eyes, these locations might conceal clues for survival, but in the sorceress's eyes, they were all places for offering sacrifices. Fangsuan Pond, Binding Nightmare Shrine, the Well of Desolation. Even the guest house where we reside, Yinyu Temple, is haunted by terrifying vengeful spirits. The villagers that from the moment we set foot in this place, they have been devising ways to offer us as sacrifices to the deceased. Consequently, after Tang Jiao's demise, the shaman surmised that someone among us had already uncovered this dreadful truth, prompting her to abandon the search for an insider and instead take matters into her own hands. As Ning Qiushui articulated this grim reality word by word, an eerie chill enveloped the crowd. The sacrificial rites, had they already commenced, murmured the bespectacled man. With Ning Qiushui's conjecture, the others suddenly recalled a matter that had been unfolding right before their eyes, yet had been persistently overlooked. People were dying every day. Indeed, if they were the offerings, would the sacrificial rites proceed without the village and the shaman ensuring they met their demise? Clearly not. The room fell into a suffocating silence. All were rendered mute. They had naively believed that the sacrificial rites would commence in 4 days, only to realize that they had already begun 2 days prior. Damn, we should have discovered this sooner. The bespectacled man could not restrain himself from exclaiming. At that moment, Bai Xiao, having finished her meal, set down her chopsticks. Enough, it is getting late. It would be wise for everyone to refrain from venturing outside. The village is inherently unsafe. Moreover, when you return to your rooms, do remember to inspect every nook and cranny, that if you happen to encounter a wooden plaque inscribed with the character Wan, be sure to dispose of it promptly. With heavy hearts, the group returned to their respective rooms. After Ning Qiushui meticulously scanned his chamber and confirmed that nothing was amiss, he finally locked the door. The village darkened swiftly, and before long, the outside was enveloped in complete darkness. They had accomplished much that day, leaving Ning Qiushui's thoughts in disarray as he sat on his bed, attempting to organize them. Although he had garnered a rough understanding of the events from years past, many details remained obscure: the demise of the Guangxiu family and why the compassionate figure bore the guise of a monk. Yet now, the shaman had adopted a heightened vigilance towards us, making it improbable for her to investigate each matter thoroughly. Most of the surviving villagers were under 70 years of age, a fact Ning Qiushui had been keenly observing since their arrival. Given the village's medical conditions, it was a miracle that these villagers had lived beyond 60. Thus, those who remained could hardly possess comprehensive knowledge of events that transpired a century ago. They might be unaware of certain intricate details, having only heard snippets of significant matters from their elders. Aware that the Guangxiu family had suffered injustice, it appears the focal point must lie with the shaman. Ning Qiushui's gaze sharpened, though they were reluctant to confront the shaman directly. It now seemed an unavoidable juncture. With the wooden plaques absent from their rooms, none encountered Guangchuan that night. Perhaps due to animosity, it appeared to harbor little interest in the group, fixated instead on seeking the plaque bearing the character Wan. By the following day, Ning Qiushui arose to partake in breakfast, only to discover Bai Xiao was missing. Chapter 39, Qiu Village. Bronze Mirror. Yes, Bai Xiao was nowhere to be found. In the early morning, Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng gently knocked on her door. Yet there was no response from Bai Xiao. The two found it peculiar, assuming that perhaps she had risen early to have breakfast. However, upon arriving at the dining hall, they discovered no sign of her. Ning Qiushui inquired with the staff, but the elderly man serving the meals informed them that he had not seen Bai Xiao, that a vague unease settled over them, prompting a hasty return to the guest house, where they stood before her door. Upon gently twisting the doorknob, to their astonishment, the door swung open. Inside, the room was empty, yet a faint trace of shampoo lingered in the air, a remnant of Bai Xiao's presence. Oh no, Lu Qingfeng murmured. Could it be that Bai Jia encountered something supernatural last night? Ning Qiushui conducted a thorough examination of the room, shaking his head with a grave expression. There were no signs of struggle or resistance, and she had taken her backpack with her. From these details, it seemed evident that Bai Jia had left her room of her own volition. Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Left voluntarily? Yes, Ning Qiushui affirmed. Bai Jie is not a reckless person. For her to make such a daring decision to leave alone must indicate that she discovered something of great significance last night. Ning Qiushui felt a sense of uncertainty. While he could ascertain from the room's arrangement that Bai Xiaoxiao had indeed left on her own, he could not be certain that she would return alive. After all, this village was steeped in ominous mystery. Particularly the woods behind the guest house. They had yet to venture there, but in their judgment, that area likely harbored secrets far more perilous than the other attractions. Approaching it recklessly could lead to unforeseen consequences. Brother, where do you think Bai Jie might have gone? Lu Qingfeng asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Ning Qiushui shook his head. He too was at a loss as to what could have compelled the typically cautious Bai Xiaoxiao to take such a risk. Let us wait a while. We still have time, so there is no need to rush. What is most crucial now is to remain composed. Once we lose our cool, trouble is sure to follow. Lu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Yet, their waiting stretched into an entire day. As night descended once more, Bai Xiaoxiao was still absent. This time, it was not only Lu Qingfeng who grew restless. The other three could no longer remain calm. What? Bai Xiaoxiao is missing too, the bespectacled man exclaimed in disbelief. Earlier that morning, they had also noticed the absence of another team member, Luo Yin. She had disappeared as well. However, Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng were so preoccupied with their concern for Bai Xiaoxiao that they had been unaware of this development. And there had been little communication between the two teams. It was only in the evening that they realized two individuals had gone missing the previous night. Could it be that Bai Jie left with Luo Yin? Ning Qiushui nodded in acknowledgement. It's a possibility. Do we have any plans for tonight? The bespectacled man asked, his anxiety palpable, his complexion wan. Time was slipping away from them, though a day may seem lengthy. It passes in the blink of an eye. Without any protective talismans, venturing out tonight is far too perilous. We should wait until tomorrow during the day. Ning Qiushui contemplated for a moment, but ultimately abandoned the notion of venturing out at night. Their previous encounter with the Bloodgate had necessitated nocturnal action due to the explicit guidance provided by the rules. Bai Xiaoxiao had previously cautioned them that unless under extraordinary circumstances, it was prudent to refrain from wandering at night, as the world behind the Bloodgate was typically fraught with peril after dark. The group meticulously inspected their rooms once more, ensuring the absence of the ominous wooden plaque, before securely locking their doors. Once assured that everyone had retreated to their respective chambers, Ning Qiushui stealthily exited his room and once again entered Bai Xiaoxiao's quarters. During the day, his search had been rather cursory, with several details overlooked. After a day of reflection, he surmised that given Bai Xiaoxiao's cautious nature, even if she acted independently, she would undoubtedly leave them some clues. Thus, as night fell, he returned to her room. This time, he discovered a blood-stained copper mirror, marred by cracks, hidden beneath Bai Xiaoxiao's pillow. This mirror was not unfamiliar to Ning Qiushui. Earlier, in the desolate well, Lu Qingfeng had nearly been dragged into the abyss by a malevolent spirit. And it was Bai Xiaoxiao who had wielded this very mirror to rescue him. Had she intentionally left behind a cursed object for them? Did this suggest that she was aware of the potential dangers she might face? As Ning Qiushui stood in Bai Xiaoxiao's room, holding the mirror and gazing into its depths, he suddenly froze. Despite the darkness enveloping the night, the moon outside cast a luminous glow, allowing him to discern that the reflection in the cracked mirror was not his own. Instead, it revealed a woman adorned in bridal attire, her long hair cascading down. The sight was undeniably unsettling, yet Ning Qiushui knew that this figure within the mirror posed no threat to him. The presence of the mirror's supernatural powers, unhindered by any seal, indicated that Bai Xiaoxiao was still alive. A glimmer of hope ignited in Ning Qiushui's eyes, aside from the second letter he had received outside. He fervently wished for Bai Xiaoxiao's survival within the Bloodgate. After all, she had entered the Bloodgate to guide them. Logically, such a treacherous endeavor should have been undertaken by the two of them together. Ning Qiushui was not one to relish being indebted to others. He decided to wait for daylight. Although the copper mirror could offer protection, it was ill-advised to venture out at night. Returning to his own room, he lay down to rest, yet his mind was restless, consumed by concern for Bai Xiaoxiao's fate. The second mysterious letter hinted that she could not perish within his second Bloodgate. What would transpire if she were to die? Although Ning Qiushui remained oblivious to the identity of the sender of this enigmatic correspondence, he sensed that they bore him no ill will, at least not in the immediate future. Otherwise, he would not have emerged alive from the first Bloodgate. He lay in bed for what felt like an eternity, unable to succumb to sleep. Thus, in a haze of drowsiness, the dawn broke outside. The nascent rays of the sun streamed into his room. And with a weary sigh, Ning Qiushui propped himself up. After a brief wash, he knocked on the doors to rouse everyone. "Brother, where shall we go?" Lu Chifeng inquired. Seemingly unchanged, it appeared that after their harrowing experience with the first Bloodgate, he held an unwavering trust in Ning Qiushui, fully confident in his leadership. "Last night, I pondered deeply, concluding that Bai Xiao would only visit two places. The first is the mountain behind the woods, and the second is the residence of the fortune teller, Ruan. The mountain poses a considerable danger. Thus, we should devise a plan to first seek out the fortune teller's abode." The bespectacled man frowned. "However, that fortune teller is no ordinary individual. Should she detect our presence, we might find ourselves in dire straits." Ning Qiushui nodded in agreement that it would be unwise to enter directly. "Therefore, we must concoct a strategy to divert the fortune teller's attention first." Chapter 40, Qiu Village. The head jarred around 9 o'clock in the morning. 3 individuals stealthily entered the village. Much like when Ning Qiushui and his companions previously arrived, the villagers regarded them with eyes laden with guilt. This guilt rendered them averse to making eye contact. The moment their gazes met, they would quickly avert their eyes, feigning earnestness in their tasks. Ning Qiushui discerned that these villagers were in cahoots with the fortune teller. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the fortune teller to arrive at Milan's residence so swiftly the previous afternoon. Clearly, some villagers had alerted her as anticipated. 2 of Ning Qiushui's companions, who had concealed themselves near the fortune teller's dwelling, observed a figure clad in coarse linen rush from the village entrance, making its way towards a residence beside a temple in the western part of the village. This estate was even larger than the temple itself, flanked by 2 exquisitely crafted stone lions at the entrance, exuding an air of ferocity. Shortly thereafter, the villager emerged alongside the fortune teller, both striding purposefully back into the village. Ning Qiushui could not shake the feeling that the fortune teller appeared slightly more stooped, and her gait seemed less steady than before. Once they had distanced themselves, Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng stealthily infiltrated the fortune teller's residence. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by a chilling ambience and a pungent odor that pervaded the air. This scent was reminiscent of what Ning Qiushui had previously detected on the fortune teller herself, an indescribable amalgamation of decay and various unpleasant elements. The fortune teller's abode was expansive, standing in the center of the courtyard. Ning Qiushui surveyed his surroundings and whispered, "We have little time to spare. Let us search separately." "Agreed." Lu Chengfeng nodded. With that, Ning Qiushui ventured to the left, while Lu Chengfeng headed right. They swiftly scoured the areas where the fortune teller conducted her daily affairs. Yet their search yielded scant discoveries. Merely some talismans for warding off spirits and an assortment of perplexing Buddhist scriptures. 10 minutes later, Lu Chengfeng, hands on his hips, stood before Ning Qiushui, panting. Anxiousness flickered in his eyes as he occasionally glanced towards the entrance, seemingly apprehensive of anyone approaching. "Damn it, I haven't felt this guilty since my last escapade, stealing wine from my master 11 years ago." Ning Qiushui remained silent, just as he contemplated whether to leave. His gaze suddenly drifted to a corner of the courtyard, specifically the southwestern corner of the garden, concealed amidst the lush foliage. It appeared at first glance to be merely a repository for refuse and miscellaneous items. "Let us take a look inside that room," Ning Qiushui suggested, gesturing with his hand. The two promptly found themselves outside this unremarkable little chamber. Unlike the other rooms, this one was surprisingly locked. How peculiar. "She usually resides here alone. Why is it secured?" Lu Chengfeng scratched his head in confusion. Then, with remarkable dexterity, he produced a wire and began to probe vigorously at the keyhole. As he worked, he emitted strange sounds. Yes, I'm almost there. That's the sensation. It's happening." With a sharp click, the lock yielded to his efforts. Ning Qiushui shot Lu Chengfeng an odd glance, to which the latter responded, puzzled. "What's with that look?" "My friend?" Shaking his head, Ning Qiushui pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, rendering it nearly impossible to discern anything, and it was permeated by a bizarre odor, reminiscent of the scent that clung to the shaman. After a prolonged search, Ning Qiushui finally located the light switch. With a snap, the moment the light flickered to life, both men stood frozen in shock. The sight within the room sent waves of goosebumps cascading over their skin. Before them loomed 3 rows of shelves, each adorned with gigantic glass jars. Within those jars were severed human heads. These heads were suspended in a peculiar liquid, their eyes wide open, fixated intently on the 2 intruders. What the hell? Lu Qingfeng's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Wait. Ning Qiushui scrutinized the heads more closely, and suddenly gasped in a hushed tone, "These heads, they're alive." Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Ning Qiushui's expression darkened, a chill creeping over him. He struggled to comprehend the surreal scene before him. How could these heads, severed from their bodies, possibly still be alive? Yet, here they were, submerged in jars, blinking. They could even speak. It hurts so much. Would please take me away? It's so dark here. Where is this place? Is there anyone to save us? Is there a kind soul who can help us? The horrifying cries and weeping reverberated throughout the pitch-black room, mercilessly assaulting the hearts of the two men. Hurry, turn off the light. Lu Qingfeng suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and shouted at Ning Qiushui. However, Ning Qiushui gestured for silence. Shoo. Noticing Ning Qiushui's serious demeanor, Lu Qingfeng wisely fell silent. Soon, Ning Qiushui, standing still and listening intently, approached a corner of the room, lifted a covered cloth, and unearthed a pristine glass jar. Upon seeing this jar, Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened in terror, rendering him utterly speechless. For within the jar, the head it contained was unmistakably Bai Xiaoxiao. Chapter 41, Qiyu Village. What the hell? How can it be Sister Bai? Upon beholding the head within the jar, Lu Qingfeng felt his heart seize in anguish. He could never have imagined that the severed head of Bai Xiaoxiao would appear within the confines of this glass jar. The shock was indescribable. It is worth noting that Bai Xiaoxiao had traversed through many bloodgates and possessed numerous life-saving talismans. If even she could not contend with the witch, what hope did they have? The two scrutinized the head within the jar, and despite their reluctance to believe, they were compelled to acknowledge a stark reality. This head indeed belonged to Bai Xiaoxiao. Her alluring visage was tinged with pallor, and those typically languid peach blossom eyes now bore a haunting emptiness. Ning Qiushui examined the base of the jar. The severed neck of Bai Xiaoxiao was remarkably smooth, as if it had been cleaved by an exceptionally sharp object, yet the wound was marred by a mass of dark, unidentifiable substance. Under normal circumstances, a person whose head had been severed would have no chance of survival. Yet it was unclear what method the witch had employed to allow Bai Xiaoxiao to endure. Cradling the jar, Ning Qiushui extinguished the light. In an instant, the room was once again shrouded in darkness. The previously incessant chatter gradually faded away. Ning Qiushui carried the jar out of the empty room and addressed the head of Bai Xiaoxiao within. Sister Bai, can you hear me? What is your current situation? After a silence of approximately 3 seconds, the head inside the jar finally spoke. What time is it now? Ning Qiushui relayed the time to Bai Xiaoxiao. One could not help but marvel at this extraordinary woman. She was far from being a mere decorative vase. Even in her current predicament, Bai Xiaoxiao maintained her composure. Fortunately, it is not too late. Her weak voice seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Listen carefully. Our time is limited, and you must remember my words. Ning Qiushui nodded. Sister Bai, please go ahead. Bai Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, as if speaking required considerable effort. The witch's body has suffered damage. It seems she has long employed some dark arts to suppress the spirits in the village, leading to her own backlash. Beneath her bedroom bed lies a mechanism. When turned, a hidden compartment will reveal a crucial book that holds the truth about this village's past, as well as the means to safely reach the temple on the back mountain. You must retrieve this item. Furthermore, under no circumstances should you confront the witch directly. You are no match for her. Once Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Ning Qiushui immediately inquired, "Is there any way to save you?" Bai Xiaoxiao's expression remained impassive, her current state leaving her unable to convey much emotion. "If you can locate my body before sunset today and bring it to me, I can survive. My body.is at the temple on the back mountain." Ning Qiushui replied, "Understood." He was about to return the jar containing Bai Xiaoxiao's head to its original position when he heard her voice once more. "By the way, there are many corpses at the temple on the back mountain. It may prove challenging to find mine directly." Ning Qiushui was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Bai Xiaoxiao softly murmur, "I have a dagger-shaped birthmark on my left hip, quite conspicuous." Observing Bai Xiaoxiao's subtly shy demeanor, Ning Qiushui felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. However, both were acutely aware that in the face of life itself, such matters paled in significance. After returning Bai Xiaoxiao's head to its original place, Ning Qiushui checked several times to ensure they left no trace behind before cautiously exiting the room. Big beard. Lock it. Lu Qingfeng nodded, not only securing the door, but also meticulously restoring the lock to its original condition. "Qiushui, What did Sister Bai tell you just now? Ning Qiushui paused in silence for a moment before shaking his head. A birthmark on one's buttocks was not a matter to be shared with others, especially considering Bai Xiao was, after all, a young woman. Let us head to the shaman's bedroom and locate that book containing crucial clues. The two once again entered the shaman's chamber. They had previously visited this room, but had not anticipated the shaman's caution. In a space she occupied alone, she had set up traps and mechanisms. Guided by Bai Xiao, they swiftly discovered a hidden mechanism beneath the shaman's bed. With a gentle twist, a concealed compartment revealed itself before them. Just as Bai Xiao had indicated, the compartment housed a time-worn book. The book's exterior was undeniably aged, showing signs of wear and tear, despite being well-preserved. Certain areas bore the inevitable damage from frequent handling. Without a second thought, Ning Qiushui seized the book and closed the compartment. They then exited the shaman's bedroom and stepped into the courtyard. However, just as they prepared to leave, the courtyard gates slowly creaked open. An aged, wrinkled, familiar visage appeared before them. When their gazes met, it was evident that both those inside and outside the door were momentarily stunned. The atmosphere instantly became exceedingly awkward, particularly when the shaman noticed the important book in Ning Qiushui's possession. After a moment of silence, Ning Qiushui immediately turned and fled towards an archway in the courtyard. Big Beard, run! With a shout, both dashed away towards the western archway without a backward glance. Meanwhile, the shaman's expression morphed into one of sheer fury, her face contorting with rage as she hobbled after them, leaning heavily on her cane. Chapter 42, Rain Prayer Village. Pursuit goodness, we're truly out of luck. Lu Chengfeng grumbled. Why does she return just when we're about to leave? Ning Qiushui did not respond to him. His mind immediately conjured the layout of the shaman's abode. They had previously scoured the area, and Ning Qiushui had memorized the general pathways of the shaman's residence, given the towering walls topped with sharp shards of glass. Scaling them was not an option. Furthermore, they could not confront the shaman head-on. Their only recourse was to make a detour. Fortunately, the shaman was alone, and this place seldom saw villagers, leaving her isolated and defenseless. Oh my goodness, young man. Take a look. Lu Chengfeng glanced back, startled to the core. The once unsteady shaman, who had been trudging along, was now pursuing them with astonishing speed. The shaman discarded her dragon-headed cane. Her expression grotesquely fierce, and her eyes seemed to harbor an indescribable yearning for them. Her running posture became increasingly distorted and eerie. You don't dare to trespass into my abode. I shall flay you alive. Strip you to the bone, and pour boiling oil into your skulls. The shaman shrieked in madness, and Lu Chengfeng, who was trailing behind, felt an unbearable pressure in his bladder, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He realized that the shaman was not jesting, judging by the ghastly entities they had encountered at Fengkentang and the well that never ran dry. The shaman was indeed capable of such heinous acts. Good heavens, how is her speed increasing? After struggling to follow Ning Qiushui around to the entrance of the estate, they discovered that the shaman had locked the door from the inside. Clearly, the paranoid shaman had anticipated that someone might come to her residence and had taken precautions. The old-fashioned lock, combined with a sturdy chain, secured the door tightly. Hurry, Big Beard. Unlock the door, Ning Qiushui exclaimed, glancing at the shaman, who had now appeared at the far end of the archway. Her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a monk striking a bell, each thump threatening to leap from her throat. Lu Chengfeng spotted the lock and, without a moment's hesitation, pulled out a piece of wire and began to fiddle with the keyhole. At that very instant, the terrifying figure of the shaman was closing in on them. They could almost perceive the foul stench emanating from her. I welcomed you with kindness, yet you impolite wretches not only failed to show gratitude, but also dared to come to my home to steal. Since you are so fond of my house, why not just stay forever? With Ning Qiushui obstructing her view, the shaman was oblivious to Lu Chengfeng, who was strenuously attempting to unlock the door behind her. She assumed the two had surrendered to their fate, standing there awaiting death. Unbeknownst to them, the shaman had produced a peculiar object from somewhere. It was a ghastly, white bone knife. The blade bore remnants of some dark, viscous substance that appeared utterly repulsive. Upon seeing this bone knife, Ning Qiushui immediately recalled the black substance found at Bai Xiao's neck, suspecting that it was this very knife that had severed her head. As the shaman inched closer, the sound of the lock finally clicking open reached their ears. In that moment, Lu Chengfeng bellowed, channeling his energy, and with a powerful kick, he burst open the door. Bang! Ning Qiushui darted out first. Disregarding any notions of politeness, surviving was the true priority. The two fled in a frantic dash, the shaman's furious howls echoing behind them. That it seemed she had not anticipated that one of them possessed the skill to unlock the door. Yet perhaps due to the significance of the book in Ning Qiushui's possession, the shaman refused to relent, relentlessly pursuing them with fervor. The old crone, to one's astonishment, sprinted with remarkable agility, despite her reliance on a cane in her everyday life. After running approximately half a kilometer, Ning Qiushui felt scarcely fatigued, whereas Lu Qingfeng was panting heavily, his complexion paling. Due to years of rigorous training, Ning Qiushui could easily endure such physical exertion, but his endurance did not guarantee the same for others. The crone's health was precarious, despite her current ability to pursue us. Overexerting herself in this manner would undoubtedly exact a severe toll. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of not entirely pleasant hope flickered across Lu Qingfeng's face. So, you mean we could potentially wear her down? Ning Qiushui shook his head, slightly decelerating his pace, prompting Lu Qingfeng, who was gasping for breath, to follow suit, finally granting them a moment of respite. That I could wear her down. But you likely cannot. However, it matters little, for I possess this book. Judging by the crone's reaction, it conceals significant secrets she would not relinquish lightly. Now that her speed has diminished, we shall feign fatigue, allowing her to perceive a glimmer of hope in capturing us, thus compelling her to continue her pursuit. Lu Qingfeng glanced back at the relentless crone, recognizing her formidable prowess. After such an extended chase, he was nearly breathless, yet she maintained an appearance of calm and composure. Were it not for her slowed pace, despair would have surely enveloped him. Hey, brother, doesn't this road seem a bit familiar? At that moment, Lu Qingfeng's gaze shifted, and he finally discerned the truth. As Ning Qiushui adjusted his breathing, he replied, "Of course it does. This road leads to Fangsuan Pond." Upon hearing that familiar name, Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Goodness, that you truly are impressive, brother. Have you managed to lead her right there?" Ning Qiushui raised the book in his hand. These items were of immense importance to her. The crone would not easily concede. The two continued to adjust their pace, and amidst this relentless chase, they drew ever closer to Fangsuan Pond. The elevated platform was now visible, peeking through the gaps in the dense forest. Just then, with a sense of salvation, Lu Qingfeng turned to cast another glance at the crone, but that single glance froze his smile in place. Chapter 43, Qiu Village. The corpse bride. Upon looking back, Lu Qingfeng was struck by the sight of the crone, who had previously been running on two legs, now resembling a wild beast, with her upper body low to the ground, using both hands and feet to pursue them like a ravenous wolf. "What the hell? Has she regressed into some primal state?" Lu Qingfeng cried out, his previously relaxed demeanor snapping back to tension. They witnessed the crone, who had ostensibly slowed her pace, suddenly accelerate as her hands met the ground. Moving even faster than before, the skeletal and muscular structures of humans differ significantly from those of beasts, which renders most individuals incapable of running on all fours like wild animals, beyond mere coordination. It is crucial to note that the vast majority of people lack the arm strength and flexibility necessary to rapidly dissipate force. While it may be feasible to mimic a beast's run for a brief period, prolonged attempts will inevitably lead to injury. However, the shaman pursuing them at this very moment seemed to have transformed into a ferocious creature herself. Her movements were grotesque, yet her speed was astonishing. In mere seconds, the distance between the three had diminished by several dozen meters. At this juncture, the shaman was less than 20 meters away from Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng. Trouble is brewing. "Brother, she is closing in on us." Lu Qingfeng, having run for an extended duration, felt an overwhelming sensation of suffocation in his lungs. Struggling to catch his breath, his mind clouded, sustained solely by an intense will to survive. Even so, his body was nearly at its limit. Despite his desire to accelerate, he found himself powerless to do so. Given the current trajectory, it seemed that the shaman would be upon him in less than 5 seconds. Yet, he required at least 20 more seconds to reach Fangsuan Pond. Thus, the distance between them continued to shrink, closer and closer. The shaman's grotesque and menacing visage loomed larger before him, her features almost contorted. Her pupils filled with crimson veins, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Lu Qingfeng, like a squeezed sponge, endeavored to muster the last vestiges of his strength, yet his legs betrayed him, refusing to quicken their pace. At last, The distance between the shaman and Lu Qingfeng had reached a lethal threshold. As he beheld the shaman, resembling a monstrous fiend lunging towards him, despair enveloped Lu Qingfeng's heart at that moment. A singular thought consumed him. If he could somehow escape through this bloodied portal, he would surely dedicate himself to the art of long-distance running. "Hey, is this what you're looking for?" Lu Qingfeng was toppled to the ground by the shaman. And just as her bone knife was poised to strike, Ning Qiushui's voice froze the shaman's movements. Slowly, she lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes fixated on the book in Ning Qiushui's grasp. In the next instant, Ning Qiushui hurled the book into the air. The trajectory led directly to Fangsuan Pond. With a roar of rage and fear, the shaman relinquished her hold on Lu Qingfeng and dashed towards the falling book, managing to catch it just before it could plunge into the waters of Fangsuan Pond. Upon securing the book, the shaman instantaneously reverted to her human form. Though still hunched, she stood atop the platform, back turned to the pond, her gaze directed at Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng, filled with an intense, murderous intent. "The game has come to an end, insects." The shaman's voice was frigid, a radiant smile gracing her lips. "What a pity. In the end, I have triumphed. In truth, I have never lost. Never." Ning Qiushui lifted the prone Lu Qingfeng from the ground, step by step making their way to the edge of Fangsuan Pond. Standing below the platform, gazing up at the shaman with unwavering resolve. "Yes, the game was over," he chuckled. Upon witnessing the smile adorning Ning Qiushui's face, the shaman's expression momentarily stiffened, and an ominous premonition suddenly enveloped her heart. At that very moment, a splashing sound erupted from the pond behind her, akin to the water boiling over, bubbling and gurgling as if the entire pond had come to a fervent boil. Listening to this sound, the shaman's body trembled involuntarily. She lowered her gaze to the azure stones beneath her feet, immense terror surfacing in her eyes. How had she arrived at this place? Earlier, in her pursuit, she had been compelled to enter that particular state to seize the book from Ning Qiushui's grasp, a state wherein her rationality was severely limited. She yearned to escape the high platform. Yet tendrils of black algae suddenly writhed, ascending her body and binding her tightly. "No, no," the shaman cried out in fear, desperately wielding her bone dagger to sever the encroaching black algae. Indeed, her bone dagger was formidable enough to slice through the seemingly indestructible hair of the female ghost. However, the algae were insurmountable, perpetually replenishing themselves, regardless of how she struggled. Ultimately, even her arms were completely immobilized. The gurgling sound grew louder behind her, and soon, the two individuals standing below the high platform beheld a woman's skin rising slowly from the water surface. Positioning itself behind the shaman, the skin of the woman extended a hand, making a gentle swipe, causing the shaman's fingers, which clutched the bone dagger, to fall in unison, landing before the two below the stone platform. "Ugh, ugh," the shaman cried out in agony, but the black algae swiftly emerged, sealing her mouth. The woman's skin, now grasping the bone dagger, scrutinized it intently. Before long, blood trickled from the corners of her eyes, and a mournful wail escaped her lips. "Xiaogu, Xiaogu." With each gentle call from the woman's skin, the bone dagger seemed to be imbued with life, quivering incessantly in response to her lament. The shaman continued to struggle valiantly, showcasing her remarkable abilities. At one point, as the woman's skin rubbed against the dagger, she managed to tear a handful of the woman's hair. Subsequently, her withered hand seized the hair that covered her mouth, scratching relentlessly. Before long, that portion of hair was also torn apart. The shaman began to chant peculiar scriptures incessantly. As these scriptures emerged, the woman's skin let out a wail, and the hair binding the shaman ignited, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The two below the high platform were left astounded by this spectacle. "Goodness, this old hag is so formidable," Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, his expression shifting unpredictably, and as he saw the shaman on the verge of liberation, he suddenly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at her with great force. Whether by luck or fate, the modest-sized stone fortuitously lodged itself in the shaman's mouth, obstructing her throat. The shaman's eyes widened in horror as she clutched her throat, coughing incessantly. When she finally swallowed the small stone, those thick strands of black hair surged back once more, and this time, the female ghost granted her no further opportunities. Chapter 44, The Truth of Qiyu Village, Part 1. The shaman was enveloped entirely by thick, raven black hair, which constricted tighter and tighter, again and again. Within the inky strands, a piercing scream escaped her lips. Ah! The sound sent shivers down the spines of the two spectators below, morphing into something almost inhuman. A copious amount of blood oozed from the crevices of the black hair, pooling onto the azure stone floor of the platform before seeping downward. The unsettling crack of bones shattering echoed incessantly, jarring the eardrums of the two. They fixated on the shaman, ensnared by the hair, witnessing her form diminish, shrink, until ultimately she transformed into a mere ball of flesh. The size of this grotesque orb was less than half of the original shaman's stature. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, both felt an overwhelming urge to flee. This skin-wearing specter was utterly terrifying. Though the shaman's screams had ceased, the air remained thick with a pungent metallic scent of blood, mingled with the ghostly sobs of the female apparition. Ning Qiushui did not immediately depart, not out of fear, but because the female ghost still possessed something of utmost importance, the book found in the shaman's chamber. Only by retrieving this tome could they safely access the back mountain, thus potentially rescuing the still living Bai Xiaoxiao. Ning Qiushui had always been deeply invested in his friends, given that Bai Xiaoxiao dared to risk entering the second bloody door alongside them to complete their task. He could not abandon her in her time of peril. Observing the weeping skin-wearing ghost, Ning Qiushui stepped forward, gritting his teeth. "We have brought you the person you desired. You have exacted your vengeance. So might you return that book to us? I need it to save my friend." The ghost, clutching the bone knife and weeping, suddenly lifted its horrifying visage upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words. Two streams of blood tears cascaded down its cheeks, and its hollow eyes, protruding grotesquely from its face, fixated intently on Ning Qiushui and his companion. Lu Chifeng sensed the precariousness of the situation and urgently tugged at Ning Qiushui's sleeve, whispering, "Damn it. Brother, I feel the way that woman is looking at us isn't quite right. Perhaps we should make a hasty exit. We can devise another plan for Baijia later. Now that the shaman is dead, we can search her dwelling for other crucial clues. If we die here, Baijia is doomed as well." As soon as he finished speaking, the skin-wearing ghost, which had been weeping in place, suddenly appeared right before them. Although this was not their first encounter with it, the proximity intensified their awareness of their racing hearts, their bodies tensing in response. An icy terror radiated from the ghost's gaze, infiltrating every corner of their beings. Despite the sun blazing overhead, they felt none of its warmth. Could it be that this skin-wearing specter intended to repay their kindness with death, taking them down as well? The mere thought sent tremors coursing through Ning Qiushui's body. Fortunately, after scrutinizing them for approximately 2 to 3 minutes, the ghostly figure, draped in human skin, slowly extended its hand and returned the sodden book to Ning Qiushui. Subsequently, it reached towards the two dangling eyes upon its own visage, and with a soft, unsettling sound, the human skin ghost audaciously tore its own eyes from their sockets and presented them to the two men, gazing at the pallid palms that cradled the two eyeballs. Ning Qiushui swallowed hard, yet gritted his teeth and accepted them. Clearly, the ghost did not harbor ill intentions. Otherwise, they would already be lifeless. The fact that the ghost did not wish to harm them indicated that those eyeballs must possess some other significance. He handed one to Lu Chifeng, and as they both took possession of the ghost's ocular offerings, a sudden haze enveloped their vision. When they regained clarity, the ghostly figure had vanished. The dense black algae carpeting the ground began to wither, disintegrating into powder before their very eyes in a matter of seconds. Ning Qiushui felt a stirring within his heart and cautiously ascended the high platform overlooking the pond. He observed the ghostly human skin within the water, steadily rotting away, ultimately transforming into a mass of sludge that settled at the pond's bottom. "Brother, what is it?" Lu Chifeng inquired from below the platform, facing Ning Qiushui. Ning Qiushui shook his head. "It's nothing. She has departed." Lu Chifeng, fully aware of what Ning Qiushui's departed implied, let out a long breath, leaning against a tree to rest his eyes. This ghost, after all, had a clear sense of justice. In his youth, before his master passed away, he had been told that sometimes humans could be far more terrifying than ghosts. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere jest, but as he grew older and ventured into the world, he discovered the truth in those words. The two men reminisced about their experiences in this village, and it indeed seemed to be the case. The ones who sought to harm them were not the ghosts, but rather the villagers themselves. Ning Qiushui suddenly chuckled, finding the situation profoundly ironic. He opened the book in his hands, scrutinizing its contents, and his smile gradually faded. Noticing Ning Qiushui's change in demeanor, Lu Chifeng hastily inquired, "Brother, what is it?" Ning Qiushui exhaled a deep, troubled breath. calming his emotions before passing the book to Lu Chengfeng. You should see for yourself. Lu Chengfeng perused the book, which chronicled the truths of that era. And in a moment, his eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it, those scoundrels of the Ruan family. How have they managed to survive after committing such heinous acts? Within the pages, the two men uncovered the village's history over the past century. It turned out that more than 100 years ago, the village had indeed faced a severe drought and famine. However, during that time, the Guangxiu family, the wealthiest in the village, consistently provided grain to alleviate the villagers' suffering. It was precisely because of this benevolence that the villagers began to favor the Guangxiu family. This development was certainly not advantageous for Ruan Kaiwang, who was poised to run for the next village chief. Yet, he found himself at a loss. After all, in an era where starvation was a constant threat, he too depended on the Guangxiu family's charity to survive. However, the good times were short-lived. After half a year of distributing grain, even a prosperous family like that of Guangxiu was on the brink of starvation. Watching his wife and children, Guangxiu was forced to make a heart-wrenching decision to cease the grain distribution. It was precisely this decision that provided the scheming Ruan Kaiwang with an opportunity. In truth, Ruan Kaiwang did not need to incite the villagers with grand rhetoric. The nature of humanity tends to remember grievances more readily than kindness. As Guangxiu stood at his doorstep, confronting a throng of villagers, and declared the unfortunate news that his family, too, had run out of surplus grain and would no longer be distributing, the villagers' gaze toward him shifted. It transformed into that of wolves. Once, they had relied on him for sustenance. Now that he denied them, did this not mean they were destined to perish? In essence, was it not akin to him condemning them to death? The collective emotion, fueled by hunger, began to ferment. Suspicion, greed, hatred, until 2 days later, when the villagers, their eyes glazed with starvation, were compelled to gnaw on tree bark and forage for roots. Ruan Kaiwang emerged. He uttered but a single, succinct phrase. Last night, I leaned against Guangxiu's wall and witnessed his family feasting on meat. Chapter 45 Qiyu Village, The Truth, Part 2. By the time the villagers realized that Ruan Kaiwang had deceived them, it was far too late. They had become the most merciless executioners in the village, their hands stained with blood that could never be cleansed. No villager dared to retrieve Guangxiu's corpse. He lay in his own courtyard, his body battered beyond recognition by hoes, sickles, and various implements. Blood and bits of flesh splattered across most corners of the yard. His concave skull had but one eye remaining, staring vacantly at the sky. And in that gaze, beyond fear, there lingered only confusion he truly could not comprehend. Why had he exhausted nearly all his resources to aid these villagers, only for them to turn on him in such a brutal fashion? Of course, no one knew why. But on the very night of Guangxiu's death, the village's severe drought came to an end and a torrential rain descended from the heavens. This long-awaited deluge was met with cheers, cries, and shouts of joy from the villagers. They had forgotten their recent transgressions, forgotten all they had done to their once-beloved benefactor. Guangxiu was dead, and the drought was over. In the village, rumors began to circulate, claiming that Guangxiu had secretly engaged in actions that incited divine wrath, despite his outward appearance of building the Yinyu temple to worship the earth deity. In truth, it was said that he had stockpiled grain and treasures within the temple, thus provoking the gods and inviting the drought. Naturally, these rumors were also spread by Ruan Kaiwang. He sought to swiftly dismantle Guangxiu's influence among the villagers through such means. Ultimately, he succeeded. The villagers appeared to genuinely believe him, and he achieved his ambition of becoming the village chief. Later, Ruan Kaiwang set fire to the Yinyu Tower, claiming Guangxiu's son Guangchuan, and secretly abducted Guangxiu's wife, Zhu Nanyu, intending to keep her as his own concubine. Zhu Nanyu, possessing exquisite beauty since childhood, retained her enchanting appearance and graceful figure even after giving birth. Coupled with her gentle and delicate demeanor as a devoted wife, she naturally became renowned as a beauty across the countryside. In stark contrast, Ruan Kaiwang was born with an unfortunate visage. His features were unappealing, and his crooked teeth only exacerbated his unattractiveness. Concerned about their son's prospects of marrying, his parents endeavored to find him a bride while they were still alive. However, upon witnessing Ruan Kaiwang's appearance, potential suitors would either shake their heads and depart or reluctantly agree, only for Ruan Kaiwang to look down upon them. Over time, disheartened, his parents relinquished their efforts. After Guangxiu's demise, Ruan Kaiwang was captivated by the sight of Zhu Nanyu, weeping inconsolably while cradling Guangxiu's lifeless body in the courtyard. For several nights thereafter, he found himself restless, plagued by thoughts of Zhu Nanyu's delicate visage that haunted his mind. Driven by an unbearable lust, Wan Kai Wang devised a sinister plot. He would stage a divine retribution, summoning a thunderbolt to raise the Yinyu temple, leading to the fiery demise of both Zhu Nanyu and Guangchuan. In truth, only Guangchuan perished in the flames, while Zhu Nanyu was clandestinely abducted and concealed in his basement. In the ensuing months, Zhu Nanyu endured unspeakable terror and torment. Despite Wan Kai Wang's pleas, she steadfastly refused to submit, unleashing a torrent of curses upon him until she eventually fainted from the abuse. One fateful day, Wan Kai Wang, finding the situation tedious and perhaps having vented his frustrations upon Zhu Nanyu sufficiently, felt a sense of disillusionment. When she hurled another scathing insult at him, his fury erupted. All the pent-up resentment and anguish from the past culminated in that moment. He first severed Zhu Nanyu's tongue and rendered her mute. Staunching her blood with crude ash, his already deranged mind conceived a new method of tormenting her. He commissioned a small pond specifically for her suffering and summoned the village's finest butcher. After chaining her limbs to prevent her from moving, he systematically began to strip the flesh from her bones. As he observed Zhu Nanyu's once charming face contort in agonizing despair, her mouth agape yet silent, Wan Kai Wang reveled in sadistic delight that he experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Thus, Zhu Nanyu's body lay submerged in icy water, gradually losing most of her bones until she finally succumbed to blood loss. Yet, this gruesome punishment did not conclude with her death. Following Zhu Nanyu's demise, Wan Kai Wang instructed the butcher to complete the gruesome task of skinning her. Gazing upon the crimson pool of blood, he tossed a gold coin to the butcher and turned to leave. Approximately half a month later, while seeking a new bride, Wan Kai Wang inadvertently learned of the butcher who had assisted him in the macabre task of skinning Zhu Nanyu, and discovered that the butcher had met a tragic end. Initially, Wan Kai Wang presumed it to be an unfortunate accident. However, as he found himself plagued by terrifying nightmares night after night and as strange occurrences began to plague the village, he finally realized they were in grave trouble. The deceased had transformed into vengeful spirits, returning to exact their revenge. Deaths began to occur within the village. Every soul that has departed met a lamentable end. Their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, veins slicked with blood, and their faces etched with unimaginable terror, as if they had glimpsed something profoundly horrifying in their final moments. The number of the deceased continued to rise. A peculiar atmosphere began to envelop the village both inside and out. Wan Kai Wang realized that if this continued, he would inevitably be next. Yet, he was loath to relinquish the authority and admiration he had painstakingly acquired. Ultimately, Wan Kai Wang expended a considerable sum to send a villager to a renowned temple several dozen miles away, seeking assistance from the monks within. Naturally, the monks did not accept the money. Among them was a young monk named Fa Hui, who accompanied the villager back to Qiu village. Upon entering the village, he uttered a grave warning. The vengeful spirits of the deceased were too potent and could not be easily assuaged. The villagers either had to evacuate or face certain death. Upon hearing this, the villager dared not delay. He promptly led the young monk to the village head, Wan Kai Wang. "Master, is there truly no other way?" Wan Kai Wang's face was pale, as he incessantly poured out his woes to the monk, explaining that the Wan family had long held the position of village head, passed down through generations, and he could not allow malevolent spirits to besiege the village. Perhaps it was his exceptional acting, or perhaps the young monk was simply naive to the treachery of human hearts. He believed Wan Kai Wang's words and was moved by his willingness to sacrifice himself for the villagers' safety. The monk then loudly chanted a Buddhist invocation, "Amitabha, if I do not enter hell, then who will?" Subsequently, the monk informed Wan Kai Wang that aside from dispelling the vengeful spirits, there existed another method to ensure their safety. This method entailed severing the monk's head, reattaching it through a special process, and placing his body alongside that of the deceased villagers in a temple, whereupon the monk would recite scriptures for 7 days and nights. In doing so, he could harness the power of Buddhist teachings to subdue the malevolent spirits after his death. However, this method hinged upon a crucial stipulation: the monk's head must not part from his body. Chapter 46, Qiu Village. The truth. 3. Should his head detach from his body, his power would be utterly extinguished, and the suppressed spirits would re-emerge. Wan Kai Wang was acutely aware of this stipulation. Thus, until his dying breath, he never allowed anyone near the temple, and the monk's head never left his body. That period marked one of the few tranquil times in the village. However, such tranquility came to an end when Wan Kai Wang's son ascended to the position of village head. He lacked the stature and felt the villagers' distrust toward him. Many in the village were aware of the deeds his father had committed, as they were participants themselves. However, out of fear of Ruan Kaihuang's methods and their own feelings of guilt for not confronting the past, they chose to remain silent on the matter. After Ruan Kaihuang's death, his son Ruan Xian succeeded him as village head, marking the true onset of nightmares for Qiu village, in a desperate bid to instill fear among the villagers and secure his position as village chief. Ruan Xian ventured alone to the ancient temple on the mountain's rear, where he audaciously severed the head of a monk. This act of horror soon precipitated further calamities within the village. As a series of untimely deaths unfolded, Ruan Xian finally grasped the magnitude of the disaster he had unleashed. In a state of panic, he ascended the mountain, intent on returning the monk's head. However, upon his arrival at the temple once more, a horrifying revelation awaited him. To his utter dread, the monk's body, which should have been seated in the temple's center, had mysteriously vanished. In that moment, Ruan Xian was engulfed in terror. Initially, his intention was merely to exact a form of retribution upon the villagers, hoping to evoke a sense of fear that would remind them of the peace his father had once provided. Little did he anticipate that this misdeed would spiral out of control. Frantic and distraught, Ruan Xian sought out a villager, instructing him to impersonate his father and take wealth to the temple in search of aid. Alas, this endeavor proved futile. Decades had passed, and the temple had long ceased to receive offerings. The monks had either perished or departed. When the villager arrived at the temple, he discovered it had become a mere shell of its former self. Bearing a heart full of despair, the villager returned to Qiu village, where the terrifying occurrences persisted. Ultimately, in a state of utter hopelessness, the villagers resolved to prepare for the worst and contemplated abandoning the very land that had nurtured them. Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly forsake their homeland, especially given their scant resources. Yet, amidst this dire situation, a turning point emerged that a woman appeared. She first inquired about the village's plight, and upon gaining a clear understanding, astonishingly offered to assist Ruan Xian in resolving the village's troubles, free of charge, on the condition that he marry her. The precise rationale behind this proposal remained elusive to Ruan Xian. At that juncture, however, he found himself bereft of choices. Reluctant to relinquish his hold on power, he acquiesced, treating the situation as a last-ditch effort to see what this woman could truly accomplish. To his astonishment, shortly after marrying her, peace genuinely descended upon the village. Alas, this tranquility was short-lived. Within 2 years, the woman tragically died during childbirth, yet miraculously, the child, a girl, survived. This girl grew up to become the village shaman. From an early age, she exhibited remarkable intelligence, diligently studying the relics left by her mother and gleaning insights from her father about the events of 11 years later, Ruan Xian succumbed to heart disease, and the shaman ascended to leadership. By this time, she had garnered considerable respect within the village. However, upon assuming power, she proved even more tyrannical than her father. She spread various rumors, slandering the deceased and coercing the villagers to surrender their resources to construct numerous temples, most of which ultimately enriched her own coffers. Even so, inexplicable deaths among villagers continued to occur sporadically. Observing the dwindling population, the shaman recognized that such a course could not persist. Thus, she devised a plan to substitute outsiders as offerings in place of the villagers. This, she believed, would temporarily appease the vengeful spirits of the departed. Since that year, the village has incessantly developed its tourism industry, expending a considerable amount of energy and resources to create attractions, and during the annual sacrificial ceremonies, it opens its doors to visitors. One must admit, this method proves to be remarkably effective. Ever since the rise of tourism, that the village has not witnessed a single death. Of course, they do not refer to the incoming tourists as humans. They label them as sacrifices. This is the entire truth of Qiu village. These individuals are truly despicable. From top to bottom, from front to back, there is not a single virtuous soul. Lu Chengfeng scolded vehemently, his eyes aflame with rage. Seemingly unsatisfied, he rushed forward and kicked the shaman's corpulent figure with great force, scattering the flesh in all directions. Chunks of meat and shattered bones littered the ground. A potent scent of blood pervaded the air, making both of them feel uneasy, prompting them to return with their books in hand. This method, regardless of its morality, is merely a case of quenching thirst with poison. Ning Qiushui sighed. Imagine the increasing number of wrongfully deceased souls in the village. Their resentment will only intensify. One day, when it reaches a breaking point, it will all be unleashed upon these villagers. Do you remember what Sister Bai said? That shaman has already begun to suffer backlash. Lu Qingfeng recalled the red-clad female ghost they encountered behind the first blood gate and shuddered involuntarily. No wonder such a terrifying, vengeful spirit was born. It was not enough to slaughter one place. It had to spread its carnage elsewhere. The red-clad ghost we met behind the first blood gate must have been fused with the grievances of dozens, if not hundreds, of souls from Qiu village over the years. It is no surprise that it is so vicious, wiping out every inhabitant of the entire villa district. Damn it, knowing the heinous deeds of these scoundrels, I no longer wish to save them. Ning Qiushui remarked. We were never inclined to save them in the first place. Our priority now is to find a way to rescue Sister Bai, and then assist the monk in locating his head. I suspect only the monk can suppress the resentment of Guangxiu and those wrongfully deceased souls. But presently, without his head, he is powerless. Chapter 47, Qiu Village. Ascending the mountain upon returning to the guest house. It was already afternoon. The two had a light meal and noticed that the bespectacled man and his companions were also present, their expressions grim, with visible signs of injury on their bodies. Fortunately, their wounds were not severe. However, upon seeing Ning Qiushui and Lu Qifeng return, the absence of Bai Xiaoxiao cast a shadow over the bespectacled man's face. After all, they had taken considerable risks to attract the shaman, nearly sacrificing their lives, only to end up with little to show for it, which was understandably disheartening. Did you not find Sister Bai? The timid girl Zhong Fong inquired weakly. Ning Qiushui paused for a moment before responding. We found her, but her current condition is quite dire. Additionally, the shaman is dead, which is excellent news for us. Upon hearing that the shaman had perished, the group's expressions finally softened considerably. After all, it was the shaman who had long sought to kill them. Wonderful, the bespectacled man exclaimed, vigorously pumping his fist. With the demise of the shaman, one could surmise that our safety is assured. However, Lu Qifeng, standing by the window and gazing out, scoffed derisively. Safe. Your optimism is quite amusing. The bespectacled man, stung by this mockery, momentarily froze. Then, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Is it not so? The ones who sought our demise have always been the shaman and the villagers. Now that the shaman is dead, the villagers are without a leader, thus we shall undoubtedly find ourselves in a far more secure position. Ning Qiushui interjected. Perhaps you should ponder further. Why did the shaman and the villagers wish to sacrifice us to those deceased? Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, the bespectacled man paused, and then, as if a realization struck him, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. Indeed, while it is true that the shaman and the villagers sought to harm them, one must ponder why they would resort to violence against outsiders unless driven by desperation. At the core of the matter, their true peril arises from the specters of those who have perished in the village over the years. This tome contains the means to safely access the mountain behind the village. At that juncture, we shall split into two groups. You shall seek the lost head of the monk, while we shall search for the body of Bai Xiaoxiao. After Ning Qiushui concluded, a third member, who stood beside the bespectacled man, began to speak. Must we truly squander time and effort to rescue her? I mean, she has lost her head, so what reason could she possibly have to survive? There exists at least a possibility, does there not? Should we take the immense risk of retrieving her body only to find she is still destined to perish? Would we not be engaging in an utterly futile endeavor? This member, a man of few words within the team, generally remained silent, his presence barely noted by Ning Qiushui and the others, who did not even know his name. His skepticism shifted the group's mindset somewhat. Indeed, it is an exceedingly ruthless decision to abandon a comrade, particularly one who has contributed to the team. Guilt inevitably gnawed at their consciences. Yet, they were no longer at the threshold of this bloodstained door. They had witnessed terrifying sights multiple times and had nearly lost their lives in this place. Under such intense pressure to survive, their singular focus was on swiftly finding a way out and emerging alive from this sinister portal. As for guilt and remorse, such thoughts could wait until later, after they had secured their survival. You were able to utter such words here, free of psychological burdens, only because others have already undertaken the perilous tasks for you. I hope that when you find yourself in danger, you too will be left helplessly watching as your comrades abandon you without a backward glance. Lu Qingfeng let out a cold snicker. Yet the other merely replied nonchalantly, But the one in danger now is not me, is it? Upon hearing this, Lu Qifeng could no longer contain himself, leaping to his feet, eager for confrontation. only to be restrained by Ning Qiushui. The method to ascend the mountain has been conveyed to you. Henceforth, we shall part ways on this broad road, each pursuing our own path, with no debts owed to one another. The bespectacled man nodded slightly. Well, we must extend our gratitude for the book you have provided. We shall endeavor to search for the head. As they rose to depart, the unnamed man glanced back at Ning Qiushui and the others. Sneering, two imbeciles, having uttered those words, they left without a backward glance. Lu Chengfeng, filled with fury, slammed his fist down onto the table with a resounding thud. Damn it, we should never have shared the contents of this book with them. However, Ning Qiushui responded calmly. Whether they wish to assist us or not, they will have to, for if we do not locate that head, everyone shall be in peril. Let us prepare briefly. Now is the perfect time to set off for the back mountain. We must return before nightfall and restore Bai Jie's body to her. Lu Chengfeng nodded in agreement. After making a quick check of their ropes and backpacks to ensure nothing was amiss, they traversed the woods and arrived at the foot of the back mountain. It was their first visit to this place. It bore little difference from what was documented in the book. The entire mountain was shrouded in a faint crimson mist. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Lu Chengfeng could not suppress a shiver. What the hell? Why has the temperature suddenly dropped here? He muttered, his eyes darting nervously around him. This was not merely his imagination. The moment they approached the back mountain, Ning Qiushui, too, felt the abrupt chill. The mountain exuded an eerie tranquility, so still it bordered on the unnatural. A meticulously constructed stone staircase wound its way up to the summit. The two men raised their heads, yet their gaze could not penetrate the thin red mist, obscuring their view of what lay above. They felt an insidious discomfort, as though something behind that crimson haze was coldly observing them. However, having ventured this far, they had no intention of turning back. Stepping onto the staircase, they prepared to ascend step by step. It was at that very moment that the situation took a harrowing turn. As their feet landed on the steps, a horrific scene unfolded before them. To their shock, they beheld blood streaming down the previously pristine stone staircase. The nauseatingly rich scent of blood filled their nostrils. They looked up once more, only to find the sky above dim and enshrouded in thick fog, while the blood flowed from the depths of the indistinct, pale red mist at the staircase's end. Even more terrifying was the sight that greeted them upon regaining their senses. The blood-soaked steps were littered with a multitude of bodies, haphazardly sprawled in all directions. Chapter 48, Rain Prayer Village. Searching for corpses. What the hell is going on here? Exclaimed the bearded Lu Chengfeng, once again startled into expletives. He pinched his leg vigorously and then lifted his foot to closely inspect the sole of his shoe. Ugh, the pungent, viscous scent of blood nearly made him retch. Is this an illusion? Ning Qiushui gazed at the blood cascading down the steps, shaking his head with a grave expression. Alas, this must be the true nature of this back mountain. What we witnessed earlier might merely be an illusion concealed by the power of malevolent spirits. The bearded man cautiously followed Ning Qiushui, step by step, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. Be careful not to tread upon these corpses. Keep as far away from them as possible. On the stone staircase, the scattered bodies were all headless. As Ning Qiushui searched among the remains, he merely glanced at them before moving on. All these corpses belonged to males. Damn it, how many lives has that witch, the so-called shaman, claimed. As the two ascended from the foot of the mountain, they eventually reached the midsection, where they encountered dozens of bodies. These corpses were not slain by spirits. Ning Qiushui suddenly declared. Beside him, Lu Chengfeng inquired, "How can you tell, my friend?" Ning Qiushui pointed at the neck of a nearby corpse. "Take a closer look. Is there not a black viscous substance present?" Lu Chengfeng examined it, and indeed found it so. Though the heads of these corpses had been severed, the wounds at their necks were remarkably smooth, with little blood having flowed out, instead covered by a dense layer of black fluid. In fact, the wounds appeared to have healed. This can only mean. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chengfeng immediately recalled the severed heads preserved in glass jars within the dilapidated shack of the shaman's residence. The necks of those heads bore a similar thick coating of black substance. The most chilling realization was that these beheaded individuals that were still alive. What on earth is she attempting to accomplish? Lu Chengfeng's legs trembled. Fortunately, he had brought a stick as a makeshift cane, allowing him to maintain a precarious balance on the slick, viscous steps. After a moment of deep contemplation, Ning Qiushui seemed to have grasped something. "Do you recall what Sister Bai told us? The shaman's body has been compromised due to the backlash of vengeful spirits. When we first encountered the shaman, I detected a foul stench of decay emanating from her, and her neck was covered in clusters of red, dense rashes, as if that area had begun to rot." He pondered, Could it be that the shaman seeks to utilize some bizarre sorcery to exchange her body for a new one? Although the ancient tome found in the shaman's chamber contained no such records. Ning Qiushui's conjecture caused Lu Qingfeng to gasp in horror. He had also observed the circle of red rashes on the shaman's neck at a first glance. It appeared as though that area had been severed, leaving behind traces of blood. Ning Qiushui's hypothesis was likely the truth. Let us press on. Once we locate Sister Bai's corpse, the mysteries surrounding these events should be unraveled, steeling themselves against their inner dread and disgust. The two finally reached the summit. Fortunately, the headless bodies along the way had not undergone any transformations nor posed any threats. They lay silently in pools of blood, motionless, although the scene was exceedingly gruesome. It presented no tangible danger to the two. At the end of the stone steps lay a vast platform shrouded in dense forest, where amidst the foliage stood a temple overrun with vines and wild grass. Upon the stone steps, the incessant trickle of fresh blood emanated from the very walls and bricks of this temple. Inside the sanctum, numerous headless corpses hung suspended, as if strung up like cured meat. Swaying gently, resembling figures being dried in the air, the freshness of these bodies far surpassed that of those lying on the steps. Clearly, the priestess had orchestrated this macabre display not long ago. Ning Qiushui swiftly identified Bai Xiaoxiao's body by her attire. Unexpectedly, everything unfolded with remarkable ease, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him. An instinctual awareness that something was amiss. As he retrieved the body from the ceiling, Ning Qiushui, in order to ascertain the situation, instructed Lu Qingfeng to step outside, while he cautiously examined the trousers of the corpse. To his astonishment, he discovered a dagger-shaped birthmark on the pristine left buttock of the body. After adjusting Bai Xiaoxiao's trousers, he and Lu Qingfeng bound her body with rope. Their actions were not driven by any peculiar inclination, but rather a trepidation that, during their descent, Bai Xiaoxiao's body might inexplicably animate, posing an obstruction or even a threat to them. Once this task was completed, Ning Qiushui instructed Lu Qingfeng to hoist Bai Xiaoxiao's corpse onto his shoulder while he surveyed the interior of the temple. The gnawing sense of unease within him intensified. Something was terribly wrong. Ning Qiushui compelled himself to remain composed, his eyes darting about in search of answers. He sensed a discrepancy, but could not articulate it. This feeling had arisen suddenly when he was searching for Bai Xiaoxiao's body. What exactly was amiss? At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a corpse in the shadows. That fleeting glance sent chills down his spine. That he finally understood what was wrong. The corpse that had a head. Moreover, it appeared as if its body had been brutally shattered, flesh and blood grotesquely fused together, presenting a nightmarish visage. At that instant, the body lay ensconced in the corner of the temple, fixating on the two with an exaggerated and eerie grin. "Run!" Ning Qiushui bellowed at Lu Qingfeng without a moment's hesitation. Yet, as they turned to flee, the temple doors slammed shut with a resounding thud. The sunlight from outside was entirely obstructed, plunging the interior into a suffocating darkness. Standing in the obscurity, the two felt their bodies stiffen as if encased in ice. Utterly immobilized, behind them, the sound of ominous footsteps echoed. Clop, clop, clop. Chapter 49, Qiyu Village. Escape. Hearing those footsteps, the two in the darkness felt as though their very souls were congealing with fear. What shall we do now? Bro? Lu Qingfeng's voice trembled violently, his mind a blank slate. Ning Qiushui offered no reply. Instead, he clutched the bronze mirror left to him by Bai Xiaoxiao. If anything could possibly save their lives in this dire moment, it was undoubtedly this mirror. He had witnessed its formidable power firsthand in the desolate well. Bai Xiaoxiao merely used a bronze mirror to cast a faint reflection, and all the vengeful spirits at the bottom of the well were completely dispersed. Of course, Ning Qiushui was aware that, at this very moment, the malevolent spirit within the temple was far beyond the comparison of those entities below the dry well. This being must be Guangxiu. The aura of resentment is overwhelmingly potent. The footsteps drawing nearer from behind seemed to tread upon the very hearts of the two, each step echoing as if to shatter their hearts into fragments. Thud, tap, thud. The emotion of fear fermented incessantly amidst the sound of those footsteps. Ning Qiushui gripped the bronze mirror tightly, the sweat in his palm becoming exceedingly clammy. Finally, the footsteps halted right behind him. Following that was an interminable silence. The sensation of awaiting judgment in the darkness was utterly dreadful. Even someone as psychologically resilient as Ning Qiushui felt every pore on his body exuding cold sweat at this moment. He knew that the terrifying presence loomed just behind him, staring intently. Ning Qiushui yearned to turn his head, yet he found himself utterly unable to move. The blood jade embedded in his chest radiated a searing heat, nearly scorching his skin. He could not comprehend the extent of the horror that resided behind him, capable of causing the blood jade to emit such intense warmth, as if it might melt. A guttural sound, akin to bubbles squeezed from deep within the throat, emerged, piercing, weak, and hoarse, yet it struck their eardrums like steel needles. In that instant, Ning Qiushui felt darkness envelop him, teetering on the brink of fainting. At that moment, something cold and sharp pressed against his back. It sliced through the skin on Ning Qiushui's back, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. It was precisely at this moment that the bronze mirror, which had been dormant in his palm, awakened. Looked in the darkness. The sound of a woman's mournful weeping resonated. The instant that voice emerged, the already frigid duo felt an even more bone-chilling coldness envelop them. They shuddered violently, only then realizing they could move again. "Big Beard, hurry and push the door," Ning Qiushui almost shouted. Lu Chifeng understood that the time the female ghost could afford them was scant. He shook himself awake and dashed forward, forcefully slamming open the temple's grand door. Light flooded in from outside. The pair, who had been on the verge of suffocation, finally caught a whiff of life. Without looking back, they bolted from the temple and raced down the mountain. Just before descending, Ning Qiushui glanced back. He saw the bride-clad ghost standing before Guangxiu, her crimson figure visibly fading at an alarming rate. Guangxiu remained rooted in place, seemingly obstructed by the ghost, yet on his grotesquely shattered face, with cracks etched across it, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated intently on the fleeing duo. The malice within those eyes seemed ready to overflow. "Hurry," Ning Qiushui urged once more. Lu Changfeng, who was at the forefront carrying Bai Xiaoxiao's body, heard Ning Qiushui's insistence and accelerated once again. He gasped for breath, not daring to glance back, sprinting with wild abandon. Ning Qiushui sprinted behind Lu Changfeng, when suddenly, a sound akin to something shattering echoed in his hand. That he glanced down and was horrified to discover that the bronze mirror had completely fractured. The specter of the bride, clad in her wedding attire, vanished in that instant. His heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Initially, he had believed this object might still be usable a second time, but it was now evident that its durability had reached its limit. If Guangxiu were to catch up at this moment, their demise would be inevitable. With this thought in mind, Ning Qiushui cast a fleeting glance back, and his heart tightened painfully at the sight. There, atop the mountain, Guangxiu had emerged from the temple, standing above the blood-soaked stone steps, coldly gazing at the two of them, though his feet remained still. With each passing second, his form appeared on the next small platform of the 9th step. This pace was undeniably swift. The two men, in their frantic descent, dared not run too quickly for fear of falling. Taking at least 2 seconds to descend each 9 steps, Lu Changfeng, "Pick up the pace, he's gaining on us," Ning Qiushui shouted. The beleaguered Lu Changfeng screamed in despair, "I'm already at my fastest." "Brother, I can't go any faster." Ning Qiushui quickened his stride, forcibly lifting Bai Xiaoxiao's body from Lu Changfeng's shoulder. Although Bai Xiaoxiao was not particularly heavy, especially with one less head, she weighed just over 100 pounds. Yet for an ordinary person carrying such a weight while fleeing, endurance would be short-lived. Fortunately, Ning Qiushui possessed commendable physical fitness, making it significantly easier for him to carry Bai Xiaoxiao while running compared to Lu Changfeng. Given the short distance from the mountain to the foothills, they swiftly descended the stone steps, daring not to look back or pause, plunging headlong into the woods. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared ahead. Ning Qiushui lifted his gaze and was astonished to see the bespectacled man and his companions. "Run!" he shouted at them. Despite the dire circumstances, the 3 clearly failed to grasp the situation, staring dumbfounded as Ning Qiushui and Lu Changfeng barreled toward them. "What is going on?" Just as they were bewildered, Ning Qiushui and Lu Changfeng brushed past them. "Run!" Ning Qiushui called out without turning back, prompting everyone to spring into action. On one hand, the overwhelming instinct to conform ignited their innate fear. On the other, they beheld Guangxiu, whose body was marred with cracks, blood-red flesh protruding grotesquely, as if he might shatter at any moment. "Damn it," the bespectacled man muttered under his breath, yet he followed closely behind Ning Qiushui and Lu Changfeng. As they trailed behind, they seemed to attract Guangxiu's wrath. He shifted his focus from Ning Qiushui and Lu Chifeng to them instead. "I'll be damned, Ning Qiushui," the man at the rear roared at Ning Qiushui, his eyes betraying a blend of ferocity and terror. Unlike the others, he had sustained injuries earlier that morning while attempting to entice the shamaness, and as fate would have it, he had been injured in the leg. At this moment, overwhelmed by inner tension and fear, he found himself unable to run, helplessly watching as the 4 individuals ahead of him grew increasingly distant. Chapter 50, Praying for Rain Village. Rendezvous Physics, save me. Save me. I'm still behind. Lu Ting felt the chilling presence closing in behind him, and in a state of panic, he reached out toward the front, calling out frantically. However, those ahead were solely focused on their escape. With no one willing to glance back, Lu Ting finally comprehended the weight of Ning Qiushui's earlier words. He was reluctant to risk himself for his teammates, and now, his teammates were equally unwilling to risk themselves for him. He had been abandoned. Clenching his teeth, Lu Ting's eyes brimmed with resentment. Those damned bastards had actually left him to fend for himself. He had contributed to the team. How dare they? On what grounds? Damn it. Not a single reliable person when it truly mattered. Seething with indignation internally, he dared not pause for even a moment, limping forward despite his leg injury. Yet, as Lu Ting continued to run, he suddenly sensed something amiss that it felt as if his body was becoming increasingly light. This sensation came abruptly, and once it emerged, it did not fade away to Lu Ting strained to push forward, but his body felt lighter and lighter. Until eventually, he felt as weightless as a delicate feather. He could no longer perceive his own body. Terrified, he gazed ahead, his eyes wide open, as if witnessing something profoundly horrifying. There, a headless corpse, identical in appearance to him, stumbled forward clumsily. The corpse collapsed to the ground shortly after. Motionless, a chilling sound echoed in his ears, like the terrifying bubbles of a malfunctioning machine, reminiscent of rusted gears grinding together. A bloodied hand gripped Lu Ting's hair. Slowly turning his face around at last, he beheld the ghastly visage of the pursuer behind him. His mouth agape in sheer horror, he found himself utterly voiceless. Quickly, night is falling. Ning Qiushui gasped, having carried by Xiao Xiao's body for such a long distance that even he was beginning to struggle. Yet, he dared not halt. In the distance, the sun was gradually descending. The remaining rays of the setting sun were shifting closer to the horizon. He had to reach the shaman's residence with utmost urgency. Returning by Xiao Xiao's head to her body, Big Beard quickly opened the door. Ning Qiushui shouted, and Lu Chifeng promptly dashed ahead, kicking the shaman's door open, then hurrying to the corner of the residence where a nondescript small room awaited. He inserted a wire into the keyhole, attempting to unlock it. Fortunately, his skills in this endeavor were quite adept. Even in the dark, he swiftly opened the lock by relying solely on sound and touch. Ning Qiushui approached the corner and immediately retrieved the transparent glass jar containing Bai Xiaoxiao's head, addressing her. Sister Bai, I've brought your body back. What shall we do now? Within the transparent glass jar, Bai Xiaoxiao's delicate, pallid visage appeared particularly rigid, her eyes gradually becoming hollow and vacant. Compared to the daytime, she now resembled a lifeless statue. Noticing her unsettling state, Ning Qiushui hastily struck the glass jar with urgency, calling out her name loudly. Bai Xiao, can you hear me? Perhaps Ning Qiushui's forceful tapping had an effect, as Bai Xiaoxiao's stiff gaze finally began to stir, fixating on Ning Qiushui outside the jar. After a brief pause, she uttered in an exceedingly frail voice, "You have returned." Ning Qiushui glanced back at the setting sun, panting heavily, and shouted at Bai Xiaoxiao, "We have brought your body back." "What should we do now?" Bai Xiaoxiao responded, "Shatter the glass. Reattach my head. To my body." With a clang, as soon as Bai Xiaoxiao's words fell, Ning Qiushui forcefully struck the glass jar against the ground, causing the fragile vessel to shatter instantly, spilling a copious amount of liquid onto the floor, while Bai Xiaoxiao's head was cradled in Ning Qiushui's hands. Without a moment's delay, he and Lu Changfeng hurriedly reconnected Bai Xiaoxiao's head to her body. At that moment, as the severed neck of the head met the corresponding junction of the body, they seamlessly fused together. A faint red mark lingered on Bai Xiaoxiao's slender neck, as if merely constricted by a rope. In the final moments of the setting sun, she lay within Ning Qiushui's embrace, finally opening her eyes. Her watery gaze fluttered gently, akin to a droplet disturbing the tranquil surface of a lake. Soon illuminating with light and vitality, Bai Xiaoxiao let out a soft murmur. The two finally felt relieved, knowing she was alive. "Goodness, you scared me to death, Sister Bai. We almost thought you wouldn't make it." Upon witnessing Bai Xiaoxiao's awakening, Lu Changfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. Bai Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude to them, gently pushing herself up from Ning Qiushui's arms. She gazed at the already set sun in the distance, offering a bittersweet smile. This blood gate is indeed perilous. I thought I had been cautious enough, yet I almost faced disaster. With that, a trace of indescribable gratitude flickered in her eyes as she looked at the two. Those willing to risk their lives to save you in such a strange abode are truly rare. Of course, aside from gratitude, she felt a hint of elusive embarrassment towards Ning Qiushui. She was aware that in the temple on the mountain, Ning Qiushui had pulled down her pants, glimpsing her posterior. Naturally, for those who frequently confronted life and death, such matters held far less significance than for ordinary individuals, and she swiftly regained her usual composure. "What about the others?" Bai Xiao inquired. "Most of them are dead. If nothing unexpected has occurred, there are now likely 0.5 survivors left." Upon mentioning the current number of survivors, Lu Qingfeng's expression darkened considerably. They had entered with 14 individuals, and in merely 5 short days, less than half remained. At this juncture, merely 2 days remain. Should they fail to assist the monk in reclaiming his severed head within this time frame, they shall confront the reckoning of Guangxiu and all the vengeful spirits that have perished over the past century, doomed to become malevolent specters themselves. Chapter 51. Rain Prayer Village. As the conversation unfolds, "Do you think Guangxiu will track us down here?" Lu Chengfeng cast a restless glance towards the door behind him. His concerns were not unfounded. The Guang family had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Ruan clan, and now that Guangxiu could leave the temple, his first course of action would likely be to seek vengeance upon the shaman. "I believe our worries may extend beyond just Guangxiu." Following Lu Chengfeng's admonition, Ning Qiushui's expression suddenly grew grave as she surveyed her surroundings, seemingly in search of something. "Qiushui, what troubles you?" Bai Xiao also sensed Ning Qiushui's unease. Ning Qiushui spoke slowly, recounting a chilling revelation that sent shivers down their spines. "At your behest, we discovered that book in the shaman's chamber, and just as we were about to depart, the shaman fortuitously returned, leading to a fierce chase between us. When we escaped, the front door of the shaman's abode should have been ajar. In her haste to reclaim the book from us, she would have had no time to turn back, close the door, and then pursue us. Moreover, villagers typically do not frequent this place. Therefore, during the interval we vacated the shaman's residence that who could have ventured in?" As Ning Qiushui's words echoed, both of them felt a sudden chill as their hairs bristled in alarm. They warily scrutinized the surrounding darkness, as if something might leap forth from the inconspicuous corners at any moment. "Regardless, we must depart from here at once." The trio promptly exited the shaman's domicile. Along the way, Bai Xiao learned of the circumstances surrounding the shaman's demise and said to the others, "Allow me to examine the eyeballs bestowed upon you by that skin-wearing female ghost." Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng did not hesitate, handing over the 2 eyeballs to Bai Xiao. After the events of the past few days, a profound trust had been established among them. Bai Xiao scrutinized the ghostly orbs intently for a moment before exclaiming, "They should not be classified as ghostly artifacts. Ghostly artifacts are typically singular and cannot be disassembled into components." Lu Qingfeng, puzzled, asked, "Not a ghostly artifact. Does that imply this item is of little use?" Bai Xiao shook her head, responding earnestly, "Not necessarily. While it may not be a ghostly artifact, it is simply not meant to be taken beyond the blood gate. However, these eyeballs likely hold significant importance. Otherwise, the female ghost would not have entrusted them to you before departing. Moreover, since they were given to you as a special tool by the ghost, only you possess the capability to utilize them. Others would find them ineffective even if they obtained them." She returned the eyeballs to the pair, and Ning Qiushui examined the orbs in her hand thoughtfully. Before long, they returned to the guest house, formerly known as the Mist and Rain Temple. "Are we truly returning to this cursed place? Was it not said to be unclean? Should we not make do in the cafeteria for the night?" They stood for the first time in the night, surveying their dwelling from the open ground. A peculiar sensation enveloped them. The trio felt an overwhelming chill emanating from their abode, which appeared ominously eerie. The darkened windows seemed to resemble gaping mouths, poised to devour them whole. The bespectacled man had yet to return. The room occupied by the bespectacled man was not far removed from theirs. Ning Qiushui glanced toward the window and observed a complete absence of light. With the curtains and windows untouched, he speculated that the bespectacled man and his companions had either been slain by Guangxiu, or had discovered something and vacated the premises. Perhaps it would be prudent not to return. The interior likely harbored dangers. Ning Qiushui retrieved the blood jade, noting that the closer he approached the guest house, Yin Yu Miao, the more intensely the crimson glow emanated from the jade. Clearly, there was something malevolent within the guest house. Let us proceed to the cafeteria. If fortune favors us, others may also be present there. At this moment, darkness had enveloped the sky, and strange entities roamed the village. It was decidedly unsafe to linger outdoors, prompting the trio to decide on the cafeteria, the former guest house, for the night. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they spotted lights illuminating the interior from a distance. This flicker of light injected a modicum of vitality into the otherwise desolate and empty space. Entering the lit room, they beheld the bespectacled man and the timid girl, Zhong Fong, locked in silent exchange. Bai Xiao. The sight of Bai Xiao vividly materializing before him filled the bespectacled man with surprise. It had been some time since he last laid eyes on her. Given the dire circumstances, having one more person was undoubtedly preferable to having one less. Moreover, Bai Xiao was astute and possessed commendable composure in crises, making her a valuable asset to the team. Could you please share the situation on your end? In response to Bai Xiao's inquiry, the bespectacled man nodded, his complexion paling slightly as he spoke. He is dead. The terrifying spirit chased us down from the mountain, and in our frantic escape, no one attended to him. Upon our return to the guest house, we waited for an extended period without his arrival, only to be met by a burnt, half-bodied ghost. As he recounted the events experienced at the guest house, Yin Miao. Both the bespectacled man and Zhong Fong trembled slightly, clearly still haunted by their harrowing experiences. Fortunately, that ghost bore little murderous intent towards them, its primary aim seemingly to wander the building in search of something. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. The current predicament was starkly evident. With the death of the shamaness, the once contained malevolent spirits of Qiu village were now significantly less restrained. They could no longer suppress their desire to unleash a horrific massacre upon the village. Upon hearing Bai Xiao's words, tears immediately welled in Zhong Fong's eyes, and she clamped her hand over her mouth, striving to stifle any sound. Despair permeated the hearts of all present. Does this mean we are doomed? Lu Chengfeng slumped onto the bench like a rag doll, his gaze vacant and lost. It is not entirely hopeless. Bai Xiao crossed her arms, and her subsequent words instilled a glimmer of hope among the crowd. The deadline for the task behind the Bloodgate is 7 days, which implies that the spirits within this world will inevitably be bound by the rules of the Bloodgate within that time frame. They cannot truly unleash their wrath upon us. Otherwise, with Guangxiu's abilities and resentments, we would not have survived to this moment. The pressing question now lies in how we can swiftly locate the head of the monk, known as the Compassionate One, which has been lost, within the next 2 days, and return it to him. Only when the Compassionate One retrieves his head can he restore peace to the village. Chapter 52. Qiu Village, the quest for the head. Wawa. You speak so lightly, but with such a vast village, how can we possibly find the head? Who knows where it has been discarded? With just the 5 of us, how could we hope to locate the monk's head within 2 days? It is futile. We are doomed. Wawa. Under the intense torment of fear and despair, Zhong Fong, the timid young girl, began to crumble emotionally. The others remained silent, refraining from blaming her. In truth, this young girl had been a positive presence among them, despite her timidity and frequent tears. She had not shied away from seeking clues at various locations or venturing up the mountain, always maintaining her resolve to follow the bespectacled man, even when engulfed by fear. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was unjust to hold Zhong Fong accountable. She was correct. If we were to search aimlessly, there was no way we could find the monk's head in 2 days. At this moment, Ning Qiushui, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. There must be a clear clue regarding the monk's head. We must have overlooked something crucial. Let us all reflect carefully. The room fell into a brief silence. Although hope was scarce, everyone strived to recall everything they had experienced since entering the Bloodgate. Had they missed anything? It seemed not. In fact, they felt as though they had accomplished little over the past 5 days. Thus, the atmosphere of despondency thickened amidst their silence. Finally, at a certain moment, Ning Qiushui once again retrieved the eye given to him by the female ghost. The ghost had not informed him how to utilize this object, and the Bloodgate provided no hints either. However, at that moment, Ning Qiushui seemed to grasp something profound, instinctively placing the eye on the table. The others were puzzled by his intentions but chose to watch him nonetheless. After a brief silence, the eye placed on the table began to roll and move. Witnessing this, the group immediately perked up. Quickly, Big Beard, give me the other eye, Ning Qiushui urged Lu Chengfeng, who nodded, hurriedly extracting the second eye and handing it to Ning Qiushui. As Ning Qiushui positioned both eyes together, they observed that the pair simultaneously gazed in a particular direction. That direction astonishingly led to the interior of Qiu village. Is this that suggesting to us that the monk's head is currently in the Rain Prayer Village? Zhong Fong inquired softly. Ning Qiushui shook his head. I'm not entirely certain, but it is a possibility. After all, what we cannot see, perhaps the spirits can perceive. We have assisted the female ghost in fulfilling her desire for vengeance, and these eyes may very well be her gift to us. Regardless, we must visit the Rain Prayer Village tomorrow morning. The group nodded in agreement. Having a goal is certainly preferable to aimlessly searching like headless flies. The Rain Prayer Village is not small. If we were to dig 3 feet into the ground, even with 2 months, it would be an impossible task. The group arranged for night watch, with Ning Qiushui assigned to the first shift. Once the others had drifted into slumber, Ning Qiushui, feeling rather bored, retrieved the ancient tome he had discovered in the witch's residence. He perused it meticulously for quite some time before uncovering certain details. The art of flower and tree transformation? Upon first encountering these words, Ning Qiushui felt a sudden jolt of alarm. He scrutinized the ancient text further, and the more he read, the more his heart raced with trepidation. It turned out that the body currently wielded by the witch was not her original form at all. She had employed this nefarious technique to graft her own head onto another's body, discarding her own headless form upon the mountain for Guangxiu to vent his frustrations, leading him to mistakenly believe he had killed her, thus momentarily assuaging his resentment. Although ghosts are the byproducts of human death, they are far more complex than mere human souls. Most of them possess far less intelligence, and at least Guangxiu had been deceived by the witch in this manner for over 20 years. Of course, the paper cannot eternally conceal the fired, and no matter how foolish Guangxiu may be, after being duped for 20 years, he should have begun to discern the truth. Moreover, as the witch continued to utilize this vile art of transformation, she was horrified to discover that her head was gradually decaying. With each new body she assumed, her head grew more putrid and sluggish. The witch surmised that this was due to the mismatch between her head and the body. Thus, from that moment on, she frantically sought a more suitable body, resulting in an ever-increasing accumulation of head jars within her abode. No wonder the villagers feared her so greatly. Suddenly, a soft feminine voice emerged from behind Ning Qiushui. He turned to see Bai Xiao, who had been standing silently behind him for quite some time. Sister Bai, are you not sleeping? Bai Xiao took a seat beside Ning Qiushui, illuminating her phone screen and waving it in front of him. It is already 2 in the morning. It is my turn to keep watch. You should go rest. Ning Qiushui glanced at the phone screen, which displayed a stunningly beautiful young woman. This woman's beauty surpassed even that of Bai Xiao, embodying an exceedingly rare allure. Furthermore, her demeanor contrasted starkly with Bai Xiao's mature charm, possessing a whimsical innocence. Instead, is that GZ? Ning Qiushui blurted out. Bai Xiao appeared taken aback by his question, seemingly surprised that he even knew of GZ. After a brief moment, she softly murmured, yes. Could you perhaps share her story with me? I am not particularly weary at the moment. The mention of this familiar figure brought forth an undeniable pang of pain in the depths of Bai Xiao's eyes. She understood that GZ was a girl deeply attuned to her emotions, yet she had never imagined that such a lively and cheerful girl would resort to a tragic end. In the past, she was quite timid, much like Zhong Fong, but she approached everything with remarkable initiative, including the quest for clues of survival. It was GZ who led me through the blood gate, pulling me along as we sought out these vital leads. Even when frightened to tears, she would bravely forge ahead, and everyone adored her humor and vivacity. That time, there were quite a few people in the eerie abode, 15 in total. I was very shy and intimidated by them, but GZ helped me integrate swiftly into this collective. Thus, I have always held deep gratitude for her. We quickly became good friends. Her adaptability was exceptional, making her exceptionally suited for the mist-laden world. During that period, I suffered from severe phasmophobia, and GZ would often drag me into the low-difficulty blood gates to complete tasks, aiding me in overcoming my inner fears. She enlightened me that this was the fastest way to enhance one's abilities. Thanks to GZ's relentless support, I gradually acclimated to this bizarre world. Those were the most joyous times of my life. We dined together, watched television, conversed, and ventured into the realms beyond the blood gates to tackle dungeons. Bai Xiao spoke softly, her pace unhurried, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, fully immersed in her reminiscences. A faint smile adorned her exquisite face, illuminated by the glow of her phone screen, allowing Ning Qiushui to perceive a wave of nostalgia shimmering in Bai Xiao's eyes. It was evident that she truly cherished those past moments. Initially, we believed that such splendid days would persist indefinitely. Yet, subsequently, an unforeseen event transpired within the eerie abode. Chapter 53 Qiushui Village. Night conversations upon the mention of that incident from years ago in the eerie abode. Bai Xiaoxiao's expression began to shift, that a look of trepidation overtook her features. Observing Bai Xiaoxiao's countenance, Ning Qiushui couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity regarding the events that had unfolded in the eerie abode. In his understanding, Bai Xiaoxiao was an exceptionally composed and resolute woman, having faced numerous life and death crises. Regardless of her experiences, her psychological fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet, even someone as unflappable as Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to harbor fear at this moment. Conversely, Bai Xiaoxiao appeared reluctant to articulate the matter with clarity, merely stating ambiguously. After that incident, over half of the inhabitants of the eerie abode perished. Most of the elders had succumbed, and we were compelled to assume their roles, inheriting their will, occasionally venturing into perilous bloodgates to accomplish our tasks. Although Bai Xiaoxiao did not elaborate on the specifics of that event, Ning Qiushui could surmise that it likely pertained to the puzzle piece within the eerie abode. They are pursuing that puzzle piece. Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding slowly. She let out a sigh. What would happen if one did not deliberately seek out this puzzle piece? Ning Qiushui inquired about a matter that piqued his concern. Bai Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Ning Qiushui, a hint of bitterness appearing at the corners of her lips. That I know what you were trying to ask. After all, as long as everyone continues to engage in low-difficulty bloodgates, the survival rate can be significantly assured, especially once one possesses a ghostly artifact. It is almost improbable to encounter failure. You must think so, don't you? Ning Qiushui nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed again. In the misty world, each chosen individual must traverse 9 bloodgates. The intervals between the first 3 bloodgates are 1 week, while the gaps from the 4th to the 6th bloodgates extend to 6 months, and from the 7th to the 9th, they stretch to a year. Moreover, each subsequent bloodgate presents a greater challenge than the last. With your exceptional case being an exception, statistically speaking, the mortality rate for the 7th gate already reaches a staggering 95.796, and the 8th and 9th bloodgates are even more daunting, almost guaranteeing death. Thus, every member of the Guishi strives to collect puzzle pieces by any means possible in order to escape this place before the 7th blood gate arrives and break the curse. Furthermore, puzzle pieces can only manifest after the 4th gate of difficulty. Only those Guishi that possess the complete puzzle are granted the qualification to reach the end of the misty world. Ning Qiushui furrowed his brow. What exactly lies at the end of the misty world? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, confusion appearing in her originally bright eyes. That I do not know. None who have entered the end of the misty world have ever returned. If that is the case, how can you be certain that entering the end of the misty world will break the bloodgate curse? Faced with Ning Qiushui's pointed question, Bai Xiaoxiao fell silent for a long while. Sometimes, one need not be entirely sure that the truth is as such. Humans are inherently fragile beings. They must cling to some notion of survival, mustn't they? Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiaoxiao locked eyes for a moment, nodding in agreement. Indeed, rather than confront the near 100 mortality rate of the 7th bloodgate, it would be more prudent to gather the puzzle pieces and venture to the end of the misty world to discover what lies there. Even if death awaits, at least one can satiate their curiosity before perishing. For those cursed individuals within the Guishi, the puzzle pieces represent more than mere objects. They embody psychological solace, a glimmer of hope for survival. For a group ensnared in despair, nothing is more precious than hope. Regarding the subsequent disputes between Bai Xiaoxiao and other Guishi, Ning Qiushui refrained from further inquiry. Firstly, he could not be of assistance at present. Secondly, Ning Qiushui preferred not to wade into murky waters. Should Bai Xiaoxiao require his aid, that would be a different matter. Well then, it is nearly 3 o'clock. After such a lengthy conversation, you should hasten to sleep. For tomorrow, a fierce battle awaits. Ning Qiushui nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the circumstances he would soon face. He rose and made his way to the room, intending to rest. Behind him, Bai Xiaoxiao propped her chin on one hand, tilting her head to gaze at Ning Qiushui's silhouette, her eyes slightly lost in thought, oblivious to her own contemplations. At long last, dawn arrived on the 6th day. The spirits of the group were notably low, as they had kept vigil the previous night, and the unsettling presence of the formidable boss, Guangxiu, who had descended from the mountaintop, left them all with a lingering unease, preventing them from sleeping soundly. As the new day broke, the group gathered early in the dining hall, eager to savor a hearty breakfast before embarking on their quest to locate the head of the monk known as the Compassionate One. However, today bore an unusual air. The kitchen staff, who typically arrived promptly for work, were conspicuously absent. The group waited from just after 5 in the morning until 9, yet no personnel appeared in the dining hall. This sudden peculiarity cast a shadow over their hearts, making everything feel amiss. What on earth was happening today that not even the cooks had shown up? After the shaman's demise, had they ceased all pretense? Lu Chifeng, having had a restless night and nursing a growling stomach, glared irritably and muttered under his breath. He approached the entrance of the dining hall, peering down the distant road, and upon confirming no one was coming, he seemed to lose his last shred of patience and ventured into the kitchen. Before long, Lu Chifeng emerged carrying a pot of porridge. "Well, this is all that's left in there. Let's make do with it," he remarked, belching slightly. The scent of marinated meat wafted through the air. Noticing the odd looks from the others, Lu Chifeng cleared his throat, his face turning a shade of crimson. "I may have indulged in a marinated egg. It was something I rummaged through the cabinets for ages to find." The group did not reproach him, for without Lu Chifeng, they would have had no breakfast at all. After quickly filling their stomachs, they gathered their belongings and proceeded deeper into the village. The weather was not particularly favorable. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the area, and as they entered the woods, thunder rumbled overhead, followed by a light drizzle. The soft patter of rain against the leaves created a disquieting symphony that left the group feeling unsettled. As they pushed through the dense underbrush and finally reached the village entrance, they were struck dumb by the horrific sight that lay before them. Chapter 54. Rain Prayer Village. Entering the village, standing at the village's threshold, they discovered that it was shrouded in a torrential downpour. The raindrops fell like buckets from the sky, threatening to inundate the entire village. More terrifying still was the unnerving crimson hue and the foul stench that assaulted their senses, heralding the truth of the deluge. It was blood, by the dragon of Baopi. Lu Chifeng could no longer contain himself, cursing in his native dialect. Though the others could not comprehend his words, they recognized his ire. "I don't want to go in there." At this moment, Zhongfang, already on edge, felt her legs turn to jelly upon witnessing the village enveloped in this blood rain. She squeezed her legs tightly together, desperately trying to hold back her fear. The sight left the others pale as they exchanged horrified glances. The benevolent soul has bled dry, transforming into a sweet rain at tea this moment. Everyone recalled the warning inscribed upon the blood gate before they entered. Guangxiu, could it be within the village? The mere mention of this name stirred not only the bespectacled man and Zhongfang, but also sent a chill down Lu Chifeng's spine. Clearly, yesterday's events had left them with a profound psychological scar. "Goodness, my friend, you must think this through. If that entity resides within, entering would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den." Ning Qiushui did not respond immediately. The village before him was steeped in a terrifying crimson hue, suggesting that Guangxiu had indeed visited. If Guangxiu had departed, why was the village still drenched in a rain of blood? And if Guangxiu had not left, would their entrance merely signify their demise? A torrent of thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure and retrieve the pair of eyes gifted to him by the female ghost. Placing them in his palm, gurgle, gurgle, the eyes swayed in Ning Qiushui's hand, ultimately focusing on a particular direction within the village. Witnessing this, none dared to speak. The Tio venturing together might be excessively perilous. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Qiushui declared, "How about this? I shall enter first. If I do not emerge within 2 hours, you can explore other alternatives." Upon hearing this, the gazes of the others toward him shifted subtly. Particularly Zhongfang asked that her eyes sparkled with admiration, akin to a young fan enamored by a star. "Ningguo, you truly are remarkable that you dare to enter this village alone without fear of death." In that instant, Zhongfang felt not only admiration but also a tinge of envy. If only she possessed such audacity, she would not constantly feel trepidation, having not enjoyed a single peaceful night since stepping through that door. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes also widened in surprise. She had long recognized Ning Qiushui's mental fortitude, yet at this moment, she realized she had underestimated this newcomer immensely. Doubts began to creep in. Was Ning Qiushui truly an ordinary person? Recalling her own embarrassing episode of fear during her first encounter with the Bloodgate, when she had been so terrified that she wet the bed, Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Comparisons can be quite disheartening. After enduring numerous brushes with death, she had finally conquered her phobia of ghosts, while Ning Qiushui seemed to possess an innate courage that defied belief. It's still too dangerous to go in alone. I shall accompany you. Lu Qingfeng remained steadfast. His trust in Ning Qiushui's abilities and luck was unwavering, and his concern for Ning Qiushui, adventuring in alone, was palpable. That I will join you as well. Bai Xiaoxiao contemplated briefly before adding, thus far, we have no other leads. That it is certain that the eyes given to Qiushui by the female ghost are of utmost importance. The direction they indicate must conceal something significant. Whether it be the head of the monk, the compassionate one, or something else vital for our survival. This village now teeters on the brink of chaos. Every additional minute spent here heightens the peril. Rather than standing idly by awaiting doom, it is far better to take the plunge. The presence of one more person searching for a solution undoubtedly expedites the process. Encouraged by Xiaoxiao's words, the bespectacled man and Zhongfang hesitated momentarily before resolutely deciding to venture into the blood-drenched village alongside the others. The overwhelming stench of blood was so intense that as soon as the two entered the village, they nearly retched. After a considerable period of adjustment, they finally managed to tolerate the nauseating aroma. Ning Qiushui kept that pair of eyes cradled in her palms. Curiously, although the group was devoid of umbrellas, the eyes bestowed upon them by the woman in human skin created a vacuum around them, shielding them from the relentless downpour of blood. Though this sanctuary was small, it sufficed to encompass the entire group. Much better than we anticipated, Bai Xiaoxiao remarked. While she could endure being drenched in blood rain, it did not imply she relished the experience. Typically, girls tend to be slightly more fastidious than boys. The group cautiously advanced deeper into the village, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Although the sky outside was not particularly dark, sunlight failed to penetrate the village, rendering their vision a dismal gray, imbued with an eerie ambience. As they ventured further within, Lu Qingfeng suddenly appeared to perceive something, pointing into the distance and exclaiming in hushed tones, "Look over there." The group followed his gaze, and their breaths caught in their throats. They had never encountered such a grotesque and terrifying sight. Amidst the blood rain, lining the village pathways, outside every home, hung several mangled corpses. These bodies were in a state of ruin, as if pulverized by various instruments. Their crimson flesh grotesquely exposed, entrails dangling from their abdomens, and pallid bones faintly visible. Most chilling of all, the corpses suspended from the eaves bore disturbingly eerie smiles, their ghastly faces fixed intently upon the group as they entered the village. It seemed they were silently extending a warm welcome to these unwitting visitors. In the midst of the group, the timid Zhongfang could no longer withstand the horrifying gaze and screamed, covering her head with her hands as she crouched down. Upon witnessing this, Ning Qiushui swiftly pulled her up. If you're afraid, don't look. Don't crouch down. In the face of danger, you won't have time to flee. Zhongfang, grasped by Ning Qiushui's hand, felt a modicum of comfort, yet kept her head bowed, too frightened to glance up. She trembled violently. Ning Qiushui feared that had she not been supporting her, Zhongfang might have collapsed entirely. At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao stepped forward quietly, supporting Zhongfang. "Allow me. You focus on finding the way." Ning Qiushui nodded and, directing her gaze towards the path ahead, led the group deeper into the terrifying village. Chapter 55, Rain Prayer Village. Goodness, these corpses are utterly chilling. Thank heavens they do not move. As the crowd ventured deeper into the village, their initial trepidation began to wane. They soon discerned that the villagers suspended at their doorsteps were, in fact, lifeless. They had been slain and deliberately arranged in that gruesome manner. After a brief passage of approximately 10 minutes, Ning Qiushui unexpectedly found himself standing before a long-abandoned small building. This structure was constructed from bricks interspersed with a portion of cement. And within, cobwebs adorned every corner while a thick layer of dust blanketed the rooms, suggesting a long absence of habitation. Here, there were no hanging corpses. It is here, Ning Qiushui declared. They gathered beneath the eaves. And to ensure their safety, Ning Qiushui produced a piece of blood jade from his possession. It emanated a crimson glow, neither too faint nor too strong. As he meandered about, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the blood jade. Ning Qiushui refrained from elaborating. He was acutely aware that the usage of the blood jade was limited. Bai Xiaoxiao had previously informed him that any ghostly artifact procured from behind the blood gate had restrictions on its use. Typically, powerful artifacts would not exceed 3 uses, while exceptionally rare items, such as the blood jade, might allow for a greater number of uses, albeit not without restraint. There should be no spirits within. Otherwise, the glow of the blood jade would alter. Although Ning Qiushui's tone remained relatively composed, his certainty was not as steadfast as it appeared. The ghost known as Guangxiu was indeed terrifying, and he could not discount the possibility of it possessing the ability to conceal its presence. "Let us proceed together, and everyone, exercise caution," Bai Xiaoxiao urged, as she boldly pushed the door open. The creaking sound of the old wooden door grated on the ears as it swung ajar. A dense atmosphere of dust filled the room, accompanied by the faint squeaks of mice. Upon their entrance, the rodents seemed startled, transforming into fleeting shadows that vanished into the corners of the room. This small building was considerably larger than the typical residences of the villagers. In such a destitute place as Qiyu Village, those who could inhabit such a structure must possess a distinctive status. In the left corner of the first floor hall hung a photograph, thickly coated in dust, depicting a family of three, a man, a woman, and a little girl. The visage of the man was familiar to Ning Qiushui. He had seen it in an ancient tome within the shaman's abode. It was none other than Yuan Kaihuang's son, Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian was the father of the shaman and a pivotal figure in the transformation of Qiyu Village into its current state. It appeared that this was Yuan Xian's home. After an extensive search, the group eventually discovered a coffin in the southern room of the first floor hall. They exchanged glances, and Bai Xiaoxiao, clutching a wooden comb, stepped forward to open the coffin. Inside, contrary to their expectations of a sudden apparition, lay only a skeletal remains and a well-preserved skull. The skull, its eyes tightly shut, bore a pallid complexion, yet it did not exude an eerie aura. Instead, it radiated an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Furthermore, they noticed that not a single strand of hair adorned the skull. They were consumed by fervent excitement, as Bai Xiaoxiao attempted to extract the head from the skeletal hands within the coffin. Yet, at the very moment her fingers brushed against the cranium, the pale hands of the corpse abruptly clasped her wrist. The onlookers, poised to assist, were halted by Bai Xiaoxiao's voice. "Have you not caused enough suffering to the village in your lifetime? Look around you. Behold the terrifying hell that now surrounds us. Must you persist in your wrongdoings even after death?" Whether it was the impact of Bai Xiaoxiao's inquiries that sparked a flicker of remorse in Yuan Xian's remains, or if the corpse was merely left with a lingering obsession, not truly a vengeful spirit, it mattered not. With her words hanging in the air, the skeletal hands indeed released their grip. The crowd observed two dark imprints on Bai Xiaoxiao's delicate, snow-white wrist. "Sister Bai, are you all right?" Lu Chengfeng inquired with concern. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Let us depart swiftly. I feel an overwhelming discomfort within this village." The others nodded in agreement. No one relished the idea of lingering in a village drenched in a rain of blood. However, as they stepped outside the dwelling, a piercing scream from Zhongfang echoed through the air. They beheld Zhongfang, who had been leading the way, utterly drenched by the torrential downpour of blood from above. Zhongfang hastily retreated beneath the eaves, clutching herself with both hands and squatting down in abject despair, as though her life were about to end. Ning Qiushui sensed something amiss and quickly retrieved the pair of eyes bestowed upon him by the flesh-skinned female ghost. Yet, when he placed the eyes in his palm, the onlookers gasped in horror as they witnessed the ghostly orbs visibly transforming into a puddle of clear water. "What is happening?" Lu Chengfeng exclaimed. Bewildered, they had relied entirely on the ghost's eyes to traverse the blood rain unscathed. Now that the eyes had vanished, did it not signify that they would all be drenched like drowned rats? No one wished to be soaked by this eerie downpour. "Search the room for an umbrella." Ning Qiushui reacted swiftly. He began to sense an unsettling atmosphere. What precisely was amiss, he could not articulate. Yet the feeling was profoundly disquieting, as if something dreadful was about to transpire, compelling him to vacate the premises with urgency. The group rummaged through the room, but found no umbrellas. Damn it. How can a house lack even a single umbrella? One lamented. Rain Prayer Village. Just listen to its name. It's evident how fond the villagers are of rain, so it's reasonable they wouldn't prepare umbrellas. The bespectacled man forced a pale smile. With no other recourse, they steeled themselves and ventured into the blood rain. They were acutely aware of the village's peril. Every passing moment increased their likelihood of demise. As the blood rain cascaded down, the moment they entered the crimson curtain of blood, they were met with a bone-chilling cold. They now understood Zhongfang's earlier reaction. Without a moment's hesitation, they pressed on, braving the deluge above, racing towards the village's entrance. Chapter 56, Rain Prayer Village, Blood Rain. The five emerged from the room, making their way towards the village entrance, with Ning Qiushui leading the charge. He deliberately refrained from sprinting. Ning Qiushui understood that the psychological pressure inflicted by this terrifying blood rain was overwhelmingly great. Under such immense strain, should he, as the leader, be the first to flee? It would only incite greater panic among the others, potentially leading to uncontrollable chaos. As the leader, he had to maintain his own rhythm, balancing speed with composure, without the spectral eyes bestowed by the female ghost to shield them from the blood rain overhead. The group had no choice but to extend their hands above their eyes, barely shielding themselves from the viscous blood cascading from the sky, allowing them to see the path ahead. As they reached the main road in the heart of the village, Lu Chengfeng unexpectedly emitted a strange cry. WDNMD. With the conclusion of his bizarre exclamation, the others quickly discerned the abnormalities within the village, the corpses suspended at their doorsteps, which should have been uniformly facing the village entrance, had inexplicably turned around, their hollow smiles fixed intently upon the 5 individuals in the center of the road. This sight nearly shattered Zhongfang's composure. She let out a shriek, clutching her head, and frantically ran towards an unfamiliar direction. The blood rain fell heavily, shrouded in a faint mist that obscured their vision. Ning Qiushui relied almost entirely on memory to navigate towards the village entrance. In Zhongfang's moment of collapse, he had attempted to seize her, but to no avail. Bai Xiaoxiao could not restrain Zhongfang either. Zhongfang, the bespectacled man shouted, eager to pursue, but Lu Chengfeng swiftly intervened. Get a grip. We are struggling to save ourselves, let alone rescue her. Head to the village entrance. Quickly, the bespectacled man felt a pang of discomfort as Lu Chengfeng held him back, though he had not known the girl named Zhongfang prior. Her demeanor over the past days had garnered his admiration that he yearned to protect this timid yet sensible young girl, wishing to prevent her demise at this blood-soaked threshold. However, calamity always arrives so abruptly. Just as they approached the dawn, the girl had fallen into the encroaching darkness behind them. She had not run for long when a piercing scream echoed, leaving the others unable to discern what she had encountered. They merely caught a glimpse of a shadow through the torrential blood curtain. They all recognized that the shadow belonged to Guangxiu. Quickly, Ning Qiushui bellowed, fixating on the direction of the village entrance and sprinting forth. The others followed closely behind, racing ahead, yet they could not shake the terrifying shadow that loomed behind them. Though Guangxiu appeared stationary, within the blood-soaked veil, its presence drew ever nearer to them. No, at that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao shouted, stop. At her command, the group immediately halted. This stemmed from their absolute trust in Bai Xiaoxiao. What is the matter, Bai Jia? Lu Qingfeng wiped the blood from his face, inquiring. Bai Xiaoxiao turned back. Her gaze locked onto the encroaching shadow, a fierce glint in her eyes. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and declared, run towards it. The group was momentarily taken aback. Quick! Without further explanation, Bai Xiaoxiao led the charge towards the ominous shadow. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng exchanged a glance, exhibiting scarcely any hesitation as they followed closely behind Bai Xiaoxiao. The bespectacled man trailed after them, despite his rational mind warning him that their actions were tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, his trust in the trio compelled him to muster his courage and imitate their audacious decision. Thus, the group recklessly sprinted toward the ominous shadow. As they drew nearer to the figure, their hearts raced. Elevated to their throats, as though they might leap from their chests at any moment, they were oblivious to Bai Xiaoxiao's true intentions or discoveries. All they comprehended was that should Bai Xiaoxiao misjudge the situation, their fates would be sealed. The ghastly, fragmented visage of Guangxiu materialized in their minds, grinning malevolently as it regarded them, its eyes glinting with a terrifying malice. It extended a hand toward the advancing Bai Xiaoxiao, its gaping maw wide open. This sight left the group momentarily breathless. Do not stop. Do not look back. Just before Bai Xiaoxiao made contact with Guangxiu, she shouted loudly once more. In the next instant, her form passed through Guangxiu unscathed as she rushed forward into the crimson shroud. The onlookers, witnessing this astonishing scene, felt their confidence surge, and they too boldly charged toward Guangxiu. Each of them emerged unscathed through Guangxiu's body. Racing after Bai Xiaoxiao, the shadow behind them turned, its face twisted with resentment as it fixated on their retreating figures but remained motionless. Goodness, Sister Bai, what on earth is happening? Lu Chifeng, ever the curious one, inquired with his myriad of questions. Bai Xiaoxiao, panting slightly, replied, within the blood gate, there exists a peculiar rule. This rule applies solely to the first 3 doors, which dictates that a ghost can only claim one victim at a time within a brief span. Although the difficulty of this blood gate far exceeds that of the standard second gate, it fundamentally remains the second blood gate, Thus it must adhere to this principle. Upon hearing this, the group immediately grasped the situation. Moments ago, Zhongfang had fallen victim to Guangxiu, meaning that for a short duration, Guangxiu could not strike at them. Despite knowing it could not attack, it was eager to manifest and pursue them. The only explanation being it wanted to drive them in this direction. Therefore, this path could not possibly be the exit. As Bai Xiaoxiao concluded her explanation, Ning Qiushui furrowed her brow. If my memory serves me correctly, that direction was indeed toward the village's exit. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. Qiushui, you are quite astute, yet somewhat rigid. This village is open-ended, with multiple routes leading out. It does not necessarily have to be that one. And have you not noticed the path we took to arrive here was devoid of blood rain? With this pivotal clue brought to light, everyone stood in stunned silence. They cast their gazes upon the crimson blood staining their bodies, seemingly beginning to comprehend. This is Guangxiu's malevolent essence. Previously, we had the protection of the female ghost's eyes, which shielded us from the blood rain. Now that the female ghost's eyes have been destroyed, we are enveloped in Guangxiu's resentment. In such circumstances, there are only two possibilities for leaving the village. First, upon departing from the blood rain, we may perish instantly. Second, we may never escape the blood rain. Lu Chengfeng understood. Sister Bai, do you mean to say that this rain of blood is actually Guangxiu's ghost domain? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. One could interpret it this way, and I have covertly tested it with a ghostly artifact, which is why I was able to promptly stop you all. Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply, especially Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng. They had already profoundly grasped the terror of this blood gate. If it weren't for Bai Xiaoxiao accompanying them and guiding them through the gate, they would likely have perished within. How are we to escape? The bespectacled man gasped, posing this grave question. Not if what you say is true. Then we cannot evade this rain of blood at all. Does that not mean our demise is inevitable? Chapter 57. Rain Prayer Village compassion is not so dire. Bai Xiaoxiao pointed towards the distant blood rain. The group strained to look, only to be horrified to discover that the area enveloped by the blood rain extended far beyond the village. After the shaman's death, Guangxiu's restrictions were completely lifted, and his resentment began to manifest, causing blood rain to fall wherever he traversed. We merely need to follow the remaining path to the temple on the back mountain. Lu Chengfeng inquired with curiosity. But are we not searching for the corpse of the monk, the compassionate one? A head alone is of no use. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. The corpse has already been located. Just follow me. The constraints of the blood gate on Guangxiu would not last long. We must act swiftly. The group nodded and followed Bai Xiaoxiao, tracing the route previously taken by Guangxiu. Heading towards the temple on the back mountain of the village, they moved quickly. After all, none could ascertain how long the blood gate's restrictions on the vengeful spirit would afford them. At this moment, concealed within the blood rain, Guangxiu loomed as a guillotine above them, ready to fall at any moment. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain again, they found the blood cascading down the stone steps had transformed into a small stream. With each step, they risked slipping. Hurry! They stumbled upward, and as they reached the mountainside, Ning Qiushui glanced down, his heart tightening. Guangxiu had caught up. He shouted loudly, and the group turned to see the shadow standing at the foot of the mountain, coldly gazing up at them. Merely locking eyes sent shivers through their limbs. In the next instant, the shadow suddenly appeared on the small platform of the second stone step. This transpired in less than 2 seconds. No more looking. Run! Bai Xiaoxiao shouted, gritting her teeth as she led the group scrambling to the mountaintop. Arriving at the temple, nearly drenched in blood. Sister Bai, where is the corpse? Lu Chengfeng exclaimed in terror, noticing Guangxiu had already blocked the entrance unbeknownst to them. Yet at this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao displayed no fear. Rather, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a smile emerging on her pale face. The monk's body has it not been with us all along? The three were momentarily stunned. Upon finishing her words, she astonishingly handed the head she had been cradling to the bespectacled man, right before their astonished eyes. Have you not been seeking your own head all along? Now, we have found it for you. The bespectacled man lowered his gaze, staring at the head nestled in his arms for a considerable time. And within the depths of his bewildered eyes, a lucid clarity emerged. That I remember now. He smiled faintly. Thank you all. With that, the bespectacled man's form suddenly blurred before the three, and when he re-emerged, he had transformed into the headless body of a monk. This monk was no stranger to them. For just a few days prior, they had witnessed him retrieving a head beside a dry well. Yet, neither Ning Qiushui nor Lu Chengfeng had anticipated that this monk would become one of their own. Hiding among them, Lu Qingfeng gaped, staring incredulously at the monk before him, his throat constricting, rendering him speechless. The monk slowly affixed his head back onto his neck, twisting it gently until it seemed securely in place. He pressed his palms together, his countenance serene as he regarded the three, and bowed deeply before them. "Thank you, benefactors, for assisting this monk in finding his head. As for what follows, that I shall take care of it." With that, the monk turned and took measured steps towards Guangxiu at the door. Guangxiu, exuding an aura of terrifying resentment, appeared momentarily bewildered upon seeing the monk. The monk extended his hand, gently pressing it against Guangxiu's forehead. "Grievances have their origins, debts their masters. Guangxiu, you have slain those who deserve death, yet you have also taken the lives of the innocent. Even now, do you still harbor such unrelenting hatred?" Guangxiu's gaze, though still filled with rage, was less muddled than before, yet he remained fiercely incensed. He reached out, gripping the monk's wrist with fierce intensity. However, the monk seemed to be shielded by sutras, utterly unperturbed by Guangxiu's fury, and the two specters remained locked in a tense standoff. At that moment, Ning Qiushui suddenly spoke. "Guangxiu, do you remember when we entered the village, none of us were tainted by the blood rain? Do you know why? Because we carried the eyes of your wife, Zhu Nanyu, with us." Upon hearing this, Guangxiu's breath hitched, his blood-red eyes, filled with intense malice, fixated on Ning Qiushui. Yet, the latter did not falter, continuing. "The monk's head was located with the aid of your wife. Zhu Nanyu, it is not merely our desire for you to relinquish this hatred. It is your wife, Zhu Nanyu, who does not wish to witness you continue to be tormented by it. She is weary, and thus believes that you must also be weary." Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, Guangxiu suddenly clutched his head, letting out a piercing wail. Ah! At that very moment, amidst the torrential rain far from the temple, a woman in red appeared. She floated in the air, holding the charred remains of a child, whose body was reduced to mere fragments. The mother and son specters stood silently in the blood rain, gazing at Guangxiu. The monk raised a hand and pointed, prompting Guangxiu to slowly turn his head. He stared into the blood rain for what felt like an eternity, until the crimson hue of the rain faded completely, transforming into a true downpour of nourishing rain. A voice, tinged with melancholy, suddenly emanated from Guangxiu's lips, belonging to a middle-aged man. "I have waited for that rain for a long, long time." The monk clasped his hands in prayer and uttered a single Buddhist chant. "Indeed, but perhaps that your wife and children have also been waiting for you for quite some time." Guangxiu let out a long sigh, rose to his feet, and turned to depart from the temple. He walked step by step towards his wife and children, embracing them tenderly. Subsequently, the three spirits vanished amidst the torrential downpour. Witnessing this scene, the three individuals within the temple finally exhaled, collapsing onto the ground. They had survived. "Master, we are profoundly grateful to you," they expressed sincerely to the monk before them. "Had it not been for you, we would undoubtedly have perished today." The monk shook his head and offered a gentle smile. "If I do not enter hell, then who shall? My heart's desires have been fulfilled, and I harbor no lingering resentments. It is time for me to depart." Upon finishing his words, his head fell from his neck and landed upon the ground, followed by the swift decay of his head and body, visibly deteriorating until he ultimately transformed into dust. A cool breeze swept in from outside. Coming to her senses, Ning Qiushui dragged her weary body out of the temple, tilting her head back to wash her face with the rainwater, and subsequently drank deeply of the refreshing downpour. Chapter 58. Returned free from the interference of vengeful spirits, the three returned to the exterior of the guest house amidst a cleansing deluge. After 5 days, they experienced a profound sense of disconnection, as if they had traversed time itself. They vaguely recalled the 11 companions who had stood in the open area outside the guest house upon their arrival. Yet, in the brief span of 5 days, only the 3 of them remained, while all others who had entered through the blood gate had perished in this village. The desolate emptiness weighed heavily upon them, rendering the trio somewhat disoriented. Alas, Lu Qingfeng sighed, his gaze laden with complexity. The twinge of guilt stirred within him, as he felt a sense of responsibility for the fate of those who had entered the blood gate. Believing their misfortune was entwined with theirs. It is merely a matter of bad luck. Let us not dwell on it. Seemingly sensing Lu Qingfeng's thoughts, Bai Xiaoxiao spoke a few comforting words. Lu Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, Sister Bai, how did you know that the bespectacled man was the monk?" Bai Xiaoxiao shrugged. "Do you recall what you encountered on the first day of your arrival?" Lu Qingfeng reflected for a moment. It indeed felt like an eternity ago, especially after all they had endured. Such minute details were easily overlooked. After recalling, Lu Qingfeng remembered that upon entering the blood gate, he had witnessed a headless figure mingling among the crowd. A realization dawned upon Lu Qingfeng. None of us are the compassionate one. Rather, the true compassionate one is indeed a deceased soul, incapable of dying again. Thus those who perished cannot possibly be the compassionate one. The answer had become abundantly clear. At this juncture, Bai Xiaoxiao let out a soft sigh. Regrettably, the girl could not withstand the pressure. She was but a step away from departing through that door. Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng remained silent. Naturally, they felt a sense of sorrow for the girl named Zhongfeng, a person who fought valiantly for survival, seeking a glimmer of hope without being a burden to the team, was on the brink of successfully escaping the bloodgate. Yet faltered at the final moment. This incident served as a stark reminder to the two of them just how merciless the world behind the bloodgate truly is. In the following 2 days, apart from their modest rations, they enjoyed a remarkably comfortable rest. The sensation of being in a realm of phantoms while knowing they were 100% safe brought an inexplicable thrill. During this time, Lu Qingfeng even ventured into the village, which was littered with corpses, in search of sustenance. Alas, apart from a few sprouting rotten potatoes, he found nothing. On the 7th night, with a bright moon hanging high in the night sky, an old, honking bus mysteriously appeared outside their lodge. The three, who had been sleeping within the lodge, became alert, donned their clothing, gathered their belongings, and promptly boarded the bus. A thick fog had begun to envelop the surroundings. As the bus slowly drove into the dense mist, the village's fog swiftly dissipated, yet the dilapidated vehicle vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there at all. The bus halted at the entrance of the eerie lodge. Upon disembarking, the trio was greeted by the charming visage of a youthful boy, Tian Sun. Upon seeing them return alive, Meng Jun, who had been leaning against the lodge's entrance, turned and entered the room without a glance back. Meanwhile, Tian Sun's face radiated with excitement. "Incredible! I can't believe you truly made it back," he exclaimed, his youthful cheeks flushed with exhilaration, appearing adorably rosy. Tian Sun approached and embraced Bai Xiaoxiao. Ning Qiushui, standing nearby, inquired curiously, "How did you know we were back?" Tian Sun shrugged, explaining, "The passage of time behind the bloodgate differs from that in the mist world. Regardless of how long you linger beyond the bloodgate, you will return to the lodge at precisely midnight on the day you entered, provided, of course, that you manage to come back alive." Ning Qiushui's understanding dawned upon her. Having returned to the dark villa, she and Lu Qingfeng felt an unexpected warmth. Liang Yin, dressed in a suit, was still by the brazier, warming himself. "It is truly remarkable," he remarked. "As newcomers, you managed to survive in such a perilous bloodgate." Admiration gleamed in Liang Yan's eyes. Meanwhile, Tian Sun, peeling a banana, pouted and muttered, "Isn't it thanks to our sister Bai for going in to bring them back? A world of spirits capable of birthing entities that surpass earthly bindings. It is indeed a chilling thought." Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head in response. "Don't mention it. I nearly perished inside. If it weren't for those two risking their lives to save me, I wouldn't be here now." The atmosphere in the room shifted palpably upon hearing her words. The bloodgate world, truly so perilous. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. Indeed, the most treacherous aspect does not stem solely from the spirits that inhabit that realm, but rather from the unsettling truth that in this world, it is not only ghosts that seek to take lives, that humans do as well. She elaborated on her harrowing experiences within the bloodgate world, leaving her audience aghast, particularly when recounting the chilling encounter she had alone with the witch on that fateful night, which sent shivers down the spines of her listeners. Standing nearby, preparing to indulge in a banana, Tian Sun's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, utterly absorbed in by Xiaoxiao's narrative, the peeled banana in his hand untouched. It was only after she concluded her tale that he swallowed hard. Casting a stunned glance at Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng, the youth realized that these two individuals, whom he had consistently underestimated, appeared to possess a remarkable strength, especially Ning Qiushui. Throughout Bai Xiaoxiao's account, he was portrayed as both audacious and astutely perceptive. Such a person, even among the seasoned veterans who have traversed the bloodgate multiple times, would undoubtedly stand out as exceptional. "Goodness, Brother Qiushui, you're quite formidable. What did you do before this? A police officer? An assassin?" Upon noticing the collective gaze of the group upon him, Ning Qiushui shrugged. "At a veterinarian," he replied. Naturally, whether they believed him was of no concern to him. "Well, it's good to be back." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liang Yin rose, seemingly preparing to retire for the night. In a week's time, your third bloodgate shall open, and its challenges should be considerably less daunting than those of the second. Yet, it must not be underestimated. I know many who have faced misfortune at the first three gates, so while you may relax, remain vigilant. Once you have passed through these three gates, you will have 6 months to thoroughly comprehend all there is to know about the misty world and the blood gates. And to prepare for the fourth gate, by then, time will be much more abundant. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng nodded in understanding, secretly relieved. Xiao Xiao. Just as Liang Yin was about to ascend the stairs, he suddenly called out to Bai Xiao Xiao. The latter, lost in thought as she gazed into the fire pit, looked up. What is it, Uncle Yin? Liang Yin replied. The day after tomorrow, there is a very special assignment, and you shall accompany me into the blood gate. Bai Xiao Xiao nodded, comprehending without further elaboration. Thus, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest. After Ning Qiushui finished washing up and was about to retire for the night, he felt something unusual beneath him in his clothing. He reached in to investigate and, to his astonishment, pulled out a book. Chapter 59. The puzzle. Ning Qiushui recognized this book. He had discovered it in a hidden compartment beneath the witch's bed. Typically, ordinary items cannot be extracted from the blood gate, which suggests that this book is indeed a ghostly artifact. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the previous blood gate, Ning Qiushui had come to profoundly appreciate the power of ghostly artifacts. The survival rate for one in possession of a ghostly artifact differs drastically from that of one without. Had Ning Qiushui and his companions been without such protection in the last blood gate, they might have faced countless deaths. Their next blood gate will arrive in a week. If Ning Qiushui possessed an additional supernatural artifact, his chances of survival would significantly increase. After perusing the book for a while, Ning Qiushui set it aside, uncertain of its true utility, and resolved to revisit it later. As night passed, the following day saw Lu Chengfeng rising early to prepare breakfast for everyone. It must be said that his culinary skills were truly remarkable. With ample ingredients at his disposal, a mere bowl of mashed potatoes paired with lean meat porridge successfully captivated Tian Sun's palate. The youth devoured 3 substantial bowls before letting out a satisfied belch. Reclining on the sofa, patting his round belly, and comfortably squinting his eyes, Big Beard, your culinary prowess is exceptional. Are you a multi-star chef? Do you work at Michelin? Lu Chengfeng, sipping his porridge leisurely, yawned and replied with a smile. As for me, I do not cook outside. Only you fortunate souls get to enjoy my cooking. Otherwise, I scarcely have time for such endeavors. Upon hearing this, Tian Sun turned his head and inquired, So, Big Beard, what exactly do you do outside? Lu Chengfeng assumed an air of a recluse and replied, Fortune-telling. The others exchanged peculiar glances at this revelation, and Tian Sun, unable to suppress his laughter, clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. Ha ha! Lu Chengfeng, perplexed, looked at the only calm diner and asked, What's so funny? Don't I seem like a fortune-teller, little brother? Ning Qiushui lifted his gaze slightly and smiled faintly. I suppose they are laughing because, even in this era, there are still those who engage in such deceptive practices. Tian Sun chimed in. Indeed, Big Beard. What age are we in? Still pretending to be a charlatan? Lu Chengfeng shot him a glare. Oh, go away and play. What do you know, little child? Charlatan is such an unpleasant term. I prefer to call myself a cultural inheritor. Tian Sun shook his head, perhaps sensing that the two would not meet their end anytime soon. He shed his previous aloof demeanor and became considerably more animated. Big Beard, let me ask you, how much do you earn as a fortune teller in a month? Lu Chengfeng pondered for a moment. Generally, it's about 1 to 2,000, but sometimes only a few hundred. This, Tian Sun could not help but laugh again. No, Big Beard. With your skills, if you were to become a chef, you could easily earn several tens of thousands a month. Why resort to being a fortune teller? Lu Chengfeng shook his head, this time refraining from countering Tian Sun's remark, simply responding in a nonchalant manner. Perhaps because fortune-telling offers more freedom. The others, of course, found this reason hard to believe. However, Lu Chengfeng did not elaborate, and they chose not to press further. It was a matter of basic respect for personal affairs. Almost everyone harbors their own secrets. And since they are secrets, they should not be easily shared with others. Nevertheless, Ning Qiushui did take a moment to scrutinize Lu Chengfeng. Tian Sun was correct. With Lu Chengfeng's culinary talents, he could effortlessly open a restaurant. If he could survive the initial challenging months, he could easily earn a comfortable living thereafter. This is neither an exaggeration nor a jest. Lu Chengfeng indeed possesses such remarkable abilities. However, it is perplexing that he would forsake such a substantial fortune to live the life of a destitute charlatan. His motives are truly thought-provoking. After finishing breakfast, Liang Yin departed early. He always seemed to be preoccupied. Ning Qiushui gazed at Liang Yan's retreating figure and curiously inquired of Tian Sun, who was engrossed in solving a Rubik's Cube on the sofa. Tian Sun, what does Uncle Yin usually occupy himself with? Without lifting his gaze, Tian Sun replied, searching for puzzle pieces. Ning Qiushui was momentarily taken aback, then heard Tian Sun continue. Uncle Yin is quite formidable. Among the 6 puzzle pieces we have in our eerie abode, he has located half of them. Tian Sun's tone was infused with profound admiration and gratitude. Ning Qiushui pondered this revelation. Has Uncle Yin already reached the 7th blood gate? Tian Sun shook his head, a deep reverence shining in his eyes once more. The 9th gate. Ning Qiushui was taken aback. The 9th gate? Tian Sun nodded. Uncle Yin will be entering his 9th gate in half a year. After he reviewed the hints regarding his own 9th blood gate, he believes he will most likely perish there. Thus, he has been relentlessly accepting tasks to accumulate puzzle pieces before that time. Ning Qiushui understood. If it were me, I would do the same. After a prolonged silence, Tian Sun suddenly spoke in a somber tone. You don't comprehend. Although Uncle Yin never articulates it, we all know. He cannot rest easy about us. Uncle Yin has never feared death, nor does he intend to bypass his 9th gate. Those puzzle pieces are his offerings for our sake. However, we all recognize that gathering the puzzle pieces is likely just a faint hope. After all, thus far, we have only heard tales of predecessors who managed to collect puzzle pieces, yet no one has ever witnessed an eerie abode with all the pieces assembled. Ning Qiushui looked up, intently observing the puzzle hanging on the wall, and casually asked, is it difficult to collect this? Tian Sun sighed and introduced a new rule regarding the puzzle. It is indeed challenging, because there are always casualties. If you collect 2 puzzle pieces but meet your demise, those 2 pieces belonging to you will vanish, and others will need to start collecting anew. The puzzle pieces are produced between the 4th and 6th gates, with an approximate probability of 1 in 10. However, this is merely the probability of production. In reality, even after they are produced, those who pass through may not secure them. You can imagine that within the high difficulty blood gates, not only must you evade the specters and strive to survive while fulfilling the tasks assigned by the blood gate, but you must also be wary of others entering the gate with you. Tian Sun did not elaborate further, but Ning Qiushui could already intuitively grasp the formidable challenge of acquiring the puzzle pieces through his description. With many wolves and scarce prey, behind each puzzle piece lies an intense struggle, both overt and covert. After a moment of silence, Ning Qiushui suddenly recalled an earlier matter and asked softly, did Uncle Yan's friend also perish due to the puzzle pieces? Upon the mention of Uncle Mang, Tian Sun shook his head. I don't know. They haven't informed me. Perhaps they believe I am too young and wish to shield me from their conflicts. Ning Qiushui expressed understanding. He extended his hand and gently tousled Tian Sun's hair. I want to be dining here for lunch. I have matters to attend to outside. I shall take my leave for now. If they inquire later, please convey my regards. Tian Sun responded with an affirmative all right. After bidding farewell, Ning Qiushui stepped out of the villa and departed the mist-laden world aboard a bus. Chapter 60. The request of Zhu Jiu. Upon returning to his residence, Ning Qiushui tidied up the interior with care. He meticulously polished the frame containing his parents' photograph before placing it back in its rightful position. After completing the thorough cleaning, he treated himself to a refreshing shower, then returned to his room, opened his computer, and checked the messages sent by Mole. Coffin, there is indeed no information regarding that letter at the post office. Later, I managed to contact a remarkably skilled friend, Zhu Jiu. She seems to have uncovered some clues. When are you available? I can arrange for you to meet. As he perused the contents of the email, Ning Qiushui felt a spark of intrigue. He had always been concerned about those 2 mysterious letters, harboring the unsettling sense that someone was covertly observing him. This feeling of being watched was profoundly discomforting. Ning Qiushui yearned to swiftly uncover the identity of the sender and their intentions. Thus, he promptly replied to Mole, I am available at any time this week. His gaze drifted to Zhu Jiu, and he furrowed his brow, recalling her name with care. He had indeed heard of her. Both Mole and Washing Machine had previously mentioned this individual named Zhu Jiu. Due to his unique profession, Ning Qiushui had few friends, yet each one excelled in their respective fields. Washing Machine was another close acquaintance. Although they did not frequently communicate, as she not only assisted Ning Qiushui with personal matters, but also worked for the military. Given her military affiliations, numerous secrets were involved, leading to infrequent correspondence. Moreover, Ning Qiushui understood that ordinary individuals seldom had the opportunity to be acquainted with washing machine. What was so exceptional about this woman, Zhu Jiu, that she could befriend washing machine? Mole swiftly responded, arranging for Ning Qiushui to meet Zhu Jiu the following day at an old-fashioned CAF named Liangmu Yuan. The next day, Ning Qiushui arrived at the designated location that it wasn't long before he spotted a slender woman striding towards him in high heels, the sound of her steps echoing with purpose. She wore sunglasses, emanating an indescribable aura of coldness. Unlike Bai Xiao Xiao, this woman, though equally striking in beauty, exuded an unmistakable air of intimidation. She soon laid eyes on Ning Qiushui and approached him directly. Taking a seat opposite him. "Are you coughing?" the woman inquired. Ning Qiushui frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. "That I prefer to be addressed as veterinarian." Zhu Jiu smiled gently. "Veterinarian. If I weren't aware of your past endeavors, I would genuinely believe it." Ning Qiushui offered a faint smile, choosing silence as she delicately lifted the coffee from the table and took a sip. "Have you traced the origin of that letter?" Zhu Jiu shook her head. "I could not ascertain its source, but I possess another piece of information. One that I am certain will pique your interest." Ning Qiushui raised an eyebrow. "Another piece of information that intrigues me. Pray, do share." Zhu Jiu leisurely retrieved a lady's cigarette, placing it between her lips, and with a gentle push of her long legs, the door to the private room closed. Subsequently, she ignited the cigarette, exhaling a calm breath as she fixated her gaze on Ning Qiushui. "To preface, my visit today is not merely to serve you, but rather a transaction." Ning Qiushui nodded and, with candor, inquired, "What do you desire?" Zhu Jiu appraised Ning Qiushui from head to toe, and after a prolonged silence, she responded, "Assist me in burying a wolf." Ning Qiushui queried, "What has he done?" Zhu Jiu replied with an unruffled demeanor, "Infidelity, murder." Upon speaking, she produced a photograph and handed it to Ning Qiushui. The latter took the photo and, upon inspection, discovered it featured a remarkably handsome man. "Who did he kill?" Ning Qiushui asked casually. Zhu Jiu remained composed, uttering a statement that astonished Ning Qiushui. "He killed me." "What do you mean?" "Tonight. You won't hide." "I shall not hide." Zhu Jiu's face bore a faint, pallid smile. "After I die tonight, you will then eliminate him." Ning Qiushui tucked away the photograph. "And if you do not die?" Zhu Jiu remained silent for an extended moment. "I am certain I will die, and it will be a wretched demise. He will employ every means to torment me. However, tonight, before I meet my end, you must not enter the room." Ning Qiushui sighed. "Very well. So, what news do you wish to impart?" Zhu Jiu remained silent, seemingly organizing her thoughts. After a brief pause, she spoke. "In truth, you are not the only one to have received a mysterious letter." Ning Qiushui abruptly lifted her gaze, an indescribable emotion flickering within. "What do you mean?" Zhu Jiu replied, "The literal meaning." After uttering this, she carelessly discarded the cigarette butt into the ashtray and then rose, preparing to depart. Upon reaching the door, Zhu Jiu paused. "There is another individual, much like you, who has received a mysterious letter. The source of this letter remains elusive, with no signatures, and the post office holds no records. It seemingly materialized out of thin air. Approximately a week ago, it approached me, requesting my assistance in investigation." Ning Qiushui raised an eyebrow. "Male or female?" Zhu Jiu refrained from providing an answer, merely stating, "It goes by the name of Hong Do. Having contacted me thrice, I conducted a modest inquiry but uncovered no information. Should you be interested, after my demise tonight, you may take my laptop and seek out the clues yourself." Upon concluding her words, Zhu Jiu swayed her delicate figure and leisurely departed from the scene. Ning Qiushui sat alone in the private room, gazing at the unfinished cup of coffee before him, enveloped in a long silence. As night descended, Ning Qiushui donned a black hoodie and equipped himself with tools before vacating his chamber. He arrived at Jiangning Community, following the information left by Zhu Jiu, entered Building 11, and ascended to the 27th floor via the elevator. Standing before the door of room 2704 here, an eerie silence reigned. Ning Qiushui produced a stethoscope and placed it against the door. Through the device, he immediately discerned the harrowing screams of a woman and the curses of a man emanating from within. "Damn you! You bitch! Die!" The soundproofing of this apartment was remarkably effective. Without the stethoscope, those outside could scarcely perceive the voices within. "Ha! Gao Pan. Rest assured, The money my parents left me. I will not give you a single cent. You whore. You whore. I loved you so much. Why do you treat me this way? Love me? You, a gambling fool. What you truly love is my money. How foolish I was in my youth to believe your deceitful words. Ah, cough, cough, cough. As the woman spoke, she began to cough violently, and subsequently, with a dull thud of a blunt object striking flesh resonating from the room, her screams ceased entirely. After approximately half a minute, Ning Qiushui finally heard the low murmurs of the man within, as if he were conversing with himself. If you do not give me the money, they will kill me. You are the one who will have me killed. I am merely avenging myself in advance. I wake up. Wake up. Ha, are you dead? Good riddance. Wenshin, I am your husband. With your demise, all that money shall belong to me. The man's maniacal laughter echoed for a while before he realized that the security door of his home had been breached. A slender figure clad in a hoodie and black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes, stood outside his door. Chapter 61. The third blood door, delivering the message. The scene that unfolded within the room was indescribably horrifying. The once exquisitely decorated hall was now strewn with grotesque splashes of crimson. That was Jujio's blood. In the center of the hall, Ning Qiushui beheld Jujio, her naked form bound to a chair. Her head was tilted back, her eyes vacant, her skull appearing as though it had been cleaved by a specially designed chainsaw. With her brain matter scattered across the floor, her body bore numerous ghastly wounds. Yet the corners of Jujio's lips curled into a smile. This smile was grotesque and devoid of reason, mocking both the man and herself. In that moment, upon witnessing Jujio's smile, Ning Qiushui comprehended the truth. She deeply adored the man before her, yet simultaneously loathed him, unable to be together, yet incapable of leaving him. Thus she chose mutual destruction, and Gao Pan, who had been observed by a stranger at the crime scene, after a moment of shock, immediately revealed a ruthless glint in his eyes. He absolutely could not allow Ning Qiushui to leave this room alive. As he watched Gao Pan approach him step by step, wielding a chainsaw, Ning Qiushui calmly turned around and slowly closed the door behind him. This action caused the chainsaw-wielding Gao Pan to momentarily freeze. After turning around, Ning Qiushui revealed a homemade nail gun in his hand. Such a device was far easier to craft than conventional firearms. At close range, it not only possessed significant lethality, but also emitted minimal noise. Observing the gun aimed at him, Gao Pan felt his legs weaken in an instant. Why, you're from Lan Kuai Fong. I told you, give me another week. I will repay the money after a week. Why, your manager agreed too. We even signed a contract. Ning Qiushui replied calmly, do not be so anxious. I am not from Lan Kuai Fong. That I am a veterinarian, specializing in treating or eliminating the beasts within this city. You may also call me Coffin. Gao Pan was momentarily taken aback, and in the next moment, Ning Qiushui pulled the trigger, not granting him another opportunity to speak. The steel nail fired from the gun pierced through Gao Pan's forehead, leaving a small, bloodied hole. He twitched a couple of times, then collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before lying still. After confirming his death, Ning Qiushui approached Juju. The woman's demise was indeed tragic, just as she had told Ning Qiushui earlier that day. This man would employ every means to torment her. Her once immaculate body was marred by countless knife wounds, stab wounds, and burns. That a circular injury on her forehead was a result of a small chainsaw performing a craniotomy. Her hair and skull lay discarded on the adjacent sofa, still stained with fresh blood. In the kitchen, a kettle boiled, seemingly prepared to pour scalding water onto Juju's brain. However, provoked by Juju's words, the man had directly smashed her skull with a hammer, killing her instantly. After tampering with the scene, Ning Qiushui meticulously fabricated a scenario where a husband murdered his wife before committing suicide. He executed this task with remarkable proficiency, as if he had done it countless times before, erasing every detail pertaining to himself with precision. Ultimately, he took Juju's laptop with him. Upon returning home, it was already 3 a.m. Ning Qiushui took a shower, cleansing himself of the scent of blood, and fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until noon the following day. That he opened Juju's computer to examine the profile of someone named Hong Do. This person had created a new account, devoid of any information, including gender. Interestingly, the signature had been altered to read, obsessed and unrepentant. These 4 seemingly nonsensical characters seemed to convey a state of mind or perhaps indicate a certain resolve. The last correspondence between Hong Do and Juju occurred 4 days prior. The exchange was exceedingly brief. Have you found anything? Not yet. Just these 2 short lines. Ning Qiushui sent this screenshot to Mole. Mole, please help me find this person named Hong Do. The Mole responded swiftly, no problem. After concluding the conversation, Ning Qiushui freshened up and went out for a meal. The body of Zhu Jiu was discovered 3 days later. And following a police investigation, Washing Machine contacted Ning Qiushui. Coffin, did you have a hand in this? Ning Qiushui did not conceal anything, as it was indeed part of his job. Yes, Zhu Jiu instructed me to do it. Washing Machine arrived at Ning Qiushui's residence. He was a middle-aged man, strikingly handsome yet remarkably disheveled, lacking any semblance of grooming. Provide me with the details. I need to prepare a case to report to air conditioner. Ning Qiushui fully disclosed all the particulars to Washing Machine, who, after recording everything, took Ning Qiushui out for a meal of stir-fried rice noodles before hastily departing in a black sedan. In the following days, Ning Qiushui received no further communication from Mole, but it seemed that this individual, Hong Do, was as elusive as the letter itself. On the 7th day, as Ning Qiushui awoke in the middle of the night, he drew back the curtains to gaze outside. Indeed, the exterior was once again shrouded in an indistinct fog. Ning Qiushui opened his door and stepped outside. An old bus had been waiting there for quite some time. The sound of snoring faintly audible from within. Ning Qiushui boarded the bus, and unsurprisingly, Lu Qingfeng was fast asleep inside, sporting sunglasses. Next to him lay a peculiar flat gold sail, inscribed with the words, "Consult me for fortune-telling. 5 yuan per session." Ning Qiushui shook his head, bemused. This fellow that he randomly selected a seat on the bus, which then slowly pulled away, entering the mist. Before long, they re-emerged outside the eerie abode. Ning Qiushui roused the still drooling Lu Qingfeng, who jolted awake. "Great Demon King, Grand Luo spell, mummy hush. What demons and monsters dare to disturb your path? Ha, it's you, bro. When did you arrive? Why didn't you wake me?" Ning Qiushui chuckled, observing Lu Qingfeng's exaggerated antics. "You looked so deeply asleep that I couldn't bring myself to disturb you. We're here. It's time to disembark." Lu Qingfeng nodded and swiftly gathered his belongings, following Ning Qiushui to the entrance of the eerie dwelling. Upon unlocking the door, they were surprised to find 2 individuals seated in the living room. One was the handsome youth Tian Sun, engrossed in the television show Mountain Village Old Corpse. The other was by Xiao Xiao, clad in a bathrobe, her long, snow-white legs elegantly crossed, exuding an arresting allure in the glow of the fire pit. Upon seeing them, Bai Xiao Xiao offered a warm smile. "I thought you 2 weren't coming." Ning Qiushui shook his head. It would be difficult not to come that the bus was nearly at the door. Bai Xiao Xiao's tone bore a hint of languor and fatigue. "Do I still need to accompany you this time?" Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng both expressed their reluctance. "Sister Bai, the difficulty of this door is not particularly high. My companion and I can manage it. In contrast to Ning Qiushui, who appeared composed, Lu Qingfeng seemed somewhat apprehensive in the presence of the alluring woman, Bai Xiao Xiao. Bai Xiao Xiao cast a glance at the 2 of them. "Well, take care, but I'm feeling tired, so I'll retire for the night." She rose, gently ruffled Tian Sun's small head, and then made her way towards the villa's backyard. As she exited, she glanced back at the 2 ascending the stairs, a faint smile gracing her lips. Tian Sun, however, remained silent, engrossed in watching a horror film. In his mind, since the 2 had managed to return alive from the terrifying second blood door, the third blood door should pose no significant challenge. Ning Qiushui and Lu Qingfeng arrived on the 3rd floor of the villa, where they beheld bloodstains on the wooden door inscribed with the ominous words, "Task. Deliver the letter to the hand behind the iron door. Person. Hint. 1. The bloodstained letter must not be delivered to the woman. 2. A man may receive a maximum of 3 letters. 3. The task concludes after correctly identifying the culprit through voting. Only 1 opportunity for identification." Chapter 62, Delivering the Letter. The mysterious sequence number. When Ning Qiushui awoke once more, he found himself in an utterly sealed space. It resembled a prison, or rather, they were all confined within a vast iron cage. Above them hung a pale lamp, and despite the bright illumination, Ning Qiushui could not discern the ceiling's location. He could only watch as the stark light dissolved into the boundless darkness. In the north, south, east, and west directions around them, there were 2 rusted iron doors, each featuring a peculiar, sliding flap in the center. Approximately the size of a human head, at the very center of this prison lay a table forged from steel. Upon it rested 8 letters, all remarkably pristine. Beside the letters ticked a clock. its second hand incessantly ticking away. Though the sound was faint, in the frigid silence of the dark environment, it resonated clearly in their ears. Of course, there was another object on the iron table that sent shivers down everyone's spine. It was the lifeless body of an infant. 8 individuals stood present, exchanging fearful glances, each harboring varying degrees of trepidation, and for a moment, none dared to approach. "Should we go take a look?" Lu Chifeng whispered. Ning Qiushui nodded in agreement. The distance to the central iron table was quite considerable, and with the dim lighting in the prison, he could not discern the details of the infant's remains. Thus, he and Lu Chifeng stepped cautiously toward the imposing steel table. Instead of immediately examining the letters, Ning Qiushui scrutinized the infant's corpse. Though not a forensic expert, he had encountered numerous bodies, and after a brief observation, he reached a grim conclusion. Suffocated to death, that he spoke calmly, to which Lu Chifeng, standing nearby, furrowed his brow and replied, "It seems that the task requires us to seek the murderer. Who must be the one responsible for the death of this infant?" As the crowd observed that the two had nothing further to discuss, they slowly approached. "Wait, what is going on? Were we not supposed to deliver a message? Why are we in a prison?" "I don't know. I thought this time the task behind the Bloodgate was rather significant and somewhat outdated, which is why we were asked to deliver a message. I never expected it to be in a prison." The crowd murmured among themselves, their tones laced with a hint of panic. The reason for their unease was quite simple. Their current predicament was entirely different from what they had anticipated, leaving them utterly unprepared. Amidst the cacophony, a relatively composed young man stepped forward and inquired of Ning Qiushui, "Hey, my friend, have you discerned anything?" This young man was named Su Gang. After exchanging names, Ning Qiushui remarked, "The infant on the table was strangled." He pointed to the infant's neck, and as the others looked, they noticed deep, dark marks, with a notable indentation, indicating that the infant's larynx had sustained considerable trauma. The individual who killed the infant had clearly exerted tremendous force, demonstrating a ruthless intent that it was difficult to fathom who could inflict such harm upon a defenseless baby, having endured the previous 2 doors. The group had developed a somewhat stronger psychological resilience, and upon seeing the corpse of the infant, their reactions were not as extreme as one might expect. Perhaps this was due to the larger number of people present, coupled with the fact that the infant's appearance was not excessively horrifying, thus alleviating the pressure on the group. "All right, yes, you can all see. Let us gather to discuss our current situation." Su Gang raised a hand, his voice resonant as he called to the others. The crowd glanced at him but said little, nonetheless gravitating toward him. Everyone had likely perused the hints on the Bloodgate, so without further ado, they delved into the crux of the matter. The task this time was to deliver a message, and the path to survival had been succinctly indicated to them through the act of delivering messages. They were to ascertain who the murderer of the infant was. In this endeavor, they were all comrades standing on the same front, and any good ideas or thoughts should be expressed promptly. Should any difficulties arise, the others would strive to offer assistance. The group scrutinized one another, and no one stepped forward to object, tacitly acquiescing to Su Gang's declaration. "There are 8 letters on the table, and there are 8 of us. Does this mean we are each to deliver one?" A girl timidly suggested. She was a charming young woman named Xiang Ying, who was clinging to the arm of the man beside her, seemingly quite familiar with him. "We are all present. Does it really matter who delivers them?" A man with a goatee interjected. However, he was quickly countered by another. "Does it not matter who delivers them? Fine, then you can deliver all the letters." "Why should that be the case? Did you not say it did not matter who delivered them?" The 2 individuals exchanged only a few heated words before once again succumbing to silence. Clearly, none among the gathering were fools. Each harbored their own thoughts and were acutely aware that the act of delivering a message bore unforeseen dangers. Ning Qiushui refrained from inspecting the letters laid out upon the table. He cast his gaze around the room before withdrawing from the central area to examine the iron gate nearby. Lu Chifeng mirrored his actions, moving to inspect the opposite iron gate, occasionally stroking his chin and emitting a sound of disapproval. The others in the central area appeared somewhat timid, refraining from approaching the peculiar, rusted gates, as they harbored an unsettling suspicion that something sinister lurked behind them. After a thorough investigation, Ning Qiushui soon discerned that the upper right corners of these gates bore red numbers ranging from 1 to 8. The 2 gates to the north were numbered 12, while those to the west were 34, east 56, and south 78. The group found themselves situated amidst these 8 iron gates. Beyond their numbering, Ning Qiushui also noted that names of the individuals locked behind these gates were inscribed upon them. The term individual was easily comprehensible, likely linked to the clues regarding sending and receiving messages. However, The purpose of the numbers remained elusive. As Ning Qiushui pondered this, a sudden scream pierced the air. What the hell? Su Gang, there's something behind you. The source of the shout was Xie Qing, a man who had entered the blood gate alongside Su Gang. Following his exclamation, the attention of the crowd immediately turned towards Su Gang's back, which, to their horror, appeared to be gradually soaked in blood. This shocking sight rendered all present momentarily paralyzed, causing them to retreat a few steps, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they regarded Su Gang. He, too, sensed the tension in the air but did not dare turn around. Instead, he tilted his head slightly towards the crowd and inquired, "What is wrong with all of you?" Xie Cheng, hidden among the throng, swallowed hard and cautiously asked Su Gang. Su Gang, you feel something sticky on your back. Upon Xie Cheng's prompting, Su Gang seemed to become aware of the sensation. He subtly shifted his body, and his face instantly paled, for he distinctly felt a sharp pain. Nevertheless, Su Gang managed to maintain his composure. He did not scream or exhibit any frantic behavior. After regulating his breathing, he addressed the crowd behind him, saying, "Xie Cheng, I am going to remove my shirt, and no matter what you see, just tell me directly. Understood?" Xie Cheng nodded. All right. Following this, Su Gang quietly began to peel off his thin t-shirt. The moment the gathering beheld his back, they were struck dumb. "Xie Cheng, can you see it clearly? What is on my back?" Su Gang inquired urgently. As he stripped away his shirt, the onlookers finally beheld what lay upon his back, a vivid crimson number 5. The reason for Su Gang's discomfort was evident, for the skin marked by the number had been entirely stripped away. Upon gaining an understanding of his physical condition, Su Gang initially furrowed his brow, poised to utter something when he suddenly heard Ning Qiushui's voice. This should not be an isolated case. Everyone bears a number upon their back. Following his statement, the crowd finally regained their senses, and upon further contemplation, they realized that their backs also experienced a peculiar sensation of stinging and stickiness. Strangely, despite having lost a considerable expanse of skin, they felt minimal pain and did not bleed excessively. The blood that seeped out was merely sufficient to dampen a thin garment. Before long, they learned each other's serial numbers. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chifeng were designated as numbers 1 and 2. Chu Liang and Xiang Ying were 3 and 4. Su Gang and Xie Cheng held the numbers 5 and 6. And Shi and Lu Ming were assigned 7 and 8. What purpose does this numbering serve? Someone voiced their confusion. No one responded, as no one possessed the answer. However, as they became aware of the crimson numbers on their bodies, a palpable heaviness descended upon all their hearts. This number was undoubtedly not a mere enumeration by the Bloodgate. It must possess some special significance. Who knows what it could be? Could it possibly be the order of our demise? Upon the proposal of this conjecture, those with lower numbers visibly paled. Goodness, does this mean I am destined to be the second to perish? Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened, increasingly resembling a seasoned oracle. Xiang Ying, the girl assigned number 4, bit her lip tightly, her expression betraying the imminent threat of tears at that moment. Ning Qiushui stepped forward. There is no need for excessive concern. This number should not indicate the order of death, as there are also Arabic numerals 1 to 8 in the corners of these iron doors. Furthermore, even if it were indeed the order of death, I would be the first to go. Ning Qiushui calmly concluded, eliciting several astonished glances from the crowd. Among the first 2 doors, they had encountered a multitude of individuals, yet none had exhibited the same composure as Ning Qiushui. His tranquility served to soothe the collective anxiety of the group. If it is not related to the order of death, then what purpose does this number serve? Xiang Ying posed the question, but the crowd fell into a profound silence. Indeed, if the number on their bodies is unrelated to the order of death, what special significance could it hold? Is it a clue? What could a few simple Arabic numerals possibly indicate? As the group lingered in silence, Ning Qiushui suddenly noticed something amiss. His gaze fixated on an inconspicuous spot on the central iron table. His expression shifting drastically. In an instant, he seized Lu Chifeng and discreetly retrieved an ancient tome from his bosom. Lu Chifeng, bewildered, noticed Ning Qiushui's distressing demeanor and promptly positioned himself beside him. What is it? Brother? He whispered in inquiry, but Ning Qiushui subtly shook his head, signaling for silence. The palm gripping the ancient book began to exude clammy sweat. Just as Lu Chifeng was engulfed in confusion, the clock resting upon the iron table suddenly chimed. Ding, ding, ding. The sound emanated neither quickly nor slowly, reminiscent of an alarm clock ringing in the originally desolate expanse of the room. This ringing resounded with an especially jarring intensity. The gazes of the onlookers were irresistibly drawn to the clock. However, That confusion in their eyes swiftly morphed into terror, for with each incessant chime of the alarm, they suddenly beheld a pair of ghastly white hands extending from the darkness above. The azure arms seemed to stretch for several meters, with long, slender fingers and sharp nails, which suddenly seized the man with a goatee, and sure, directly beneath it. In the midst of the man's horrified gaze, he was abruptly dragged into the abyss of darkness above. Panic ensued among the crowd, their eyes fixed on the impenetrable blackness overhead. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from above. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Soon after, a torrential downpour of blood cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by dismembered limbs. Thus, before the eyes of the onlookers, the man with the goatee was gruesomely torn apart. Approximately 10 seconds after Insure's demise, the alarm finally ceased its clamor, and the blood-soaked Xiang Ying immediately covered her face. Shrieking in terror, "Ah, what on earth is happening?" a man frantically inquired. The expressions of those present were grave. They all understood that the appearance of those inhuman hands above was intrinsically linked to the alarm clock on the iron table at the center. Yet none dared approach it. Who could say whether they would inadvertently trigger the death rule once more? After waiting for half a minute, Ning Qiushui, having confirmed there was no immediate danger, discreetly stowed away his book and approached the iron table. His gaze fell upon the alarm clock. Blood rained down around him, yet this clock remained astonishingly pristine. Ning Qiushui scrutinized it closely before slowly articulating, "We have all been misled by its appearance. This is not a mere clock, but rather a countdown timer." As the words countdown timer reverberated through the air, the tension among the gathered individuals intensified palpably. Countdown? A countdown for what? Our lives? Panic-stricken, some scanned their surroundings. Their eyes fixed on the darkness above, afraid to relax even for a moment, as if dreading the reappearance of those ghastly, slender arms. Standing in the center, Ning Qiushui addressed the crowd. 8 minutes remain on the countdown. I surmise this pertains to our task of delivering messages. If we fail to send out a single letter within these 8 minutes, it is highly likely that another life will be lost once the countdown concludes. Xie Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? We need a countdown even for delivering messages. The expressions of the crowd darkened. Less than 8 minutes remained if they did not dispatch a single letter by the end of that time. Another individual would perish. The countdown seemed designed to instill an overwhelming sense of pressure, thus rendering their analytical judgment more prone to error. Ning Qiushui stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze settling upon the 8 letters on the table. The number of letters had not diminished despite the loss of life. He meticulously extracted each letter one by one and perused them thoroughly. Subsequently, the others hastily approached, swiftly scanning the 8 missives with great urgency. This did not consume much of their time, as the content of the letters was exceedingly brief, consisting of merely 1 or 2 sentences. After reviewing the letters, their expressions shifted slightly. These correspondences bore signatures, yet lacked any indication of the recipients. A tall girl, Lu Ming, who had become flustered, remarked. She and Ensure hailed from the same enigmatic abode. Having traversed the previous 2 doors, Lu Ming was acutely aware that the other inhabitants of the mysterious dwelling could not be fully trusted. With Ensure now deceased, it was tantamount to her needing to fight alone. Indeed, the letters contained only signatures. After a careful examination, Su Gang also sighed heavily. It was already rather troublesome for them to ascertain the identity of the infant's murderer based on the contents of the letters, especially since they had no way of knowing who might be lying within the text. Now, their quest to uncover the killer faced yet another obstacle. Ning Qiushui meticulously scrutinized the letters once more, which contained the following content. 1. The director has stated that this matter should not be escalated, as it could tarnish the hospital's reputation, and we have done nothing wrong, so there is no need to continue aiding in their investigation. Signed, Yunwei, nurse. Number 1-2. I admire your feet, painted with red nail polish. Please send them to me along with your socks, and I shall remain as silent as a stone. Signed, Lugio. Patient, number 6. 3.7 years ago, I assisted in her delivery. However, the family at that time was not particularly excited. I assumed they did not cherish children, thus I never anticipated that, after 7 years, they would choose to have a second child. Signed, Wang Yu, Doctor, number 84 Wu. Officer, please ensure that the murderer is apprehended, or else my mother will go mad. Her current state is truly frightening. Signed, Li Yu, deceased's elder sister, number 25. That if you can find the murderer of my child and bring him to justice, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Signed, Wen Liang, deceased's mother, number 36. This is indeed a perplexing case. I was called back from vacation, This poor little boy was brutally strangled at such a tender age. Please show me your hospital surveillance footage. Perhaps we can uncover something. Signed, Dong K, Inspector, number 47. Rest assured. Signed, Guangzhou, patient, number 58. I merely wish for a son. Is that so difficult? Please assist in finding this murderer. I am willing to give everything. Signed, Li Fei Nan, deceased father, number 7. Thus, this is the entirety of the 8 letters that IT present. None of these letters bore any traces of blood. The content of these correspondences was so chaotic that it was impossible to discern who had written to whom. Someone could not help but murmur, yet soon, others began to notice a clue. No, there are still traces to follow. The speaker is Su Gang, who points to the 4th letter on the left, for instance. This letter, although the envelope does not specify the recipient, clearly indicates the term officer within the text, suggesting it is addressed to a police officer. He then gestures towards the 5th and 8th letters. These two are from the parents of the victims. Although they do not explicitly state it in their letters, the tone implies they are also directed to Inspector Dong K. Su Gang's words resonate. A flicker of joy appears on the faces of the crowd. The portly man in a shirt, Chu Liang, chuckles, saying, "In this case, we merely need to deliver these 3 letters to the inspector." He and Xiang Ying form a pair. And perhaps due to his nervousness, he had not spoken much earlier, leaving a faint impression on the others. Just as he prepares to reach for the letters, Ning Qiushui interjects, "I advise you to think carefully before you proceed." Chu Liang's expression falters. Think carefully? What else is there to consider? Is there a trap hidden within these letters? Ning Qiushui shakes his head and sighs. I truly wonder how you all managed to pass through the first 2 doors. Do you recall the hint on the blood door? It stated that a man can only receive 3 letters if Dong K is indeed a man. Does that not imply that once these 3 letters are delivered to him, we will be unable to send any further correspondence? Simultaneously, we will be deprived of any valuable information from him. Chu Liang is momentarily speechless at this juncture. Su Gang's friend, Xie Cheng, speaks up. Upon reflection, that does seem to hold true. Ning Qiushui surveys the group and continues, in fact, these 3 letters constitute a trap left for us by the blood door. Su Gang, unfazed by Ning Qiushui's counterargument, adjusts his glasses and inquires, Ning Qiushui, could you elaborate further? Ning Qiushui responds, do not forget, among this group of people lies a murderer who has slain an infant. If you were the killer, what would you do to obscure the truth? Naturally, you would cloud the waters with lies. And among these individuals, the only one we can be certain is not the murderer is this officer named Dong K. In other words, he is a crucial figure, whether in apprehending the killer or providing us with leads. In the crowd, Xiang Ying furrows her brow, her gaze drawn to the countdown on the clock, which now stands at merely 3 minutes. Anxious and irked, she clenches her teeth and retorts, on what grounds do you assert he is not the murderer? Just because he is a police officer? That is utterly absurd. What if he is the murderer and has fabricated lies? From the outset, you have automatically excluded him from the possibility of deception, thus concluding he is innocent. After Xiang Ying's statement, Su Gang, who had been deep in thought, finally speaks. No, he is correct. This officer named Dong K cannot possibly be the murderer. Chapter 65, The Delivery of Letters. The first letter. Upon hearing Su Gang's unwavering conviction, everyone turned their gaze towards him in unison. That is something wrong with you all. How can you place such unwavering trust in the police? What if the Bloodgate is exploiting our very psychology? Xiang Ying's expression was far from pleasant. Su Gang cast a fleeting glance in her direction, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Firstly, the signature on the letter cannot be forged. This is a deductive game, and if even this element is fabricated, we shall glean no useful clues from the salutation. It is evident that this family is not well acquainted with Inspector Dong K. Otherwise, the young girl would have addressed him as Uncle Dong K or Officer Dong K, rather than simply officer. With this understanding, if I were this police officer and also the murderer, I would first need a motive. What motive could I possibly have to kill a child from a family with which I have no familiarity? Based solely on these 2 points, Inspector Dong K can be completely exonerated. He lacks any motive for the crime. Xiang Ying's gaze flickered towards the countdown timer on the round table. With only 2 minutes remaining, regardless of whom the letter is to be delivered to. We must hasten, lest another life is lost, she urged impatiently. The others, witnessing her demeanor, felt a sense of discomfort, yet they refrained from voicing it. After all, if the countdown concludes and the letter remains undelivered, who knows who shall meet their demise? No one is willing to gamble with their own life. What are your thoughts? Ning Qiushui. Su Gang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, feeling utterly perplexed, before turning to the man across the round table. The first letter must undoubtedly go to the woman. Ning Qiushui replied calmly. Our letters are currently untainted by blood. The man has only 3 opportunities to receive letters, so we should retain them as long as possible. Furthermore, it is preferable to send the letters one by one, as this maximizes our survival time and provides ample room for contemplation. But I am number 1, and I shall deliver the first letter. With that, he picked up a letter. This letter was the second one. That I adore your feet, painted with red nail polish. Send them to me along with your socks, and I shall remain as silent as a stone. Signed, Lugio, patient. Number 6, that it emanated from a psychologically disturbed individual, though it remained unclear to whom it was addressed. Ning Qiushui chose to send it to the nurse, Yunwei. At door number 1, he approached the iron gate on the northern side, extending his hand to lightly rap on the iron door marked with a 1. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a sound emanated from the movable flap in the center of the gate. The group held their breath, their eyes fixated on that spot, eager to discover what lay beyond the door. As the flap swung open, the 6 individuals standing behind Ning Qiushui instinctively took a step back. Their expressions were filled with sheer terror. Behind the flap of the iron door lay an abyss of silence, an impenetrable darkness where one could not discern 5 fingers in front of their face. None could fathom what lurked within. And in that profound darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged. Upon encountering those eyes, even Ning Qiushui, bold as he was, felt a jolt of fear. However, he soon regained his composure and addressed the person within. Here is a letter for you. Having spoken, he extended the letter to the flap at the center of the iron gate. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, a hand, pale as death, emerged from the opening. This hand was as white as if it had been coated in paint. Its nails appeared to have gone untrimmed for an eternity, and the 5 fingers were as emaciated as withered branches, adorned with a vivid shade of red polish. This ghastly hand did not perform any action towards Ning Qiushui. Instead, it merely accepted the letter from his grasp and withdrew obediently. Yet, within less than 3 seconds, that ashen hand re-emerged once more, grasping a bloodstained letter between its fingers. Additionally, it held an iron tray. Upon seeing the contents on the tray, the crowd collectively held their breath. It was a pair of blood-soaked women's feet. The feet were still clad in thin white stockings, completely saturated with blood. These feet were severed at the knee, with blood oozing from the open wound. Clearly, they had been severed by the person inside. Ning Qiushui first took the letter that Yunwei had handed to him, then lifted the iron tray containing her feet and placed it on the central iron table. Sounds of the flap being manipulated reached his ears from behind, and when Ning Qiushui turned again, he saw that the flap of the iron gate had already been closed by the person inside. With the terrifying crimson gaze no longer fixed upon them, the tension in the hearts of the crowd began to dissipate. Observing the bloody feet on the table, they instinctively maneuvered away, positioning themselves across from Ning Qiushui. Ugh, Xiang Ying and the plump man from Chu Liang could not hold back and bent over to vomit. A thick, metallic scent of blood filled the air, and the expressions of the crowd turned grim. Brother, quickly take a look at the letter that female ghost gave you. Lu Qingfeng, having endured the gruesome scenes from the previous 2 doors, found these feet to be merely a minor horror, feeling almost no discomfort. His attention was focused on the bloodied letter that Yunwei had given to Ning Qiushui from behind the first iron door. Ning Qiushui nodded, refraining from further words, and directly opened the envelope, revealing only a few simple words inside. Please do not speak. This is very important to him, her. Indeed, a glimmer of insight flashed in Ning Qiushui's eyes. The nurse named Yunwei evidently possessed knowledge of something significant, yet for reasons unknown, she refrained from divulging it. What was it that she wished to conceal, and why? Who was the he, she, mentioned in the letter? As Ning Qiushui pondered these questions, the countdown bell on the iron table chimed once more. Ding, ding, ding. The bodies of the crowd tensed almost instantaneously at the sound. Fear etched upon their faces. They instinctively looked up into the boundless darkness above, even halting their breaths. However, this time the horrifying, elongated arms did not reach out until the alarm ceased, marking the commencement of the next 10-minute countdown. No one perished. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively exhaled, their spirits lifted. Indeed, it was just as they had hoped. Splendid news. Yes, splendid indeed. However, with such circumstances, we remain quite safe. Indeed, indeed. Observing the expressions of joy on the faces of the crowd. Ning Qiushui and Su Gang, however, felt no semblance of happiness. Their gazes were fixed upon the blood-stained letter they had procured from Nurse Yunwei at Gate 1, their countenances reflecting a weight of concern. Chapter 66, Delivering the Letter's Surveillance. Amidst the excitement, the crowd noticed the unusual pallor on Ning and Su's faces, which prompted a momentary calm. Lu Ming tentatively inquired, "What is the matter? Is something amiss?" Ning Qiushui pointed to the letter on the table and remarked, "We exchanged a letter without blood for the one stained with blood from the person behind the gate. If this is a fixed rule, it implies that our opportunities to communicate with the woman behind the iron door are indeed limited, for the woman cannot receive bloodied correspondence. The letters we possess that are devoid of blood will soon be exhausted. It appears that this time, the rules impose strict limitations upon us, restricting our exchanges with both the man and woman behind the iron door. Furthermore, each letter can only be utilized once, rendering the use of each letter critically significant." Among the crowd, Xiangning once again raised her voice. "I firmly believe that Nurse must be hiding something. Perhaps she is the one who committed the murder. Otherwise, why would she be so terrified of Six revealing anything? A mere letter has frightened her into severing her own foot. Doesn't that speak volumes?" Su Gang shook his head, "That it's not that simple. You are correct in one aspect. This nurse undoubtedly knows something. Perhaps even the truth. But I personally believe she is not the murderer. The 9th letter mentioned another individual. Although we currently do not know whether that person is male or female, they are certainly connected to the killer." As he finished speaking, Xiecheng also stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the blood-soaked feet on the iron table. Unable to suppress a shiver, "I would like to add something," he said through gritted teeth. "I suspect that this Six is problematic. I'm not referring to myself, but rather the Six behind the iron door. His demeanor seems rather unstable, almost perverse. Is there a possibility that this person is a deliberate diversion set by the Bloodgate? Perhaps from the very beginning, he knew nothing and is merely pretending to possess knowledge, leading us to squander our valuable letters on him." The crowd looked at him in astonishment. Ning Qiushui felt a flicker of surprise within. Thinking that perhaps not everyone they encountered was a fool, Xiecheng's perspective was indeed astute. There was a considerable chance that Six could engage in such deceitful behavior. Therefore, should we deliver this bloodied letter along with the feet of the individual at Gate 1 to him? Lu Chifeng scratched his head. If the previous Bloodgate allowed him to deduce some insights through human nature and social connections, this current Bloodgate left him utterly bewildered and clueless. From a certain perspective, the challenge posed by this Bloodgate was even greater for Lu Changfeng than the last one. In truth, many individuals present share this sentiment. The task of investigation and solving cases is inherently designated for the police. Yet they exhibit no proficiency in this regard and remain utterly at a loss. Ning Qiushui is no exception. Having never participated in police investigations, he can only conjecture based on the scan information at hand. "Dehuzi, please deliver this letter to number 7, Li Feinen, the father of the deceased, but do not hand him these feet." After a moment's contemplation, Ning Qiushui passed the bloodstained letter numbered 9 to Lu Changfeng, who appeared momentarily taken aback. "This letter is intended for Li Feinen?" Ning Qiushui affirmed, "Indeed. Initially, I intended to assess the doctor's disposition, but the pressing issue is that we remain unaware of whether this doctor is a man or a woman. Judging solely by the name is rather perilous." From the corner, Lu Ming timidly inquired, Shouldn't we deliver the letter to number 6, Lugio, the patient? This letter and the feet should have been addressed from number 1 to number 6, correct?" Ning Qiushui replied, "The letter is indeed from no. 1 to number 6, but if we deliver it to number 6, we will glean no useful information. Should you present him with the feet, he will either continue to demand or remain silent. If you withhold the feet, he will inevitably persist in his threats. In any case, the likelihood of extracting valuable information from him is exceedingly slim. Thus, it is unnecessary to waste further time on this matter for now. Of course, the principal issue remains. We are unaware of whether this number 6 is a man or a woman. Although his current demeanor suggests he is a profoundly disturbed man, we lack concrete evidence to substantiate this claim. Given the circumstances we can navigate, it is unwise to take unnecessary risks. Is there any further inquiry? If not, Dehuzi, please proceed with the delivery." The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Most of them were utterly bewildered, lacking understanding or capability. Witnessing a leader emerge in such a calm and composed manner naturally tempted them to follow suit. Lu Changfeng, possessing complete trust in Ning Qiushui, took the letter from his hands without a moment's hesitation, and made his way directly to the door of No. 7. Li Feinan, the father of the deceased, standing before the iron gate. He took a deep breath, mimicking Ning Qiushui's earlier actions, and gently knocked 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. As the flap on the iron gate opened, a man's pallid face emerged. Though his features were intact and seemingly normal, an unsettling chill permeated the air as he regarded the letter presented by Lu Qingfeng with a faint smile. Upon opening his mouth, he revealed a cavern devoid of teeth or tongue. Only a vast expanse of crimson. After accepting the bloodied letter, the man swiftly returned a letter stained with fresh blood. Subsequently, he closed the flap. Lu Qingfeng exhaled a long sigh of relief. Even though he knew this process posed no danger, a shiver ran down his spine. He dreaded the thought of the man suddenly extending a hand through the flap, seizing him, and dragging him behind the iron gate, returning to the iron table. The group opened the blood-stained letter. I am uncertain as to what you wish to warn me about, but I will undoubtedly capture the murderer of my child and personally sever his head. I suspect it was the nurse, for she is the only one who frequently approaches my wife and child. That as for Dr. Wang, he is a dear friend of mine, and he would never betray me. He has no reason to take my child's life. Surely the hospital has surveillance footage. Why not retrieve it to inspect? The 10th letter was laden with words. After the group meticulously perused it, their attention was immediately drawn to the mention of surveillance. The hospital possesses cameras. Through the method of delivering letters, we can instruct those beyond the door to retrieve the footage, thus unveiling the truth. Amidst the clamor of voices, Su Gang suddenly had a revelation and pulled out the previous letter from the police. It was the 6th letter. Inspector Donkey seemed to have had the same inclination to review the hospital's surveillance footage at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 67. Delivering the letter. Accident. What do you think? Su Gang raised his gaze to Ning Qiushui, who was deep in thought. Ning Qiushui remarked, only 2 individuals in the hospital should have access to the surveillance, the nurse and the doctor. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangying could no longer contain herself and crossed her arms, stating, such a simple matter. Why not just have each person deliver a letter? After all, there is one letter that is free from bloodstains. Ning Qiushui replied, I do not recommend sending this letter to the nurse. Xiangying furrowed her brow. What else with the hesitations? You find fault with this suggestion and that one. Can you not be certain for once? Do you think that by merely dismissing others' ideas, you can showcase your own intelligence? That is an inspector you are dealing with. Would the nurse dare to obstruct her? After saying this, she scoffed derisively and directly picked up the 6th letter. Chu Liang, we shall deliver these 2 letters together. You take the blood-stained one to the doctor. The portly man, referred to as Chu Liang by Xiangying, hesitated slightly, holding the blood-stained letter in his hand. He cast a sideways glance at Ning Qiushui and Su Gang, observing their silence before nervously making his way to door 8. Both he and Xiangying were from the same peculiar residence, and they could not afford to strain their relationship, as it would complicate future interactions. After all, they would inevitably run into each other. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the remaining 5, they approached doors 1 and 8 with their letters in hand. Gazing upon the rusted door before them, they realized that delivering the letter was not a simple task, for they were acutely aware that the person behind the door was not truly human. Even with an iron door separating them, the prospect of confronting such a creature filled them with an inexplicable tension. Do not worry. It is merely the delivery of a letter, all within the bounds of the rules. Nothing will go awry. Taking a deep breath, Xiangying continuously reassured herself in her mind. Yet, no matter how much she comforted herself, she felt an overwhelming anxiety as she reached out her hand, poised to knock on the iron door. She hesitated, thoroughly inspecting the letter in her grasp once more, confirming that it was indeed free of any blood stains. A subtle unease lingered within her as she approached the iron gate number 1. This disquietude intensified. Her subconscious whispered that the letter she held must not be delivered into the hands of the nurse lurking behind the gate. Yet, her stubbornness refused to heed this inner warning. Having already traversed this distance with the letter in hand, and with her earlier words already spoken, retreating now would render her without any voice in the matter. Therefore, this iron gate, she had to open it. She extended her hand and gently rapped on the iron door. Thud, thud, sounds emanated from within, as if something was being dragged forcefully across the ground, producing a jarring, grating noise that sent shivers down her spine. Xiangying stepped back, her hand trembling violently with the letter. What is happening? Her complexion paled, bewildered as to why complications had arisen now. The nurse who had previously severed her own foot must now be crawling on the ground. A sudden remark from Xie Cheng nearly caused Xiang Ying to crumple to her knees. Images of what lay behind the iron door flooded her mind. A legless female specter was clawing its way towards her, its sharp nails scraping incessantly against the floor. Damn it, she cursed frantically in her mind. The wait for the nurse behind the iron door to slide open the cover was excruciating, taking nearly a minute. This interval was nothing short of torment. That it was evident to all that Xiang Ying's back was drenched in cold sweat. At last, with a faint sound, the sliding cover of the iron gate was drawn back. Yet, instead of a hand, a ghastly, pallid face of a woman appeared. Her blood-red eyes spun wildly, not fixating on Xiang Ying, but gazing instead at the iron table behind her. Did he agree? The woman behind the door suddenly broke into a sickly smile. My foot, it must taste delightful. So fresh, just severed. After he devours it, he surely won't speak again. The chilling voice sent Xiang Ying stumbling back a few steps. That moment, cold sweat was already beading on her brow. Faced with this ghastly visage that could emerge from behind the iron door at any moment, her mind went blank. She even forgot to extend the letter in her hand. It was only when Chu Liang shouted from behind that she regained her senses. Don't engage with it. Quickly give it the letter. This exclamation jolted Xiang Ying back to reality. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and presented the letter to the being behind the iron door. The nurse's terrifying gaze lingered on Xiang Ying for a considerable time before slowly shifting to the letter in her hand. This is your letter. The nurse extended her pallid hand, grasping the letter before retracting it. Upon witnessing the nurse take back the letter, a collective sigh of relief escaped the others. Thank goodness. As long as the nurse accepted the letter, there should be no issues in that fleeting moment. They genuinely feared the nurse might emerge through the narrow sliding cover of the door. Xiang Ying continued to stand outside, patiently awaiting the outcome. According to the prior protocol, after receiving the letter, the being behind the door would soon return another letter to them. However, this time, it seemed that she had been waiting for an excessively long duration. Just as Xiang Ying began to feel a sense of impatience, the sliding cover at the entrance was pulled open once more. She was preparing to step forward to receive the letter when a pale, emaciated hand emerged from behind the iron door, gripping her tightly. An excruciating chill radiated from that hand, spreading relentlessly up Xiang Ying's arm. She let out a terrified scream. Damn it! Let go of me right now! She struggled frantically, beating against the pale arm and kicking with her feet. Had it not been for her fear, there was no doubt she would have bitten. Yet, all her efforts proved futile. The arm behind the door clamped down on Xiang Ying's wrist like a steel vice. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and save me. In her desperation, Xiang Ying, whose temperament was already not the best, resorted to outright cursing. However, no matter how much she yelled and swore, not a single person stepped forward. Everyone stood frozen in place, silently watching as that pale arm gradually pulled Xiang Ying closer to the iron door. Please, I beg you, someone come and save me. As her entire arm was drawn into the iron door, Xiang Ying finally broke down and wept uncontrollably. She was utterly terrified. Yet, she was not alone in her feared. No one dared to approach her, or perhaps the ones who dared to intervene but were unwilling to do so. The expressions on everyone's faces were grim. That moment, Xiang Ying's entire arm had already been pulled behind the iron door, and it seemed that the being on the other side had no intention of releasing her. Xiang Ying was still being dragged into the door. As Xiang Ying was incessantly pulled inward, her panicked cries gradually morphed into anguished screams. She screamed hysterically, her voice nearly hoarse, yet the agonizing pain radiating from her arm and the terror of impending death became increasingly intense. Her legs kicked violently, her neck and head twisted at an unnatural angle as they remained caught outside the flap. Creak, creak, crack. Suddenly, the sound of her bones shattering filled the air, sending chills down one's spine. Her eyes were filled with immense terror and resentment, yet they gradually lost their luster, for in the process of being drawn into the iron door, Xiang Ying's spine had been broken. The flap in the middle of the iron door was square and not large, just enough to accommodate an adult's head. That it was impossible for a person's body to freely enter or exit through this opening. Yet, Xiang Ying was being forcibly pulled inside by that hand. As the horrific sounds of her bones cracking echoed, Xiang Ying, upon being yanked into the iron door, had almost transformed into a bloodied, clay-like figure. From behind the iron door came an eerie, whispering voice of a woman. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I can't did I truly can't did I can't let him her know the truth that it was Yunwei's voice. She murmured to herself for a long time, nearly repeating those same phrases. Eventually, Yunwei fell silent. The sliding cover of the first iron door closed thereafter. Until this very moment, the individuals standing in the center of the hall seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. Bang! The rotund Chu Liang, who was partnered with Xiang Ying, collapsed to his knees, clutching his head with both hands, his lips pale as he muttered incessantly. How? How could this happen? Why did she have to die? She clearly held a letter that was unstained by blood. The expressions of the others also darkened. They finally realized that merely following the instructions on the blood door to deliver the letter was not an absolute guarantee of safety. This was something we should have considered long ago. Su Gang gritted his teeth. The clues on the blood door were merely significant hints. They did not disclose the entirety of the rules governing this alternate realm. That it seems that even if we do not deliver the bloodied letter into the hands of the woman, we remain at risk of death. Nevertheless, Ning Qiushui maintained an air of calm, as if he had anticipated such occurrences. Whether the entity behind the iron door was a man or a woman was irrelevant. It solely pertained to the recipient of the letter. I had already cautioned her against delivering this message. A heavy silence enveloped the group. After Xiang Ying's demise, Ning Qiushui's standing among the others was elevated significantly. They finally recognized that this individual, named Ning Qiushui, was not merely composed in demeanor. He possessed genuine insight. Could you elaborate further? Inquired Lu Meng. Since the passing of her companion and Sure at the hands of the pale arms above, she had grown exceedingly cautious. Ning Qiushui elucidated. In our process of delivering the letter, we are subject to certain obscure rules of death. Do not forget, the person behind the iron door is not a true human. They are a collection of malevolent spirits. The consequences of inciting these malevolent spirits are dire, and I need not elaborate. You might wonder how delivering a letter could provoke such wrath. It certainly can. Take for instance Yunwei behind the first iron door. From the contents of the letter we know, it is evident she wishes to conceal the truth to protect someone. Thus, should she discover our intent to uncover the truth, she may very well choose to eliminate us to preserve her secret. Similarly, consider Police Officer Dong K behind door number 4, who is tasked with unveiling this particular truth. If the letter we present to him suggests a desire to conceal the truth, he may well resort to imprisoning or killing us. Furthermore, once the malevolent spirits have committed an act of murder, they will not return a new letter to us. The crowd, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity. Goodness, this blood door is truly sinister. Chu Liang exclaimed. Drenched in cold sweat, it had been he and Xiang Ying who were responsible for delivering the letter. Had their messages been exchanged, he would be the one dead now. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock on the table chimed once more. Yet the group paid it no heed, for they understood that as long as they delivered the letter, they would remain unharmed during this round of 10 minutes. By the way, Chu Liang, please bring forth the letter you obtained from the doctor earlier. Ning Qiushui instructed the rotund man. Chu Liang nodded slightly, directly retrieving the letter and laying it flat upon the iron table. This letter, too, was stained with fresh, crimson blood. I reviewed the surveillance footage, but I wavered. I am uncertain whether I should reveal the truth. I suppose that is why the old director and Nurse Yunwei wish for this matter to remain unresolved. If I were to disclose the truth, would that not be rather selfish? Perhaps that I ought to destroy the hospital's surveillance recordings. What should I do? The contents of this letter plunged everyone into silence. The surveillance had indeed captured the essence of the perpetrator's crime. Yet those who had viewed the footage seemed disinclined to pursue the investigation further. Why? They appeared unanimously convinced that uncovering the truth might not bode well for this family. This was an exceptionally pivotal letter. Su Gang's expression displayed a hint of agitation. After witnessing the truth, the doctors and nurses exhibited similar reactions. Their demeanor resembled that of conspirators, rather than that of the murderer. What sort of individual would compel the hospital to shield a culprit? Could it be that the murderer is one among this family of 3? Suddenly, Lu Qingfeng, who had remained silent and still as a statue, spoke up. The crowd turned to him, startled by the intensity of his gaze, causing them to recoil slightly. That I was merely speaking off the cuff. Just a casual remark. Yet Ning Qiushui interjected. No, you are not mistaken. The murderer is indeed likely one of this family of 3. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. No, I was truly just joking. Ning Qiushui chuckled. I am not jesting. Chapter 69, Delivering the Letter. Adventure Brother, Have you uncovered something? Ning Qiushui paused for a moment. Do you recall the number behind us? Mentioning the number behind them. The group, still shaken by the earlier gruesome scene, finally remembered this detail that they had long forgotten that in fact, aside from the special circumstances, the first 3 doors posed no significant challenge. They merely required a touch of attentiveness. When I first noticed the number behind us, I pondered its significance. If it were merely a serial number, the blood door would not have left such a prominent wound behind to emphasize the importance of the number. Then I compared our situation with that of the doors. Precisely 8 individuals matched against 8 doors, prompting me to consider whether we shared any commonality with the individuals behind the doors. Ning Qiushui elaborated, capturing everyone's rapt attention. Firstly, there was gender, which could be dismissed. The gender of Yunwei and me alone differed, and conversely, the deceased number 7, and sure, did not correspond with the father of the deceased number 7, Li Feinan, behind the iron door. Thus, our correspondence with the individuals behind the iron door could not be based on gender. After eliminating gender, I noticed another point. We entered the blood door in 4 teams, perfectly forming pairs of 2. Reflect upon the numbers associated with yourself and your companions who entered the blood gate, and then observe the iron doors to grasp the essence of the matter. Upon hearing this, the group hastened to comply. After a brief recollection, they swiftly uncovered a pivotal issue. Each pair of individuals entering the eerie abode has their numbers interconnected, which correspond precisely to the 2 iron doors facing the cardinal directions of east, west, south, and north. Ning Qiushui, do you imply that the 2 individuals confined within these 4 directional doors are also part of a single team? Under Ning Qiushui's guidance, Su Gang seemed to grasp something of great significance. You may simply understand it as them sharing a common objective. Let us first assume this hypothesis holds true, and then examine further. Nurse 1 and the deceased Sister 2 do not wish for the perpetrator to be apprehended. Inspector 4 and the deceased's Mother 3 desire the capture of the assailant. The 2 patients 5 and 6 do not want the culprit to be caught. The doctor 8 and the father of the deceased 7 wish for the perpetrator to be discovered. Take note, the aforementioned circumstances reflect their initial psychological state prior to any exchange of letters. Now, through several letter exchanges, let us briefly deduce whether this hypothesis stands firm. Ning Qiushui endeavored to articulate his thoughts in the simplest manner for the others. Initially, it is clear that the doctor and the deceased's father were both inclined to see the perpetrator pursued, as evidenced by the reflections in the subsequent 2 letters, 10 and 11. However, after reviewing the surveillance footage, the doctor hesitated, and his views began to diverge from those of the deceased's father. But that is a matter for later discussion. Let us set it aside for now. Next, concerning patients 5 and 6. Both are likely disinclined to have the perpetrator discovered. Starting with patient 6, he is a psychological deviant, seeking to satisfy his pathological desires through the current situation. Once the perpetrator is found, the affair concludes, and he would no longer be able to leverage this incident to coerce the nurse or other informed parties. Thus, from his perspective, he certainly does not wish for this matter to reach a swift conclusion. Moving on to patient 5, his reply was rather succinct. Why was it brief? Because elaborating too much risks error. Evidently, he too harbors a desire to conceal certain truths, and in this case, the only thing that can be hidden is the truth itself. This indicates that he similarly does not wish for the criminal to be apprehended swiftly. Therefore, it appears that patients 5 and 6 share identical motives. After Ning Qiushui concluded his statements, Lu Ming bit her lip and inquired. But wait, if what you say is true, wouldn't that create a paradox? The nurse at door 1 does not want the truth, yet the deceased sister at door 2 desires Inspector to swiftly uncover the matter's reality. As she spoke, a sudden chill of sweat trickled down her back. Lu Ming seemed to have an epiphany, slowly lifting her stiff head and swallowing hard. You mean, that little girl lied in her letter? She actually does not wish for the truth to be revealed. The 3rd letter placed upon the table was penned by the physician from gate number 8, who had delivered this woman 7 years prior. It is likely that the child born at that time was none other than the deceased's elder sister. This implies that the girl behind gate number 2 is merely 7 years of age this year. Surely, this little girl cannot be the perpetrator. After all, she is only 7 and has no reason to kill her own younger brother. The portly individual named Chu Liang felt an inexplicable chill at the thought that had suddenly sprung to his mind. A mere 7-year-old girl taking the life of her newborn brother with her own hands. Although it remains uncertain whether she is indeed culpable, her suspicion looms large, and she undeniably possesses a motive for the crime. Su Gang retrieved the 8th letter from the table. The father of this family harbored a severe preference for males over females, leaving one to wonder whether this girl had been subjected to neglect or abuse at home. If that were the case, she would indeed have a motive for killing her brother. From this reasoning, I find myself in agreement with Ning Qiushui's earlier assertion that this girl, for reasons unknown, is intent on concealing the truth from the authorities. She must know the reality of the situation, or perhaps she is the very culprit. The group gazed at the letter on the table, enveloped in a profound silence. Who, then, should I deliver the letter to next? Su Gang posed this question, as if consulting the gathered individuals or perhaps himself. He fixated on the letters before him, his gaze alternating between contemplation and confusion at that moment. Ning Qiushui, standing beside him, suddenly spoke. Dare you take a risk? Su Gang turned to look at Ning Qiushui. How should I take this risk? Ning Qiushui replied. Present a rather perilous letter to the little girl. If you survive, it will confirm that our previous conjectures were entirely correct. Su Gang felt a stir in his heart. He comprehended which letter Ning Qiushui wished him to deliver to the girl. You mean to give the first letter to the child behind gate number 2? Ning Qiushui nodded, candidly adding, I cannot ascertain the danger involved. If my earlier assumptions are mistaken, then you risk being killed by her. I have no right to compel you to gamble for the sake of others, so you may opt to deliver a more secure letter instead. Su Gang pondered Ning Qiushui's proposal earnestly. Indeed, this was a course fraught with peril. Should their hypothesis prove accurate, then the little girl behind gate number 2 would also desire to keep the truth from being uncovered. In that case, delivering Yunwei's letter to her would indicate his fervent wish for the truth to remain hidden, thus preventing her from taking his life. Conversely, if their conjectures were incorrect and the girl was desperately seeking for the truth to be revealed, then that very letter could very well seal his fate. As he lingered in silence, Xiecheng suddenly seized the first letter. Damn it, I shall do it. Xiecheng gritted his teeth, declaring, Old Su, I owe you a life from the previous door. If I perish, it'll be a fitting repayment. If I survive, we will have taken a significant step closer to the truth. Su Gang firmly grasped his wrist, shaking his head slightly to indicate that he should refrain from acting impulsively. The situation had not yet escalated to a point that necessitated such risks. Xiecheng replied, We were never professionals in criminal investigation and reasoning. As time passes, we remain unaware of the dangers that may lie ahead. The longer we delay, the worse it becomes for all of us. Have you forgotten the events we encountered at the first door? At the mention of their first door, the corners of Su Gang's mouth involuntarily twitched. Chapter 70, Delivering the Letter. The path to survival. That door remained vividly etched in Su Gang's memory, occasionally resurfacing in his dreams at night. Their first door also belonged to the realm of hardcore reasoning. And although there was only one murderous spirit among them, with numerous restrictions on its actions, they meandered through the copy world for 3 days without a single casualty. Yet, on the 4th day, 5 perished in an instant. Afterward, upon leaving the blood door and returning to the eerie abode, they learned from the elders that in many reasoning-type copies, the abilities of the spirits gradually began to unseal over time. Initially, the rules of slaughter behind the blood door may have consisted of just 1, or perhaps none at all, but as time progressed, there could emerge 2 or even 3 rules of slaughter. The 2 were uncertain if the current copy world followed a similar pattern. They felt unqualified to gamble on it. Rest assured, Lao Su, what Brother Ning said is correct. The numbers behind us must hold special significance. We have already ruled out several unlikely scenarios, and what remains should be the truth. I am not so easily dispatched. Upon hearing Xiecheng's reassurance, Su Gang finally released his grip. Be cautious. If anything seems amiss, flee immediately. Those spirits should not be able to emerge from behind the iron door. Hearing Su Gang's admonition, Xiecheng smiled slightly. All right, he approached the second iron door, took a few deep breaths to steady his racing heart, and then knocked on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The little girl behind the iron door opened the flap with remarkable speed. Upon seeing her face, Xiecheng stood frozen in place, as if struck by an overwhelming spectacle. Remaining motionless like a statue, Xiecheng, quickly give her the letter. It was only when Su Gang urged him from behind that Xiecheng snapped back to reality, hurriedly handing the letter to the little girl. Little sister, this is your letter. The girl timidly extended her frail arm to accept the letter. Observing her slender limb, Xiecheng reaffirmed his conviction. The anxiety that had previously hung over him now subsided into tranquility. He understood that the little girl before him posed no threat. Sure enough, within mere seconds, the girl retrieved a blood-stained letter and handed it to Xiecheng. "Thank you, little sister." Xiecheng suddenly uttered those 6 words. The girl behind the door exhibited a fleeting glimmer of hesitation in her eyes, but soon, she closed the flap. Clutching the blood-stained letter, Xiecheng returned to the central hall. Upon witnessing his well-being, the crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. "Your speculation holds true. That little girl has endured severe domestic violence. Her body is marred with scars, upon her face, arms, and neck, everywhere. The fact that I have returned alive indicates that she indeed wishes to conceal the identity of the true perpetrator." Xiecheng's tone grew somber, as he began to comprehend why the hospital staff were reluctant to see the assailant apprehended. If this little girl has been a victim of prolonged abuse and is, in fact, the one who killed her brother, the revelation of the truth would be catastrophic. The girl's reaction further corroborates our prior assumptions. Behind the iron door, both 1 and 2 share a common objective. As a victim from an abusive household, she is disinclined to expose the assailant. From this perspective, it seems the murderer is indeed her. Ning Qiushui stroked her chin, her gaze sharp and discerning. Given that they were dealing with the first 3 doors, the challenge was not insurmountable, provided there were no aberrations. The numbers behind them and those inscribed on the iron door suggest that Bloodgate has significantly lowered the difficulty of this ordeal, effectively granting them a backdoor to the truth. We truly wish to unveil the truth. It was Lu Ming who posed this question. With her head bowed, her hair obscuring her face, the others could not discern her expression or thoughts. However, they all sensed the hesitance in her words. "Why not?" The portly Chu Liang muttered. "As long as we cast our votes for the true murderer, we can escape this game." No sooner had he spoken than he was interrupted by Ning Qiushui's icy retort. "Allow me to correct your misconception. The third hint on the Bloodgate states that once we vote for the correct assailant, the task concludes. However, the conclusion of the task does not necessarily imply that we can leave this place alive. One matter does not equate to another." Chu Liang was left momentarily dumbfounded, as were the others present, their expressions frozen in confusion, struggling to grasp Ning Qiushui's meaning. Only Lu Chengfeng, who had shared the experience of the second door with Ning Qiushui, understood her implication. "Another play on words," Lu Chengfeng murmured. Ning Qiushui nodded in affirmation. "Yes, yet another verbal ruse. Although the initial 3 Bloodgates are not overly challenging for newcomers, in light of the considerable advantage Bloodgate has afforded us, deducing the identity of the true assailant is, frankly, far too simplistic. Just look at the letters on the table. How little effort did we expend? Do you not find this game disturbingly easy?" The group fell into a contemplative silence. Su Gang's eyes flickered with realization. "Our task in this Bloodgate is to deliver the letter into the hands of the person behind the iron door. Thus, when we identify the correct murderer, the conclusion of the task signifies that we need not continue delivering letters. It does not imply that we can leave this place and return to our former world." At last, the group grasped the gravity of the situation. "To think they would set such a trap for us in this place." As the realization dawned, the others felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. They were reminded once more of the Bloodgate they had previously encountered, each one bound by a time constraint. Yet this particular door lacked such limitations. It dawned upon them that the Bloodgate was ensnaring them. If that were the case, what would transpire upon the conclusion of the task? Lu Ming inquired timidly. Ning Qiushui stroked her chin, surveying the iron gates with a pensive gaze. "I am uncertain, but I speculate we shall face the ultimate reckoning. The path to survival does not lie here. Identifying the true murderer is intertwined with survival, yet it is not the path to life itself. Only by discovering the path to survival can we hope to endure the final reckoning." Chapter 71, Delivering a Message. Puppet having experienced the second gate, Ning Qiushui contemplated this matter first thing in the morning. Even if they were to uncover the puppet master behind the scenes and pinpoint the culprit, would that signify the conclusion of this trial? It was unlikely to be that simple. Thus, Ning Qiushui meticulously re-evaluated the hints provided by the Bloodgate. Initially, confirming the identity of the murderer through a few simple letters seemed a daunting task, particularly for individuals like them. However, armed with the numbers they possessed and the clues inscribed on the iron gate, identifying the commonality among these numbers could swiftly lead them to the one who had slain the infant. Among all the identities and intentions to be compared, the little girl was the sole individual who, despite being a victim, was unwilling to unearth the truth if merely identifying the little girl sufficed for success. Then the challenge posed by this blood gate would be exceedingly trivial. It might have been plausible at the first gate, but placing it at the third blood gate suggested the presence of further traps. In the midst of their silence, time slipped away, and many cast furtive glances towards the iron gate number 2. They were growing increasingly restless as the countdown dwindled to the final 2 minutes. Should they fail to make an identification, they would be compelled to dispatch the next lettered AT that moment. Ning Qiushui finally spoke, his voice measured. Identifying the little girl as the murderer is likely a path to ruin. His gaze was remarkably piercing. The group was taken aback, and Lu Ming queried, "Have you discerned something?" Ning Qiushui replied candidly, "Intuition that I trust my instincts. They have saved me numerous times if we accuse the little girl of murder. When the 8 iron gates swing open, she may meet her demise, and we could very well perish alongside her." One truth was palpably evident to all. If this blood gate's ultimate objective was to identify the murderer of the infant, then this should constitute our task. Yet, the blood gate had framed it as a hint. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the clarity of this reasoning in reverse. It indicated that our ultimate mission was not merely to identify the murderer of the infant. Upon hearing this, the group was struck with realization. This line of thought sparked new insights. If identifying the murderer of the infant were the final goal, the blood gate would not have categorized it as a hint. Thus, it followed that the one we were to identify might not be. Su Gang's mind was astute, and he swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. The hint stated to correctly identify the murderer. Rather than merely identifying the correct murderer, there exists a distinction between the two. The former notion of correctness may pertain to our very survival, while the latter's interpretation of correctness is solely related to the truth. Ning Qiushui shook his head, unable to comprehend the convoluted speech of this individual. He had little patience for pedantic rhetoric. "Hurry, there are less than 30 seconds remaining," Xiecheng urged the group. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Qiushui addressed Su Gang, saying, "Su Gang, deliver the letter from the little girl marked 2 to her mother labeled 3. The letter from the little girl, the 4th one." "Very well." Su Gang nodded, having been won over by Ning Qiushui's earlier display of competence. And without hesitation, he picked up the 4th letter and approached door number 3. "Keep a close watch on that woman," Ning Qiushui advised from behind. Su Gang signaled and Okin knocked on the door. As the flap was pulled back, he handed the letter to her. Meanwhile, he scrutinized the woman behind door number 3. She was tall and emaciated, with a vacant expression and pallid skin, exuding an unmistakable aura of malnutrition. Seemingly sensing that the distance was too great, Ning Qiushui stepped forward, positioning himself closer to the iron door to observe the woman within. After a brief, heavy silence, the woman extended a blood-stained letter before closing the flap. Throughout this exchange, Ning Qiushui's gaze remained fixated on her arms. Suddenly, the alarm rang out, its jarring chimes reverberating through the hall once more. Bang! A peculiar noise echoed from above, startling everyone and prompting immediate recollections of prior events. The man named Ensure had met his untimely demise at the hands of those slender, shadowy figures lurking in the darkness above. As they looked up, they were met with a horrifying sight that sent chills down their spines. The darkness overhead had mysteriously dissipated, revealing a grotesque puppet nearly 10 meters tall, suspended from the ceiling by an array of strings. Its blood-red eyes glared down hungrily at the crowd below. The gaping maw of the puppet displayed razor-sharp teeth, along with a chaotic mass of blood and flesh. The strings binding its arms seemed on the verge of snapping at any moment. As the puppet incessantly waved its arms, yearning to ensnare the individuals beneath it, yet perpetually falling just short. However, it was merely a matter of inches. Had the strings been even slightly looser, those below would have been caught. The earlier noise had been the sound of the strings loosening as the puppet giant's arms drooped. How could this happen? Lu Ming exclaimed in a state of panic. Recalling the gruesome fate of her teammate, she quickly dashed beneath the iron table. The remaining individuals followed suit, grateful that the table was sufficiently large to provide them with a semblance of concealment. They waited for a full 2 minutes, not hearing any further disturbances from above, before cautiously peeking out. The terrifying giant puppet flailed its limbs wildly, yet could not reach them. "Have we triggered another death rule?" Su Gang furrowed his brow. Ning Qiushui focused on the clock atop the iron table, shaking his head slightly. "It is time." This scenario operates under a time constraint, although the task did not explicitly state so. The transformation of the figure looming above us has already made everything clear. The blood gate is coercing us to make hasty decisions in this manner. Upon hearing this, a chill enveloped everyone's hearts. Gazing at the terrifying arm, which was now less than half a meter away from them, a sense of icy dread crept down their spines. They could not fathom when it might suddenly descend and randomly seize a fortunate soul. Then, what shall we do? How should we deliver the letter below? The plump Chu Liang was utterly flustered, his lips trembling, struggling to articulate his thoughts. No need to deliver the letter. I already know who should be identified as the culprit. Ning Qiushui spoke, his eyes reflecting a profound contemplation. Chapter 72, Delivering the Letter. Identification. What? Have you already found a way to survive? Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, the crowd's expressions brightened with joy. Wow, bro, you truly are impressive, Lu Chengfeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Once again, he had lain down a blood gate. While it was indeed exhilarating to have such power, lying down to pass through the gate was equally thrilling. Su Gang regarded Ning Qiushui with a complex mix of emotions, encompassing admiration and envy, alongside a fleeting sense of regret. He wished fervently that Ning Qiushui were in the same eerie abode as him. That way, he could continuously learn from someone formidable and grow together. Su Gang understood well that once selected by the fog-laden world, one must rely on oneself to survive for long. Then let us hasten to make the identification. Chu Liang's flesh quivered as he spoke, his gaze frequently darting towards the terrifying puppet above, one hand gripping the iron table at the center as if ready to shrink beneath it at any moment. He truly wished to remain in this place no longer. Ning Qiushui surveyed the crowd, his expression resolute. I have one more matter to confirm, which may carry a certain degree of risk, albeit minor. However, should I perish, you may identify the parents of the deceased as the culprits. Ning Qiushui's tone was remarkably calm, as if he were recounting an utterly mundane occurrence. Yet, the others listened with a mix of trepidation and alarm. Bro, what are you planning to do? Lu Chengfeng, standing nearby, felt a wave of unease wash over him at the prospect of Ning Qiushui embarking on a perilous endeavor. Ning Qiushui clarified, there should be no issues. I merely wish to ascertain one thing. After expressing this, he strode purposefully toward the iron door marked II, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He then gently knocked on the door. Knock, 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 as Ning Qiushui's knocks echoed. The flap of the II iron door was drawn open. A young girl's face appeared before Ning Qiushui. He was momentarily taken aback, suddenly comprehending why Xie Cheng had hesitated while delivering the letter, for the girl's face was marred by grotesque scars, some inflicted by blades or blunt instruments, others from burns and scalds. The girl's eyes were filled with terror, starkly contrasting with the other people behind the doors. She seemed to be in fear of something. Ning Qiushui leaned closer to the flap of the iron door, softly inquiring of the girl within. Are you afraid? The young girl stood transfixed, gazing at the figures outside the door, a flicker of bewilderment illuminating her eyes. She neither shook her head nor nodded. After a moment of silence, she awkwardly attempted to hand a blood-stained letter to Ning Qiushui, only for him to unexpectedly reach through the iron gate and seize her wrist. This startling scene left those behind her utterly stunned. They all sought to distance themselves from the people within the iron door, yet Ning Qiushui, audaciously, chose to confront them head-on, as if he were courting death. Lu Chengfeng was about to step forward when Ning Qiushui halted him. Stay right where you are, do not move. After a brief hesitation, Lu Chengfeng complied. It was only then that Ning Qiushui redirected his attention to the young girl. Leaning closer to the iron door and lowering his voice, I know you killed your brother, but did I want to tell? The girl's body shuddered violently at his words, but she quickly regained her composure. She lifted her eyes, filled with confusion, tinged with fear and misunderstanding. Perhaps sensing the sincerity in Ning Qiushui's gaze, she timidly nodded. Yes, the girl uttered softly, but I need to understand why did you kill your brother? As he posed this question, blood tears began to flow slowly from her eyes. She extended her scarred little hand, wiping her tears chaotically, and uttered several phrases that left Ning Qiushui momentarily speechless. Mom and Dad. They don't like children. Whenever they hit me, they do so with great force. It hurts so much that I fear that my brother would suffer like me, beaten daily by Mom and Dad. So did I strangled him. After listening to the girl's fragmented account, Ning Qiushui felt as though a stone had lodged in his throat, leaving him speechless for an extended period. It was then that he finally comprehended why the hospital director, doctors, nurses, and an informed patient all wished to shield the truth from the police. because they sought to protect this innocent and pitiful girl. Indeed, she had killed her brother, but not out of jealousy. Rather, it stemmed from fear. This little girl had no understanding that her parents treated her this way due to their preference for sons. Her naivete led her to believe that her mom and dad simply did not like children. Out of fear that her brother would endure the same inhumane torment and beatings she had suffered every day, she chose to end his life from her fearful gaze. Ning Qiushui recognized that the girl understood the grave consequences of her actions, yet she acted nonetheless. Although her choice was misguided, the root cause of her plight lay not with her, but with her parents. Stunned by the revelation, Ning Qiushui remained frozen for an extended time. Rather than feeling relieved, he felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon his chest, nearly suffocating him. I understand. After lingering in shock for 2 or 3 minutes, Ning Qiushui finally regained his senses. He released the girl's arm and gently wiped away the blood tears from her face. You did not slay your brother. It was your parents who brought about his demise. Ning Qiushui uttered only this singular statement before rising to her feet, and, under the bewildered gaze of the little girl behind the iron door, silently returned to the center of the hall. Brother, what did you discuss with her? Lu Qingfeng, relieved to see Ning Qiushui unharmed, was the first to approach her. Ning Qiushui shook her head. That I will explain later. For now, we must identify the murderer. She refrained from divulging the matter to Lu Qingfeng immediately. Knowing well his vehement aversion to evil, the group gathered at a corner of the room where a peculiar box was placed, containing a red button. Inside this box lay a note. Press the button, and all iron doors shall open to in the presence of the police chief. Identify the murderer. Should there be more than 3 witnesses, the police chief will promptly apprehend the culprit. Previously, the attention of the crowd had been captivated by the letters outside. Unaware that a note resided within the box, upon reading the blood-red words, Ning Qiushui recognized this as yet another clue. Nevertheless, it mattered not. They were already aware of where their path to survival lay. With a sudden urge, she pressed the red button at the center of the box. Amidst a cacophony of jarring friction, the onlookers beheld the 8 rusted iron doors swing open. 8 figures, exuding an eerie aura, emerged slowly from behind the doors, some adorned with grotesque and sinister smiles, silently fixating their gaze upon Ning Qiushui and the others. Chapter 73. Delivering the message. Upon witnessing these figures emerge from behind the iron doors, Ning Qiushui and her companions stood frozen in place, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The oppressive aura radiating from these individuals was simply too terrifying. Rather than awaiting judgment, it seemed they themselves were the harbingers of doom. The nurse, her legs severed, could not stand and lay sprawled on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood in her wake as she crawled forth from behind the iron doors. All 8 figures appeared unnaturally pallid, devoid of any semblance of humanity, as they stood silently before the crowd. Who was the murderer? The father of the deceased spoke first, his cold voice devoid of emotion, coupled with a strange smile that sent chills down one's spine. Observant individuals noted that, upon the utterance of this question, the little girl began to tremble. In truth, Ning Qiushui harbored one more piece of information that she had not shared with the others. Previously, she had instructed Su Gang to deliver a letter to the little girl's mother. The purpose of delivering this letter was not merely to obtain a new blood-stained note from the seemingly gentle mother, but rather to ascertain whether the mother bore any scars. This was crucial information that if the mother, Wen Liang, bore injuries, it would indicate that the father was abusive and that the mother had once protected the little girl. Or perhaps, like the girl, was a target of the father's wrath. However, the absence of any scars on the mother suggested that the one inflicting harm upon the little girl was also implicated in the matter. If she was not a victim, then she was most likely an abuser. Upon further reflection, even if the little girl's mother had never subjected her to domestic violence, she had certainly not advocated for the little girl in any way. Otherwise, the girl's father would undoubtedly have turned his aggression towards her. Thus, within this household, the sole victim was the little girl. This realization only strengthened Ning Qiushui's conviction that the little girl harbored jealousy and resentment towards her brother, subsequently unleashing all her pent-up fury upon him. However, he was mistaken. Even Ning Qiushui himself had not anticipated that the little girl's initial motive for killing her brother was, in fact, to protect him. This revelation struck him with immense shock. He could scarcely believe that such a terrifying family could raise a girl so gentle and innocent. At this moment, when the father of the deceased uttered those words, it signified that the final judgment was imminent. The perpetrator would face consequences. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd, none daring to speak, as Ning Qiushui, standing at the forefront, remained equally mute. Then, the mother of the deceased spoke up, letting out a heart-wrenching wail, crying out, "Who killed my child? Who?" Her piercing scream nearly shattered the eardrums of those present. They clutched their ears, with some doubling over in anguish. Ning Qiushui then turned his gaze towards the silent nurse, Yunwei, and the taciturn doctor, Wang Yu, before shifting his attention to the equally mute patient number 5, Guangzi. He seemed quite pleased with the reactions of these three individuals, and then turned to the towering figure of Officer Donkey, inquiring, "If we identify the murderer, will you ensure our safety?" Donkey, cigarette in mouth, allowed a cool expression to surface on his weathered face. "No, but I will apprehend the murderer immediately." With this response, Ning Qiushui finally felt a sense of relief that he raised his hand to point, first at the father of the deceased, then at the mother. It was this couple who had taken their own child's life. Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, a grotesque expression of rage immediately contorted the pale faces of the deceased's parents. Malice glimmered in their eyes as they lunged forward, seemingly intent on severing Ning Qiushui's head from his shoulders. Ning Qiushui took a step back, casting a glance at Donkey. The latter calmly produced the baton from his waist, causing the parents to instantly regain composure, slowly retreating, their eyes reflecting immense fear of the officer. Clearly, these two malevolent spirits were utterly terrified of the inspector. "No harm shall come to the witness," the inspector stated coolly, then turned his stiff neck, his hollow gaze fixed upon Ning Qiushui. "You claim this couple is the murderer. Do you have any evidence?" Ning Qiushui raised his hand, first pointing at the nurse, Yunwei, who lay on the ground, then at Dr. Wang Yu, and finally at patient number 5, Guangzu. "They all witnessed it. I have 3 witnesses. You may question them." Officer Donkey nodded, gesturing towards the trio, then inquired, "Is what he says true?" The 3 figures exchanged glances, their gazes inadvertently drifting towards the trembling little girl. A fleeting, almost imperceptible emotion flickered within their vacant stares. And ultimately, the 3 figures indeed nodded in affirmation. "It was them. We are certain," the trio asserted with conviction. Witnessing this scene, the parents of the deceased were engulfed in panic. No. They are lying. They are lying. How could we have harmed our own child?" Ning Qiushui observed the terror etched on the faces of the 2 individuals, feeling a profound sense of revulsion. Perhaps in their eyes, the little girl was not regarded as their child, but merely a byproduct of their frenzied desires. He recalled a previous domestic violence incident he had dealt with, when the washing machine had once remarked, "In this world, everything requires certification, whether you are a student, a teacher, a police officer, or even a driver, a chef. Even if you work in a factory tightening screws, you need to possess your own identification card." Yet, ironically, parents were exempt from such scrutiny. In that moment, Ning Qiushui finally grasped the sentiment that washing machine had conveyed. Amidst a gathering of specters, the 2 individuals continued to desperately exonerate themselves, but Inspector Donkey, unfazed, produced the shackles from his person and secured the 2. Shortly thereafter, the 9th door manifested upon the ground. The inspector promptly escorted the 2 individuals downwards. As the crowd watched the trio vanish, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. It was over. A grin suddenly broke out on the sweat-drenched face of Chu Liang. The previously tense crowd felt a slight easing of their anxieties at that moment. The malevolent spirits intent on their demise had been taken away. However, in an instant, an eerie sound resonated from above, compelling them to glance upwards. Just a fleeting look sent chills coursing through their bodies. They beheld the colossal puppet, ensnared by threads on the ceiling, gradually breaking free from its constraints. No, the once carefree figure of the stout man was abruptly seized by the puppet's elongated arms, and with a horrified scream, he was crushed before their very eyes. Blood and mangled flesh erupted from the puppet's fingers. "Run!" cried out the doctor clad in a white coat. Wang Yu. The puppet's hand descended once more. He deftly dodged and retrieved a pair of surgical scissors from his pocket, plunging them fiercely into the puppet's palm. The puppet recoiled in pain, thrashing wildly. Yet, Dr. Wang could not buy them much time. The terrifying puppet possessed an insurmountable strength. Soon, Wang was torn to shreds, his dismembered limbs scattered about. It was only then that the crowd snapped back to reality, hastily making their way towards the 9th door that had opened in the ground. Chapter 74, Delivering a Message. The passage was not particularly spacious, so the nearest Lu Ming swiftly entered the iron door in mere seconds. Following closely were Xie Cheng and Su Gang. When it was Lu Chengfeng's turn, he was filled with elation, ready to step inside, when suddenly a hand from behind yanked him back. "Be careful." Ning Qiushui issued a timely warning, and almost simultaneously, an enormous hand, stained with crimson blood, came crashing down at the entrance. Bang! The resounding impact echoed, as Lu Chengfeng felt a cold sweat drenching his body. Gazing in terror at the monstrous hand, he thought to himself that had it not been for Ning Qiushui's swift intervention, he would have surely been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh at this moment. However, although they had evaded the hand's assault, the ensuing dilemma left them utterly helpless. The question loomed: how could they possibly escape this place? The terrifying puppet possessed two hands, and as the strings began to unravel, its grotesque maw, lined with steel teeth, crept ever closer to the two, overwhelmed by the foul stench emanating from the puppet's mouth. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng prepared to flee to the side, only to witness a nurse crawling atop the puppet's hand, frantically gnawing at it. In that instant, a spark of inspiration ignited within Ning Qiushui. He seized the nurse's severed feet from the table and hurled them into the puppet's gaping maw. The next moment, the patient labeled 6, adorned with a twisted grin, lunged eagerly towards the discarded feet. As a living entity emerged to bite, the puppet instinctively withdrew its hand, providing Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng with the precious opportunity to escape into the ninth door of salvation. Whoosh! The terrifying puppet, seemingly harboring a grudge against the two, swung its arm menacingly once more just as they fled. The chilling, putrid wind it generated sent shivers down their spines. They understood that had they been even a fraction of a second slower, they would have been obliterated by the puppet's crushing blow. Thankfully, they had finally slipped through the door of survival. Lu Chengfeng gasped for breath, propping himself against the wall to recover for a moment, suppressing the tumult of his racing heart. "Let us proceed," Ning Qiushui urged, as they ventured down the shadowy corridor that descended into darkness. This passage seemed interminably long and devoid of light, compelling them to feel their way forward. The encroaching darkness and oppressive silence instilled a profound sense of unease within them. Was the trial of the blood door truly over? If so, why was such a lengthy corridor laid out before them? Where was the bus that could transport them back to the eerie abode? The rising tide of uncertainty weighed heavily on Ning Qiushui's heart. "Be cautious. Something feels amiss," he cautioned Lu Chengfeng ahead of him, who, at that moment, revealed a chilling piece of information. "Brother, I must tell you something. Not be frightened." Ning Qiushui replied. "Speak." Lu Chengfeng inhaled deeply, halting his steps, and lowered his voice to confide in Ning Qiushui. "We have been going in circles." Ning Qiushui furrowed his brow. "Are you certain?" Lu Chengfeng affirmed with conviction. "I am certain. In the last 10 minutes, we have circled this corridor 3 times. This phenomenon of circling, akin to the principles of a ghostly wall, was imperceptible to an ordinary person relying solely on their sense of direction. Without certain means, even the most adept navigators would be rendered ineffective. There was something fundamentally wrong with this corridor. In order to substantiate his claims, Lu Chengfeng removed his shoes and cast them onto the ground. The two continued their advance, and within a mere 3 minutes, Ning Qiushui inadvertently kicked the very shoes Lu Chengfeng had discarded. With a sudden flicker, a match ignited, casting a feeble glow around them. "Goodness, you have matches? Why didn't you use them earlier?" Ning Qiushui expressed his bewilderment upon seeing Lu Chengfeng produce a box of matches. The latter offered an awkward smile. "I only just remembered. Many items are prohibited from being brought into the Bloodgate, so I hadn't paid much attention. Who would have thought that matches could be allowed in here? The last time I brought a small fruit knife, it was confiscated at the Bloodgate." This mention, Ning Qiushui paused, as a recollection struck him. Back in Qiu village, Bai Xiaoxiao had brandished a sharp little knife. Could it be a ghostly artifact? Ning Qiushui shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless, this was not the moment for such musings. Their immediate concern was finding a way out. Wait a moment, if this place is a loop, then why have we not encountered those who descended before us? Where could they have gone? Lu Chengfeng muttered, a profound perplexity evident in his gaze. His master had once imparted tales of the ghost wall, a peculiar illusion that could ensnare multiple individuals. Upon entering that realm, one would inevitably be affected. If the corridor they occupied was indeed a ghost wall, then those who entered earlier should have crossed paths with them by now. Yet, they had waited for what felt like an eternity without a soul in sight. With the feeble light of the match, the two discerned that they were encased by impenetrable walls that as they pressed forward. They suddenly stumbled upon a gruesome trail of crimson blood. The glaring scarlet hue instantly heightened their alertness. Strange, it's vanished, Lu Qingfeng murmured beside Ning Qiushui. What has vanished? Ning Qiushui inquired. That peculiar force that just moments ago we were traversing in circles. And now everything seems normal again. Both men gazed at the fresh bloodstains on the ground. Realizing that something sinister had transpired here, they cautiously advanced, inching forward. Not far ahead, in a clearing before the blood, lay a black, stick-like object. However, the match's light was far too dim for them to discern its true nature. They pressed on a bit further that the police baton of Inspector Donkey. Upon recognizing the black object, a chilling sensation crept from their feet to the crown of their heads. This was unmistakably Inspector Donk's baton. What was it doing in this place? Did something go awry during the transport of the prisoners? If the inspector had met with an accident, did that imply the two detained individuals had escaped their confines? Just the thought of the couple's malevolent expressions before their departure, as if they wished to flay them alive, sent shivers down their spines. At that moment, the match in Lu Qingfeng's hand extinguished, sputtering out, and leaving behind a small wooden stick with a residual red spark that he cast aside the spent match and retrieved another, igniting it anew. Yet, as the new match emitted a faint glow, the two froze in astonishment. Goosebumps rapidly ascended their spines. They beheld that the baton, which had been mere moments ago not far from them, had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 75. The message. This terrifying revelation gripped their hearts with an unyielding tension. Could it be that there were people surrounding them? Lu Qingfeng, steeling himself against the inner dread, clutched the match and advanced step by step. He felt as though his every stride was laden with heaviness, an indescribable sensation, as if every cell in his body resisted this very action. Nevertheless, Lu Qingfeng understood he must press on. Thus, after he had taken 3 or 4 steps, his foot struck against an object. He passed the match to Ning Qiushui. The latter struck a new source of illumination and slowly crouched down, eyeing the dim light cast by the struggling match. They discovered that the object on the ground was none other than the corpse of Inspector Donkey. His body was marred with wounds, ragged and battered, resembling a broken doll. Ning Qiushui merely cast a brief glance and discerned that these injuries were all inflicted by nails and teeth. Qiushui, Lu Qingfeng suddenly spoke, no longer addressing Ning Qiushui as little brother but directly uttering his name, his voice trembling, tinged with palpable fear. Ning Qiushui lifted his gaze, instantly comprehending why Lu Qingfeng was so unsettled. In the flickering light of the half-burned match in his hand, 2 pale and horrifying faces emerged before them. They were the couple being escorted by Inspector Donkey. Blood stained the corners of their mouths, and as they smiled, the remnants of Donk's flesh lingered upon their stark white teeth, particularly under the frail, flickering flame of the match. Their faces appeared exceedingly grotesque. It is you who killed my child. I demand your lives in return. The father at the forefront roared vehemently, his blood-red eyes fixed intently, hands raised, poised to seize Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng wished to retreat, but his body seemed to act against his will. As he watched the terrifying visage of the father draw nearer, just as Ning Qiushui prepared to strike the ancient tome against the father's face, a clear voice of a little girl resonated from behind them. I was the one who strangled my brother. This voice caused the father, poised to grip Lu Qingfeng's throat, to halt abruptly. They noticed that upon hearing this voice, the man's crimson eyes slowly lifted, gazing into the dark corridor behind them. It was a gaze cold and resolute, devoid of hesitation, infused with murderous intent. The mother approached as well, and both figures remained fixated on the shadowy corridor behind them, their faces betraying a cruel and eerie smile. You killed your brother, so your life shall be the price. After their words fell, they astonishingly ignored the two and dashed straight into the darkness. Run, do not look back, came the final tender voice of the little girl from the shadows. Ning Qiushui glanced back, but all that greeted him was an impenetrable darkness, where not even the faintest silhouette of the little girl could be discerned. Gritting his teeth, he shoved Lu Qingfeng ahead with urgency. Run! Both of them, devoid of energy to spare for anything else, sprinted forward without a backward glance. Along the way, they stumbled upon a lifeless body. Although the details remained obscured, the attire unmistakably identified it as Lu Ming. The first to have ventured into the passageway. Could it be they were all dead? As this thought crossed Lu Qingfeng's mind, he couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, Freed from the haunting barrier of illusions, the two reached a broad platform in less than 2 minutes. Enveloped in thick fog, at the center of the platform stood a dilapidated bus. Without a moment's hesitation, they dashed towards it, and upon entering, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The bright lights within the bus eased the tension that had gripped their hearts. They understood that they had survived, that you finally made it. A familiar voice echoed from the bus. Turning their heads, they discovered Xiecheng and Su Gang seated in the farthest corner of the rear row. Damn, you actually made it out alive. That's impressive, Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. That Su Gang shook his head. That is something we should be saying to you. How did you manage to survive? Lu Qingfeng recounted their harrowing experiences in detail, leaving nothing concealed. Upon hearing his account, their expressions shifted. It turned out they had also survived thanks to the little girl who had led them away from the clutches of that terrifying couple. When they had lost their way, it was the little girl who guided them here. Sighing, the four of them, now aware of the grim truth, felt no joy. They cast their gazes toward the darkness at the end of the passage, their hearts heavy. Such parents, upon learning that their daughter was the perpetrator, would undoubtedly fail to reflect on their own misdeeds. Perhaps they would even resort to killing their own daughter. In the grand scheme of events, the innocent infant should never have perished, nor should the little girl. The true culprits were the couple. Yet, they had not only evaded the law's grasp, but seemed intent on continuing their malevolent acts. Lu Qingfeng slammed his hand against the seat in a fit of impotent rage, exclaiming, "What the hell is this? If this were outside, I would make sure that couple pays for what they've done." The bus began to move, leaving no time for further contemplation, vanishing into the mist. "You're back." Upon seeing the two push open the eerie door, Tian Sun, who was playing chess with Meng Jun in the living room, exclaimed with excitement. The two nodded in response. "What's wrong? You both look rather glum." Tian Sun's face displayed curiosity. Surviving isn't a cause for celebration? Lu Qingfeng approached the coffee table, seized an unopened bottle of soda, and promptly opened it with a series of pops. "Don't even mention it," he sighed deeply, recounting all the events they had encountered within the instance, causing the smile on Tian Sun's face to fade. The tale of such a tragic story behind the Bloodgate was indeed difficult to come to terms with. "Are you hungry? There are leftovers in the kitchen." Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Devoid of appetite, he turned to glance at Ning Qiushui. He was about to inquire whether she wished to eat, only to notice her gaze fixated upon Meng Jun, sensing her scrutiny. Looked down and discovered that a button on his chest had come undone, revealing blood-soaked gauze beneath. "What happened?" Ning Qiushui inquired. "It has nothing to do with you." Meng Jun replied coolly. "Did I recall that any injuries sustained after passing through the Bloodgate, no matter how grave, would heal swiftly upon returning to the strange abode. Did you sustain this injury outside?" Ning Qiushui pressed, but Meng Jun remained silent, rising from his seat and departing without another word. After his exit, Ning Qiushui turned her attention to Tian Sun. "What is going on?" Tian Sun offered an awkward smile and refrained from elaborating that it's a grudge between another strange abode and us. The death of Uncle Mang that is connected to them. Chapter 76. Employment. Ning Qiushui, somewhat perplexed, approached and sat opposite Tian Sun. "I mean no offense, but I am genuinely curious. How can you be so certain that Uncle Mang was murdered, rather than having succumbed to an accident behind the Bloodgate?" Tian Sun remained silent for an extended period, perhaps reluctant to address the question or preoccupied with organizing his thoughts. Ning Qiushui chose not to press further, patiently awaiting the young man's response. Finally, Tian Sun spoke. "That was a low-level Bloodgate. Uncle Mang possessed an exceptionally formidable ghostly artifact. With that artifact in his possession, it was impossible for him to perish within a low-level gate. Moreover, both Uncle Mang and Uncle Yan are renowned strongmen within our strange abode, having both reached the 9th Bloodgate. Without external interference, it would be inconceivable for them to encounter misfortune in a low-level gate. On that occasion, Uncle Mang, through an introduction from an outside friend, brought a newcomer through the 4th Bloodgate. However, while the newcomer survived, Uncle Mang perished inside. Subsequently, those in the strange abode searched for that newcomer in the outside world. Yet he vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from existence. The facts are abundantly clear. Someone orchestrated this, deliberately causing Uncle Mang's demise. Upon hearing this, Ning Qiushui began to grasp the situation. Later, when Sister Bai and the others pursued inquiries outside, they discovered that everything might be connected to another strange abode, and thus, you understand, that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's languid voice drifted in from the back door behind the crowd. You needn't overthink this. This matter pertains to the grievances of our older generation and will not implicate you newcomers. The group turned to see Bai Xiaoxiao clad in athletic attire, beads of sweat glistening on her face. Clearly having just finished a workout in the equipment room. The equipment room is located to the west of the single-story building behind the strange Abode villa. Ning Qiushui had visited once. But the equipment was far too rudimentary for him. Unable to satisfy his inhuman penchant for self-torture. Do you need assistance? Ning Qiushui inquired. Nonetheless, I have a friend who is quite skilled at finding people. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled gently, her steps adorned with a touch of allure as she approached the gathering, uncorking a bottle of beer for herself. Thank you. But it is unnecessary. We have essentially identified the individual in question. Last time Meng Jun sought out someone, he faced considerable adversity and narrowly escaped. Subsequently, we reached out to a formidable figure within the industry to assist us in addressing this matter. Ning Qiushui, without lifting her gaze, casually inquired, "Who is it?" Bai Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders. A remarkably powerful individual in the field, someone you are unfamiliar with. This person goes by the codename Coffin. It is said he has been in the business for 7 years and has eliminated over 600 individuals. We had to pay a substantial sum to engage him, and fortunately, Meng Jun had some connections with the military. Otherwise, we might not have been able to locate him. Upon hearing the name Coffin, Ning Qiushui was momentarily taken aback, followed by a furrowing of her brow. What's wrong? Bai Xiaoxiao sensed that something was amiss with Ning Qiushui's expression. The latter slightly shook her head. That it's nothing, Sister Bai. How much did you spend? Bai Xiaoxiao swallowed a mouthful of somewhat bitter beer, raising 2 slender fingers. 2 million flat. Ning Qiushui was taken aback. Indeed, he had previously accepted numerous contracts under the alias Coffin, some of which commanded exorbitant fees, while others were pro bono. However, a single upfront payment in the 7-figure range, particularly not at the lower end, was exceedingly rare. From Bai Xiaoxiao's nonchalant tone, Ning Qiushui discerned that this woman possessed considerable wealth. In Xia country, 2 million is no trifling sum. Many individuals hold assets exceeding this amount, yet when asked to produce 2 million in liquid funds, most would find it an insurmountable challenge. Assets and liquid balance are 2 distinct matters. Well, it's already quite late. You should rest early. You will have 6 months to recuperate, and approximately 5 months from now, you will receive a notification from the Bloodgate, allowing you to prepare for the next instance of the Bloodgate world. Additionally, if you do not mind, I will accompany you through the next Bloodgate. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng exclaimed with delight, "Is there such a wonderful opportunity? Sister Bai, you will take us through the next gate?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "It wouldn't be quite right to say I will take you. After entering the 4th Bloodgate, there is a possibility that puzzle pieces will appear, though the chance is rather slim. I will merely join in to collect some puzzle fragments. So do keep an eye out when the time comes. That I hope you do not squander these 6 months. That I will extend an invitation to you soon to join a special organization, where you will encounter some newcomers. You may select suitable individuals to accompany you through the first 3 Bloodgates, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with the rules of survival in the Bloodgate, which will greatly aid your journey through subsequent gates. Perhaps you might even acquire 1 or 2 cursed artifacts. That I shall discuss the specifics with you tomorrow. For now, I must take a shower. After such a long workout, I am covered in sweat." With that, Bai Xiaoxiao drained her beer in one gulp and departed without a backward glance. "Do you play Ludo?" Tian Sun, this night owl, appears to possess an abundance of energy. Playfully blinking at the 2. Ning Qiushui addressed him, saying, "I am not adept at this, but the bearded one is a master of such games." With that, he rose to leave, leaving Lu Qingfeng in a state of bewilderment. "When did I become a master of Ludo? How come I am unaware of it?" Lu Qingfeng was engulfed in confusion. As the night passed, due to their late-night gaming session, Lu Qingfeng and Tian Sun did not rise until afternoon. Around 12 o'clock, after a brief wash and a simple lunch, they found Bai Xiaoxiao seated in the hall, who produced a computer and led them into a rather unique website. This site was extraordinary. Only those chosen by the Mist World could gain access, and even an insider's recommendation would prove futile. It resembled the Mist World, specifically crafted as a communication platform for individuals like them. Upon completing their identity registration on the site, the 2 would thereafter have unrestricted access, whether via mobile or computer. Upon witnessing the number of individuals currently on the site, they were struck with immense astonishment. To their surprise, there were tens of thousands chosen by the Mist World. Initially, they believed such occurrences were confined to Xia country, only to discover that the curse of the mist world extended globally. Chapter 77. The ultimate assassin within this website. All information posted must undergo scrutiny. The Elder could not masquerade as a novice to deceive others. Every individual's identity would be verified. Numerous pleas for help from newcomers filled the site. A dazzling array of requests. The frequency of such posts was staggering, for the mortality rate among those in the mist world was alarmingly high. Few managed to survive past the 6th blood gate. The death rate for the first 3 gates remained exceedingly high, and even those who struggled to the 4th gate, believing they had adapted, soon found the challenges escalating dramatically. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chifeng had first-hand experience with the daunting difficulties beyond the 4th gate. Bai Xiaoxiao informed them that the overall difficulty of the 2nd blood gate they encountered was roughly comparable to that of the 5th gate, had it not been for the blood jade in Ning Qiushui's possession. Had Bai Xiaoxiao not risked her life to assist them, and had that unfortunate soul not descended the mountain with Guanchuan's tablet, so many ifs. Even with a seasoned guide like Bai Xiaoxiao and their commendable qualities, especially Ning Qiushui, who exhibited even greater caution than the average elder, they still barely managed to return. In that gate, 13 individuals entered, one of whom was a monk in disguise, yet only 3 emerged alive. Do not harbor the slightest sense of luck, was Bai Xiaoxiao's stern warning. The further one progresses through the blood gates, the more the narrative logic diminishes, the rules of slaughter proliferate, the story's structure simplifies, and the quest for survival becomes increasingly arduous. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Bai Xiaoxiao departed the eerie abode, taking a bus back to the outside world. Surprisingly, Ning Qiushui chose to remain, and after dinner, he returned to his room to continue browsing the website. At last, his gaze fixed upon a girl named Yuru. She was on the verge of crossing her 3rd blood gate. The powerful figures within the eerie abode were preoccupied with piecing together puzzle fragments. They had no time to attend to newcomers like her, which led her to post a plea for help online. In just 5 days, she was set to enter her 3rd blood gate. The reason Ning Qiushui took notice of this girl was due to a photograph she had shared. It was not because the girl in the picture possessed an extraordinary grace, but rather because he recognized her. She was the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Interestingly, their fates were intertwined. 3 years prior, Ning Qiushui had slain her parents, leaving her an orphan, with Ning Qiushui bearing the brunt of the responsibility. The only reason this girl still lived was that she had been studying abroad at the time and had not been involved in her parents' drug trafficking syndicate. Of course, Yuru was unaware of Ning Qiushui's identity, nor did anyone know that her parents had been murdered by him. All truths had been obliterated amidst the chaotic clashes between the military and the drug cartel. This incident stood as one of the few official matters Ning Qiushui had ever engaged in. He approached Yuru and entered into a contract with her. After completing this, he boarded a bus. Departing from the fog-laden world, upon returning to his residence, Ning Qiushui retrieved his key to unlock the door, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to the keyhole. Outside this keyhole was a small metallic ring that could rotate 360 degrees. To ensure no one had intruded into his home, Ning Qiushui would always twist this small ring into a position forming a 60-degree angle with the keyhole after withdrawing his key. However, the current metallic ring was aligned at the same angle as the keyhole itself. This indicated that someone had indeed visited his home, and that person might still be inside. Ning Qiushui was well aware that typically only 2 individuals would come to his abode, the mole and the washing machine. Yet, neither would directly invade his home. Just as he was about to open the door, Ning Qiushui unexpectedly stepped forward, shaking the keys in his hand, producing a crisp jingling sound. His door was not particularly soundproof, especially to such sharp noises, which could easily penetrate. While jingling the keys, Ning Qiushui pressed his ear against the door, quietly listening to the situation inside. Sure enough, the moment it seemed he was preparing to enter, hurried footsteps echoed from within. As they drew near the door, the other party abruptly slowed their pace, lowering their voice as they crept closer, halting about 5 steps away. However, with his keen hearing, Ning Qiushui detected the faint sound of fabric sliding against itself. He surmised that the individual must have crouched down, lying flat on the ground. A professional assassin. In an instant, Ning Qiushui determined the identity of the intruder. Moments later, he pulled out a spare key from his keyring and inserted it into the door of the neighboring room. There were 3 rooms on this floor. One belonged to the neighbor, Aunt Mu Chui, while the other room, although occasionally occupied for a few days by various guests, was in fact also owned by Ning Qiushui. Upon entering this room, Ning Qiushui adeptly made his way to the closet, opened a hidden compartment, and retrieved 2 nail guns, donning a bulletproof vest along with a thermal vision scope. Immediately afterward, he activated his computer to peruse the surveillance footage from his home. Within his residence, there existed a mere 2 conventional cameras, alongside an astonishing total of 108 pinhole cameras. This abundance elucidates why Ning Qiushui has managed to navigate life unscathed thus far. Aside from his penchant for maintaining a low profile in day-to-day affairs, his vigilance has always been remarkably heightened. Upon reviewing the footage, Ning Qiushui discovered to his dismay that 3 assassins had infiltrated his abode. They were equipped with a complete array of bulletproof vests, smoke grenades, stun grenades, and silenced rifles. Gazing at the silenced rifle in their possession, Ning Qiushui glanced at the nail gun in his own hand. Pausing in silence for a moment, subsequently he removed his bulletproof vest, cast the nail gun aside, and dialed 110 with determination. "Hello? Is this the police?" "Yes, 3 assassins have entered my home, intent on taking my life. They are armed with full-body bulletproof vests, smoke grenades, and stun grenades, and they possess an ample supply of silenced rifles that I am not jesting. My address is 20 minutes later." Ning Qiushui observed the 3 assassins being apprehended by the SWAT team as they were loaded into a police vehicle. One among them appeared frantic, pounding against the metal frame of the car and snarling at Ning Qiushui with wild eyes. "Coffin, you have the audacity to call the police. Why not confront us face-to-face in a fight to the death? As a top-tier assassin, what merit is there in calling the authorities? Arrest him. He is an assassin too, with a body count surpassing mine." His tirade was abruptly cut short as a nearby officer, finding him excessively bothersome, deployed a stun gun, rendering him unconscious. Turning to Ning Qiushui, the officer extended a hand, gratitude etched across his face. "Mr. Ning, thank you for assisting our city in eliminating these 3 beasts. The police have been searching for them for quite some time." Ning Qiushui offered a slight smile that it was nothing. "Please send my regards to air conditioner." The officer nodded respectfully, promising to relay the message before departing with his team in an armored vehicle. As Ning Qiushui watched them leave, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message from Mole. "Their SA job. I've secured it for you. The payment is substantial, 200,000, and the target aligns with your criteria. Details have been sent to your email. Please check it later." Additionally, regarding the red bean inquiry you requested earlier, there has been a breakthrough, and the information has also been dispatched to your email. Chapter 78. Assassination upon returning to his room. Ning Qiushui opened his computer to examine the emails sent by Mole. There were 2 messages in total that he prioritized, the one concerning Red Bean, intrigued by the individual who, like himself, had received a mysterious correspondence. Perhaps, through Red Bean, he could uncover some clues about the sender of the enigmatic letters addressed to him. However, upon opening the email, he found only an internet CAF address and a segment of grainy surveillance footage. Red Bean was an exceedingly cautious individual, communicating with Quail exclusively in that small CAF. Fortunately, on that day, the CAF owner had fortuitously installed a camera, capturing Red Bean's presence. Mole had expended considerable effort to procure this footage. Regrettably, the surveillance footage is exceedingly unclear, and due to the angle, it holds little substantive value. That the Mole has confirmed with the proprietor of that internet CAF and several regular staff members that the identification card Red Bean used to access the internet at that time was not his own, but rather a temporary one. Ning Qiushui rubbed his temples, suddenly opened his eyes, and resumed using the Jujiao computer to send a message to Red Bean. "The source of the mysterious letter has yet to be traced, but I have discovered someone akin to you. If you are interested, I can arrange a meeting." Having completed this, Ning Qiushui waited for a moment, noticing that Red Bean had not responded and his profile picture remained grayed out. He shut down the Jujiao computer and proceeded to check the second email sent by Mole. The second email was quite straightforward. It provided Ning Qiushui with a contact number for Bai Xiao in the real world, along with some terms they had previously discussed, including the beast that required Ning Qiushui's assistance. Staring at the contact number, Ning Qiushui hesitated for a while before ultimately adding Bai Xiao as a friend. This time, the connection was made swiftly. "Bai, are you Coffin?" "Ning, yes." "Bai, have you reviewed the terms we discussed earlier?" "Ning, yes." "Bai, is there any issue?" "Ning, no, but..." "Bai, but what?" "Ning, I can offer you one free service." Upon reading Ning Qiushui's message, Bai Xiao, lounging by the private pool in her bathrobe, was taken aback. She adjusted her sunglasses, ensuring she wasn't mistaken. A sense of absurdity arose within her. 2 million, is no trifling sum in Xia country. She was unfamiliar with this individual, yet he boldly claimed he could assist her free of charge. Odd, quite odd. Her fingers tapped on the laptop keyboard. Bai Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip, her gaze flickering as she pondered the nature of this person. Bai, I have encountered many assassins, all motivated by profit. Why do you refuse payment, deeming it insufficient? Ning, no, it's merely for personal reasons. Bai, would you be willing to share? Ning, not convenient. Bai, all right. Since you prefer not to disclose, I won't press you. When are you free for a meeting? Ning, no meeting. Observing the resolute reply on the screen, Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. This guy truly has a unique personality that he clearly embodies the archetype of a cold, unflinching killer. Words are sparse for him. She had assumed such characters only existed in novels, yet here she was, encountering one in real life. Nonetheless, human curiosity often works in such a manner. The less one can see, the more one yearns to uncover. After some contemplation, Bai Xiaoxiao straightened her posture and resumed typing. Bai, the individual you are targeting is quite troublesome. It's an organization, and I can provide substantial useful information. Ning, all right, send it to me. Bai, there's too much. Let us discuss in person. Bai, how so? Bai, where are you? Bai Xiaoxiao, seated before her computer, felt a surge of frustration. Damn, this guy is impervious to reason, refusing to meet. No matter what is he afraid of revealing his identity. Truly a top-tier assassin, remarkably cautious. However, the more he behaved this way, the more Bai Xiaoxiao yearned to uncover his true appearance. As a killer. Could he possibly have no love for money? Perhaps he preferred women. After pondering for a moment, Bai Xiaoxiao scoured the internet for a sultry image of a woman in stockings, meticulously edited it, and sent it to him, cheekily responding. Bai, have you seen? I am indeed a rare beauty. Care to engage in a conversation? Ning, is there anything else? Bai, no Ning. All right then, goodbye. Their brief exchange came to an abrupt end. Bai Xiaoxiao's thoughts began to swirl chaotically. She took several deep breaths, striving to regain her composure. After a while, she dialed a number. Hello? Yes, I'm the client known as Shan Gui from our last encounter. Didn't you mention that once I was quite amiable? Yes, he absolutely refuses to meet with me. On the other end, Mole couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's slightly despondent tone that as a friend of Ning Qiushui, he was well aware of Ning's character. Unlike typical killers, Ning Qiushui belonged to a clandestine organization known as the Zhang in Xia country, and Mole knew very little about this group. Not being a cold-blooded assassin, Ning Qiushui's demeanor was not frigid, even toward strangers. The individuals capable of making Ning Qiushui act so coldly generally fell into two categories: those he disliked, or those whose identities he found troublesome and thus preferred to keep at a distance. In Mole's perspective, Bai Xiaoxiao evidently belonged to the latter. No worries. Just send him the crucial information. He will fulfill the task, Mole casually remarked. In truth, whether he had the other party's information was inconsequential, as he already had all the relevant details at his disposal. As night fell, in a secluded corner of Shirlu City, an elderly man dragging a burlap sack ambled along. His face was obscured by a tangled beard, and he hunched over, rummaging through each trash bin he passed, extracting any bottles or jars to pour out their contents into his sack. In the deep of night, the streets were nearly deserted. After a considerable time, he finally reached an abandoned shed, tossing the burlap sack aside as he entered the metal structure. Upon stepping inside, the man's demeanor and stature underwent a remarkable transformation. His formerly stooped frame straightened, appearing exceptionally tall, and he effortlessly removed the tangled beard from his face. He then approached a corner of the room, pulling aside a gray cloth to reveal a set of surveillance monitors. This individual studied the footage intently, replaying it repeatedly until, at last, he spotted a figure, someone who, though seemingly not following him, fortuitously appeared in every camera's view. The expression on the viewer's face shifted subtly as he swiftly retrieved his phone, sending a brief message to an unfamiliar number. Save me. Shortly thereafter, a response arrived, inquiring about the situation on his end. Just as he was about to send another message, the door behind him was pushed open by a hand. With a look of terror, he turned around, only to find a nail gun aimed at his forehead. Puffed. 3 iron nails shot into his skull, and his body collapsed to the ground, convulsing for a moment before falling still. Ning Qiushui retracted the nail gun in his hand, quietly gazing at the lifeless body on the ground. Before approaching the surveillance footage, he manipulated the recording slightly and then confiscated the deceased's mobile phone, commencing the process of tidying up the scene. Having worked in this line of work for many years, Ning Qiushui understood that, in most instances, murder was merely the simplest aspect of the operation. The true challenges lay in how to approach one's target without a sound, and how to erase all traces of oneself after committing the act. That a hitman's prowess is not measured by the sophistication of his weaponry or the agility of his movements, but rather by the meticulousness of his database and the stealth of his actions. Ning Qiushui had repeated the process of body disposal countless times. He was well aware of the necessary steps dictated by varying circumstances. Ultimately, he captured a photograph of the deceased and vanished into the embrace of the night. Chapter 79. Bloodgate, Chongqing University. The following day, Bai Xiaoxiao awoke from her comfortable, plush bed to find a message from Coffin. The target she sought to eliminate had been dealt with. The body had been dismembered, the head stored in a cold storage facility, while the other parts had been reduced to mincemeat, and the bones dissolved in concentrated sulfuric acid, with the remains flushed into the sewer and the acid poured into the river. Should Bai Xiaoxiao require it, the head could be sent to her. Staring at the video sent by Coffin, Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent for a moment before replying. Provide me with an address. I shall retrieve the head myself to confirm the identity of this individual. Upon receiving this message, Ning Qiushui refrained from elaborate replies and simply sent Bai Xiaoxiao an address that in truth, he had anticipated her response and had already placed the head, mixed with ice packs, at the designated location, though his message indicated it was in cold storage. If Bai Xiaoxiao did not collect the head, another individual would retrieve it and dispose of it safely. Once he had completed his tasks, Ning Qiushui indulged in a satisfying slumber. Upon awakening again, Mole had unearthed the identities of the assassins who had previously attempted to kill him. These assassins belonged to an organization known as Halfway Up the Hill. The motive behind their intent remained unclear, but it was certainly not out of vengeance or for the sake of an assassin's honor. Mole discovered that these three assassins had recently engaged in substantial financial transactions, yet aside from the attempt on Ning Qiushui's life, they had not undertaken any other contracts. Someone was keeping an eye on him. Ning Qiushui furrowed his brow. He had always been exceedingly cautious in his undertakings, and logically, he should not have exposed himself. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. He still had time to seek out the mastermind behind Halfway Up the Hill for a thorough discussion. As Ning Qiushui pondered this, a knock resounded at the door once more. Your letter, stated the middle-aged man before departing with those simple words. This was a rather peculiar behavior, odd enough to leave Ning Qiushui momentarily stunned. The messenger outside seemed quite certain that Ning Qiushui was indeed within the room. After a brief silence, he approached the door, verifying through the peephole that all was clear before opening it. The letter that had been wedged in the door crack fell inside. Upon seeing this letter, Ning Qiushui's mind momentarily went blank. His family's door was a security door. How could this letter possibly have been inserted from the outside? Picking up the letter from the ground, Ning Qiushui finally regained his senses and immediately gave chase. Wait, he shouted. Yet, when he reached the bottom of the stairs, he discovered that the person who had delivered the letter was already long gone. Standing at the foot of the stairs, Ning Qiushui scanned his surroundings for quite some time before finally sighing. Glancing down at the letter in his hand, he felt his fingertips twitching slightly. The third letter had arrived. He tore it open, only to find no photographs this time, just a simple line of text, "Beware of the iris." Reading those 5 words, Ning Qiushui furrowed his brow. Iris? What could that possibly be? He had the mole investigate the iris, but in the end, the mole provided him with no clear answers. Could it be that this iris was related to the Bloodgate world shrouded in mist? Recalling the contents of the first 2 mysterious letters, both of which pertained to his Bloodgate, it seemed that this iris was also likely connected to his forthcoming Bloodgate, though he was unsure whether it was linked to his 4th gate or to Yuru's gate. Ning Qiushui meticulously scrutinized the letter once more when he suddenly noticed something amiss. He promptly returned home and retrieved the first 2 letters, after comparing the handwriting on the 3 letters. Ning Qiushui's brow knitted in concern. He observed that the handwriting in the 3rd letter was somewhat hasty and unrefined. The person sending him the letters seemed to have been in a rush while writing. Why would someone be in such a hurry? It was often due to external factors exerting pressure, most commonly time. Much like a student in an examination hall, who writes neatly at the beginning but begins to scrawl recklessly upon realizing that time is running short. The comparison of the handwriting on the letters made it abundantly clear that the cinder was running out of time. Was he on the brink of death? Or was he currently in some perilous situation? An inexplicable sense of urgency welled up within Ning Qiushui, intensifying his resolve to locate this individual as swiftly as possible. As for Bai Xiaoxiao, to Ning Qiushui's surprise, after confirming the identity of the severed head, she still transferred him money at a total of 2 million, neither more nor less, deposited into the account that the mole had previously informed Bai Xiaoxiao about. Of this, the mole took his agreed-upon 50,000, while the remaining 1,500,000 was dispersed across various channels, ultimately flowing into Ning Qiushui's account. The unexpected addition of 1,500,000 to his account left Ning Qiushui with a feeling he could hardly articulate. He had undertaken numerous tasks, yet never had he earned so much in a single day. With this newfound wealth, he could afford to refrain from accepting work for an extended period. Before long, the day arrived for him to enter the blood gate alongside As the mist rose. Ning Qiushui boarded a bus that took him to the eerie abode. After exchanging brief greetings with his companions there, he ascended to the third floor. In front of the blood gate on the third floor, Ning Qiushui beheld the details and hints regarding this particular blood gate task. Survive 5 days in Chongqing University. Prompt, Laughing Man. Chapter 80. Chongqing University. Laughter. Outside the gates of Chongqing University, Ning Qiushui, clad in the attire of a laborer, located the somewhat anxious Yuru. She exuded a delightful fragrance, appearing delicate and refined. The group's current role was that of laborers tasked with the demolition of the school. The demolition team comprised 11 individuals. They briefly conversed outside the university, exchanging names and establishing their identities. All were strangers dispatched from the Misty Realm to execute their mission. Stranger was the appellation they had chosen for themselves, though Ning Qiushui found it rather juvenile. At the appointed time, the school's security guard entered the booth to grant them access. For reasons unknown, Ning Qiushui felt an unsettling peculiarity in the guard's gaze that seemed somewhat strange. Moreover, the guard's demeanor was serious. Rather than resembling a mere security personnel, he bore more resemblance to a sentry. As the group carried their tools into the university, the guard led them on a rightward path, traversing a lengthy path lined with apricot trees, until they arrived at a desolate dormitory building. This dormitory was situated to the west of the university gates, distanced from the other residential buildings. Observing the scene below, Ning Qiushui quickly scanned the structure and discovered it to be utterly devoid of occupants. Including the dormitory supervisor, the entrance was overrun with weeds, and a thick layer of dust had accumulated. Numerous details suggested that this building had remained uninhabited for an extended period. The guard brought the group before the dormitory and pointed towards it, addressing them. This is the dormitory. You have all reviewed the contract, correct? You have 1 month to carry out the demolition here. During this period, the school cafeteria will be open to you free of charge. In addition to breakfast, lunch, and dinner, there will also be late-night snacks available from 9 to 11 in the evening. As for accommodation, you are responsible for your own arrangements. If you prefer not to rent nearby or make alternative arrangements, you may reside within this building, as there are no other vacant rooms available. Furthermore, it would be prudent to maintain a low noise level in the evenings, as students will soon be preparing for their college entrance examinations and require ample rest. After delivering his instructions, the guard lit a cigarette, seemingly absorbed in his own thoughts. Ning Qiushui meticulously observed the guard's expression and noted that each time the guard's gaze inadvertently flicked towards the dormitory, it would swiftly avert, as if something within the building instilled fear and caution in him. Are there any questions? After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, his demeanor had softened somewhat, yet his expression remained stern. Out of curiosity, Ning Qiushui inquired of the guard. I have a question. Although this dormitory appears somewhat aged, its overall structure seems intact. If there are issues with the plumbing, a simple repair would suffice. Why then must the entire building be demolished? Upon being posed this question, the guard's countenance visibly stiffened for a moment. However, he quickly provided a deft response. That is the school's decision. I am merely a security guard and have no insight into the reasoning behind it. Ning Qiushui's gaze flickered momentarily. I am merely a security guard, he remarked, his words laced with a slickness that hinted at evasion. Should he utter the phrase, this has nothing to do with you, it would paradoxically suggest that he harbored some knowledge, potentially inciting further inquiries from others. Yet, this very statement effectively stifled any chance of continued questioning. Nevertheless, Ning Qiushui discerned a crucial piece of information from the guard's response. Something untoward had transpired in the dormitory building before them. An event of considerable magnitude that left the school's higher-ups quite apprehensive, to the extent that they might even resort to expending substantial funds to demolish the entire structure. Well, I must return to my duties. If there are any issues, please convey them to Director Wong at the Finance Building, Room 3-04. The guard declared before discarding his cigarette, but extinguishing it carelessly with his foot, and hastily departing. As the crowd watched the guard's retreating figure, a shadow of unease enveloped their hearts. It was evident to anyone possessing a modicum of discernment that the guard was concealing something from them. Once he had vanished, someone in the throng took the lead and ventured into the dilapidated dormitory building. Let us proceed. We might as well take a look. Lingering here serves no purpose. With a leader to guide them, the others followed suit. Entering the forsaken dormitory, the ground was strewn with refuse, discarded clothing, and various household items lay scattered about. The dormitory boasted 5 stories, devoid of an elevator. The group initially explored the first 3 floors, while Ning Qiushui strolled along the corridor on the ground level with Yuru. The latter discreetly drew close to Ning Qiushui, seemingly apprehensive. She indeed stood very close, so much so that he could detect her fragrance and feel the warmth of her presence. As a man accustomed to engaging in unique professions, Ning Qiushui typically refrained from physical contact with women, adhering to a stringent social circle vital for his safety. However, having entered into a pact to traverse the Blood Gate together, he was less stringent regarding Yuru. It was, after all, a fair exchange. He would guide her past the 3rd Blood Gate, and she would offer him an opportunity for growth. Although it was daytime, the poor construction of the dormitory resulted in inadequate lighting within. Coupled with the guard's earlier demeanor, an inexplicable eeriness permeated the atmosphere, making it understandable that the young girl, Yuru, felt frightened. As Ning Qiushui advanced toward the increasingly shadowy end of the corridor, she gently tugged at his sleeve. Qiushui, go. Are you certain you want to go into that room? It appears rather dark. Ning Qiushui's gaze drifted to the fractured blood jade resting in his palm, and he replied with a smile, it's fine. Let us take a look. If you are afraid, you may wait for me outside the dormitory. Those familiar with Ning Qiushui would recognize that the smile he wore was rather formal. He was indifferent to what this girl named Yuru chose to do, as long as she did not cause him any trouble. Sensing the determination in Ning Qiushui's tone, Yuru clenched her teeth and shook her head. I will accompany you, should anything arise. It is safer for 2 than for 1. As she followed Ning Qiushui to the room at the end of the corridor, the reason for their choice to explore this particular space was that all the other rooms had their doors wide open, while this one remained firmly shut. With a total of 11 individuals currently residing in the dormitory building, scattered across the first 3 floors, each level housing 3 or 4 people, there was a shared sense of calm among them, as they diligently surveyed their surroundings. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would be spending the next 5 days in this very place. Ning Qiushui twisted the doorknob, which felt peculiarly cold to the touch. As he turned it, the doors swiftly swung open, revealing an interior that bore no remarkable distinction from the other dormitory rooms. Perhaps the door had merely been pulled shut carelessly by a departing student. Or maybe the wind had nudged it closed. Ning Qiushui felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he stepped inside, searching for any potential clues. They still had not deciphered the meaning behind the term laughing boy in the blood door's hint. However, upon entering the room alongside Yuru, they were startled by the sound of a boy's crisp laughter. Hee. The voice was youthful, with a delicate timbre. Rather than being distinctly masculine, it possessed a somewhat androgynous quality. Upon hearing this laughter, both felt a chill run down their spines, for the sound emanated from within the wardrobe. Exchanging glances, Ning Qiushui noticed the blood jade in his hand was softly glowing. He approached the wardrobe step by step and suddenly flung it open. Yet, as they gazed into its depths, they were rendered speechless. It was utterly empty, but soon after, that eerie laughter echoed once more. Hee. This time, it seemed to originate from behind them. The laughter from behind caught them off guard. It felt as if the sound was both distant and yet intimately close, as if something were whispering in their ears. A chill enveloped them. Following the emergence of the laughter, the cracks in the blood jade in Ning Qiushui's hand widened, threatening to shatter into countless pieces at any moment. Ning Qiushui abruptly turned around, yet saw nothing. Qiushui, go. I think something's off about this room. Perhaps we should leave quickly. Yuru's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. She had assumed that someone who had just passed through the 3rd blood door would possess some degree of experience. But to her dismay, This individual was nothing short of reckless, charging heedlessly into a room that felt distinctly wrong. At that moment, Yuru contemplated the possibility of taking matters into her own hands. Though she did not genuinely intend to act on it, Ning Qiushui remained silent in response to Yuru's words, instead directing his gaze back to the wardrobe. Within it lay a rather peculiar object, a birthday card. It bore the inscription Happy Birthday 6.23, yet it remained unclear to whom the wishes were directed. The card was adorned with an illustration depicting a child in a white outfit topped with a pointed party hat, surrounded by 5 red children sporting horns. The 5 red children encircled the white child, their hands raised in celebration, as if they were commemorating the white child's birthday. Although the drawing was executed in a rather hasty manner, Ning Qiushui was still able to discern the faces of the children, each one unmistakably radiating joy. This exuberance was depicted in a singular shade of red, yet the red of their smiles and the red of the children were not the same. The former was decidedly more vibrant as they gazed at the simplistic doodle for an extended period. Both individuals felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines. That it was as if the 6 children portrayed in the drawing were staring at them with their smiles. Ning Qiushui promptly returned the drawing to its original position. Just as they were about to turn away, the sound of a boy's laughter echoed down the corridor. Hee hee. This time, the laughter was no longer ambiguous, but rather resoundingly clear in their ears. In addition to the laughter, they could also hear the distinct sound of footsteps. Tap, 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 tap. The sound was urgent, as if someone were running back and forth in the corridor. Not only did Ning Qiushui and his companion hear it, but the other 2 individuals on the first floor also caught wind of the noise. They swiftly exited the room and stepped into the corridor. Yet, upon their arrival, the sound had vanished as the group stood in confusion. A woman on the first floor seemed to have spotted something, suddenly pointing at the heads of Ning Qiushui and his companion, emitting a terrified scream. The other 3 instinctively turned to follow the direction of the woman's finger, only to behold a series of bloodstains scattered across the ceiling directly above Ning Qiushui and his companion. Drip! A drop of crimson blood fell from the ceiling above. Ning Qiushui instinctively took a step back, and the drop landed precisely where he had stood moments before. Let us go. Ning Qiushui abruptly grasped Yuru's hand, urging her to flee towards the exterior of the dormitory building. She did not resist. Had it not been for Ning Qiushui's insistence to investigate, she would have refused to enter that locked room under any circumstances. Observing Ning Qiushui's retreat, the remaining 2 on the first floor could hardly remain stationary, hastily following them out of the dormitory. It was only when the warm sunlight bathed their bodies outside that they finally caught their breath. Damned! The accompanying woman cursed under her breath. This woman, Chen Ruwan, was in a romantic relationship with another man, Yang Tong, who had also entered the room. They were both newcomers to the 3rd blood door, referred to as Geik. What they had just experienced in the corridor left them somewhat shaken. That damned security guard is undoubtedly concealing something from us. This building is problematic, and it's a significant issue. Chen Ruwan gritted her teeth, while Yuru sighed. If there were no issues, the blood door would not have allowed us entry. I wonder how the people on the 2nd and 3rd floors are faring. Chen Ruwan scoffed. Do you have the luxury to concern yourself with them? It would be wiser to contemplate where we shall sleep tonight. Although the school's security permits us to leave the premises in search of accommodation, it is evident that our mission does not allow for such a liberty. Chen Ruwan's tone was sharp, yet her words held a degree of truth. Their current task required them to survive within the school for 5 days, implying that they were not permitted to leave its confines during this period. Furthermore, the security personnel had previously made it abundantly clear to them that there were no other vacant accommodations within the school for their habitation. Consequently, their options became exceedingly limited. They were left to choose between residing in this dilapidated dormitory fraught with issues or spending the night in the small grove. Neither option was particularly appealing. The 4 stood outside for a while, observing that those on the 2nd and 3rd floors seemed to have encountered bizarre occurrences as they emerged from the dormitory with grim expressions. Fortunately, it appeared that they had not triggered the murder rule, and everyone safely retreated from the building. Nevertheless, they were compelled to confront a harsh reality. There was indeed a ghost within this edifice. Damn it! A tall and portly man spat vehemently into the nearby bushes, his expression fluctuating between fury and fear. This building that whoever wishes to stay here today may do so. I, Wang Long, will never set foot in this place again. He seemed somewhat shaken by the earlier events, sweat glistening on his brow. Yet, before he could finish his tirade, Shinruan interrupted with a derisive laugh. That's enough. When we exited just now, we were just as eager to put distance between ourselves and this place. But let me pose a question to you. If we do not sleep in there tonight, where shall we rest? The stout man glared at her, itching to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. The group fell into a contemplative silence. After approximately half a minute, Ning Qiushui finally spoke. There's no need to fret excessively. The fact that we are all alive and standing here indicates that none of us have triggered the ghost's murder rule. This indirectly suggests that triggering the ghost's murder rule is not as facile as one might presume, especially since there were 11 of us in the dormitory earlier. Moreover, the blood gate provided a clue. Laughing man, I suspect these two words are connected to the ghost we encountered in the dormitory. Perhaps the students here can furnish us with some vital leads. The group exchanged glances, immediately grasping Ning Qiushui's implication. With some time remaining before nightfall, they could split up to take action, first heading to the cafeteria for a meal, and then inquiring with the students about anything related to Laughing Man. Chapter 82 Changchun University Rumors 1. At this moment, there was still some time left before dinner, so Ning Qiushui and his companion decided to amble about the campus. Along the way, they approached several passing students to inquire about the term Laughing Man, but upon hearing those words, the students' expressions shifted drastically, and they turned on their heels without uttering a single word. Despite multiple attempts, the outcome remained the same. It seemed that Laughing Man was a highly taboo phrase within this institution. After encountering repeated refusals 7 or 8 times, Ning Qiushui realized that continuing in this manner would be futile. They needed to devise a more assertive strategy. As the students were about to finish their classes, they chose to rest in a pavilion for a while. The sun had already descended in the west. Yuru sat opposite Ning Qiushui, observing the occasional students or faculty members passing by, and suddenly inquired softly, "Brother Qiushui, have you noticed anything?" In a moment of contemplation, Ning Qiushui returned to reality upon Yuru's inquiry. He lifted his gaze and calmly remarked, "Indeed, since we entered the school this afternoon, nearly every student and staff member we encountered has worn a stern expression. Their demeanor is quite grave. Initially, I suspected it might be related to the impending college entrance examination. However, upon further reflection, it became clear that the school caters to more than just the senior year students. Given the overall student population, the seniors constitute merely a fraction. Thus it seems implausible that each individual's seriousness is linked to the exam. Therefore, their solemnity might not stem from that." After a brief pause, Ning Qiushui reached a conclusion. Their demeanor may be influenced by the laughing boy. Yuru nodded in agreement, leaning in closer as she whispered, "Qiushui-gu, while we were in the dormitory building, I witnessed something." Ning Qiushui's eyes flickered momentarily. The sweltering heat rendered visible the fine beads of perspiration on Yuru's alabaster neck. As she drew nearer, he caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance. "What was it?" Yuru, unperturbed by Ning Qiushui's gaze, glanced around before lowering her voice. "When everyone was evacuating from the dormitory building, I spotted a boy with a pallid, decaying visage standing behind the glass window of the dormitory on the 3rd floor, smiling at us." Recalling that moment sent a chill down Yuru's spine. His smile was peculiar. It was the kind that seemed to require every ounce of strength to muster. Though he clearly did not wish to smile, Yuru trembled violently, ensnared in a horrific memory. Earlier, amidst the throngs of people outside, she had scarcely felt any fear. Yet now, as the recollections resurfaced, an icy dread enveloped her. In her memories, the others did not seem as vivid as those in reality. They resembled mere props. Thus, in her recollection, the terrifying boy behind the window appeared to be smiling solely at her. Ning Qiushui's warm hands rested gently on her shoulders. "Do not dwell on it. We have been allotted 5 days for this task," indicating that the conditions for the apparition to enact its malevolence are not easily met. "We still have time today to continue our investigation." Yuru inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her inner terror, and nodded in agreement. As dinner time approached, they found themselves in a corner of the cafeteria, where a youthful boy with a tender visage and glasses was dining alone. Ning Qiushui and Yuru took seats beside him, and the boy initially appeared taken aback. After a moment of scrutiny, he noticed the two engrossed in their meals and continued to eat with an odd expression. As he ate, the boy observed that they had raised their heads. Fixated on him, he grew somewhat anxious. What's the matter?" Ning Qiushui offered a slight smile. "Oh, nothing much, classmate. Please do not be alarmed. We merely wish to pose a question, and we will depart once we have done so. The boy, seeming rather timid, nodded in acquiescence. Ning Qiushui leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Are you familiar with the laughing boy? Upon hearing those words, the boy's complexion changed dramatically. He hastily shook his head, murmuring softly, I don't know that I've never heard of him. Upon concluding his words, he attempted to rise with the plate in hand, only to be apprehended by Ning Qiushui, who grasped one of his hands. The boy sought to break free, yet he was taken aback by the sheer strength of Ning Qiushui. Speak, she warned, her tone laced with a subtle threat. Applying slight pressure, the boy immediately felt a sharp pain radiate through his wrist. He gazed at Ning Qiushui, contemplating a defiant retort, but was met with the murderous glint in her eyes. Indeed, no matter how serene or gentle a person may be, once their hands are stained with blood, an aura of lethal intent envelopes them, especially for someone like Ning Qiushui, a professional veterinarian. After a mere moment of eye contact, the boy yielded, his lips trembling as he gritted his teeth, uttering, I can share with you, but you must not disclose that it was I who spoke. Ning Qiushui chuckled softly that I haven't even inquired your name. What do you think? The boy swallowed hard, glancing around apprehensively. That it was as if he were not merely observing the people nearby, but earnestly searching for something. Once he confirmed that what he sought was not present, he whispered, the Laughing Man is a supernatural legend at our school. Its origins trace back to the abandoned dormitory building on the western side of the campus, where the Laughing Man first manifested. That place witnessed some unfortunate events, leading a student to madness. He murdered 5 of his dorm mates, dismembered them, and concealed their remains in black plastic bags provided by the dorm matron, hiding them within their wardrobes. After committing these acts, he hanged himself. That it is said that when the police retrieved the bodies, all 6 faces bore an extraordinarily radiant smile. From that day forth, the school began to experience strange occurrences. Within a year, 16 students perished in that dormitory. The deceased each met their end in various manners, yet without exception, their corpses were adorned with an eerily bright smile, leading the school's populace to claim that the Laughing Man was responsible. It is said that if anyone displays a smile in the school and is seen by it, it will come for them. Chapter 83, Changchun University. Rumors, too. As the boy recounted the tale of the Laughing Man, the fear etched upon his face deepened significantly. Both were acutely aware that ordinary campus ghost stories would not evoke such terror. So, has there been any recent fatalities at the school? Ning Qiushui inquired once more, yet the boy remained tight-lipped, his silence speaking volumes. Knowing full well the danger that lurks within the school, why do you all persist in remaining here? Yuru expressed her bewilderment. If the institution sought to suppress this matter for the sake of reputation and profit, that could be understood. But were the students and faculty truly oblivious, acknowledging the hauntings and the frequent deaths, yet choosing to stay? What else can we do? The boy let out a resigned sigh. Our studies are everything to us. Besides, who would believe such tales of hauntings if we were to share them? Previously, I confided in my family about the ghostly occurrences at school and expressed my desire to transfer to a different institution. Can you guess their response? They suggested taking me to see a psychiatrist. The boy felt a surge of anger upon recounting this, rising from his seat with his tray in hand, eager to escape the unsettling atmosphere. However, Ning Qiushui timely restrained him. One last question, and then you may leave. The boy's expression soured. Please, just let me go. There are so many people in this cafeteria. Why must you single me out? I am merely a freshman, having only recently entered the school, and I am still quite oblivious to many matters. Ning Qiushui fixed her gaze upon him and inquired. The abandoned dormitory building on the west side of the school, where the tragic incident occurred. In which dormitory did it happen? A flicker of apprehension crossed the boy's eyes. He clearly wished to avoid discussing this subject with Ning Qiushui. Yet, as she would not let him depart without a response, he found himself reluctantly conceding. 1-24.1-24. Isn't that the room deep inside on the first floor? Both of them paused in astonishment, and seizing the chance, the boy broke free from Ning Qiushui's grip and hurriedly made his exit, muttering a curse under his breath as he departed. Of course, neither of them heard him, and even if they had, it would not have mattered. Ning Qiushui pondered for a moment, deep in thought. Yuru gently prodded Ning Qiushui's side. What do you think, Qiushui? Ning Qiushui glanced at Yuru's somewhat flustered face and retorted, and what do you think? Yuru seemed taken aback that Ning Qiushui would pose the question back to her. After a moment of hesitation, she finally revealed a timid and cautious expression. If that boy is not deceiving us, he should not be lying, as long as we refrain from laughing for the next 5 days. We should be safe. Ning Qiushui scrutinized Yuru's countenance. Despite her perpetual fearfulness, he sensed that something was amiss. Nonetheless, he kept his thoughts to himself. His intuition told him that this woman named Yuru was not as naive as she appeared. When they had entered that room together, despite her outward display of terror, she had shown no signs of trembling. Her composure was unerringly steady. This girl is playing the fool to catch the wise. Ning Qiushui mused that it likely isn't so simple. Otherwise, the school would not continue to witness fatalities. However, at the very least, they had uncovered a crucial lead. If they could unravel the entirety of this incident, they might discover a way to survive. Through their inquiries, Ning Qiushui had come to understand the clear logic behind the tales of the low-level blood doors. The first 4 panels, as long as they could discern the cause and effect, and resolve the lingering resentments of the spirits, survival was attainable. This marked the fundamental difference between low-level and mid to high-level doors. Just as Ning Qiushui finished speaking, his expression suddenly shifted. He felt something peculiar in his pocket. It had split open. He reached in, and his heart sank. It was that piece of blood jade. The blood jade that he procured from the first blood gate proved to be remarkably useful, serving as a means to detect the presence of spirits in the vicinity. However, this artifact was not without its limitations, having already developed cracks during their encounter with the second gate, and now it had completely shattered. This signified that the durability of this ghostly object had reached its ultimate end. Yet, at that moment, Ning Qiushui had no time to mourn the loss of the artifact. Instead, he hastily urged Yuru to rise and leave the dining hall. Unbeknownst to them, the very instant they stood up to depart, several drops of crimson blood dripped down from above, landing precisely on the seats they had just vacated. The dining hall was filled with numerous students engaged in lively conversations, exchanging idle chatter or discussing academic subjects. Yet their expressions were undeniably grave. Certainly, none of them noticed the horrifying entity lurking in the shadows of the ceiling corner above. "What's wrong, Qiushui-ge?" After they had distanced themselves from the dining hall, Yuru finally dared to inquire. Standing beneath the lamplight, Ning Qiushui cast a glance back towards the dining hall, his demeanor somber. "Just now, it was right near us." Upon hearing Ning Qiushui's words, Yuru shivered slightly. "You mean?" She was on the verge of uttering those 2 words when Ning Qiushui raised his finger to his lips. "Sure." Understanding the implication, Yuru wisely sealed her lips. It remained uncertain whether discussing this matter could trigger the rules of death. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution. "It has grown dark. Let us return to the dormitory building. We can inquire at the library or the school's archives tomorrow." Yuru nodded in agreement. After passing through the 2 blood gates, she was acutely aware that as night descended, the realm beyond the blood gates became exceedingly perilous. Within the school, on the lamplit streets, the living dwindled in number at a visible pace. The 2 hurried back to the vacant area in front of the abandoned dormitory building on the west side of the school. For individuals were already standing there, yet they had not entered. Clearly, following the events of the day, there was a palpable sense of trepidation and reluctance regarding this dormitory among them. No one knew what terrifying encounters might await within. "Are the others not back yet?" The 4 shook their heads. Ning Qiushui glanced at his phone. "Let us wait for them for another hour and a half. If they haven't returned by then, we will head inside to rest." The prospect of actually having to sleep in this problematic dormitory that night. A tall, burly man appeared somewhat flustered, stammering, "Are we really, truly, going to sleep here tonight?" As he spoke, his gaze darted towards the ominous dark dormitory. It had been tolerable during the day, as the eerie atmosphere had been largely dispelled by the sunlight. However, come nightfall, the countless shadowy windows resembled a multitude of terrifying mouths, poised to devour them whole. They could faintly discern a green safety exit sign on the first floor, emanating an unstable green glow, with a small figure seemingly running within it, as if urging them to leave this building at once. Chapter 84. Chongqing University. Happy birthday. There are no other choices left. In contrast to the man's palpable anxiety, Ning Qiushui exuded a sense of tranquility as nightfall approached. The campus would be devoid of any presence, and sleeping outdoors that would be exceedingly perilous. The mission imposed upon us confined our movements. Within these 5 days, we were forbidden to leave the school premises. This reality was understood by all, yet none dared to confront it, for they faced not only the specter of death, but also the profound fears lurking within their souls. After approximately half an hour of waiting, others gradually returned. They counted heads, and upon confirming that no one was missing, a collective sigh of relief was released. At least, thus far, there had been no fatalities. Well, now that everyone is present, let us discuss the clues we have gathered. The group settled into a circle on an open patch of ground, allowing them to observe the surroundings while clearly hearing one another's words. I shall begin. Ning Qiushui spoke first. The clue provided by the blood gate alluded to a legend within the campus, referring to a deceased individual from years past, whose tragic incident occurred on the first floor of the dormitory building before us. The members of the school were reticent about the matter. They regarded it with great trepidation. With my words concluded, Ning Qiushui fell silent, prompting a woman with a ponytail seated beside her to inquire impatiently. Is that all? No more detailed information? Ning Qiushui cast a glance at her. This woman, named Nanji, was a semi-elder who had passed through the fourth gate, here to gain experience. Haven't I already mentioned? The others in the school are quite sensitive about this issue that we queried 7 or 8 individuals, all of whom were resistant and unwilling to discuss the matter in detail. Upon hearing this, Nancy ceased her questioning, her expression darkening. Our situation was similar. After inquiring many people, at the mere mention of Xiaonan, they would turn and walk away. Initially, we intended to explore the library, but it seemed to have closed at 3 in the afternoon, leaving us with no useful clues to pursue. That a rather slender man opposite was about to speak, but was restrained by his companion. The companion remarked coolly, "We are in a similar predicament." Upon hearing this, some in the group frowned. What do you mean by we are also? Have you unearthed information that you do not wish to share with everyone? The man replied coldly, "First, everyone has their own means of gathering information. Why should I share mine with you? Secondly, it is unnecessary for me to elaborate on how deeply the individuals in this school recoil from the term Xiaonan. They have not discovered anything. On what basis do you believe I have?" Faced with his demeanor, the tall man who had previously questioned him could no longer contain his frustration. That he rose to his feet, glaring fiercely. "What are you saying? Do you seek a beating? I advise you not to be so arrogant. While I cannot truly take your life, I can certainly give you a sound thrashing." His physique is indeed imposing, exuding a formidable presence when he stands, and his well-defined muscles clearly indicate that he is accustomed to regular training. Yet, the previously ill-tempered man sneered contemptuously. Is being muscular such a big deal? Crossing the threshold isn't reliant on brawn. If you're so capable, why not challenge a ghost? Individuals like you, with robust bodies and simplistic minds, should consider themselves fortunate to survive even a single day. Upon hearing this, the burly man could no longer contain himself, rolling up his sleeves and rising to confront him, only to be restrained by a few others nearby. Sensing the escalating tension, the sharp-tongued woman, Chenru Wan, intervened to diffuse the situation. "All right, enough of this. We are all here together, and there is no conflict of interest among us. Why escalate matters unnecessarily? If you don't wish to speak, then don't. It is getting late, and the campus is becoming increasingly deserted. It's unsafe outside. Let us return and rest." Despite her words, no one moved. Fully aware that the dormitory harbored sinister elements, it was Ning Qiushui who took the initiative to stand, guiding Yuru into the building. As they entered, the others followed suit. This time, Ning Qiushui did not linger on the first floor, but led Yuru to the second floor, opting for a room that appeared relatively clean. As they ascended the stairs, they heard commotion near the entrance. "Don't you dare touch me." The voice belonged to the burly man, who glared at his adversary with evident displeasure. Not long ago, this opponent had cursed him, predicting his demise on the very first night. Had it not been for the crowd holding him back, he would have delivered a couple of slaps to that insufferable individual. The accommodations chosen by the group were primarily on the first and second floors, except for the couple who ascended to the third floor. Nightfall swiftly enveloped the surroundings, and Ning Qiushui and Yuru sat on their respective beds, quietly gazing at one another, their expressions tinged with gravity. "Brother Qiushui, do you think if we simply fall asleep tonight, will that ghost come looking for us?" Yuru expressed her concern. Ning Qiushui shook his head. "If we could sleep through until dawn, that would be a blessing. What we fear is that something happening tonight." They understood that the ghost would only strike when the death rules were triggered. If they enjoyed a sound sleep throughout the night, it might ironically minimize their troubles. However, sleeping was not as simple as it seemed, especially under such pressing circumstances. Both harbored unspoken worries. The dormitory was equipped with bunk beds, and they both occupied the lower bunks. facilitating a quick escape in the event of any unforeseen incidents. Yuru fixed her gaze on the bed above, finding it increasingly difficult to sleep. Once the lights were extinguished, the room plunged into darkness, amplifying the silence. They could even hear the distant chirping of insects outside. Why were those individuals outside so reluctant to share the clues and information they had obtained? Wouldn't it be easier to seek a way out together? Confronted with Yuru's inquiry, Ning Qiushui replied with a calm demeanor. Because the blood gate necessitates the shedding of blood, it is a rule. Everyone harbors their own motives, and no one can afford to place complete trust in another. Yet, the most crucial aspect is that once someone perishes, that although the others may not find their path to survival, they might discover the conditions that trigger death. This can be immensely advantageous for staying alive. Upon hearing this, Yuru felt an unsettling chill envelop her. In the eerie realm behind the blood gate, facing unknown monstrosities was already terrifying. The thought of having to guard against one's own kind was profoundly disconcerting. Would someone truly go so far? Yuru refrained from voicing her complete thought. However, Ning Qiushui understood her unspoken question. Yes, I have encountered such a situation in the second blood gate I faced. There was a woman named Tang Jiao who, in her desperation to survive, clandestinely struck a deal with the witch Wan, intending to offer all others as sacrifices. If that door hadn't been scrutinized by Xiao Xiao, they might not have even realized how they were to meet their demise. Is that why you chose not to divulge everything to them? Yuru inquired. Ning Qiushui did not deny harboring similar sentiments. When it comes to survival, one must prioritize their own life over others. Moreover, compared to them, I have already revealed more than enough. Yuru fell into silence. This was the truth, among all the clues provided by the group. Although Ning Qiushui had indeed withheld information, she had been the most forthcoming. Thus, the two ceased their idle chatter and closed their eyes to sleep. In the dead of night, Yuru was abruptly awakened by a peculiar sound. The noise was odd, as if emanating from a distant place, ethereal and elusive. Yet, as the sound grew clearer, Yuru felt a chilling aura enveloping her entire being. It was a melody to a song drifting down the corridor. From the sound, it seemed there were multiple voices. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. As the birthday song concluded, a boy's bright laughter followed. This laughter, Yuru remembered it vividly. It was the very sound they had heard earlier that day from the room at the end of the first floor, and now, that laughter was right outside their door. Chapter 85, Changchun University. The dead, unlike the initial sounds they had heard. This laughter sent shivers down Yuru's spine, resonating with unsettling clarity. Beneath her covers, she could no longer feel the warmth of her own body. She dared not glance at the closed door, for it had a window through which she might glimpse a portion of the corridor. Yuru feared that if she looked towards the door, she would behold a rotting, grotesque face grinning back at her through that glass frame. She had already caught a fleeting, blurred glimpse of it that afternoon outside the dormitory. Though it had been but a hazy sight, it had left an indelible psychological scar upon her. She had no desire to encounter that face a second time. Yet the laughter outside continued to linger, swirling around their door. Yuru's heart raced rapidly. It felt as though she were trapped within an ice cellar, slowly succumbing to a chronic demise. She wished to awaken Ning Qiushui, who lay on the adjacent bed, yet she feared that such an action might disturb the ominous presence lurking beyond the door. Ultimately, within the tumult of her inner conflict, Yuru resolved to feign sleep. She firmly decided that, regardless of whether the heavens fell or the earth crumbled outside, she would resolutely keep her eyes closed. Hee. The laughter from outside gradually receded, and the most terrifying scenario failed to unfold. It did not suddenly materialize within their dormitory room, but rather vanished down the corridor. Yuru still dared not open her eyes, her hands gripping the quilt tightly, continuing her charade of slumber. As she persisted in this pretense, she gradually slipped into a state of half-sleep. When she regained consciousness once more, the daylight had already broken. It was the following day. The others rose to have breakfast. However, during the headcount, they discovered that two individuals were missing. It was precisely the large fellow from yesterday and his companion. I had already warned that such a simple-minded, brawny individual could not possibly survive for long. The man who had clashed with the large fellow yesterday sneered once more. His name was Huang Hui, an elder who had traversed 5 blood gates, known for bringing newcomers to his eerie abode. Must you speak so harshly? Nanji furrowed her brow. Perhaps they are merely asleep and have yet to awaken? Huang Hui scoffed. Asleep and yet to awaken. Such nonsense could only be concocted by you. How many could truly sleep last night? Huh? I refuse to believe you did not hear the laughter echoing through the corridor. Following Huang Hui's derisive remarks, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. Indeed, under the oppressive circumstances of yesterday, it was difficult for anyone to truly find rest. Most had been in a state of half-sleep, and they had indeed heard the chilling laughter and the rendition of Happy Birthday resonating from the corridor. Who knows which room they are in? Let's go take a look, Ning Qiushui inquired. Huang Hui lazily replied, Room 2-19, it's just across from the room next to ours. That fellow was even shaking his fist at me before going to bed last night. TSK, what a fool. Upon hearing this, the group fortunately made their way to the entrance of room 2-19. As they halted, Ning Qiushui frowned. He detected a strong odor of blood. He placed his hand on the doorknob. A familiar chill spread from his palm all the way to his shoulder. He had felt this same coldness in that room at the end of the first floor yesterday. A sense of foreboding enveloped him as he opened the door. The sight that greeted them inside left them all dumbfounded, and soon several individuals doubled over and retched. Ugh! The horrific scene within the room filled them with terror. At the center stood a wooden table adorned with 4 large black plastic garbage bags, each filled with shattered bones and flesh. Amidst the chaos, one could vaguely discern hair, eyeballs, fingers, and other anatomical remnants. Damn! The group, frightened, scattered and retreated several paces. Ning Qiushui carefully inspected the room and, confirming there was no immediate danger, proceeded inside. Without touching anything, he merely conducted a cursory examination of the remains before stepping back out. Did you not hear anything last night? Ning Qiushui inquired. The residents of the second floor all shook their heads, including Yu. Only the laughter of the boy and the melody of Happy Birthday lingered. Beyond that, there were no cries of despair heard last night, nor any sounds of intrusion into their rooms, much less a massacre. Ning Qiushui nodded slightly. Let us first have a meal. There are no useful clues to be found here. With that, he took the lead in walking towards the dormitory exit. Along the way, the expressions of the group were far from pleasant. Who could possibly have an appetite after witnessing such a gruesome scene? In the cafeteria, Yu observed Ning Qiushui, who was voraciously devouring beef buns, and glanced at her own bowl of largely untouched rice porridge, unable to restrain herself from commenting. Qiushui, good, you have quite the appetite. Ning Qiushui did not lift his head. It's all right. With that, he showcased another xiaolongbao. To be honest, despite the haunting occurrences at this school, the food is quite satisfactory. Studying in such a place isn't entirely unacceptable. Ning Qiushui's voice was muffled, prompting Yu to roll her eyes in response. She gently stirred the pristine porridge with her chopsticks. Suddenly, she remarked, by the way, Qiushui, good, don't you think the death of that burly fellow is rather suspicious? Upon hearing this, Ning Qiushui cast a glance at another table in the distance. There sat a figure eating, none other than Huang Hui, the individual who had previously clashed with the burly man. Seemingly sensing Ning Qiushui's scrutiny, Yu followed suit and turned to look as well. Are you suggesting that it was Huang Hui who did it? Ning Qiushui nodded. That it should be him. He must have discovered some murderous principle related to the supernatural. Yesterday, when we entered, he deliberately brushed against the burly man. Ning Qiushui recalled this moment, prompting Yu to remember it as well. Indeed, the burly man had been quite displeased and had uttered a few curses. That must just be a coincidence, right? She pondered uncertainly. Ning Qiushui split open the beef bun in his hand, examining the filling within, and replied, no one would intentionally approach someone they dislike, unless compelled by necessity or with malicious intent. The events of last night were quite clear. There was no element of compulsion involved. He deliberately initiated that contact. After saying this, Ning Qiushui consumed the filling of the bun and discarded the skin onto the plate, not eating anymore. I can't stomach it. Let us save the bun skins for the pigs in the cafeteria's backyard. Oh, where shall we go next? To the library? Ning Qiushui paused for a moment in contemplation. No. Let us find that security guard. Chapter 86. Changchun University. Li Zhan. In truth, Ning Qiushui had yet to disclose certain matters to Yu. For instance, during his time in the burly man's room, he had indeed witnessed more than he let on. However, he refrained from sharing these observations with Yu, not wishing to frighten the young girl or incite panic among everyone. The two arrived at the security booth, where the same guard from yesterday was on duty. Upon seeing the two individuals, he assumed they were merely going out to procure something and granted them passage without hesitation. However, Ning Qiushui proceeded directly to the security booth and addressed him, inquiring, "May we have a word?" The guard appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly taken aback by the fact that they had come to seek him out. After a brief moment of silence, he raised an eyebrow and said, "If there is something to discuss, please be quick about it. I have quite a busy schedule and must conduct a patrol of the school shortly." Ning Qiushui pointed directly at the site of the demolition. "What is the situation with that building?" The guard replied, "What situation? That building is slated for demolition. What of it?" Ning Qiushui narrowed his eyes. "There have been deaths associated with that building, haven't there? Quite a few." In fact, the guard frowned at this remark. "What do you mean, deaths? I have worked here for many years and have never heard of any such incidents occurring at the school. Be careful with your words, or I might consider suing you for defamation." Ning Qiushui continued, "However, the tale of Xiao Nan has been circulating throughout the school with great fervor." The guard exhaled sharply, lighting a cigarette for himself. "I thought you were going to mention something significant." "That is merely gossip among students. It should not be taken seriously," Ning Qiushui countered. "Is it truly just gossip? Do you not believe it?" The guard retorted, "Of course I do not believe it. As a security guard, how could I take seriously the jests of students?" Ning Qiushui nodded thoughtfully. "Very well. Then, let me see you smile." The guard's expression stiffened. Indeed, from the moment they entered the school until the guard's departure, Ning Qiushui had observed that the guard maintained a very serious demeanor, rarely smiling. Initially, he found it peculiar, but he reasoned that perhaps the guard was simply of that temperament. However, upon learning that they had discovered the story of Xiao Nan yesterday, Ning Qiushui finally understood why the guard had remained so grave. He was not inherently solemn. Rather, he was afraid. To smile. Seeing the provocative glint in Ning Qiushui's eyes, the guard's countenance darkened. "You are merely demolition workers hired by the school. Focus on your own tasks and refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you. Are you worried that the school might withhold your payment? Enough. If there is nothing further, please leave. I must proceed with my patrol." He issued an eviction, yet Ning Qiushui not only remained but audaciously took a seat at another position within the booth. "Indeed, we are merely demolition workers, and there is no need for us to inquire into extraneous matters. Yet the school never informed us that demolishing this building could cost lives." Ning Qiushui's tone took on an inexplicably chilling quality, causing the guard to freeze in place before he could respond. Ning Qiushui continued, "The students who once resided within that building have perished, and the school has begun to linger in the wake of the deceased. If we outsiders were to meet a similar fate, who do you suppose that would be next?" His gaze bore an unmistakable threat. The guard was taken aback by Ning Qiushui's stare, shaking slightly. "What are you doing? Trying to scare me? Do you think I was raised in fear?" Ning Qiushui held the guard's gaze for 2 seconds before shrugging. "It is better to resolve matters sooner rather than prolong them indefinitely. You have concealed the truth from us. The school shall offer you no benefits. It would be far more prudent to share with us, for perhaps we could assist in some manner. At the very least, it would aid in the demolition process. After all, the sooner this building is razed, the more advantageous it will be for you, would it not?" Perhaps swayed by Ning Qiushui's rhetoric, the security guard stood silent for a moment, before pulling the door of the security booth shut and seated himself across from Ning Qiushui and her companion. His demeanor dark and brooding. White smoke perpetually seeped from his mouth and nostrils, somewhat suffocating. Approximately a year prior, a particularly horrifying incident had transpired at the university, even with the esteemed reputation of Changchun University. This case could not be suppressed. As he recalled the events that unfolded, fear flickered in the guard's eyes. The student in question was named Li Jin, a senior in Class 6, possessing commendable academic performance, even bordering on exceptional. On the evening of June 23 RD, he wielded a knife and brutally murdered 5 of his dormitory mates, subsequently dismembering them and concealing their remains within a wardrobe. Upon hearing this, Ning Qiushui could not suppress a frown. Was no one aware of this? The guard shook his head, carelessly discarding the cigarette, but into the ashtray before lighting another. His fingers trembled as he held the cigarette. This was a premeditated act of murder. The police speculated that the first victim was the individual in the restroom. After killing him, Li Jun washed away the blood in the toilet, diluting the stench of death. Subsequently, he methodically dispatched the remaining roommates one by one, striking with merciless precision. Each blade plunged directly into their necks, severing their tracheas, rendering them utterly voiceless. The entire dismemberment occurred within the confines of the restroom. Some fragments of the bodies were so minuscule that they were washed away down the drain. Most horrifying of all, after dismembering his roommates, he stuffed all the body parts into black plastic garbage bags and then placed them in the wardrobe. Astonishingly, the next day, he donned his roommates' uniforms and attended class as if nothing had transpired. As both individuals felt a chill run down their spines. Ning Qiushui could not help but inquire, why was the information I received that Li Jun committed suicide? The guard's expression fluctuated between dark and light. This remains an unsolved mystery, and no one knows what ultimately became of Li Jun. Some assert he took his own life, while others believe he fled. When other students followed the foul odor and discovered the concealed body parts in the wardrobe, it was already 2 days later. They immediately alerted the authorities. However, by the time the police arrived, Li Jun had mysteriously vanished, and despite extensive searches by the school, he was nowhere to be found. Not even a trace of him in the surveillance footage. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. Chapter 87. Chongqing University. Fragrance of flowers. This does not add up. If what you say is true, the school should have initiated a search for the missing student on the very day of his disappearance. Why did it take 2 days to discover the bodies of those students? Yurumin astutely identified the inconsistency in the guard's narrative. This was a glaring flaw. Students are not like outsiders. They are observed by countless pairs of eyes within the school every day, and a disappearance would not go unnoticed for more than 12 hours. Thus, once a student goes missing, particularly when their body remains in the school dormitory, it is inconceivable that it would not be discovered until 2 days later, by which time the corpse would have already begun to emit a foul odor. It is worth noting that according to the data provided by the police, the time of death was determined to be June 23 RD, during which the weather was exceedingly hot, typically reaching temperatures of 35 to 36 degrees Celsius. Although the dormitory was equipped with air conditioning, it would not have been feasible to operate it during the day. A body can begin to produce a stench in less than 24 hours. By the time 2 days had passed, the odor would have permeated the entire corridor. When this inconsistency was raised, the security guard exhibited not the nervousness of a liar, but rather an inexplicable gravity and fear upon his countenance. Quite peculiar, isn't it? I too find it strange. During those 2 days, it was as if no one at the school had noticed anyone was missing. Coincidentally, it was only on the day that Li Jun went missing that the school discovered that Li Jun's roommate was also unaccounted for. Following the incident, the homeroom teachers and dormitory supervisors of those students were all suspended. Subsequently, the dormitory supervisor resigned voluntarily and has since vanished without a trace, while the homeroom teacher took responsibility and, after the matter concluded, ceased teaching altogether, opting instead to work as a librarian. This is all I know. If you suspect I am being dishonest, you may verify with Li Jun's former homeroom teacher at the library. Well, I must return to patrolling, or else the school will dock my wages. Upon finishing his statement, the security guard hurriedly departed. After he left, Yuru remarked, "Qiushui go. This must be a supernatural incident." Right? Ning Qiushui shook his head. If he were not lying, let us first visit the library. To be frank, establishing a library in a high school is rather futile. The students seldom utilize it, as they are mostly engaged in completing assignments or practicing test papers. When they do have fleeting moments of respite, they would prefer to catch up on sleep rather than rush to the library. The two arrived outside the library, only to be astonished to find it locked. Ning Qiushui fiddled with the lock at the entrance, confirming that it was indeed closed, and the interior was devoid of any presence. He glanced at the time. It was now 10:30 in the morning. How could the library be closed? Both were filled with perplexity. The library is situated next to the central water tower of the school, an area bustling with activity. Yet, no one seemed to spare the library a second glance. Ning Qiushui approached a cleaning lady nearby, inquiring, "Excuse me, why is the library closed?" The lady waved her hand dismissively, responding in a thick dialect, "I don't know. Sometimes it's open, sometimes it's not. You should ask a teacher at the school." With that, she walked away. The two exchanged glances and waited for a while, until lunchtime arrived. Yet the library remained in its closed state. With no other option, they decided to have their meal first. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they once again spotted that frail boy in their familiar corner. The boy also noticed them. As he caught sight of Ning Qiushui's gaze, filled with a captivating smile, the boy felt an involuntary tightening of his core that he immediately stood to leave, only to find that the pair had once again settled beside him. The boy felt a surge of despair. Dear brother and sister, with so many people in the cafeteria, might you not seek the company of others? Surely, milking one person dry is not the way to go. Ning Qiushui inquired. What should I call you? The boy's expression darkened, yet he was acutely aware of Ning Qiushui's considerable strength and that she was not affiliated with the school, although he yearned to call for help loudly in the cafeteria. He feared potential repercussions from Ning Qiushui. Ultimately, he could only respond dejectedly. You may call me Gu Dongsheng. After speaking, he cast a fleeting glance at Yuru, who sat beside Ning Qiushui, but it was merely a cursory look. Rest assured, our visit today is solely to pose a rather simple question. When does the school's library typically open? Upon hearing this inquiry, Gu Dongsheng exhaled deeply, relieved that Ning Qiushui was not going to interrogate him about the laughing man. You nearly frightened me, thinking you would ask about that matter. The library generally opens on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. It remains closed at other times due to a lack of visitors. These 3 days are set aside, as sometimes officials from the city come to investigate. Claiming they wish to provide children with the time and space to read independently, as he recounted this, Gu Dongsheng's face contorted with disdain, feeling insulted. What day is it today? He queried. That it's Tuesday. Have you all lost your minds with the exams? Gu Dongsheng mocked, but his grin faltered momentarily, morphing into self-deprecation. Go. I forgot. You need not take exams. That it appears I am the one who has lost my wits regarding the papers. Seeing that the two were not bringing up the laughing man, he chose not to rush away, remaining seated to enjoy his lunch. I've had my fill. Soon enough, Yuru declared this, carrying her tray toward the serving area. She had little appetite, her mind haunted by the image of the 4 black plastic garbage bags she had seen that morning, and the grisly contents within. After Yuru departed, Gu Dongsheng suddenly nudged Ning Qiushui conspiratorially with his elbow. Hey, brother, is she your girlfriend? She's truly lovely. Lost in thought, Ning Qiushui snapped back to reality and shook his head. No, I suppose she can be considered a friend. At best. Gu Dongsheng raised an eyebrow. I had my suspicions, but speaking of which, why does she carry the scent of iris about her? Our school does not host such flora. At Gu Dongsheng's words, Ning Qiushui's expression shifted dramatically. A spark ignited in his eyes, sending chills through Gu Dongsheng. Did you just say that she has the scent of iris? Gu Dongsheng nodded. Of course. Can you not detect it? Are you certain? It is iris? I am certain. My mother used to adore wearing the perfume of the Blue Enchantress. That fragrance is derived from iris, and I am far too familiar with it to mistake it. After a brief pause, Gu Dongsheng noticed that Ning Qiushui's expression was rather peculiar, causing him to shrink his neck and say, Elder brother, what is with that look? Did I say something wrong? Ning Qiushui averted his gaze and shook his head. It's nothing, merely some memories from the past. Yuru returned at that moment, prompting Ning Qiushui to rise and address her. I have finished eating as well. Shall we depart? Watching the two leave, Gu Dongsheng scratched his head, feeling that there was something off about them, though he couldn't quite articulate what it was. Chapter 88, Changchun University. Greeting card. It was Tuesday, and the library was closed. Inside, there might be crucial clues, yet the two had no means of accessing them. They could attempt to sneak into the library, but without Lucha phone, no one would be able to unlock the door. Moreover, the library's location offered an unobstructed view, with eyes constantly monitoring the area. Should the school discover their covert entry, they could very well be expelled. For them, it was a deadlock, as the task required them to remain on campus for 5 days. Brother Qiushui, what should we do next? Yuru asked, as she and Ning Qiushui aimlessly wandered around the school. Ning Qiushui glanced at her. Let us inquire at the school's archives, though don't hold out too much hope. Such matters are unlikely to be disclosed to outsiders. Yuru nodded in agreement. The unfolding events corroborated Ning Qiushui's words. When the past was mentioned, everyone in the archives fell silent, their expressions tinged with disdain, clearly showing their aversion to revisiting the topic. Ultimately, Ning Qiushui managed to obtain some personal information about Li Jun. It turned out that Li Jun came from a single-parent household. His father had been an electrician, who tragically lost his life in an accident while repairing electrical appliances during a storm when Li Jun was just 7 years old, leaving his mother to raise him alone. Throughout his schooling, Li Jun had performed reasonably well. While not a top student, he consistently ranked among the best, making it feasible for him to enter a prestigious university. Once in college, the pressure on his mother would significantly lessen. After entering the workforce, as long as he refrained from marrying, he could alleviate some of the family's burdens. According to school records, Li Jun had never exhibited violent tendencies, leaving them puzzled as to why he would suddenly commit such a horrific act. Was it a result of bullying? Did his roommates frequently torment him, provoking Li Jun to retaliate in anger? Yuru speculated based on the existing clues. That is a possibility, Ning Qiushui acknowledged. However, the situation is likely more complex than it appears. From the records, Li Jun seems to have been a remarkably patient individual. Having lost his father at a young age and grown up under the sole care of his mother, he probably endured considerable scorn and bullying. His fixation likely stems from more than just mistreatment by his classmates. At this point, Ning Qiushui couldn't help but glance at the library beside the water tower once more. His urgent desire to enter was not merely to uncover useful files, but rather to meet someone. After all, the distinction between what is inscribed on a blank sheet of paper and what is verbally conveyed by a person is significant. After wandering for a while, Ning Qiushui returned to the derelict dormitory where they were staying. Yuru was adamant about not wanting to enter. She felt that with so many people around at night, it might be somewhat safer. During the day, with only the two of them, entering this dormitory was undeniably perilous. She was unwilling to go in, and Ning Qiushui did not compel her he ventured into the abandoned dormitory alone. He made his way to the first floor. Standing at one end of the corridor, he lifted his gaze toward the ceiling where the bloodstains had previously appeared. Those bloodstains had completely vanished. Step by step, Ning Qiushui advanced toward the end of the corridor. Although it was daytime, the poor lighting of the building meant that the interior, while not dark, was certainly not bright either. The mere thought of possibly encountering something unclean made Ning Qiushui somewhat anxious. In truth, there was a reason he chose to enter the dormitory at this time. During the day, everyone was scattered throughout the school. Xiaonan's target was, of course, everyone within the premises, not just him alone. Thus, theoretically, the probability of encountering Xiaonan at this moment was quite low that he slowly arrived at the end room. 1-24, the very dormitory where the horrific incident had transpired. Over a year ago, Li Jun had brutally murdered his 5 roommates in this very room and callously dismembered their bodies. Even in daylight, as Ning Qiushui stepped into this dormitory, he could distinctly feel goosebumps rising on his skin, whether it was merely a psychological effect or something else entirely. Upon re-entering this room, Ning Qiushui immediately opened all the wardrobe doors. After more than a year, the moment he opened the wardrobe, he still faintly detected that unpleasant odor within. It was the scent left behind by the decomposition of human bodies, mingled with the remnants of bodily fluids. Wood that had been soaked in such fluids was essentially rendered unusable. Anyone who had encountered that smell knew it would linger for an exceedingly long time. Naturally, Ning Qiushui opened the wardrobe doors to confirm a particular matter. Indeed, his gaze landed on the 6 wardrobes, and the birthday card they had discovered yesterday that was nowhere to be found. So, after we left, someone else entered. Ning Qiushui's expression hardened. It seemed he had come to understand why that burly man had perished. It was that man named Huang Hui who had taken the card, inadvertently slipping it into the outer pocket of his clothing or trousers upon entering. This was, in essence, a rather foolish act. However, in this place, people generally did not undress while sleeping, primarily due to concerns over cleanliness and the ever-present danger, so it was entirely plausible that the burly man hadn't noticed the card tucked away in his clothing. Huang Hui had exploited this very psychology to eliminate the burly man. Contemplating this, Ning Qiushui discreetly withdrew from the room. During his daytime examination of the bodies, he had seen something nestled among the 4 black plastic bags. And that object is none other than the greeting card found within the wardrobe of dormitory 1-24. However, at that moment, he chose not to disclose this to anyone. Firstly, to avoid inciting panic. Secondly, Ning Qiushui was uncertain whether this was a manifestation of supernatural forces or a human act. Having learned from the lesson of the second blood gate, Ning Qiushui now regarded every unfamiliar person around him with heightened vigilance. Was Huang Hui merely intent on eliminating the large fellow? No, that did not seem plausible. It was unlikely that he could have discerned the conditions of death so swiftly. This individual named Huang Hui appeared to be testing the death rules on the large fellow. The demise of the large fellow confirmed that this greeting card was indeed an invitation from the King of Hell. Upon this realization, a terrifying speculation suddenly crossed Ning Qiushui's mind. He exited the room and swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor. Arriving at the threshold of the large fellow's room, the 4 black plastic bags containing the dismembered remains had vanished. Yet, Ning Qiushui was not concerned about this. He understood that the bodies of those who perished behind the blood gate would soon disappear. His true concern lay with the greeting card that had been situated amidst the bags. Why had it also vanished? Chapter 89, Chongqing University. The disappearing greeting card, why did the greeting card disappear? Had it been taken away by supernatural forces along with the corpse? Or had someone stealthily entered the room after their departure and absconded with the card? A flurry of thoughts raced through Ning Qiushui's mind. Huang Hui's face re-emerged vividly before him. He suddenly recalled something that Bai Xiaoxiao had told him earlier at the second door. If fewer than 1/10 of the original number of people remained behind a blood gate, the difficulty of the gate would significantly decrease. And if only one person survived, that individual would receive a ghostly artifact exclusively bestowed by the blood gate. Could that individual possibly intend to use this greeting card to eliminate everyone else? Ning Qiushui's expression darkened slightly. That it seemed that not only were there beasts lurking outside the door, but also within. Just as he prepared to leave, laughter from boys echoed down the corridor behind him. Ning Qiushui's steps faltered momentarily, but he resolutely strode toward the staircase without looking back. The laughter continued unabated behind him. Moreover, he could hear that someone singing, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." The voice singing was not that of a single individual. Rather, it was several voices. Amidst the chorus of children, there was also the vacant, haunting voice of an adult man. This voice was one he recognized all too well. It belonged to the large fellow who had been murdered last night. He seemed to have joined in the birthday celebration with the group of children, recalling the events of the previous night. Ning Qiushui dispelled any hesitation and sprinted towards the staircase. As he rounded the corner, he cast a sidelong glance. That fleeting glance sent chills racing down his spine. On the other side of the corridor, he beheld 5 boys, their bodies drenched in blood, surrounding the large fellow and his roommate. They sang the birthday song together, mechanically clapping their hands. Among them, the burly figure and his roommate appeared significantly diminished, their forms oddly mismatched, resembling not so much humans as a grotesque assemblage of dismembered corpses. Building blocks. Upon concluding their rendition of the birthday song, they erupted into laughter, a vigorous outburst that seemed to concentrate all their bodily strength into that singular smile, rendering it exceedingly distorted. Suddenly, the 7 individuals turned their heads sharply, fixing their gazes upon Ning Qiushui at the far end. Those 7 terrifying faces, contorted in a sinister grin, seemed poised to devour him whole. No longer hesitating, Ning Qiushui bolted down the stairs and fled the dormitory. Upon reaching the exterior of the building, he was met by Yu, who rushed towards him with an expression of inexplicable panic. It seemed she too had heard the haunting melody emanating from within the dormitory. "Brother Qiushui, are you all right?" she inquired, concern etched across her features. Ning Qiushui shook his head. "I'm fine. Why are you sweating?" The weather was not particularly warm today, especially as evening had set in. It was unusual for Yu to be perspiring so profusely. Her face was pale as she bit her lip and said, "I just saw a terrifying face staring at me from the 3rd-floor window." After voicing her fear, she pointed. Ning Qiushui followed her gaze, only to find nothing but emptiness. Behind the window, the blue curtains were drawn tightly, leaving only a narrow gap. There was no decaying visage to be seen. Yet, Yuru's demeanor suggested she was not fabricating her tale. She must have truly encountered something horrific. "Let us leave for now that we can investigate further when everyone returns this evening." The 2 departed from the scene. After dinner, the group gradually reconvened in the open area outside the dormitory. They had tacitly agreed to gather here each morning and evening to tally their numbers and ascertain whether any new victims had emerged. Around 10 o'clock that night, everyone had returned. No one had perished, thank goodness. However, under the harsh glow of the overhead streetlight, Ning Qiushui noted that several faces among the group appeared rather unwell. The first pair was Chunru Wan and her boyfriend. Their complexions were ashen, their fingers trembling slightly as if haunted by some fearsome experience. The other was Huang Hui, whose countenance was as dark as stormy waters, his gaze shrouded in shadows, scrutinizing the others like a hawk. "Does anyone have anything to share today?" inquired Nanji, the woman with twin ponytails. The atmosphere among the group was heavy with gloom. The morning's tragedy had instilled a sense of wariness amongst them. Even if someone had uncovered something significant, it was unlikely they would divulge it to the others. Amidst the silence, Ning Qiushui spoke once more. "I've discovered some information regarding the laughing man," as he began to speak. The attention of the entire group was instantly captivated. In fact, even Yu, seated beside him, had not anticipated that Ning Qiushui would willingly share the findings of his investigation. This was a stark contrast to his behavior on the first day. It is important to note that on the first night, Ning Qiushui deliberately concealed several significant matters that I have heard that in this school, a mere smile could attract the attention of the smiling man. I wonder if that burly figure and his roommate were murdered last night for this very reason. After Ning Qiushui spoke, individuals in the crowd immediately rose to corroborate. What he said is indeed true. We have also uncovered this information. The people here are quite serious. They dare not smile, likely out of fear of drawing the gaze of the smiling man. The tall and hefty Wang Long stared intently at the dilapidated dormitory across from him. Shrouded in darkness, he had an unsettling feeling that something lurked behind those pitch-black windows, watching them. Wang Long shivered slightly and addressed the crowd. Are you all planning to sleep inside tonight? Have you forgotten what happened last night? Chen Ruwan scoffed. If we don't sleep inside, shall we rest on the ground? Wang Long paid no heed to the sarcasm in Chen Ruwan's words. He stood up earnestly and said, Why not? We could take everything out from inside and sleep here in the open, with 2 people taking turns to stand guard. Wouldn't that be much safer? A silence fell over the group. Apologies, but we do not wish to sleep outside, came the response from Chen Ruwan's boyfriend after a brief pause. The group was acutely aware of his underlying concerns. In truth, they harbored mutual distrust. If a ghost were to approach while others were asleep, and the 2 on watch fled, wouldn't the rest become mere prey laid out on a banquet table? Although the triggering of the death condition generally meant the ghost would truly strike, none could ascertain what this condition entailed or how many there might be. Thus, they found themselves lying in rows before the malevolent spirit, pondering whether that vicious ghost could truly refrain from harming them. Sleeping in a room, at least, offered the barrier of a door. Though that door might merely be a Abode, it still provided a semblance of comfort to their anxious hearts.